Hello everyone, today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the Golden Shark starfield of the Morning Star Principality, Song Qi, a recent graduate from Jiangyuan City's top Xinhua Academy, stands at a pivotal moment in his life. Exiting the virtual network, he faces the imminent ultra-long-range Star Sea deployment with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This is the era of the Star Sea, where rare resources on the Star Sea floating lands spark fierce competition among civilizations. Song Qi is about to embark on a journey to explore the unknown Star Sea. In his dormitory, Song Qi practices the guiding technique, determined to enhance his cultivation and increase his chances of awakening the Xinhua seed before turning 30. During the awakening ceremony, he successfully awakens, but with a colorless quality, leaving him with complex emotions. However, his Star Sea market token heats up, signaling a twist in his fate. Under the pressure from Principal Zhu Yaokue, Song Qi feels the vast gap between himself and the extraordinary beings. At the Xinhua Tower, Song Qi completes the energy transformation, opens the Xinhua ancestral aperture, and integrates with the Scout-type Star Sea shuttle, beginning his Star Sea journey. His goal is to elevate his life level and achieve greater longevity. During the Star Sea deployment, he relies on his wit and courage to awaken and strengthen his Xinhua starship, surviving the Star Sea repeatedly. Song Kai's path to success is fraught with challenges. During one Star Sea deployment, he unexpectedly acquires a Star Sea market token, gaining control over a mysterious Star Sea market. He uses the market to trade with alien civilizations, obtaining resources to strengthen his starship. Each trade marks a step in his rise. In the market transactions, Song Qi showcases his strength and charisma. He not only successfully acquires precious titanium crystals, but also obtains purple components that enhance his starship's combat power. Each trade is a moment of triumph over his rivals. His name becomes increasingly renowned in the Star Sea, turning him into a legend. However, Song Kai's challenges are far from over. During a relic exploration, he and Shun Qing face the threat of the Zerg. Confronted by thousands of Zerg and a powerful Zerg queen, Song Qi and Shun Qing fight side by side, demonstrating their wisdom and bravery. Utilizing deep space torpedoes and precise tactics, they successfully defeat the Zerg queen and seize the precious relic treasures. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are here for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's begin the plot of part 2. Boom. The Tsangqiang burst out of the space vortex, its hull shaking violently. Song Qi had barely recovered from the intense weightlessness when a piercing alarm blared in his ears. Beep beep beep, hull armor damage at 2. Please repair immediately. Beep beep beep, hull armor damage at 4. Attention needed for timely repair. Beep beep beep, hull armor damage at 6. Hull damage at 1. Repair urgently. The alarms blared incessantly as Song Qi forced himself to focus. He bit down hard on his tongue, the pain snapping his mind to clarity. Through the forward holographic display, he saw a suffocating sight. Countless starships engaged in a fierce battle, their firepower nearly illuminating the entire dark expanse of space. The sudden appearance of the Tsangqiang didn't cause much of a stir, but the surrounding barrage of fire was unavoidable. In mere seconds, the hull had suffered multiple hits. Song Qi cursed his bad luck under his breath last time. He ended up in a space void. This time, he was dropped right into the heart of a massive interstellar war. His only hope lay in the newly activated dark matter energy shield generator charging up quickly. Although the battlefield was immense, most of the starships were of Tier 0 or Tier 1, with few Tier 2 ships in sight. Once the level 29 dark matter energy shield was active, the Tsangqiang would be safe. However, the shield generator needed 30 seconds to charge. During this half-minute, Song Qi had to manually maneuver the Tsangqiang to dodge incoming fire. Just then, one of the enemy ships seemed to notice this intruder, and a Tier 2 attack struck the Tsangqiang's port side with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, alarms blared louder and red lights flashed inside the ship. Beep beep beep, hull armor damage at 42. Hull damage at 28. Critical damage, repair urgently. This hit had nearly destroyed a third of the Kankyang's hull armor, with the overall hull damage exceeding a quarter. The situation became perilous in an instant. Song Qi made a swift decision, controlling the ship to dodge while commanding the semi-automatic onboard AI to deploy the nanobot repair kits. Though the kits had limited effectiveness, they were his only option for basic repairs at the moment. As the nanobots worked, the damage to the Tsangqiang slightly improved, but continuous attacks quickly negated these repairs. Despite Song Qi's best efforts to evade, dodging every attack in such a heavily bombarded battlefield was nearly impossible. Seconds ticked by, another 10 seconds passed. Only 10 seconds remained until the dark matter energy shield generator would fully activate. However, another violent tremor shook the ship, followed by an even more urgent alarm. Beep beep beep, hull armor damage at 57, hull damage at 40, repair immediately. In just 20 seconds, the hull armor damage had nearly reached 60. Song Chi frowned deeply, recalling a common phrase from his textbooks. Every interstellar war is a giant meat grinder. At this moment, he profoundly understood the truth of those words. Simultaneously, he became more determined to acquire a high-quality hull armor module as soon as possible. The Zhangqiong currently had a white-quality Jin Yin hull armor, which he hadn't upgraded much, still at level 10. If he had a blue-quality hull armor, he would have upgraded it to level 20 or higher, avoiding such a dire situation. Taking a deep breath, Song Chi quickly cleared his mind of distractions. In a split second, he entered a state of heightened focus known as limit-breaking mode. In this state, he could not only dodge attacks more agilely but also simultaneously control the Zhangqiong's main and auxiliary cannons to counterattack. The main cannon at the bow of the ship suddenly fired a particle beam with a diameter of several dozen centimeters, slicing through the starry sky like a sharp sword. The beam pierced through several oddly shaped starships in an instant, as if they were made of paper, under the might of the blue-quality, second-tier main cannon. At the same time, the system on the Celestial reported the acquisition of dozens of zero-tier floating land essences, causing Song Chi's eyes to light up. Although this attack only destroyed a few alien starships, each ship housed a considerable number of alien creatures. Destroying a first-tier starship typically yielded around 10 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. This far exceeded Song Chi's expectations, prompting him to reassess the value of this interstellar battlefield. The Sky-Eye reconnaissance radar displayed over 20,000 alien starships in this region, with thousands of them being first-tier. Song Chi's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly an excellent place to harvest floating land essence. However, the most urgent task at hand was to hold out until the dark matter energy shield generator was fully activated. The roar of cannon fire was incessant as the main and secondary cannons fired continuously, rapidly accumulating floating land essence for the Celestial. Song Chi multitasked, significantly reducing the damage to the ship's hull. After narrowly evading a barrage of dense fire, the dark energy shield finally enveloped the Celestial's armor completely. With the full activation of the dark matter energy shield generator, Song Chi's maneuvers became bolder. He no longer focused primarily on dodging, but instead precisely controlled the main and secondary cannons of the Celestial, launching fierce attacks on the surrounding alien starships. At this moment, the dark matter energy shield had a value exceeding 300,000 points, with a defense value surpassing 10,000 points. Even a direct hit from a second-tier alien starship would cause negligible damage. Unless thousands of starships concentrated their fire simultaneously, the Celestial was virtually unassailable, allowing Song Chi to feel completely at ease. The Celestial roamed the battlefield, unleashing fierce bombardments whenever clusters of first-tier starships were detected. Initially, Song Chi worried that these unknown aliens might have other reinforcements, especially starships above second-tier that could pose a catastrophic threat to the Celestial. However, as he continuously gathered data from the wrecked starships, this concern gradually dissipated. Through intelligence gathered over time, Song Chi gained a basic understanding of this alien civilization. Known as the Starlight Civilization, it was a technological civilization with a history of just over 2,000 years. Currently, it occupied only 5 life-sustaining floating lands and over 10 resource-type floating lands, with a territory spanning just over 100 light-years. Due to their inability to master key technologies like space gates and space jumps, and the absence of wormholes or other starsea passages, the Starlight Civilization was essentially trapped in this small star region. For 1,000 years, the resources in this star region had nearly been exhausted, and the Starlight Civilization remained at the level of a low-tier, second-degree technological civilization. Perhaps seeing no hope for development, they diverted their efforts from space-related technologies to internal conflicts. The current starry battlefield was the site of a civil war between 2 factions of this civilization. Song Chi couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. To him, the Starlight Civilization was like a frog in a well, oblivious to the vast starry expanse awaiting exploration. Yet, they chose to remain confined within their small well. But then he thought, for a civilization born in an isolated star region, concepts like space gates and space jumps might not even exist. Without these concepts, how could they research breakthroughs? This thought made Song Chi even more grateful for being born into the advanced starfire human civilization. Immersed in these reflections, time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a massive starship nearly a kilometer long appeared ahead of the Celestial. The right side of its hull bore a gaping 100-meter-wide gash, and the main cannon at the bow was emitting thick smoke, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Seeing this, a gleam flashed in Song Chi's eyes, and he quickly made up his mind to confront it head-on. The particle beam cannon beneath the Celestial's golden armor was rapidly charging, with a blinding light converging at the muzzle. With the protection of the dark matter energy shield generator and the enhanced second-tier particle beam cannon, Song-Chi wasn't about to let this prime target slip away. Despite the remoteness of this star region, it contained over 20 floating lands, likely harboring star sea treasures. As the highest-grade second-tier starship of the Starlight civilization, it was highly probable that it carried such treasures. With this conviction, Song-Chi was determined to sink the heavily damaged second-tier starship, steering the Celestial at full speed toward his target. It seems that the engine of this starship was heavily damaged in a previous battle. Faced with the main cannon of the Celestial, it neither dodged nor evaded. Song-Chi piloted the Celestial, aiming at the massive, nearly kilometer-long Tier 2 starship of the Xingyao civilization ahead. Boom! A scorching particle beam shot out from the main cannon of the Celestial, like a dazzling lightning bolt striking the target. Song-Chi held his breath, waiting for any counterattack, but the beam pierced straight through the entire starship. Despite its enormous size, comparable to a cruiser in the Xinhua fleet, its armor, firepower, cruising speed, and radar precision were far inferior to that of a cruiser, or even a frigate. Song-Chi sighed inwardly, realizing that the strength of a warship is not determined by its size, but by a balance of comprehensive performance. If it can't meet the necessary standards in all aspects, no matter how large it is, it's just a moving target. Song-Chi felt a surge of joy, confident that his assumption was correct. The starship's engine was damaged in the previous battle, rendering it unable to evade attacks. He then maneuvered the Celestial around the Tier 2 starship, waiting for the particle beam cannon to cool down while continuously firing the secondary cannons at the enemy's secondary gun ports. After all, the enemy's main cannon had been destroyed in the earlier fight, leaving only these secondary cannons as a threat. Boom! Buzz! The enemy ship was not passively waiting for destruction. Its secondary cannons were firing back continuously. The Tier 2 shells hit the Celestial's dark matter energy shield, creating ripples. However, the orange quality, level 29 reinforced shield generator remained unshaken, easily withstanding the attacks from the lower tech civilization. As the particle beam cannon recharged, another scorching beam roared out, this time directly piercing the enemy's control room. Instantly, the enemy's attack ceased, and it seemed the alien crew inside had been wiped out. Although reinforcements from the Xingyao civilization's Tier 0 and Tier 1 starships were arriving, they posed no threat to the Celestial. Song-Chi remained calm, firing several more rounds of particle beams to ensure heavy casualties among the aliens inside the enemy ship. At this point, he summoned 10 Huakuei warriors, equipping them with second-hand military exoskeleton armor and marking one with a neural beacon. Then, Song-Chi opened the hatch, and the 10 warriors, armed with advanced titanium alloy swords and shields, charged into the enemy ship's hangar under the lead of the marked warrior. Seeing the warriors board the ship, Song-Chi immediately maneuvered the Celestial to a safer distance, cautiously guarding against any potential counterattacks from the Tier 2 starship. Although he had exited the overlimit state, he could still multitask, controlling the 10 Huakuei warriors inside the enemy ship. The corridor connecting the starship's cabin and the main control room was already heavily fortified by dozens of alien creatures with large heads and spindly legs. These unfamiliar beings made Song-Chi wary, as he had never encountered them in the comprehensive records of civilizations and species from the Xinhua and Qinghai civilizations. Despite this, he didn't believe these beings, products of a lower-tier technological civilization, possessed any extraordinary abilities. 10 fully armored Huakuei soldiers swiftly sprang into action, raising advanced titanium alloy shields with their left arms and advancing rapidly through the intense barrage of fire. Song-Chi observed the aliens coldly. Their frail bodies and oversized heads clearly indicated that they were not a species known for physical prowess. Once their firepower net was breached, close combat would turn into a one-sided massacre. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the narrow cabin, sparks flying. The aliens' weapons continuously unleashed firepower on the Huakuei soldiers, but these attacks had little effect on their second-tier puppet bodies. Although the titanium alloy shields were only first-tier equipment, their hardness nearly matched that of second-tier gear, performing exceptionally well under the heavy fire. Even the occasional shot that struck the Huakuei soldiers failed to inflict significant damage. Within seconds, the Huakuei soldiers had broken through the defensive line. Their sharp titanium alloy blades cut cold arcs through the air, severing the necks of 4 or more aliens with each swing. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. In less than half a minute, the dozens of aliens were wiped out, the scene both bloody and shocking. Without a moment's pause, Song-Chi ordered the 10 Huakuei soldiers to continue advancing toward the main control room. He knew that the essence of the starship was most likely located there, and if there were any valuable artifacts, that was the place they would be hidden. Faced with the relentless Huakuei soldiers, the remaining aliens panicked and hastily shut the control room door. However, to Song-Chi, this was merely a futile attempt to delay the inevitable. The Huakuei soldiers' bodies radiated with searing energy, and their second-tier puppet forms granted them immense strength. 10 silver titanium alloy blades relentlessly hacked at the thick metal door, the shrill sound of metal striking metal filling the air. At first, the door managed to hold, but as the strikes continued, the advantage of the titanium alloy became apparent. Cracks began to appear in the door, while the blades remained as sharp as ever. Finally, with a resounding crash, the metal door collapsed. The scene inside the control room came into view. Apart from a dozen panicked aliens, the most eye-catching object was the fruit-like item floating in midair at the center of the control console. This pomegranate-like object emitted a dazzling white light, clearly a white-quality Dinghai artifact. Song-Chi felt a twinge of disappointment. The allure of white-quality artifacts had diminished for him. He was more eager to find blue-quality artifacts. Nonetheless, considering the white artifact was worth at least several thousand strands of zero-tier floating land essence, he decided to claim it. The 10 Huakue soldiers filed in and began clearing out the aliens in the control room. Even the few second-tier aliens were only a minor inconvenience for the fully armed Huakue soldiers. After a mere 10 minutes, the control room was completely purged of aliens. With the battle over, Song-Chi took stock of his gains. 4 strands of first-tier and several dozen strands of zero-tier floating land essence, along with the white Dinghai artifact. He carefully examined the artifact's information. Artifact: fruit of the 500-year healing tree. Quality: white. Evolution potential: 1. Healing fruit. Note: this fruit, nurtured by a unique floating land plant over many years, has transformed into a white-quality Dinghai artifact. Once the ethereal energy within the Fire Kuei soldiers' bodies completely corroded the fruit, the attributes of the ship component it transformed into began to emerge. Song-Chi gazed at the detailed attributes before him. Healing fruit LV0. Quality: white. Consumption: 300 ethereal energy points per use. Effect: repairs 5 of damaged ship armor. Cooldown: 24 hours. Charging time: 20 seconds. Upgrade requirements: 3 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 300 ethereal energy points. Song-Chi was slightly surprised. This unremarkable white artifact turned out to be a healing item, perfectly filling a gap on the skyship. Although its quality wasn't high, it was far better than the one-time use nanobot repair kits. Not only could it be used repeatedly, but it could also be upgraded to improve its effectiveness in the future. In high spirits, he commanded the 10 Fire Kuei soldiers to return to the skyship and then opened fire again, completely destroying the Tier 2 starship that was on the verge of sinking. After obtaining another strand of Tier 1 floating land essence, Song-Chi piloted the skyship to continue roaming the battlefield. Having tasted success, he was no longer satisfied with low-tier targets, and specifically aimed for Tier 2 alien starships. Each time he sank one, he not only gained over 10 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, but also had a chance to obtain rare artifacts, which thrilled him. 7 hours flew by. During this time, Song-Chi sank more than 10 Tier 2 alien starships, collecting nearly 200 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. Unfortunately, not every starship contained rare artifacts. Aside from the initial healing fruit, he only obtained 2 Starshin-class main cannons, both of which were unusable components. Unknowingly, the skyship had drifted from the center of the battlefield to its outskirts. Song-Chi rubbed his aching temples. 8 hours of intense concentration, coupled with his previous overexertion, had left him mentally exhausted. He began to consider his next course of action, with 3 options before him. 1. Continue harvesting starships on the battlefield to earn more floating land essence. 2. Leave the battlefield and head to the ruins of the Blur civilization via the Void Market, attempting to unlock the second layer of the spatial veil. 3. Use the star map collected by the Sky Eye reconnaissance radar to travel to a Starshine civilization's life-type floating land about 3 light-years away. After careful consideration, Song-Chi chose the third option. The reason was simple. The first option offered diminishing returns, as the remaining low-tier starships wouldn't yield significant gains even if all were sunk. The second option, though tempting, was impractical since the skyship's weapon systems hadn't been upgraded and might not withstand the potential onslaught of thousands of insectoids, let alone break into the third layer of the spatial veil containing the crystal box. In contrast, a brand new life-type floating land, even if its resources had been mostly depleted, was far more appealing than the other 2 options. Having made up his mind, Song-Chi didn't hesitate and immediately steered the skyship toward the edge of the battle zone. The life-type floating land was over 2 light-years away, necessitating a starsea jump for a quick arrival. Considering that the jump required a long charging time and was easily interrupted, he decided to first leave the chaotic battlefield and find a safe location before initiating the jump. A few minutes later, the celestial voyager halted after covering a sufficient distance and began the formal charging process for the starsea jump. Song-Chi's eyes scanned the floating star maps in front of him with focused intensity. The most prominent map was generated by the Sky Eye reconnaissance radar, while the other 3 were collected from the wreckage of Starshine civilization starships. These 3 maps covered a significantly broader area, spanning nearly 100 light-years under the rule of the Starshine civilization. Song-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed that all 3 maps indicated the presence of a level 2 starsea floating island. This discovery made his heart race. A level 2 life-supporting floating island not only has a much larger area than a level 1 island, capable of supporting more carbon-based life, but crucially, it can stably produce Tier 1 island origins and even has a chance to produce Tier 2 origins, far surpassing the capabilities of a level 1 island like the White Tower Island. However, his excitement quickly turned to concern. Upon closer inspection, Song-Chi realized that the coordinates of the level 2 floating islands varied on each of the 3 maps, clearly indicating that the aliens had tampered with them. He had considered searching for unaltered star maps from lower-tier Starshine civilization starships, but those maps were only partial and did not mark the coordinates of the floating islands. Even capturing several Tier 2 aliens with his fire ash soldiers proved futile, as the language barrier rendered the universal Starsea translator useless. Forget it, Song-Chi sighed, deleting all 3 star maps. He refocused on the map generated by the SkyEye radar, deciding to first explore this reliable information. Although the level 2 floating island lingered in his thoughts, he was well aware that the Purple River jump device required a 12-hour cooldown after each use, and the Celestial Voyager had limited time left before its return. As the charging time approached, intense spatial fluctuations began to ripple through this remote star region. After remaining stationary for half an hour, the Celestial Voyager suddenly vanished, diving into a space vortex several meters in diameter ahead. The scene shifted to the 004 Starsea floating island in the Starshine 3rd star zone. As the stronghold of the Starshine civilization's free faction, the defense level here was extremely high, with the 2nd Free Fleet stationed year-round and a fully staffed floating island defense team. Consequently, the 004 Starsea floating island had not been attacked by hostile factions for over a century. However, today, the tranquility was shattered by piercing alarms. Outside the floating island, the 2nd Free Fleet had no time to issue a full alert before facing a fierce assault. Scorching particle beams sliced through the silent space, instantly piercing several Tier 2 starships docked at the base perimeter. The starship control room descended into chaos, with severe casualties. In the distance, the Celestial Voyager slowly reappeared, having reactivated its dark matter energy shield, signaling the start of this surprise attack. Facing these starships that had long lost their vigilance, Song-Chi couldn't help but applaud them inwardly. This made his job much easier. Maneuvering the Tianqiong, he sliced through the fleet's defenses like a sharp blade. The energy beams from the main cannon pierced the silent void of space, and one by one, the second-tier starships exploded under the relentless barrage, turning into dazzling fireworks. At the same time, Song-Chi's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the fleet base made of scattered fragments for any sign of logistical units. He quickly locked onto his target. A main cannon shot roared out, turning most of the living force in that area to ashes in an instant. Following that, 10 Huokue warriors and a military combat robot were deployed with pinpoint accuracy to the target location. Using the still-active neural wave beacon, Song-Chi remotely controlled this squad. They faced hundreds of armed alien soldiers from the Xingyao civilization, whose fierce firepower was overwhelming. Multiple attempts to break through the defenses proved futile, as bullets rained down, leaving countless dents on the armor of the Huokue warriors. At a critical moment, Song-Chi activated a pre-prepared energy grenade. The blinding flash created a gap in the enemy lines. The Huokue warriors and the combat robot shot through the breach like arrows, dominating the close-quarters combat and mowing down the remaining enemies. Once the area was cleared, the 10 Huokue warriors pushed open the door to the fleet's logistics warehouse at the back of the building. Even from afar on the Tianqiong, Song-Chi gasped at the sight, then felt a surge of joy. The warehouse spanned thousands of square meters, stacked high with supplies. While most were weapons and ammunition specific to the Xingyao civilization, the true treasures were hidden among them. There was an astonishing amount of floating land essence, thousands of strands of first-tier essence and tens of thousands of zero-tier essence. Rare minerals like fine gold, mithril, and purple copper were abundant. Most exciting of all were several Starsea artifacts, including a rare blue-quality item that could be converted into a main ship cannon. Song-Chi quickly estimated the value of the resources in the warehouse to be no less than 80,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Knowing time was of the essence, he decisively summoned the Tianqiong and donned a set of military exoskeleton armor, rushing into the warehouse like lightning. The sheer volume of mineral resources in the warehouse made it inefficient to rely solely on the Huokue warriors and the combat robot for transport. Song-Chi promptly summoned the Tianqiong as a makeshift transfer station, determined to move the precious materials to the heavenly market as quickly as possible. He was acutely aware that this rare opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold would be fleeting. Once the Xingyao civilization reacted, thousands upon thousands of starships would converge. At that point, even the dark matter energy shield generator might not guarantee the Tianqiong's safety. After all, the Xingyao civilization was a formidable secondary tech civilization, while the Tianqiong was technically just a first-tier starship. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate the Tianqiong. With the ship's arrival, The Tenhokue warriors and the combat robot immediately began the transport work, but Song Chi still found the pace too slow. He decisively brought out 2 floating landmining vehicles, reprogramming their onboard AI systems to serve as temporary transporters, significantly boosting the efficiency. Each time the Tianqiong's cargo hold was filled, Song Chi would immediately transfer it to the heavenly market through the Xianhua ancestral aperture. After 2 such trips, nearly half the warehouse's resources had been moved. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from the logistics hall outside the warehouse, followed by intense tremors. Song Chi's nerves instantly tightened, a tidal wave of crisis washing over him. No, we can't delay any longer. Retreat, he ordered without hesitation. Although more than half of the resources remained, survival was paramount. Besides, the most valuable floating land essence and starsea artifacts had already been secured in the first round. It wasn't worth risking their lives for the rest. Upon receiving the command, the 11 figures who had been busy transporting goods immediately halted and rushed back to the Tianqiong with lightning speed, leaving no room for delay. Song Chi decisively returned to the Tianqiong, determined to break out of the warehouse hidden. Outside, numerous Tier 2 starships of the Xingyao civilization had gathered, and a barrage of firepower could rain down at any moment. It was too dangerous to rely on his physical body to escape. As for potential damage to the ship, Song Chi wasn't concerned. Had repair components from healing fruits. The Tianqiong repeatedly rammed into the warehouse's sturdy walls, but to no avail. Calmly, Song Chi activated the main cannon and waited for it to charge. A scorching particle beam cut through the warehouse door's edges like a laser, creating a gap just big enough for the Tianqiong to squeeze through. Without hesitation, Song Chi pushed the ship's shadow antimatter hyperstate engine to full throttle, and the Tianqiong charged forward. Accompanied by heavy impacts and ear-piercing metallic screeches, the warship barely squeezed out of the warehouse. However, nearly 1,000 Xingyao starships above the logistics building opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, the entire logistics hall was engulfed in a dazzling sea of multicolored lights. Song Chi's eyes burned from the brightness, and as his vision cleared, he immediately checked the data on the dark matter energy shield generator. Shield value, 158, 506-307, 200. Song Chi's pupils constricted sharply. This round of concentrated fire had taken out half of the shield's value, a first since the dark matter energy shield generator was upgraded to level 19. Relieved but not complacent, he didn't linger. He piloted the Tianqiong through the continuous barrage, speeding towards the outer space. Minutes later, the Tianqiong finally broke through the encirclement and, with engines at full capacity, entered lightspeed cruise mode, vanishing from the Xingyao civilization's site in an instant. The high command of the Xingyao civilization quickly issued orders to thoroughly investigate this formidable warship and increased the starship research funding tenfold. This incident led to a dramatic shift in the Xingyao civilization's technological stance, eventually earning them a formidable reputation in the neighboring star regions. Unaware and unconcerned, Song Chi knew that this civilization would never intersect with him again. The vast and boundless broken star sea was home to countless civilizations, and there might be even stronger ones near the Xingyao civilization. If that were the case, once they stepped out of their remote star region, they might face annihilation. Billions of kilometers away, the Tianqiong came to a stop. Song Chi's figure flickered and disappeared from the main control room of the ship. In the free trade zone of the heavenly market, various mineral resources were piled high, along with 7 starry sea artifacts emitting white and blue light. Additionally, there were 1,000 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence and over 10,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence. These were the bountiful spoils of the adventure, totaling over 60,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence. Song Chi's funds once again surpassed the significant milestone of 100,000 units of Level 0 floating land essence, filling him with excitement. His gaze quickly swept over 2 of the 7 rare items, the blue-colored Starshine 3 Starship Cannon and Starshine 5 Alloy Armor. While the Starship Cannon boasted impressive power, it didn't fit his current needs and would have to be sold later. The Alloy Armor, however, was exactly what the skyship needed for its upgrades. Among the remaining 5 white-colored rare items, one couldn't be converted into a flame part and was destined for the rare item exchange shop. The other 4 basic components were unremarkable and would be set aside for future trades. Having finished his inventory, Song Chi decisively left the marketplace, clutching the healing fruit and Starshine 5 alloy armor, 2 precious pieces of equipment. Back on the skyship, he immediately installed and began enhancing these items. With the newly acquired 1,000 units of level 1 floating land essence, Song Chi didn't hesitate to upgrade the equipment to level 20. If not for the lack of level 2 floating land essence, he would have considered pushing them to level 29. The enhancement significantly boosted their performance. The healing fruit's repair effect increased from an initial 5 of hull armor to 20 hull armor plus an additional 7 hull integrity. The Starshine 5 alloy armor's defense value skyrocketed from 15 to 15,000. Song-Chi calculated that if the skyship were to face the previous starfield battlefield again, it could easily hold out for more than 3 minutes without even activating the dark matter energy shield generator. With the enhancements complete, Song-Chi turned his attention to a brand new star map beside him. This wasn't an image generated by the Sky Eye surveillance radar, but something he had specifically sought out at the 2nd Free Fleet base. The map marked the exact coordinates of a Level 2 life-type starsea floating land that had been haunting his dreams. When he discovered that this Level 2 floating land was less than 40 light-years away from the skyship's current position, Song-Chi could hardly contain his excitement. With 15 hours remaining until they returned, and the Xi jump device needing over 11 hours to complete its cooldown, this meant he would have about 3 hours to explore this precious floating land. The value of a Level 2 starsea floating land lay not only in its vast size, but also in its ability to steadily produce Level 1 floating land essence, with a chance to yield Level 2 floating land essence. For Song-Chi, who was in dire need of Level 2 floating land essence, this was an irresistible temptation. Currently on the Sangqiang, aside from the dark matter energy shield generator and the Sky Eye aerial radar which have been upgraded to their limits, other components such as the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate Engine, Brainwave Remote Control System, and Particle Beam Cannon are in urgent need of Tier 2 floating island essences. After a quick calculation, Song-Chi realized that he had a staggering shortfall of these essences, strengthening his resolve to explore the Tier 2 Star Ocean floating island. For the next dozen hours, Song-Chi chose to rest in the market rather than practice the guiding technique or the mythical mecha projection imprint diagram. The state of breaking limits had left him extremely weary, and without regaining his energy, he feared it would affect his subsequent actions. Time passed, and in the desolate starry sky, the Sangqiang initiated its second warp. The destination, Starshine First Star Zone, Star Ocean Floating Island 001. This floating island is controlled by the largest neutral faction of the Starshine civilization, the White Dove Livelihood Party. As a price for their neutrality, their military strength is quite limited, with only one fully manned floating island guard regiment, capable of self-defense but unable to expand externally. Star Ocean Floating Island 001 holds nearly 50 of the civilization's industry and has a population exceeding 3 billion, making it the most industrially advanced and populous floating island in Starshine civilization. Every day, starships constructed here are continuously sent to the domains of both the liberal and conservative factions. From a celestial perspective, this Tier 2 Star Ocean floating island is dozens of times larger than the White Tower floating island. However, unlike the densely vegetated White Tower, this place is covered in thick smog from its massive factories that operate day and night. The Sangqiang hovered in the dark expanse near the floating island, observing this unguarded Star Ocean floating island. Evidently, the news of the attack on Floating Island 004 had not reached this location, 40 light-years away. For a low-tier Tier 2 technological civilization, real-time interstellar communication remains a challenging technology. This worked to Song-Chi's advantage. The less prepared the inhabitants were, the easier his mission would be. Song-Chi quickly captured and analyzed various pieces of information from the floating island. Soon, he had a comprehensive understanding of the Tier 2 Star Ocean floating island. After filtering the data, he identified 12 target cities. 7 with populations over 50 million, 3 over 100 million, 1 over 300 million, and 1 over 500 million. These 12 cities encompassed more than half of the floating island's population, representing the essence of this Tier 2 floating island. Song-Chi decided to target the megacity with over 500 million inhabitants first. As the capital of the floating island, it undoubtedly contained the richest resources. Once the Sangqiang made its move, it would alarm the entire floating island. To prevent these aliens from preparing in advance and dispersing their precious resources, Song-Chi chose the wealthiest capital city as his starting point. The Sangqiang shot down from the sky, heading straight for the highest administrative center of the capital city. The particle beam cannon and ship-mounted secondary guns unleashed a barrage, instantly sweeping away the guards around the administrative building. Immediately, the hatch opened, and 11 fully armed figures leapt out like arrows, storming into the administrative building with lightning speed. However, the defense of the Tier 2 floating island's capital's administrative center far exceeded Song-Chi's expectations. As soon as the Huakuei soldiers charged into the building, they were pinned down by intense gunfire. Under continuous fire, even the advanced titanium alloy shields began to deform under the strain. In the critical moment, the strand of Song-Chi's brainwave attached to one of the Huakuei soldiers decisively issued the command to deploy energy grenades. As the standard issue hand grenade for the Morning Star Principality's military, its power is undeniable. The simultaneous detonation of 11 grenades produced an ear-splitting roar that swept through the entire building, filling the air with thick smoke and flying debris. The shockwave from the explosion caused the entire structure to tremble, momentarily halting the barrage of gunfire inside. Seizing the moment, Song-Chi swiftly maneuvered the Fire K soldier marked with a neural beacon out of cover. The remaining 9 Fire K soldiers followed in perfect synchronization, resembling a well-trained special forces unit. Under the cover of smoke, the 11 figures moved like phantoms through the ruins, successfully breaching the administrative guard's defenses. After more than 20 minutes of intense advancement, the 10 Fire K soldiers finally reached the top floor of the administrative building. The walls along their path were riddled with bullet holes, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. A military combat robot had already fallen under the fierce artillery of the Xingyao aliens. As a first-tier combat robot, it was no match for the second-tier Fire K soldiers. Song Qi controlled the Fire K soldier to push open the top floor's door, and the sight before him took his breath away. Several safes stood quietly in the center of the room, their surfaces emitting a faint glow, clearly made from the most resilient alloys of the Xingyao civilization. While these safes weren't impossible to open, prying them all open in a short time was unrealistic. Just then, a thunderous explosion shattered the brief silence. The wall on the side of the top floor was blasted open by external artillery fire, sending debris and dust raining down. However, the 10 Fire K soldiers remained unfazed, as if they had anticipated this. They quickly sprang into action, working together to push the safes towards the newly created hole. Outside the hole, the Tsangqiong hovered like a giant metallic predator, less than 5 meters away. As the safes were pushed to the hole's edge, Song Qi immediately activated the airship's tractor beam. Although the power of this pseudo-tractor field was limited, it was more than sufficient for these safes. Bathed in the blue and white light of the beam, the alloy safes floated as if lifted by an invisible giant hand, slowly drifting into the Tsangqiong's cargo hold. With the task complete, the 10 Fire K soldiers swiftly boarded the airship. The Tsangqiong's engines roared to life, and it shot into the sky like an arrow, disappearing over the capital city in moments. Soaring through the gloomy haze above the floating land, the Tsangqiong sped forward at an incredible pace. Song Qi's next target was a gigantic city with a population exceeding 300 million. He was well aware that there were still abundant resources left in the previous capital city, but the current situation was too critical for him to linger. A fully armed defense force on this floating land was eyeing him menacingly, requiring him to remain highly vigilant. Thanks to the newly installed Xingyao Type 5 alloy armor, the Tsangqiong had invested the remaining tens of tons of phantom crystals into its previous upgrade. This enhancement allowed the Tsangqiong to effectively evade detection by Xingyao civilization's starship radars, as long as it wasn't directly exposed. Leveraging this advantage, Song Qi adopted a Hitandran tactic, preventing the enemy from ever predicting the Tsangqiong's next target, which undoubtedly was the safest course of action. As a Level 2 Starlight floating land, the defense force on Xingyao 001 far exceeded that of an ordinary Level 1 life-type floating land. If this massive defense force were to fully mobilize, it would pose a significant threat even to the Tsangqiong. The concentrated fire from the Second Free Fleet still haunted Song Qi, leaving him with no room for complacency. Over the next few hours, Song Qi repeated his tactics, targeting 6 large cities. 2 of these cities had heavily fortified administrative buildings, prompting Song Qi to decisively retreat after prolonged sieges. The operations in the other 4 cities went relatively smoothly, encountering minimal resistance. As the Tsangqiong quietly departed from the floating land's interior, the defense force of Xingyao 001 was still in disarray below. Gazing at the immense floating land before him, a hint of regret flashed in Song Qi's eyes. With over 3 billion aliens, if the Tsangqiong were equipped with a main cannon with area effect or large-scale explosive capabilities, he could have directly fired over several large and gigantic cities, rapidly increasing the floating land's core. Unfortunately, this was merely a hopeful fantasy. In reality, the particle beam cannon, despite its long range and high penetration, could only target individual entities. Although the Tsangqiong's secondary cannons had been firing continuously over the past few hours, the harvested floating land core remained quite limited. This was perhaps the most regrettable aspect of this interstellar exploration for Song Qi. With only 20 minutes left until his return, Song Qi muttered to himself in the control room, "Should I try the Bloven star system? See if the Tsangqiong can return from there on its own." This bold idea swirled in his mind, both tempting and unsettling. Song Qi stood on the deck of the Tsangqiong, gazing into the vast emptiness of the unfamiliar starfield, his heart filled with hesitation. He knew all too well that if he failed to return, he would forever lose the chance to rejoin the civilization of Xinhua. However, the current situation left him no room to wait any longer. The All Heavens market had only just reached level 11, and the prospect of adding a new spatial anchor point was still a distant dream. The exploration of the Brolo civilization ruins was imminent, and relying solely on trades from the All Heavens market wouldn't yield the high-grade Purple Ascension fire source he desperately needed. More critically, in a few months, he would have to take action against the Blood Blade Pirate Group. Song Qi glanced down at the data displayed on the control panel. The level 29 Dark Matter Energy shield generator seemed insufficient for the impending third-tier battlefield. The leader of the Blood Blade Pirate Group, Bloodknife, was likely nearing 500 years old. As a third-tier Xinhua captain, his flagship was probably equipped with devastating weaponry. If they encountered a top-tier purple main cannon or even an orange quality one, the current shield might not withstand a single hit. Clenching his fists, his brows furrowed. To further enhance the shield, he needed to upgrade the ship's overall quality. This meant the Xinhua seed in his forehead's ancestral aperture had to advance to blue. Achieving this required a top-tier purple ascension fire source, which was as valuable as some lower-end orange components. Without an equivalent quality artifact, it was nearly impossible to obtain with just the floating land essence. Taking a deep breath, his resolve hardened. The quickest way to acquire purple or even orange-grade artifacts was through the Brolo civilization ruins. This urgency was the reason he was so eager to explore the ruins. Having made up his mind, Song-Chi swiftly retracted the Tsangqiang into his Xinhua ancestral aperture, and his figure instantly vanished from the unfamiliar starfield. In the next moment, he appeared in the familiar skies of the yellow sand floating land. With the spatial anchor point set several kilometers high, Song-Chi began to plummet rapidly. Calm and composed, he precisely timed his summoning of the Tsangqiang, landing steadily on the ship's deck. Back in the cockpit, Song-Chi refrained from any other operations, merely hovering the Tsangqiang above the yellow sand floating land. With only a little over 10 minutes left until his return, he had no time for anything else. The goal of activating the spatial anchor point this time was to test whether the Tsangqiang could return normally after shifting starfield coordinates. Despite feeling a bit apprehensive, Song-Chi remained composed. He recalled the previous successful return with Shun Qing and their 2 psionic shuttles, reassuring himself, if it worked once, there was no reason it wouldn't work a second time. He wouldn't have taken such a risk without considerable confidence. Time ticked away, and the 10 minutes flew by. As the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped the Tsangqiang, Song-Chi's tense nerves finally relaxed. He knew his hypothesis was correct. Back in Jiangyuan City on the floating land of the White Tower in the Morning Star Principality, Song-Chi had just stepped into his home in the Dongjiang district when he heard exhilarating news. His father excitedly told him that just a few hours ago, his mother, Qinlixia, had successfully upgraded her ship, the Dragonfly, from a psionic shuttle to a Corvette-class psionic ship. This news was a major victory for the entire Song family of the White Tower. A brand new Corvette would significantly enhance the family's future endeavors. Song-Chi felt a wave of relief and pride for his family's progress. After a moment of elation, Song-Chi's mood was quickly brought back to reality by another piece of news from his father. With his mother's successful promotion, their family would soon have to take over the responsibilities from his second uncle. More urgently, in preparation for a possible operation against the Blood Blade pirate group in a few months, Song-Chi and the younger generation needed to familiarize themselves with the environment around the pirate's lair as soon as possible. Dad, when exactly are we leaving? Song-Chi asked eagerly, his eyes filled with urgency. He needed to plan his time precisely, as he also intended to go to Guangyuan Floating Land to purchase a high-performance Phantom butterfly drone. Although it was expensive, given the importance of the upcoming mission and the large amount of floating land resources he had just acquired, Song-Chi thought the investment was worth it. Song Chao thought for a moment and replied, probably in the next couple of days. Why? Do you have something to do? After hearing Song-Chi's explanation, Song Chao set the departure date for 5 days later, giving his son ample time to handle his affairs. After greeting his mother, who was adapting to the newly upgraded Dragonfly at the residential warship dock, Song-Chi left home again. He didn't leave Baida Floating Land immediately, but took advantage of the few hours needed for the Xi jump device to complete a new round of buffering. He headed straight to the warship base near the first Spark Academy in the city center. His goal was to purchase a standard Scout-class Starsea flyer. At the regular warship base in Jiangyuan City, Song-Chi quickly bought 2 Scout-class flyers for 200 strands of zero-level floating land resources. He then piloted the skyship to the outer space of the floating land. During the few hours while waiting for the Xi jump device to be ready, Song-Chi stored one of the flyers in the closed storage space of the market and left the other on the skyship. With these tasks completed, Song-Chi's attention turned to the 13 alloy safes in the free market area his haul from the 4 large cities and 1 megacity on Xingyao 001 Starsea floating land. Previously, due to time constraints, he had suppressed his curiosity and refrained from opening them. Now that he finally had the time, he was eager to see what was inside. Song-Chi summoned the skyship again and retrieved a mid-range pump-powered alloy chainsaw worth 200 strands of zero-level floating land resources from the cabin. This chainsaw, with a power level of Tier 2, was sufficient to cut through the safes while avoiding potential damage to the contents inside. Securing the first safe, Song-Chi activated the chainsaw and began cutting slowly and cautiously. The quality of the alloy from the Xingyao civilization was indeed impressive. Even the pump-powered chainsaw took over 20 minutes to fully open the safe. When the safe finally opened, Song-Chi's heartbeat quickened. Inside were 200 strands of Tier 2 floating land resources. Although the quantity wasn't staggering, such high-level resources were extremely rare on the market. Song-Chi quickly absorbed them into his Spark ancestral core, his eyes now burning with anticipation as he looked at the remaining 12 safes. If the other safes were also filled with Tier 2 floating land resources, the gains from this mission would far exceed expectations. Filled with excitement, Song-Chi began his journey of opening the remaining safes, each cut brimming with anticipation and tension. Nearly half an hour later, the outcome of opening the second safe left Song-Chi's heart sinking. Instead of the anticipated floating land essence, the box contained an unknown metal. Although its careful preservation suggested it was valuable in the Xingyao civilization, within the Xinhua human territory, it was nothing more than a heap of useless scrap. Song-Chi put away his earlier optimism and continued cutting into the third safe. Time ticked away, and after more than 6 hours, all 13 alloy safes were opened, their contents falling into Song-Chi's hands. The final haul, though not as expected, wasn't too bad. 400 strands of second-tier floating land essence, equivalent to 40,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, with higher actual value. A blue-quality Starsea artifact that could be converted into a blue-quality alloy armor component equivalent to the existing Xingyao 5 alloy armor of the Zhangqiang. The total value was about 50,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, bringing the total gain from this alien domain exploration to over 110,000 strands. For an ordinary first-tier Xinhua warship, this was an unimaginable fortune. However, Song-Chi felt only a slight sense of joy, quickly calming down. After all, in a previous market trade, he had earned over 100,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence in just one day. Compared to that, the 110,000 strands from this venture were not enough to cause much excitement. The scene shifts to the Guangyuan floating land in the Golden Shark starfield. In the vast fortress dock area above the floating land, an inconspicuous scout-class Starsea shuttle was parked in a secluded spot. A cloaked figure stepped down from the shuttle. Inside the Morning Star multifunctional shop, the voluptuous and charming female shopkeeper immediately noticed Song-Chi entering. Her lips curled into a slight smile, bringing a faint brightness to her otherwise expressionless face, as if the entire shop became more vibrant. Billions of kilometers away, hidden within a depleted asteroid belt, in the main control room of the Zhangqiang, Song-Chi's eyes narrowed as he thought, just as I expected. The woman's reaction plainly indicated she recognized him. Relieved that he had chosen remote control this time, Song-Chi exhaled deeply. Realizing that a powerful third-ear figure was paying attention to him, Song-Chi abandoned his plan to inspect the artifacts and ship components section, turning to leave the shop instead. However, a gust of wind blew past, and the shopkeeper instantly appeared before him, speaking softly. Am I really that terrifying? Enough to scare you like this? Feel free to browse. In this shop, no one will force you to do anything you don't want to do. With that, she swayed her hips and returned behind the counter. Song-Chi halted, not because he believed her words, but because he knew that if she truly wanted to detain him, this puppet body wouldn't be able to leave. He turned and walked towards the artifacts and ship components section, leisurely inspecting the items. Over 20 days had passed, and the shop had clearly restocked, with the number of items nearly doubling. However, to Song-Chi's disappointment, there were still no blue quality or higher group attack main cannons. Frowning, he returned to the counter, calming his mind and avoiding the shopkeeper's intrigued gaze. Soon, a projection screen popped out from beneath his cloak. Is the Phantom Butterfly drone still available? I want it. As soon as Song-Chi finished speaking, the woman silently retrieved a mini Phantom Butterfly drone from beneath the counter. They exchanged a glance, neither mentioning their earlier haggling. Song-Chi quickly transferred 500 units of first-grade floating land essence, and the woman handed him the drone. Without the much-anticipated main and secondary area attack cannons, Song-Chi had no intention of lingering in the shop. He carefully placed the Phantom Butterfly drone into his backpack and turned to leave, his steps light and without a trace of reluctance. However, just as he took his first step, the woman's voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Wait a moment." Thousands of kilometers away, on board the Celestial, Song-Chi felt a sudden jolt, his heart racing. An intense sense of unease surged within him, making him worry if this enigmatic woman had ulterior motives. If that were the case, the substantial funds his new combat robot carried might be at great risk. But the woman's next words brought him some relief. Didn't you want high-quality area attack main and secondary cannons? Here, take a look at this. She produced a ship component glowing with a blue light from beneath the counter. Song-Chi hesitated for a moment before finally turning back to the counter under the woman's slightly amused gaze. Ignoring her knowing look, he focused intently on the blue component on the counter. Electromagnetic Thunder Cannon. Level 0 quality. Blue attribute. Lightning Arc Splash. Cost: 3 Eno points per shot. Power: 2.3. No buffering or charging needed. Upgrade requirements: 3 units of 0-grade floating land essence, 300 Eno points. This electromagnetic thunder cannon wasn't a main cannon but a secondary one. Its electromagnetic thunderball projectile had an inherent area effect explosion feature, and combined with the lightning arc splash attribute, It made for an excellent area attack secondary cannon. Lightning arc splash. Creatures hit by the electromagnetic thunderball will splash 10 of the damage to the nearest 3 units around them. Suppressing his excitement, Song Chi sent a message through his communication wristband. What's the price? This time, the woman didn't answer immediately. She continued to gaze intently at the combat robot cloaked in a hooded robe, as if trying to see through something. Song Chi even felt as though she wasn't looking at the robot, but directly at the brainwave beacon attached to it. After nearly half a minute of silence, the woman finally spoke, breaking the suffocating quiet. It's still the same question I asked more than 20 days ago. What is the range of your remote control ability? Has it surpassed 0.1 light years? After a brief hesitation, Song Chi controlled the combat robot to nod slightly. Upon receiving the affirmative response, the woman's smile grew even brighter. Her eyes sparkled as if she were contemplating something. Finally, she spoke straightforwardly. You probably wouldn't agree to join me on that mission. How about this? You detach that remote control component and lend it to me for a while, and I'll give you this electromagnetic thunder cannon as compensation. How does that sound? Song Chi was taken aback, not expecting such a proposal. Lending out a purple quality component was something he had never heard of before. He considered it carefully but didn't agree immediately. He needed to lend out the brainwave remote control system, a purple quality special component, while the electromagnetic thunder cannon was only blue quality. If the woman reneged on her promise and didn't return the brainwave remote control system, he would be at a significant loss, even though he urgently needed this area attack secondary cannon. Seeing that Song Chi hadn't responded, the woman seemed to understand his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she reached under the counter once more, searching for something. In an instant, Song Chi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharply assessing the woman in front of him. Her actions clearly indicated she was preparing for the upcoming transaction, which made Song Chi wary. Given the wealth she displayed, whatever she was about to present must be extraordinary, but Song Chi still felt some resistance within. The remote brainwave control system, as a top-tier component in the field of remote control, was invaluable to Song Chi. Moreover, his family was about to take action against the Bloodblade Star Pirates, making this component crucial. Lending it out now, regardless of whether it would be returned, seemed like an unwise decision. Just as Song Chi was resolutely deciding to refuse, the woman's slender fingers gently brushed the counter, and 3 items emitting a rich purple glow appeared. 3 purple artifacts? Song Chi's heart skipped a beat aboard the celestial vessel, and he gained a new understanding of the woman's wealth. Her financial power far exceeded his expectations. To think that she could effortlessly produce 3 purple quality items, even though the artifact and ship component sections also had several purple quality items, was astonishing. Even his grandfather seemed a bit lacking in comparison. As Song Chi's curiosity about the woman's identity arose, his attention was drawn to the 3 purple artifacts on the counter. These were top-tier items among purple artifacts, especially the one on the far right, which made it hard for Song Chi to conceal his excitement. All 3 artifacts could be converted into ship components. The first 2 were a ship engine and hull armor. Song Chi quickly scanned their attributes. Shadow Stream engine, LV0 quality, purple trait. Power efficiency increased by 20, consumes 5's power, overload buffer at 30 SIXS, 30-minute energy pool, can store 5,000 energy points. Can be converted into Shadow Inkstone, upgrade requires 7 strands of floating land origin 0, 500 energy points, 5 life core 0. Shadow Inkstone armor, LV0 quality, purple trait. Inkstone shield consumes 5 shadow energy points, protection 15. Can be converted into Shadow Inkstone, upgrade requires 8 strands of floating land origin 0, 800 shadow energy points. Inkstone shield consumes 1,000 shadow energy points. Activates a temporary stone shield layer, lasting 3 minutes. Both purple components originated from the Shadow Inkstone, piquing Song Chi's curiosity, though he refrained from asking directly. Between the 2, Song Chi leaned towards the Shadow Inkstone armor. Not only did he already possess a phantom antimatter superstate engine, but the active trait of the Shadow Inkstone armor was exceptionally rare and powerful. Most traits are passively activated, but those requiring active triggering usually have significant effects. The Inkstone shield trait of the Shadow Inkstone armor could activate a stone shield layer outside the armor, perfectly complementing the celestial vessel's dark matter energy shield generator. This would remedy the flaw of the dark matter energy shield generator's 30-second charging time, which had nearly caused the celestial vessel to sink during the Starshine Civil War. With the Shadow Inkstone armor, the instant activation of the Inkstone shield could help navigate crises and emergencies. Logically, the Shadow Inkstone armor should be Song Chi's first choice, until he saw the attributes of the 3rd artifact. Artifact, Forest Whitebone Flame, quality, purple. Can evolve into Seed of Flame Ascension Fire Source. Note: a top-tier fire attribute purple artifact with extensive applications. The 3rd artifact turned out to be a purple artifact capable of transforming into the Seed of Flame Ascension Fire Source, and its attributes after transformation made Shang-Chi face a difficult decision. Seed of Flame Ascension Fire Source, Forest White Bone Flame. Effect. When fused with colorless or white quality flame seeds, the quality of the flame seed will be upgraded by 1 tier. Note. A wisp of white bone fire nurtured over thousands of years in the burial pit deep within the ancestral land of the Bone Tribe on the White Bone continent, carrying a strong cold and corrosive power, providing special benefits to flame seeds, and highly attractive to low-quality flame captains. Yes, this eerie white bone flame is indeed the highest grade of purple ascension fire source, far surpassing the thousand-year star core fire and cold spring flame that Shang-Chi had seen before. Not only can it affect the colorless fire seed, but it can also upgrade the white fire seed to blue. Realizing this, Shang-Chi's attention was immediately captivated by this rare white bone flame, and his interest in the shadow obsidian armor significantly waned. As a fire captain, enhancing his own potential was far more crucial than acquiring an exceptional ship component. Shang-Chi understood that to further strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator, improving the quality of the fire seed was essential. Without much hesitation, Shang-Chi quickly made a decision. He looked up at the woman's delicate face, waiting for her to continue. He was well aware that she wasn't showcasing these 3 purple artifacts just to pawn them all for the chance to borrow the brainwave remote control system. Sure enough, the woman soon revealed her true intentions. The previous terms remain unchanged. This electromagnetic lightning cannon will be the subsequent reward, the woman said, pointing to the 3 purple artifacts. You can choose one, and I will hold on to it for you for 2 years. You can purchase it from me with an item of equal value, she added. During the period you borrow the remote control component, I will pawn both the purple artifact you select and this electromagnetic lightning cannon to you as a gesture of sincerity. Hearing this, Shang-Chi was very tempted. A top-tier purple ascension fire source plus a shipboard auxiliary cannon with group attack attribute she wouldn't lose out even if the woman reneged later. Besides, the brainwave remote control system on the Celestial currently had a reinforcement level of only LV20, and even if it reset to 0 upon removal, he could easily re-upgrade it with his current assets. As for needing to purchase it with an item of equal value, Shang-Chi had already subconsciously overlooked this point. He planned to conduct a second exploration of the Bro civilization ruins soon, where acquiring new purple artifacts wouldn't be difficult. However, he then recalled his father's arrangements. In 5 days, he would set off to the Blood Blade pirate base and wouldn't return to the White Tower floating land for at least a few months. The brainwave remote control system would also be crucial there, and lending it out now would cause a timing conflict. After pondering for a moment, Shang-Chi asked via subtitle projection, "How long do you need to borrow it?" "I need this component soon, too." The woman tapped her red lips with her slender finger, thought for a moment, and held up 2 fingers. "How about 20 days? Shang-Chi immediately showed a troubled expression. 20 days was still too long for him. Seeing his hesitation, the woman bit her silver teeth and conceded, 10 days, that's my limit. Any shorter, and I really can't do it. I need time to gather, travel, and return." After a few seconds of silence, just as disappointment appeared on the woman's face, Shang-Chi finally nodded in agreement. 10 days should be manageable after discussing it with his father. More importantly, the woman's offer was indeed highly tempting. Both the top-tier purple ascension fire source and the group attack auxiliary cannon were things he urgently needed. Additionally, Shang-Chi worried that if he refused, the woman might get angry and forcibly suppress his combat robot. After all, the robot's backpack contained funds worth thousands of strands of 0-level floating land essence. After finalizing the deal, both parties were satisfied, especially the woman behind the counter. She was so excited that her face blushed, making her delicate features even more alluring. In the fortress spaceship docking area, Shang-Chi controlled the combat robot to return to the docking bay of his Star Sea shuttle. Behind him, the woman, stepping gracefully in crystal high heels, followed. When she saw the standard Star Sea shuttle, her gaze shifted to the combat robot, her eyes full of a teasing smile. Far away on the Celestial, Shang-Chi noticed the woman's expression and couldn't help but cough awkwardly, trying to hide his discomfort. Shang-Chi silently reassured himself, Tier 3? Huh? This woman is a Tier 3 flame captain. It's only natural to be cautious. After this brief interlude, he controlled the battle robot to board the shuttle. His mission was Cleardo retrieve the remote neural control system components from the Skydome. He tightly gripped the precious white bone flame in his hand, knowing that the electromagnetic lightning cannon would only be his once he brought back the system parts. The shuttle's engines roared as it ascended into the night sky under the woman's quiet gaze, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Within a minute, 2 5-meter-long stealth shuttles silently lifted off from the fortress corner, trailing after Shang-Chi. The woman watched everything unfold, her red lips parting slightly. In an instant, several figures clad in advanced exoskeleton armor appeared behind her. "Go clean up those dirty rats," she commanded. "Yes, ma'am." The figures acknowledged and departed, but not before one of them asked, "Should we bring him back, ma'am?" Her eyes glimmered as she replied softly, "No need. With such a cautious nature, I'm rather curious to see how far this little guy can grow in the future." In the starry sky, Song-Chi's shuttle changed its route multiple times before safely reaching the sky dome. His first action was to check the anomaly purifier, ensuring the woman hadn't left any special marks, before carefully stowing away the white-boned flame. He approached the slot containing the remote neural control system components, hesitated for a moment, and then extended his hand. A system warning popped up. "Are you sure you want to uninstall the remote neural control system components? Once uninstalled, the component's enhancement level will reset to 0. Please choose carefully." "Confirm." Song-Chi responded without hesitation. Back at the Morningstar multifunction shop, Song-Chi handed the remote neural control system components to the woman. With the prized purple-grade white-boned flame in his possession, he knew he wouldn't lose out even if things turned sour. The woman examined the component's attributes carefully, a radiant smile reappearing on her face. She tossed the electromagnetic lightning cannon to Song-Chi, advising him to return in 10 days, and then took out a black special communication wristband, seemingly to contact a companion. Understanding her intentions, Song-Chi quickly left. Shortly after, his shuttle ascended once more, this time with no one tailing him. Upon returning to the Sky Dome, he immediately changed locations and initiated a second space jump once the Purple River warp device had completed its cooldown. He needed to inform his father about the Tindi rendezvous. After Song-Chi departed, the Morningstar multifunction shop ceased operations. In a hidden chamber within the shop, the woman used a floating holographic screen to communicate remotely. "What? You found new remote control components so quickly? The last blue mid-range remote control key component was far from satisfactory, and now you've managed to get another piece of purple quality or higher. Ansawai, I remind you, these things are rare. I have to spend a considerable amount each time. If this fails again, I have no obligation to help you a third time." The chamber fell silent. After several seconds, the woman's cold voice replied, "I understand. Bring your people over. This time, I'm confident." Seeing her determination, the person on the other end relented and agreed. "All right, I'll bring my people over tomorrow. If you're in a hurry, make all the preparations today, so we can get started as soon as I arrive." Song-Chi had no idea what was happening at the Morningstar multifunctional shop afterward. Upon returning home, he briefly explained the situation to his father, Song Chao. Unexpectedly, Song Chao readily agreed to extend the 5-day outing to 10 days, which was a relief for Song-Chi. With that issue resolved, Song-Chi locked himself in his bedroom under the pretense of cultivation. In reality, he quietly entered the celestial market. He chose the free trading zone, which was filled with various mineral resources of different sizes. Song-Chi decided not to sell the thousands of tons of materials at the Xinhua Mall on the White Tower floating land, or the Guangyuan floating land fortress. He aimed to avoid unexpected incidents and didn't want to let merchants skim off a layer of profit. His plan was to open about 10 shops in the next market session, specifically selling these mineral resources. Future gains from interstellar explorations would also be sold in the market, rather than to outside parties. This approach would not only maximize his safety and prevent the celestial market from being exposed, but also maximize his future profits. Song-Chi realized that this strategy might result in some resources being stockpiled for a long time, as it was unlikely that every market session would have alien creatures in need of the exact minerals he was offering. It might take 2, or even multiple market sessions to sell everything. However, considering that he already had sufficient startup capital, this delay was acceptable. With his mind made up, Song-Chi set these thoughts aside and took out the electromagnetic thunder cannon component. Although the forest white bone flame was only temporarily in his possession and couldn't be used, this top-grade area attack secondary cannon was now entirely his. According to the terms of the deal, as long as the brainwave remote control system was handed over to the other party, regardless of whether the woman's subsequent actions succeeded, the electromagnetic thunder cannon would remain his as compensation for lending the brainwave remote control system component. Song-Chi quickly boarded the Sangcheong and replaced the standard-issue colorless shipborne psionic secondary cannon with the new component. He then spent over 200 wisps of 0-tier and 1st-tier floating land essence to upgrade the electromagnetic thunder cannon to level 20. The upgraded cannon's attributes were impressive. Electromagnetic thunder cannon LV-20. Quality: blue. Feature: arc lightning splash. Consumption: 10 psionic points per shot. Power: 270. No buffer or charging needed. Upgrade requirements: 15 wisps of 2nd-tier floating land essence, 8,000 psionic points. Arc lightning splash. Creatures hit by the electromagnetic thunderball will splash 40 of the damage received to the nearest 8 creatures. Song-Chi estimated that if he encountered the swarm of Zerg in the ruins of the Buluo civilization again, a single sweep could wipe out hundreds of Zerg. Even clearing tens of thousands of Zerg might take less than 10 minutes. Of course, this was for 0-tier Zerg. Facing 1st-tier Zerg, the clearing speed would be slower, as this was just a secondary cannon. Despite its fast firing rate, Its power was limited, requiring more time to deal with first-tier armored Zerg. For now, Song-Chi decided not to further upgrade the electromagnetic thunder cannon. Although he had looted a batch of second-tier floating land essence in the Xingyao civilization's territory, the quantity was limited to about 400 wisps. He opted to observe the situation and consider further upgrades later. After completing these operations, Song-Chi stored the Sangqiang and entered the all-purpose training room. Recently, he had advanced his guiding technique to level 8 using the Queen's Essence Meat, but to utilize the high-grade body refining potion that had been neutralized with 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl powder, he needed to elevate the guiding technique to level 9. Otherwise, the potent effects of the potion would not benefit him and could even become a deadly poison, destroying his cultivation foundation. Advancing from level 8 to level 9 would take some time, so he couldn't neglect his daily training. Meanwhile, Song-Chi's parents exchanged a smile and gently shook their heads. They moved quietly, careful not to disturb their son's meditation. In an unknown starry sky, 5 varying-sized Xinhua battleships were speeding at full throttle. Under light-speed cruising, the ships appeared as streaking beams of light, traversing vast distances in an instant. Suddenly, the 2-kilometer-long leading battleships began to decelerate, followed by the 300-meter-long rear battleships. Inside the control rooms of the 2 leading battleships, the voices of the Xinhua captains could be heard conversing. "We're approaching the area covered by the deep blue spores." "Slow down," a male voice sounded through the communication screen. "Ansawai, you might want to deploy that phantom butterfly drone you have." The 5 silver, kilometer-long warships gradually decelerated, hovering at the edge of the deep blue spore field. Ansawai didn't respond. She was focused on maneuvering the light silver warship to her right. With a faint mechanical click, a small hatch opened on the ship, and a nearly invisible drone shot out like a meteor, vanishing into the starry expanse a light-year away. "A second-generation Tianchan?" A man on another warship exclaimed in surprise. "What about your latest phantom butterfly drone? Isn't it more advanced?" Ansawai remained silent, her attention split between piloting the warship and controlling the Tianchan drone a light-year away. As the fleet steadily advanced, Ansawai issued a warning through the communication screen. "The Tianchan drone has entered the deep blue spore field, distance 1.01 light-years." The man raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the control distance. "Control range exceeding a light-year? That's definitely a height-year remote control module. Ansawai, after this mission, could you sell it to me?" Ansawai narrowed her eyes and turned to stare at the man's projection on the screen. After a few seconds of tense silence, she coldly replied, "I need this module. I'm not planning to sell it." Sensing her displeasure, the man dropped the subject. The 5 warships came to a halt, waiting for the next steps. A light-year away, the Tianchan drone sped into the deep blue spore cluster. These spores, produced by the deep blue spore mother tree, were highly corrosive and toxic, attacking large objects nearby. Thus, the warships dared not approach recklessly. However, the small Tianchan drone could avoid triggering the spore's aggression as long as it didn't make direct contact. Under Ansawai's precise control, the drone moved swiftly towards the center of the spore field. Occasionally brushing against floating spores, the drone's mysterious transparent shield effectively repelled their corrosive nature. About 20 minutes later, the massive tree standing in the starry sky became visible. Suddenly, the transparent shield around the drone began to flicker violently. Ansawai's expression darkened. The shield was about to fail. "We're close to the mother tree. Getting through the last stretch shouldn't be too hard," she thought. She then halted the drone abruptly. As the shield dissipated completely, Ansawai triggered a red button on the drone's underside. A pale white mist emanated from the drone, causing the surrounding deep blue spores to retreat as if facing a natural enemy. Soon, a vacuum zone several kilometers in diameter appeared in the spore field center. Simultaneously, Ansawai, a light-year away, reacted instantly. "Coordinates XXXXXXXX now." At her command, the 5 warships initiated a spatial jump. After a strong spatial fluctuation, they reappeared in the center of the deep blue spore field. However, the moment the warships materialized, the surrounding spores went berserk. No longer deterred by the white mist, they surged towards the 5 warships in a frenzied attack. Without needing any reminder, the 3 escort ships quickly adjusted their positions behind the 2-kilometer-long battleships, forming a triangular formation that encircled the larger ships in the middle. As the deep blue spores surged like a tide, a layer of purple light screens emerged from the escort ships, eventually merging perfectly into a massive 3-dimensional barrier spanning several kilometers in diameter. "Move towards the deep blue mother tree." The deep, commanding voice of a man echoed from the left side kilometer-long battleship. Enveloped within the barrier, the 5 fire-forged warships swiftly advanced towards the colossal tree in the distance. Outside the barrier, countless deep blue spores relentlessly assaulted it, causing the light to dim rapidly over time. This barrier, known as the 3 Talents isolation screen, was formed by 3 purple components of the same origin, each occupying 3 special slots. No single ship could bear the burden alone, so the components were distributed among the 3 escort ships. The 5 ships rapidly approached the deep blue Spore mother tree. Just as the 3 talents isolation screen was about to collapse, they reached the vicinity of the mother tree. Sensing the threat, the immense tree, towering over 20,000 meters high, shed layers of pitch-black bark, which transformed into large deep blue spores that surged towards the fleet. These are advanced deep blue spores. The mother tree has initiated a level 1 stress response. Ansawai, we can't delay any longer. The man's voice rose sharply through the communication screen. The deep blue spore mother tree is not an ordinary plant, but a type of starseed flora. The regular deep blue spores serve as its first layer of defense. When foreign entities approach its main body, it triggers a stress response, which has 5 levels, each more formidable than the last. It's said that a level 5 stress response can fully activate the mother tree's root system, enabling it to confront dozens of similarly ranked beings with immense power. Currently, it's only at level 1, which the 5 warships can still handle. But if it escalates to level 2 or 3, they would inevitably become nourishment for the mother tree's growth. Inside the right-side kilometer-long battleship, a woman looked up at the treetop of the towering tree, where giant fruits over 5 meters in diameter deep blue fruits, the ultimate goal of their mission hung. This artifact of longevity, capable of extending life by 100 years, is a priceless treasure sought by many carbon-based life forms across the Starsea. Cover me. The woman's cool voice commanded. The main cannons of the other 4 fire-forged warships simultaneously turned. Once charged, 2 of the 5 main cannons fired upwards. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the intense blasts, the fire attribute main cannon shots exploded fiercely. The sky above was instantly engulfed in scorching flames, and the terrifying heat ripped open a considerable gap in the dense swarm of deep blue spores. The moment the silver cruiser broke through the formation layers, the woman decisively maneuvered the warship to speed upward. Deep blue spores surged skyward like a tide, only to be vaporized by the intense heat. However, the advanced deep blue spores, evolved from tree armor, doggedly approached the silver cruiser's low but formidable. The warship swiftly ascended to the treetop of the mother tree, and the hatch quietly opened. A powerful tractor beam emerged, precisely locking onto a deep blue fruit above. With the pull of the beam, the fruit slowly moved toward the cargo bay. The sudden contact startled the 5th-tier star plant. The deep blue mother tree trembled violently, causing the shedding of tree armor to accelerate. The man's voice crackled through the communication screen, warning that a level 2 stress response was about to trigger a spore storm. The woman, already prepared, reacted instantly. The main cannon of the warship aimed at the deep blue fruit, and a jet-black beam precisely severed the fruit stem. The unsupported fruit was swiftly enveloped by the tractor beam and pulled into the cargo bay. As the hatch closed, the woman skillfully pivoted the warship, heading toward the shattered triad formation below. With a quick glance, she noticed hundreds more deep blue fruits in the sky, a pang of regret flashing through her mind. The triad formation collapsed with a thunderous crash, and countless deep blue spores swarmed upward, instantly enveloping 5 ember warships. The energy shields emitted a piercing hum, and the hulls began to turn a pale blue under the spore virus's corrosion. The 5 captains' faces turned grim, fully aware that this was the precursor to deep blue virus infection. In the main control room of the silver cruiser, the woman urgently called out to William. The man in the black cruiser nodded slightly, activating the purple special component with a thought. Repulsion field, activate. With his command, a cyan ring of energy burst outward from the black cruiser, rapidly expanding in all directions. Boom! A violent shockwave of energy surged through, sweeping away all the surrounding deep blue spores and advanced deep blue spores as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, flinging them tens of thousands of meters away. The woman's sharp gaze swiftly turned to the warp drive components on the command ship, calculating the timing in her mind. After the jump, she immediately activated a special component on the warship. This component, emitting a faint blue glow, could have the cooldown time of a specified unit. As the blue light glowed, the cooldown time of the warp drive was instantly reduced. With the minutes that had already passed, there was now less than a minute remaining. In the distance, the scattered deep blue spores regrouped like a tidal wave, rushing towards the 5 ember warships at an alarming speed. The 5 ships, already prepared, swiftly took action. Aside from the woman's silver cruiser, the other 4 warships were recalled into the ember ancestral aperture by their respective captains. The 4 captains appeared in the starry sky, surrounded by ethereal energy, and without hesitation, flew towards the silver cruiser. It had only been a few minutes since they jumped from a light year away. The warp drives on the 4 ships still needed over 10 minutes to complete their cooldown. If they waited for their own warp drives, they would have long been swallowed by the sea of spores. The 4 quickly entered the cabin, and the silver cruiser's hatch closed behind them. At the same time, A deduction notice from the floating land source sounded in the woman's ears. Deducted 40 strands of Tier 3 floating land source. She had anticipated this and chose to ignore it. The 5 waited tensely. Seconds later, the warp drive's cooldown was finally complete. The woman immediately reactivated the component. Although this purple-grade warp drive had been enhanced to level 40, it still required 10 minutes to charge. Outside the warship, countless deep blue spores had closed in again, surrounding the ship like a dense swarm of blue insects. Even with an orange-quality energy shield component, it was impossible to last 10 minutes. Worse still, near the trunk of the deep blue mother tree behind them, several spore storms were rapidly forming. Once they spread, they would pull the warship into a gravitational field, making space warp almost impossible. However, the woman's delicate face showed no signs of panic. Given that she dared to venture into the deep blue spore mother tree's territory, she was naturally well prepared. With a fluctuation of her thoughts, another special component on the warship was activated. This time, it targeted the charging time, having the original 10 minutes to 5 minutes. Even so, the situation remained dire. Around the warship, countless deep blue spores and advanced deep blue spores were piling up against the energy shield, continuously eroding the orange quality barrier. Time ticked by, each second feeling like an eternity. The energy shield dimmed, and even the outer armor of the ship began to turn blue. In this agonizing wait, the woman finally heard the semi-intelligent system's countdown. Warp drive charging almost complete. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. When the final 0 sounded, the woman's tense nerves slightly relaxed. The energy shield was on the verge of collapse. Any further delay, and she might have been lost in this starfield forever. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A space vortex with a diameter of several kilometers suddenly appeared in front of the warship. The approaching deep blue spores were instantly sucked in, disintegrating under the terrifying spatial forces. The woman urgently maneuvered the warship forward. Just as the warship was about to enter the space vortex, a violent energy surge erupted from behind. A deep blue spore storm, now several kilometers in diameter, had somehow closed in on the warship's tail. In the fierce storm, the silver cruiser trembled violently, and the already strained energy shield shattered instantly. Without the shield's protection, the warship was immediately engulfed by a swarm of deep blue spores. Even more terrifying, the spore storm morphed into a roaring storm dragon, charging directly at the warship's tail. The energy contained in this storm was terrifying. If the storm dragon hit Hedon, even if the silver cruiser miraculously survived, the uncontrolled thrust into the space vortex ahead would likely tear it apart in the spatial rift. At the critical moment, the woman concentrated, activating the latent feature of the shadow inkstone armor on the warship's basic components. The inkstone shield. Instantly, a thick, black stone shield surged around the entire warship, enveloping it tightly. Almost simultaneously, the storm dragon struck the rear of the ship with tremendous force. The impact propelled the warship, now covered by the inkstone shield, like an arrow into the void vortex ahead. Hundreds of light-years away, the silent starry sky was suddenly torn apart by a massive spatial vortex. A colossal, pitch-black object emerged, its surface covered with terrifyingly large cracks. Minutes later, the inkstone shield gradually dissipated, revealing a silver cruiser within. The once magnificent cruiser was now battered and scarred. The sleek, silver hull was riddled with cracks of varying sizes, and the main cannon at the bow was broken in half, completely destroyed. With a hiss of steam, the hatch slowly opened. For visibly shaken, captains of the Ember ships quickly emerged, immediately summoning their respective vessels. For these captains, true safety could only be found within their own ships. In the control room, the woman gently massaged her temples, her eyes reflecting deep exhaustion. This operation had pushed her mental energy to its limits, even with the support of third-tier guiding techniques. However, her fatigue was soon replaced by joy. The deep blue fruit was finally in her possession. Despite the significant cost, it was worth it for her. The person behind her was nearing the end of their life, and most life-extending substances had failed. But this fruit, nurtured by a fifth-tier deep blue mother tree, was different. It couldn't extend life by a century, but 50 years was achievable. These 50 years were crucial. During this time, her fleet would have the opportunity to advance to the 4th tier. Once they became deer-chasing ships, she would gain basic autonomy and no longer be subject to others' arrangements. Collecting her thoughts, the woman opened the hatch again. For beams of light shot out from the cabin, each connecting to the surrounding warships. This was the compensation for the 4 Ember warships that had assisted her, a significant amount but necessary to pay. Besides maintaining personal credibility, the identity of the owner of the black cruiser on her left was not to be underestimated. As a direct member of one of the duchy's most powerful noble families, refusing to pay would invite pressure from his family, which even her status couldn't withstand unscathed. The man from the black cruiser accepted the payment but made one last attempt to inquire about the brainwave remote control system components, only to be firmly rebuffed by the woman. After the 4 warships departed, the woman's tense expression finally broke. She turned pale, and at the same time, the silver cruiser, barely holding together, began to emit urgent red alarms. The impact of spatial forces was no trivial matter. Despite the protection of the Inkstone shield, the damage to the silver cruiser had exceeded expectations. Amidst the blaring alarms, the warship on the brink of collapse narrated the heavy cost of this operation. Time flies like water, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Song-Chi once again stepped into the Morning Star multifunctional shop within the floating fortress on Guangyuan floating continent. But this time, he came in person. Without the remote brainwave control system, he had no choice but to visit himself, but it was not a reckless decision. Song-Chi cautiously entered the shop, and suddenly, the familiar rough voice of his grandfather, Song Ming-Song, echoed behind him. "All right, Grandpa won't go in." Despite his loud voice, the vigilance in Song Ming-Song's eyes did not diminish. He chose to stay at the entrance to guard against any potential traps inside the shop. After all, Song-Chi had clearly informed him that the shop's owner was likely a seasoned Tier 3 flame captain. As Song-Chi turned his head, his grandfather reminded him again, "Don't go more than 20 meters from this door, or it will be hard for Grandpa to come to your rescue in time." Song-Chi nodded solemnly, feeling fortunate to have such a strong backing. Over the past 10 days, he had racked his brain but couldn't come up with a perfect plan to confront the Tier 3 flame captain safely. In the end, he had to seek his grandfather's help. Luckily, his grandfather had just returned from an interstellar exploration and had nearly a month of free time ahead. Under Song Ming-Song's grave gaze, Song-Chi stepped into the shop. However, after advancing just 3 meters, he stopped, causing Song Ming-Song's eye to twitch slightly. Song-Chi muttered to himself, "20 meters away? Grandpa, are you not taking my life seriously?" From behind the distant counter, the female shopkeeper, whose complexion had returned to a healthy glow, chuckled and shook her head. She was already accustomed to Song-Chi's caution, her face still adorned with a warm smile. However, when her peripheral vision swept over Song Ming-Song, also cloaked in black at the entrance, a barely perceptible look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She could sense the faint yet palpable threat emanating from him, a rarity in the frontier star domains. Her curiosity about Song-Chi deepened. The crisp sound of high heels echoed closer as the shopkeeper gracefully approached Song-Chi. At some point, her pupils had changed from black to light green, making Song-Chi feel a chill down his spine, as if he were completely exposed before her. In that critical moment, Song Ming-Song unleashed a powerful aura, blocking the woman's probing gaze. Only then did Song-Chi breathe a sigh of relief, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Despite the unsettling experience, he sensed no malice from her. She merely wanted to uncover his true identity. The woman pursed her lips and withdrew her supernatural ability, then took out a component of the brainwave remote control system from her brow. Reluctantly, Song-Chi followed suit, returning the wisp of bone-white flame. Noticing his reluctance, the woman softly said, "While putting away the flame, I'll be leaving Guangyuan floating continent soon, but this bone-white flame will stay in the shop. If you can bring an item of equal quality within 2 years, the flame will be yours." With that, she turned and gestured for him to leave, ignoring his reaction. Under his cloak, Song-Chi squinted, but decided to hold his tongue, turning to walk back to his grandfather. Regardless of whether the woman's promise was genuine, he had gained a top-quality blue-grade AoE secondary cannon in exchange for 10 days' use of the component, making the deal worthwhile. Even if she took the bone-white flame, he would only lose a chance to obtain a top-quality purple-grade upgrade source. As he was about to leave, the woman sent someone to deliver a pitch-black communication wristband. According to the delivery person, it was a one-way communication device that could only send messages to designated similar devices, ensuring no eavesdropping or information leakage. If he ever visited the duchy's capital star domain, he could use it to contact the shopkeeper. Song-Chi had barely taken the black wristband when Old Master Song Ming-Song's large hand swiftly reached out. He grabbed the wristband and scrutinized it for a while. Upon arriving at the floating fortress docking area, Song Ming-Song summoned the Furious Lion, boarded the warship with the wristband, and seemed to use some special equipment for inspection. 2 minutes later, the wristband was thrown out of the warship. Song-Chi quickly caught it. Understanding his grandfather's messageno words meant the wristband hadn't been tampered with. Despite this, Song-Chi decided to store it in the void market just in case. The void market existed in a null space, which would likely neutralize any hidden tampering. As for the remote brainwave control system component, Song Ming-Song merely glanced at it without asking questions. Ever since Song-Chi presented a mid-level energy crystal at his grandmother by Xiuqin's birthday celebration and advanced the Ember Seed to white on his own, the elders knew he had encountered something extraordinary. Therefore, Song Ming-Song wasn't surprised by the unfamiliar purple component in Song-Chi's possession. Next, Song Mingsong summoned the sky canopy and upgraded the remote brainwave control system to level 20. Song Qi then entered the void market and placed the black communication wristband in a sealed storage room. After completing these tasks, the two warships, one large and one small, took off and quickly disappeared into the starry sky surrounding Guangyuan floating fortress. This time, no other warship dared to follow after all. Who would be foolish enough to provoke a kilometer-long cruiser? Upon returning to White Tower floating fortress, Song Qi tirelessly rushed between various ember stores. He needed to prepare for an upcoming expedition with his father that would last at least 3 months, stockpiling enough goods for 3 subsequent void market transactions. After continuous procurement on both Guangyuan and White Tower floating fortresses, he finally finished gathering the planned supplies this morning. Outside Zhongyuan City, when Song Chao and Song Qi arrived, they found Song Lin already waiting, with Song Yu unexpectedly present as well. Song Qi quickly realized that Song Yu, also a 6-cycle explorer of the alien realm, must have upgraded his flagship to a psionic airship. Though Song Chao said little, his slightly upturned lips revealed his satisfaction with the rapid progress of the family's new generation. All right, no need to summon your warships, just come aboard, Song Chao said, his brow glistening with a faint light as the azure sky appeared out of thin air. 10 seconds later, the warship broke through the clouds, vanishing into the sky above the floating fortress. Once aboard the azure sky, the three were enveloped in a circle of special luminescence. Under its influence, they found it extremely difficult to circulate their psionic energy, rendering even basic psionic cycles impossible. Simultaneously, a cool sensation emanated from their brows, cutting off their ability to sense the ember seed within their ancestral aperture no matter how hard they tried. All this was due to a special component installed on the azure sky, the Ember Warship Crew Certificate. This level 10, blue-grade consumable component required 50 psionic points per person and could accommodate up to 300 people, currently holding 3. Its effect was to seal the energy within the passengers' bodies for 24 hours, while lifting the restriction on consuming the floating fortress's origin energy within the carrying capacity. Such components were quite common within the Ember human civilization's territory, but due to the energy sealing limitation, most Ember captains rarely used them, reserving them for emergency travel or escape situations. For a pyro captain, sealing the energy within is akin to sealing the psychic energy. Song Qi knew that being unable to harness psychic energy meant he couldn't open the ancestral aperture in his forehead, nor could he summon his own pyro battleship. This state made him feel exceptionally vulnerable, as if he had lost his last line of defense. He couldn't help but imagine the monthly alien domain exploration scenario. Thousands of low-rank pyro captains gathering together, ready to set off. The scene was awe-inspiring but also raised a series of questions. Increased danger? Isn't that the same in the real domain? Without this restriction, wouldn't the cost of each large-scale interstellar expedition for pyro-human civilization be ridiculously low? The 24-hour restriction on summoning battleships was equally crucial. It significantly increased the risk factor of interstellar expeditions. If they encountered alien races during the sealing period, the casualties would be catastrophic. This forced every expedition to be extremely cautious, with no room for error. Song Qi understood that these settings might be difficult for everyone to accept, but this was the original intent. Inside the cabin, after a brief period of discomfort, Song Qi and his two companions quickly regained their composure. They had learned about the pyro battleship boarding credentials in their courses and knew this was a normal reaction. As long as they waited 24 hours after disembarking, everything would return to normal. Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness hit them as the blue sky began a spatial jump. Song Qi's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "It seems the Blood Blade Pirate Group's base is indeed far from the White Tower floating continent." This judgment came from his keen observation that the weightlessness caused by this spatial jump was significantly stronger than that of the Purple River jump device. This meant the current jump distance far exceeded 40 light-years. Even more surprising was that the jump didn't end after the first attempt. The blue sky was preparing for a second jump. Chaos Starfield, Sector 0155. This sector, located on the edge of the Chaos Starfield, was infamous for its barrenness. It was said that thousands of years ago, this area was the core territory of a medium-sized civilization. However, during the first great expedition of the Morning Star, dense space collapse bombs ravaged the entire region beyond recognition. Since then, the asteroids and floating continents in this starfield had been obliterated by countless spatial rifts. Over time, the spatial rifts continued to spread, pushing the danger level of this sector to the extreme. Coupled with resource depletion, this place had become almost a forbidden zone for nearly 1,000 years. After all, who would risk coming to a place devoid of any benefits and filled with dangers? In a remote corner on the edge of Sector 0155, accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations, the blue sky emerged from a spatial vortex. Through the cabin window, Song Lin's gaze swept across the outer space and instantly recognized this starfield. This is Sector 0155 on the edge of the Chaos Starfield, Song Lin recalled. I remember that the Moro civilization had a decisive battle with our Duchy Expeditionary Force here. Could it be that the Blood Blade pirate group has established their base here? Compared to Song Qi and Song Yu, Song Lin had been awake for much longer and naturally experienced more, giving him a certain understanding of the 0155 star sector. This piqued Song Qi and Song Yu's curiosity, and they eagerly pressed for more information. Song Lin patiently explained, and after 2 minutes, Song Qi and Song Yu had a basic grasp of the situation. They were already aware of the first Morning Star Grand Expedition, an interstellar war launched by the Morning Star Principality shortly after its founding to expand its territory. Song Lin described the situation in detail. The Principality deployed 20 fully manned fleets, with over 600,000 Xinhua-class warships, including more than 20 Zilla-class warships. The war lasted 50 years and ultimately expanded the territory significantly. Song Qi and Song Yu were astonished to learn that the territories the Principality had expanded into included the Jinsha star system and several nearby regions, with their main adversary being the Moro, a mid-level civilization. Song Lin continued to explain that the Moro had once been a dominant force in the Chaos Star region, controlling star systems across nearly 10,000 light-years and possessing unique technological advancements. During the Grand Expedition, the Moro caused significant trouble for the Morning Star Expeditionary Force. Eventually, the Expeditionary Force had to resort to large-scale deployment of space collapse bombs to completely annihilate this mid-level civilization. However, due to the nature of space collapse bombs, the core essence of the Moro civilization was obliterated within the spatial rifts, leaving the Expeditionary Force with only the Jinsha and a few surrounding star systems. Song Lin explained that this is why all factions within the Xinhua human civilization are reluctant to use space collapse bombs unless absolutely necessary. The aftermath of the war also led other civilizations in the Chaos Star region to unite against the Morning Star Principality's subsequent expansions, significantly slowing the Principality's progress over the following millennia. As the three conversed, the Qingkong continued its journey. In the main control room of the warship, Song Chao activated a special component on board the Qingkong void membrane. This blue-quality LV-20 component consumes 500 points of dark energy per use and provides a 20-minute void stealth effect, concealing the warship's presence with a priority level of 350. After use, it requires a 9-hour cooldown period and lasts for 2 hours. Song Chao thought to himself that this void membrane was acquired by his grandfather, Song Ming Song, through special channels at a considerable cost. Both the Qingkong and Song Hai's flagship were equipped with one to avoid detection by the Blood Blade pirate group during sector transitions. The Qingkong cautiously advanced for 2 hours, and as the transparent void membrane on the hull expired, the ship found a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred meters to dock. After shutting down the warship's engines, the Qingkong blended seamlessly into the asteroid, emitting no detectable energy signals. 9 hours later, after the void membrane had recharged, the Qingkong set off again. This cycle repeated 4 times, and 2 days later, the Qingkong finally arrived near a small debris field. This debris field was minuscule, with a diameter of only a few thousand meters, incomparable to the vast debris fields spanning tens of thousands of kilometers found elsewhere. However, in the 0155 star sector, such minuscule debris fields were a common feature of the space collapse region. Just as Song Qi and the others thought the Qingkong would bypass the debris field, the warship suddenly changed course and darted into the debris. In the central area of the debris field, variously sized floating land fragments were scattered randomly, appearing quite ordinary at first glance. However, as the Qingkong passed through an invisible barrier, the scene before Song Qi and the others transformed. The chaotic floating land fragments vanished, replaced by a near-kilometer-wide vacuum area. In the center stood a floating land fragment over 500 meters in diameter, hosting a small temporary alloy base. Most strikingly, at the 4 corners of this massive fragment stood 4 mysterious mechanical devices. A continuous stream of energy flowed from the small temporary base into 4 mechanical devices. Deep red beams shot out from the devices, interconnecting to create a hidden space amidst the cluster of debris. Aboard the Qingkong, Song Lin was the first to recognize this expensive combination of illusion construction devices, leading to a sudden realization for Song Qi and Song Yu. Song Lin explained, "This is the product of the Qiyu dynasty's Virtual Technology Consortium. While its effects are top-notch, the cost is staggering. Each set requires hundreds of strands of third-tier floating land essence." The Qingkong slowly descended to the docking area beside the base. Song Zhao stored the warship into his spiritual core, and the 3 disembarked, only to find that their internal energy was still unusable and would remain restricted for another 24 hours. Before long, second Uncle Song Hai arrived with Song Qi and Song Wen to greet them. The 5 young people quickly engaged in lively conversation, with Song Qi particularly interested in Song Yu's recent advancement. "Promoted in just 5 tries? Our family's little genius indeed," Song Qi said, patting Song Yu on the shoulder. genuinely happy for his younger brother. Meanwhile, Song Hai and Song Zhao were having a quiet conversation on the side. Song Zhao inquired about the movements of the Blood Blade pirate gang. Song Hai reported that Blood Wolf had led a team out and had not yet returned, possibly out on a raid. Song Zhao frowned slightly. Could he be out for a promotion? Song Hai analyzed. Unlikely. Blood Wolf is still young and hasn't had enough time to refine his skills. Moreover, he is a close confidant of Blood Knife. If he were to attempt a promotion, their stronghold would be the safest place. Despite Song Hai's logical analysis, the matter was too critical to overlook. The two agreed to thoroughly investigate Bloodwolf's whereabouts upon returning to the White Tower floating land. Song Hai then asked about his elder brother's advancement progress. Song Zhao replied, "Pretty good. With the old man's help, the success rate is approaching 50. A few more explorations, and reaching 60 shouldn't be difficult." This progress greatly satisfied Song Hai. Achieving such results in just 2 months meant that, barring any unforeseen issues, a 60 success rate was within reach. As Song Chi walked into the base, he noticed that it wasn't very large, consisting only of a few single-person rest areas and a remote monitoring room at the far end. For a temporary base, this setup seemed reasonable enough. Song Chi, along with Song Lin and Song Yu, followed closely behind Song Hai and Song Chao. Their curiosity piqued as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the room said to be capable of monitoring a light year away. The door slowly opened, and the three of them stepped into the monitoring room with their elders. As soon as they entered, a massive projection screen immediately caught their attention. This screen spanned almost the entire room, over 10 meters long and more than 5 meters wide, resembling a giant black and white canvas right before their eyes. However, what was truly captivating was the ever-changing scene on the screen. Against the pitch-black backdrop of space, numerous terrifying spatial rifts of varying sizes were visible. Not far away, a large floating land fragment, over 10,000 meters in diameter, hovered silently, completely enveloped by a larger elliptical energy shield. Through this transparent barrier, various Shinhua warships of different sizes could be seen patrolling. Towering alloy buildings, over 1,000 meters high, stood on the fragment's surface, with blazing red energy surging from their tops into the energy shield above, maintaining the entire defense system. Song Hai's voice broke their reverie. The mechanical base on that floating land fragment is the headquarters of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, located over 1.5 light years away from us. This interstellar base has been here since we arrived decades ago. Song Chi snapped back to reality, a question forming in his mind. How is this projection screen able to monitor a star system 1.5 light years away in real time? It seemed almost unbelievable. Sensing his son's confusion, Song Chao explained, "This projection screen is generated by an orange component your grandfather brought from our clan." Song Chi furrowed his brow, still puzzled. Aren't ship components supposed to be installed on Shinhua warships to work? Could it be that second uncle's ship is nearby? If not, how will they handle it when they leave? Before he could voice his questions, Song Chao continued, "This component only needs to be enhanced to level 19 to achieve a range of 1.5 light years. Dismantling it each time doesn't consume many resources." Upon hearing this, Song Chi finally understood. A level 19 enhancement meant there was no need to use precious titanium crystals, making it a feasible solution. His thoughts then shifted. An orange quality special component clearly, the elders had quite a few valuable items up their sleeves. At that moment, Song Yu suddenly spoke up, asking a question that had been on all three of their minds. "Second uncle, third uncle, if the family is even using orange components, what exactly have we been planning over these decades?" In an instant, the curious gazes of Song Chi and the other six turned simultaneously towards Song Hai and Song Chao. The two elders exchanged a glance and subtly nodded. They knew that since they had brought the younger generation of the family here, it was time to reveal the family's mission objective. As long as there were no unexpected developments from Song Shan's side, the operation would soon commence. Song Hai and Song Chao's expressions suddenly grew serious. In a deep voice, Song Hai said, "You can know the family's ultimate objective, but you must swear to keep it confidential. If there's a leak, you'll bear the consequences." "Understood?" "Understood," the seven responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction, saying no more. These seven were the direct descendants of the family and could be trusted. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "You all know that this star sector was once the core area of the Moro civilization. The family has obtained a top-secret piece of information. Back then, the Moro civilization controlled a hidden realm. At the mention of hidden realm, Song Chi and the others felt their hearts race. As recipients of a traditional and rigorous education, they were no strangers to this term. Especially Song Chi, who managed a unique hidden realm known as the Heavenly Market. A hidden realm is a term for those unknown, enclosed environments within the star sea, known for their strong concealment and isolation. They usually preserve the primordial ecosystem from their formation. Over time, these realms often develop unique starsea treasures, rare minerals, and biological resources. Song Yu asked urgently, "Are you saying that the Bloodblade pirate group has obtained that hidden realm?" Song Chao nodded to confirm, "Yes, the Bloodblade pirate group has indeed acquired the Moro civilization's hidden realm." This statement caused the seven to breathe heavily. Hidden realms are incredibly rare, far fewer in number than the various civilization relics scattered throughout the broken star sea. The value of each hidden realm is unimaginable. Even the lowest tier, a broken hidden realm, is worth no less than a top-grade purple artifact. Song Chi couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what level is the Moro civilization's hidden realm?" The other six also focused intently on Song Chao, waiting for the answer. According to common knowledge in the Broken Star Sea, hidden realms are divided into 4 levels: Broken Hidden Realms, Star Sea Hidden Realms, Primordial Hidden Realms, and Cosmic Hidden Realms. Each level's value far surpasses the previous one. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chao finally spoke under the intense gazes of the group. "Based on our decades of secret investigation, that hidden realm is very likely a Star Sea Hidden Realm." As soon as Song Chao finished speaking, a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of Song Chi and the others. The Star Sea Secret Realm, even at its most ordinary, was comparable to an orange quality component. However, Song Chao's astonishing words were not yet over. "Moreover, this is a Star Sea secret realm imbued with the laws of space." He paused, then continued explaining, "You've always wondered why the Bloodblade pirates built their stronghold in the Void Rift Zone. The reason lies in the special void stabilizing stone produced by their secret realm. This stone not only protects their base from spatial rifts and void storms but also, when integrated into our warships, grants them special spatial resistance, significantly reducing the risk of traversing the Void Rift Zone." The crowd was even more astonished. A Star Sea secret realm containing the laws of space, what did that mean? The value of this realm was equivalent to a red, epic-quality supership component. Suddenly, several of them had a moment of realization. They recalled the words of their elders after their grandmother's birthday celebration, how their grandfather had once caused the family to lose the opportunity to acquire a red component due to a mistake. Now, if they could obtain this secret realm, it would make up for their grandfather's past error. Among the crowd, Song Chi was also surprised, but his reaction was much calmer compared to Song Chi and the other six. The reason was simple. The heavenly market he held was itself a secret realm, also containing the laws of space. Though the heavenly market did not produce special resources, it had the ability to deploy spatial gates across the shattered star sea, reflecting the laws of space. Otherwise, how could a severely damaged secret realm connect the various star regions of the endless shattered star sea so easily? As for the lack of unique resources, Song Chi speculated it might be related to an unknown celestial civilization's powerful being. Compared to the laws of space, Song Chi was more interested in the void stabilizing stone. According to his father, this stone was similar to the Phantom Crystal. Although not essential for upgrading the warship, it could be freely integrated during hull reinforcement, enhancing the ship's spatial resistance and reducing the impact of void rifts and void storms. This immediately reminded Song Chi of the void demons. The heavenly market drifted in the void fissures, the stronghold of the void demons, teeming with countless void demons, and the best place to hunt for void crystals. He vividly remembered the abundant void crystals he had previously obtained, with first-tier void crystals being exchangeable 1:1 for second-tier floating land essence, which he currently lacked. After the market's advancement, Song Chi had often thought about hunting void demons. With the current strength of the Celestial, slaying 0-tier and first-tier void demons was easy. However, the terrifying void storms always deterred him. If the family could secure that secret realm, would he have the chance to acquire enough void stabilizing stones? If integrated into the Celestial, granting it sufficient spatial resistance, he would no longer fear the void storms, making it feasible to hunt void demons outside the market. While Song Chi was carefully considering the feasibility of this plan, Song Chao's light cough brought the seven back to reality. "All right, that's enough about the secret realm," Song Chao said sternly. "After leaving this room, no one is to mention this secret realm again, whether here or back on the White Tower floating land. Understood?" "Got it. Understood." The seven nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation and knowing better than to make such a rookie mistake. The next day, at the warship docking area on one side of the Illusion space base, the nine gathered. Since Song Chao was already there, Song Hai naturally had to leave with Song Chi and Song Wan. Before departing, Song Chi called Song Chi, Song Yu, and the other six aside and directly made his request. "Big brother, second brother, Xiao Yu, do any of your ships have long-range deployment components? I need to borrow one for a while," Song Chi said seriously, clearly not joking. "I'll compensate for any resources wasted during the uninstallation." Song Chi and the others raised their eyebrows at this. "Fourth brother Chi, what's up?" Song Chi didn't elaborate, only saying he urgently needed it. Hearing this, the six didn't press further. Songwon spoke up, "Fourth brother, I have a blue-quality pinpoint deployment platform. If you can use it, I'll have it uninstalled for you." Song-chi raised his hand to stop his third brother Songwon from summoning his ship and instead inquired further. The enhancement level and deployment range of the component in Sanji's hand caught Songwon's attention. He straightforwardly asked, "How far can this long-range deployment component currently reach?" "The Bloodblade Star Pirate's base is 1.5 light-years away. If it can't reach that far, it's useless." Songwon quickly responded, "It's currently at level 10, with a deployment range of 0.5 light-years. Song-chi quickly did the math in his head. Level 10, 0.5 light-years? If we enhance it to level 20, it should exceed 1.5 light-years. He nodded in agreement to the deal. After receiving the component, Song-chi immediately took out 200 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Despite Songwon's polite refusal, Song-chi insisted on giving compensation. After all, he had tens of thousands of strands of zero-tier floating land essence and didn't want to take advantage of someone over a small matter. Once everything was settled, Songhai summoned the Black Sea, their escort ship. Song-chi and Songwon boarded the warship, activated the void membrane, and quickly left the illusionary space. In the docking area, Song-chi summoned the Sky Dome but didn't rush to install the fixed-point deployment platform. He first focused on the long-range brainwave control system. The level 20 system had a control range of only 1 light-year, which still needed further enhancement. Despite having only 10 titanium crystals left, Song-chi decided to continue the enhancement. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to spend 15 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 20,000 nether energy points, 1 ton of soul crystals, 1 titanium crystal, to upgrade the long-range brainwave control system to level 21? Song-chi selected yes. A flash of light signaled the system's upgrade to level 21, increasing the control range to 1.2 light-years. Song-chi had to continue the enhancements. After 2 more upgrades, the system finally reached level 23, meeting the requirement. A control range of 1.6 light-years, with a duration of 15 hours and a buffer of 4 hours. Next, Song-chi began enhancing the fixed-point deployment platform. After 20 consecutive upgrades, the component reached level 20, successfully surpassing the 1.5 light-year range, now extending to 2 light-years. After completing these upgrades, Song-chi didn't immediately test the long-range deployment. He turned his attention to the star map generated by the Sky Eye surveillance radar and realized that Sector 0155 was riddled with spatial rifts, unmarked on the star map. Looking down at the Phantom Butterfly drone, valued at 500 strands of first-tier floating land essence, Song-chi shook his head. Although he wasn't short on money, he wasn't willing to be so wasteful. After some consideration, he set aside the Phantom Butterfly drone and picked up a more economical Bumblebee-class drone. Song-chi stood in the bustling market space, surveying his surroundings. Here, he had meticulously stored his weaponry and equipment. Over 20 Hornet-class drones were neatly lined up, and 10 military combat robots stood silently beside them. Originally prepared for future interstellar exploration, these resources were now being put to an unexpected use. He approached the neural remote control system, where the console lights flickered. A neural beacon instantly linked to the Hornet-class drone in his hand. Carefully, Song-chi placed the drone on the designated launch pad, and, with a thought, the pad activated. 1.5 light-years away, in the starry expanse thousands of kilometers from the Bloodblade Pirate Clan's base, space subtly rippled, and a sizable Hornet-class drone quietly materialized. Song-chi had chosen this distant location due to the drone's size. In this region, where space rifts and violent winds raged, the spatial disturbance caused by the launch was negligible, like a drop in the ocean. However, Song-chi's expression darkened in the virtual space. The first launch was unlucky. The drone appeared right into a space rift and was instantly shredded. Frustrated, he recalled the drone and waited for another 6 hours to try again. Although the neural remote control system's cooldown was only 4 hours, the launch pad required more time to reset. Song-chi was reluctant to expend more of the second-tier floating land's essence, as these devices ultimately needed to be returned to Songwon. The next 2 attempts also ended in failure. The second drone was obliterated by spatial winds, and the third, despite a successful launch, couldn't avoid the dense space rifts and vanished into another rift despite Song-chi's best efforts. After 3 failed attempts, a fatigued Song-chi had to pause. He returned to his assigned room at the base and entered the all-attribute training room in the marketplace of the heavens to practice the etheric guidance technique. The next morning, after completing his daily monitoring tasks, Song-chi returned to the spaceship docking area to begin a new round of launch tests. This time, luck seemed to be on his side. The coordinates of the 4th launch were free of space rifts and spatial winds within a radius of several dozen meters. Song-chi quickly noted down these safe coordinates on his communication wristband for future reference. Carefully controlling the drone, Song-chi began exploring the surrounding environment, mapping the positions of space rifts and marking them on the star map generated by the Sky Eye recon radar. The drone advanced slowly and cautiously toward the Bloodblade Pirate Clan's base. However, the hazardous environment limited its speed, and with a finite power supply, the drone's energy ran out after 6 hours. To prevent the powerless drone from being discovered by the pirates, Song Chi decisively directed it into a space rift for self-destruction. Although the chances of it being found were minimal, he couldn't afford any risks regarding the family's return to their ancestral home. 6 hours later, the 5th Hornet-class drone was launched. Song Chi repeated his previous steps, continuing to refine the star map with more rift markers. Day after day, in this manner, 5 days quickly passed. Over the past 5 days, Song Chi worked tirelessly, successfully marking the coordinates of half the spatial rifts within 100,000 kilometers around the Bloodblade Star Pirate's lair. However, this arduous task depleted his fleet of bumblebee drones, leaving only 2 operational. Cautious by nature, he refrained from venturing deep into the lair or within 1,000 kilometers of it, aware that the bumblebee drone's stealth capabilities were limited, and any risk could have catastrophic consequences. To continue his mission, Song Chi first visited his father, obtaining 10 drones of the same model from the Kinkin-class frigate. Despite the ample reserves of the 100-meter-long warship, Song Chi felt it wasn't enough. He then sought help from his brothers, gathering in Song Lin's room on the 2nd floor of the base. "Fourth brother, why do you need so many drones?" Song Lin asked with concern. "Don't tell me you plan to try your luck on the outskirts of the debris belt. I warn you, in this 0155 star sector, no amount of drones will be enough." Song Chi nodded silently but remained resolute. Eventually, Song Lin and Song Yu each contributed 2 drones. Unlike their father, their resources were limited, and 2 drones were their maximum. With 16 drones in hand, Song Chi estimated that he had enough to handle the upcoming tasks. He thanked his brothers and asked Song Yu to cover for him the next day, as a new round of market trading was about to begin. He planned to initiate the 2nd round of transactions after his recent promotion, hoping to gain at least 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. He didn't want to miss any opportunity. Meanwhile, in an unknown region of the Shattered Star Sea, a massive floating land lay in the dark cosmos, isolated by terrifying gales that made entry and exit extremely dangerous. In one corner of this floating land, the Luo Fu region of the Eastern Divine State was experiencing unprecedented turmoil. The once peaceful sky was now shrouded in bloody rain, with the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. High above in the void, 2 powerful warriors were locked in fierce combat. "Chunyangzi, your Chunyang sword sect has gone too far," a swordsman shouted, sending a 1,000-meter-long sword light slicing through the void. Opposite him, Chunyangzi remained unfazed, his green robe fluttering as he summoned a pure yang sword with a flick of his fingers. "Pure yang sword, go," he commanded, sending an equally massive sword shadow to meet the attack. The collision of the 2 swords sent shockwaves of terrifying energy in all directions. The nascent soul cultivators below suffered greatly, with some unfortunate elders perishing on the spot. 1,000 miles away, Zhou Ping, an outer disciple of the Luo Fu sword sect, was fleeing for his life. Covered in wounds and with his robes in tatters, he swallowed pills to restore his mana, glancing back frequently. Behind him, nearly 10 pursuers with menacing expressions chased relentlessly. As an ordinary disciple who had reached the 8th level of Qi refining after 70 years of cultivation, Zhou Ping had hoped to live out his days in peace. However, the demise of the Luo Fu sword sect's grand elder weakened the sect, attracting the covetous eyes of rival forces. Now, under the assault of the Chunyang sword sect's 2 nascent soul powerhouses, the Luo Fu sword sect was on the brink of collapse. Zhou Ping glanced at the high-level storage pouch clutched in his hand, determination flashing in his eyes. Despite the uncertain path ahead, he refused to give up hope. A spark of hope ignited in Zhou Ping's heart. As long as he could escape today, with the help of this storage bag, he believed he still had a chance to reach the Foundation establishment stage. A cultivator at this stage could live up to 240 years, an enticing prospect that drove him to recklessly deplete his remaining mana, accelerating the flight of his magical artifact. However, hope was swiftly extinguished by reality. Zhou Ping was horrified to realize that not only was he failing to widen the gap between himself and his pursuers, but they were also closing in on him. Despair enveloped him as he noted that among the pure Yang sword sect pursuers were 3 experts at the 9th level of Qi refining. Their flying artifacts were far superior to his own escape plate. Just as Zhou Ping was about to abandon hope, his gaze was abruptly drawn to an anomaly in the dense forest below. There, a mysterious portal emanating spatial fluctuations appeared, seemingly leading to an unknown destination. Normally, he would proceed with caution and report this to his sect, but the urgency of the situation left him no choice. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping channeled his mana, rapidly descending on his escape plate. The piercing sounds of spells cutting through the air behind him were relentless, but his defensive artifact managed to barely deflect them. Finally reaching the portal, Zhou Ping plunged through without a second thought. The scene before him changed abruptly. The bustling market and the diverse array of creatures left Zhou Ping momentarily stunned and bewildered. However, the spatial fluctuations behind him quickly jolted him back to reality, and he sprinted forward without hesitation. As he passed through the market gate, Zhou Ping quickly glanced at the glowing rules display. Keywords like All Heavens Market, Shattered Star Sea Races, and market transactions flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he stepped through the market gate. Hot on his heels, 8 disciples from the Pure Yang Sword sect also teleported into the market's secret realm. They experienced a brief moment of confusion, but quickly adapted to the strange sights before them. Despite their curiosity about the myriad alien races, they remained focused on their mission, swiftly summoning their artifacts and preparing for action. Zhou Ping, don't think hiding in the All Heavens Market will save you. Hand over Elder Tianhe's storage bag, one disciple shouted sternly. No sooner had he spoken than they sensed something was amiss. Hundreds of alien creatures around them were staring with curious and mocking eyes. Though their appearances varied, the expressions were unmistakably those of spectators enjoying a show. Only then did the Pure Yang Sword sect disciples recall the strict prohibition against conflict and combat displayed on the rule screen. As disciples of a prestigious sect, they had previously dismissed these regulations, but now, faced with so many alien beings, they realized they had underestimated the significance of these rules. As soon as the thought crossed their minds, the disciples of the Chunyang Sword sect regretted it. They realized that anyone capable of silently transporting them from Dong Shenzhao to this unknown realm of the celestial market was no ordinary being. However, it was too late. In the free trading area, Song Qi, now transformed into a vampire, had a fleeting thought, and the power of the laws in the secret realm rapidly converged, forming an illusory golden dragon tens of meters long. Roar! The golden dragon let out a long, resonant cry, stunning everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of over 1,000 star sea aliens in the market, the 8 disciples of the Chunyang Sword sect simultaneously buckled, collapsing to their knees at the market entrance like 8 imposing gate guardians. This scene drew amused chuckles from the surrounding aliens. Although the deterrence of the law's golden dragon did not affect other creatures, the 8 disciples of the Chunyang Sword sect felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure. It was as if they were bearing the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder, their bones cracking audibly, rendering them unable to muster any internal power, let alone thoughts of resistance. At that moment, spatial fluctuations were heard once again outside the market entrance, and another figure appeared. It was the disciple who had stayed behind. Seeing that his fellow disciples had not returned for a long time, he too had ventured through the spatial gate. Passing through the barrier of rules at the entrance, he quickly deduced what had transpired. The disciple hurried into the market, his gaze sweeping over the onlooking alien creatures before settling on the illusory golden dragon in the sky. He said in a deep voice, "Our fellow disciples have acted inappropriately, violating the rules of the market. We are willing to offer compensation and ask for your forgiveness for our unintended offense." With that, he waved his hand over the storage pouch at his waist, and 9 beams of light shot out, piling into 9 heaps of silver sand on the ground. This quick-thinking disciple had swiftly grasped the key point of bartering in the free trading area. Instead of using the common spirit stones of the Honghuang continent, he chose a rare mineral resource more suited to the trading habits here. From a distance, Song Qi scrutinized the 9 heaps of silver moon sand. This rare resource was often used in mechanical creations, with a market price of about 10 threads of first-tier floating land essence per ton in the Morning Star Principality. The 9 heaps before him, each a ton, were worth approximately 900 threads of zero-tier floating land essence. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qi willed it, and the illusory golden dragon in the sky let out a soft hum, with the power of the laws in the high sky forming a single word: accept. All the creatures understood the meaning of this word at a glance. Song Qi agreed because these people only had the intention to act and had not actually harmed anyone. Moreover, since the market's inception, this was the first time he had encountered humans, sparking his curiosity and reluctance to drive them away outright. As the power of the laws dissipated, the pressure on the 8 Chunyang Sword sect disciples vanished. They stood up with difficulty, their faces showing a mix of relief at their survival and gratitude towards their timely arriving fellow disciple. At that moment, many aliens, including the vampire form of Song Qi, approached the free trading area. Their eyes were fixed on the pouches at the waists of the Chunyang Sword sect disciples. Witnessing the extraction of 9 tons of silver moon sand, they deduced these pouches must be precious space storage devices. Faced with the covetous gazes, the disciples instinctively placed their hands on their waists. But soon, they recalled the illusory golden dragon of the laws and felt slightly reassured. One of the disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining explained, "This is called a storage pouch. It can only be opened with the magical power within us. You can't use it." To the aliens, this simple explanation might as well have been gibberish, but Song Qi understood every word. His brow furrowed involuntarily as he pondered the implications. If what the disciple said was true, the value of this so-called storage pouch would be significantly diminished. However, Song-Chi hadn't given up hope entirely. He thought of the mystical energy granted by the Ember Seed, an energy capable of encompassing most of the forces in the starry seas. Perhaps it could substitute for magical power? The group soon arrived at the universal translator. After the translation, the aliens finally understood the limitations of the storage pouch. But hearing about it wasn't enough. They wanted to try it themselves. Several pure young sword sect disciples immediately took out a few unused spare storage pouches and handed them to the eager aliens. Thanks to the market's governing rules, Song-Chi effortlessly obtained one. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and guided the mystical energy within him towards the storage pouch in his hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, the pouch remained unresponsive. This result left him disheartened, so much so that he didn't even notice an impatient alien snatch the pouch from his hand. Since the mystical energy couldn't activate the storage pouch, its value naturally plummeted. Although there were other indirect ways to use it, they were too cumbersome. For instance, leaving a pure young sword sect disciple to operate it, and then using a slave component to control him. But this plan was fraught with difficulties. Acquiring those rare slave components was nearly impossible, as even the aging Ember ship captains would go to great lengths to obtain them to mitigate the risk of being overpowered by newly turned vampires. Even the most ordinary white-grade slave components could rival top-quality blue-grade ship components in price, sometimes even purple-grade, and were perpetually in short supply. Just as Song-Chi was about to leave, he noticed that only 5 of the original 9 pure young sword sect disciples remained. He quickly scanned the surroundings and soon found the missing 4, along with Zhou Ping, who had entered the market earlier. These 5 were now gathered in his newly opened oddities exchange shop. Zhou Ping stood inside, while the 4 pure young sword sect disciples blocked the entrance, clearly surrounding him despite not having drawn their weapons. It was obvious their target was the more advanced storage pouch in Zhou Ping's possession. Song-Chi quietly returned to the stall area, his curiosity piqued. According to the pure young sword sect disciples, the owner of this storage pouch was an elder named Dinghai. As a fan of cultivation lore, Song-Chi knew well the status of an elder within a sect. What treasures could be inside an elder's storage pouch? His imagination ran wild. Suddenly, the situation in the oddities exchange shop changed. Zhou Ping raised his right hand holding the storage pouch and shouted at the projection screen in the center of the shop, "I am willing to pay the price. Please help me open this storage pouch." It turned out that Elder Dinghai had recently ascended to the nascent soul stage within the pure young sword sect. Although he had fallen under the might of the divine transformation sword intent, the residual imprint of his nascent spirit was not something a chi-refining cultivator could easily erase. Without removing the former owner's spiritual imprint, the storage pouch couldn't be opened. Hearing this, the 4 pure young sword sect disciples' faces changed drastically. They stepped forward in unison, but quickly remembered their previous experience and begrudgingly stopped in their tracks. In the free market area, a glint of intrigue flashed in Song-Kai's eyes, but he was in no hurry to respond. He wasn't one to be easily fooled. Willing to offer compensation, but what exactly? Song-Chi pondered silently. The value difference between a common iron ore and a rare star sea artifact is immense. How could they be compared? He focused his thoughts, and a line of text immediately appeared on the projection screen in the center of the artifact exchange shop. Please specify the type of compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively checked the items he had on him. After a moment of hesitation, he took out a fist-sized ore from his storage pouch. Song-Chi recognized it at a glance. It was a 300-year-old iron essence, worth no more than 50 strands of first-tier floating island essence. The screen quickly displayed new text. The item's spiritual fluctuation is too strong. Compensation is insufficient. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth at this, taking out 2 more items from his storage pouch. However, these still did not meet Song-Chi's requirements and were rejected once again. After some deep contemplation, Zhou Ping decided not to take out any more items from his storage pouch. As a small cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining, what valuable items could he possibly have? Pointing to the intricate storage pouch in his right hand, he proposed, "If you can open this storage pouch, I'm willing to offer the most valuable item among the top 5 as compensation." Hearing this, Song-Chi's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Though he wasn't sure of the exact cultivation level of Elder Dinghai, given that the 10 people who entered the marketplace were all at the first tier, the Elder was at least a second-tier cultivator. A second-tier cultivator's storage pouch likely contained some valuable treasures. After considering it, Song-Chi nodded in agreement. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious energy flowed into the shop beneath their feet. The storage pouch in Zhou Ping's hand slowly rose, threads of law power infiltrating it. Although Song-Chi couldn't directly use the storage pouch, he could erase the inactive soul imprint within it with the law power of the marketplace's secret realm. When the storage pouch returned to Zhou Ping's hand, he felt the original soul imprint had indeed disappeared, and joy flashed in his eyes. However, before opening the pouch, Zhou Ping made one last request. May I let the 4 people behind me leave first? Granted. Song Qi agreed. Immediately, a gentle force pushed the 4 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect out of the artifact exchange shop. With no more worries, Zhou Ping quickly channeled his internal energy, imprinting his soul mark on the storage pouch. Once he had marked it, he wasted no time in pouring out all the items within. With a clatter, the entire artifact exchange shop was instantly filled with various items. The sudden change made Song Qi's shoulders twitch, but his attention was soon captured by one particular item. It was a mini short sword, radiating a strong orange glow, undoubtedly an orange-tier star sea artifact. Focusing intently, Song Qi saw the attributes of the short sword displayed before him. Artifact: Pure Yang Sword Maru, quality: orange. From a Godseiya view, Song Qi's breath quickened, and his heart pounded like a drum as he gazed at the attribute panel that appeared on the surface of the short sword. His eyes locked onto the panel, for the ship component that this extraordinary short sword could transform into was precisely the biggest shortcoming of the Zhangqiang, and the key equipment he had been desperately searching for but could never find. The attribute panel shimmered with dazzling light, and detailed information appeared one by one. Artifact: Pure Yang Sword Pellet. Quality: orange. Transformable: Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. Note: crafted by the elders of the Pure Yang Sword sect on the Honghuang continent using 5th-tier materials and secret techniques over several decades, then nurtured with pure mana within their bodies for centuries, resulting in this orange-quality stellar artifact. Song Qi's eyes lit up. Yes, this was indeed an orange-quality main cannon for ship armament, a godsend for someone eager to explore the ruins of the Buyuo civilization again. If he could get his hands on this orange main cannon and combine it with the area attack secondary cannon, the electromagnetic thunderlight cannon, the unknown third layer of the ruins would no longer pose a threat to the Zhangqiang. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain this artifact first, and then enhance its level. Song Qi took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and continued to examine the short sword's attributes carefully. He quietly used the power of the law to surround the sword with a wisp of dark energy, soon obtaining more detailed attribute information. Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. Level: LV0. Quality: orange. Trait: Mixed Void Extreme Yang Sword Light. Trait 2. Main cannon power increased by 40. Consumption: 500 dark energy points per use. Attack: 27. Charging time: 10s. Cooldown: 60s. Upgrade requirements: 10 wisps of floating land essence 0 tier, 1000 energy points, 1 ton of flame sun ore. Song Qi's eyes burned even brighter. Without a doubt, this orange-quality Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon was an exceptional main cannon, with attributes so impressive they left him speechless. Even more astonishing was the trait Mixed Void Extreme Yang Sword Light. Mixed Void Extreme Yang Sword Light. After a 5-minute charge, it releases a giant sword light strike in the designated direction with 200 of the main cannon's power, destroying everything in its path. Note: the Extreme Yang Sword Light inflicts 80 damage to intangible energy beings, and 120 damage to cold energy beings. Suppressing his excitement, Song Qi silently vowed to obtain this artifact. He refocused his attention on Zhou Ping, who was equally excited. As an ordinary outer disciple of the Luofu sword sect, Zhou Ping had evidently never seen such a treasure trove of top-tier items and was still lost in immense joy. Song Qi gently used the power of the law to bring Zhou Ping back to reality. Zhou Ping, remembering his previous promise, hurriedly began to sift through the mountain of items in the shop, trying to select the 5 most valuable items he could find. He was well aware of the great being behind this market and dared not go back on his word, or try to pass off inferior goods. After a thorough search, Zhou Ping finally selected 5 items. However, when Song Qi saw these so-called most valuable items, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Apart from the extraordinary short sword, the other 4 items were far from what he had expected. If Zhou Ping hadn't included the short sword, Song Qi might have thought he was being perfunctory. The 5 items were: 1. The extraordinary short sword. 2. A jade bone shield. 3. A compass with a grid pattern. 4. 2 exquisite Qingfeng long swords. Among them, only the compass with the grid pattern could transform into a blue-quality Blackwater Xingyue ship armor component. The other 3 couldn't transform into ship components. Although the constant flow of light on their surfaces indicated that these items were also valuable in the hands of the Tianhe Elder, they were useless to Song Qi. Suddenly, red light flickered on the projection screen in the center of the shop. Following that, 4 of the 5 items in Zhou Ping's hands automatically returned to the pile below, leaving only the extraordinary short sword. As for the blue-quality artifact that could transform into Blackwater Xingyue ship armor, Song Qi, who already had the Xingyao 5 alloy armor, didn't keep it either. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For other items flew out from the corners of the pile, 2 clusters of white light, a black pouch, and a palm-sized white jade card. These were the items Song Chi had selected using his power as the market master, the ones most valuable to him. The 2 clusters of white light were floating land essence. One cluster was 3rd-tier floating land essence, totaling 100 wisps. The other was 4th-tier floating land essence, totaling only 20 wisps, but already as valuable as a purple quality artifact. The black pouch contained the titanium crystals Song Chi had been searching for. Though there were only 50 pieces, they were extremely precious. Lastly, the palm-sized white jade card was a purple quality artifact that could also transform into a ship component. Song Chi's eyes scanned these items, already calculating how to maximize the use of these precious resources. The psionic plaque shimmered with an enticing glow in Song Chi's eyes. This bizarre item of LV0 quality and purple rarity not only increased shield efficiency by 25, but could also generate a single target psionic shield with 175,175 shield points at the cost of 100 psionic points. With a 33 usage effect, a 72-hour cooldown, and a 30-minute duration, it was a lifesaver. Song Chi calculated that he only needed 6 strands of floating land essence and 600 psionic points to upgrade it, making it an incredibly cost-effective survival tool. Among the items before him, aside from the pure Yang sword light cannon, the psionic plaque was what Song Chi desired the most. His gaze lingered on the plaque, as if he could already see it deploying an impenetrable shield in times of crisis. Although the skyship was equipped with a dark matter energy shield generator, Song Chi knew he couldn't stay on the ship forever. In emergencies where summoning the skyship wasn't an option, a readily activatable single target shield would be the most reliable lifesaver. Song Chi's thoughts drifted to the other items. Floating land essence and titanium crystals could be earned eventually through the convenience of the celestial market. But the psionic plaque was different. Its rarity meant that missing this chance could mean waiting indefinitely for another. However, despite having mentally picked out these 5 items, the final decision wasn't his to make. Zhou Ping held the power to decide the ultimate reward. Song Chi habitually sighed, but quickly regained his confident smile. He believed that someday, at least 90% of Zhou Ping's treasures would end up in his possession. Song Chi's eyes turned to Zhou Ping, already plotting his next move. To him, Zhou Ping might become his representative on the wild continent, a constant source of wealth. Therefore, Song Chi decided not to pressure Zhou Ping too much in their first transaction. Otherwise, he would have directly named the items he wanted rather than giving Zhou Ping the choice. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping made his decision quickly. Without much hesitation, he pushed forward a sphere of 3rd-tier floating land essence. A knowing look flashed in Song Chi's eyes, as if he had anticipated this. Raising his arm, the market rules responded seamlessly, instantly transferring 100 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence into the bizarre item exchange shop. In the free trading zone, Song Chi quietly stored these strands of floating land essence in his Hearthfire core. Besides being connected to his Hearthfire worship, the Hearthfire core could store all bizarre items and floating land essence that could be converted into Hearthfire components. However, merely obtaining 100 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence was far from satisfying Song Chi's appetite. His gaze remained fixed on the bizarre item exchange shop, knowing Zhou Ping had more rare items. At that moment, Song Chi keenly noticed an interesting detail. After quickly putting away the items, Zhou Ping didn't immediately leave the shop. Instead, his eyes lingered on several Starsea bizarre item samples on the shelves. Upon closer observation, Song Chi found that Zhou Ping's attention was mainly focused on 2 items. The first was the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence, a purple quality, evolvable item. It was said to originate from the peak of the 9 heavens on the Cloud continent, and only the local creatures might know its true purpose. The second was the crystal, a blue quality, also evolvable item, said to have formed in the core of an asteroid that had existed for nearly 10,000 years, with few creatures able to harness its power. Both items were purchased by Song Chi from the Morning Star multipurpose shop. Initially, he only wanted to try them out, and was prepared for them to be long-term unsellable items. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping showed a strong interest in these 2 items. Realizing this, Song Chi was thrilled. He saw this as a perfect opportunity to propose a trade for the pure Yang sword pill. As Zhou Ping inquired about the trading methods for the 2 items, Song Chi keenly caught a hint of excitement in his eyes. Despite Zhou Ping's efforts to conceal it, as the master of the market secret realm, Song Chi was aware of everything in the realm. He could sense the slightest changes, and Zhou Ping's subtle excitement didn't escape his notice. This further confirmed Song Chi's judgment that the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence and Crystal must be invaluable treasures on the wild continent. In fact, Song Chi's judgment was only half correct. The truly invaluable item was the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence, known as Gale Wind Cloud Essence on the wild continent. Only powerful beings at the late nascent soul stage and above dared to venture into the Gale Wind Heaven to collect this rare item. As for the crystal, while it was a rare 3rd-tier forging material, its value was far less than that of the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence. Song Chi gave an expressionless and ambiguous reply, barter trade. Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment, then took out the black pouch containing titanium crystals from the remaining 4 items and handed it over. Song Chi shook his head silently. Titanium crystals, although rare, were only 50 in number. They could be acceptable for exchanging that crystal, but not for the 9 heavens cloud essence. After all, that was a precious item that had cost him several thousand strands of zero-level floating land essence. He quickly typed on the projection screen, "Can exchange for that crystal?" Seeing this, Zhou Ping agreed to the trade without a second thought. He had already opened the pouch earlier and recognized the new type of mineral discovered in the Black Sky domain a century ago. Although it initially attracted the attention of several major sects, it was eventually classified as a useless mineral due to the lack of practical applications. After receiving the crystal, Zhou Ping's gaze lingered on the 9 heavens cloud essence. He thought to himself that if he could acquire this item and hand it over to his sect, the resources he needed for his foundation establishment would be mostly secured. Song Chi pondered silently, then typed a new message on the projection screen. "Are you willing to part with that short sword?" Zhou Ping's face changed drastically, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the short sword in his right hand. After a moment, a deep look of inner conflict appeared in his eyes. This pure yang sword Moro was an heirloom of the pure yang sword sect, with power surpassing even the Luofu flying sword of the Luofu sword sect. If he could keep it for future use, his combat strength would undoubtedly surpass other cultivators of the same level. However, the grade of this sword Moro was too high. Even if he achieved the golden core stage in the future, he would struggle to fully control it. Only a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage might be able to wield it effectively in battle. Considering that he was currently only at the 8th level of chi condensation, far from the peak of the golden core stage, Zhou Ping couldn't help but feel disheartened. Song Chi waited patiently without urging. Faced with this orange glory grade artifact, he had ample patience. He also didn't want to interrupt Zhou Ping's process of weighing the pros and cons. He had calculated multiple times before, and the results consistently showed that selling the short sword would be most beneficial for Zhou Ping. As for forcing him to hand it over, Song Chi had never considered it. He knew that upholding the rules and reputation of the celestial market was of utmost importance. After a long period of contemplation, Zhou Ping finally looked up at the projection screen and spoke slowly. "I can sell this sword Moro, but the 9 heavens cloud essence alone is not enough." Hearing this, Song Chi let out a sigh of relief. As long as there was no outright refusal, the price could be negotiated. He lightly tapped his forehead, quickly thinking about what other items he might have that could interest Zhou Ping. It seemed like a long deliberation, but in reality, it was a matter of seconds. Zhou Ping stared intently at the projection screen in front of him, awaiting a response. Suddenly, a brief and powerful yes appeared. Before Zhou Ping could react, the space around him rippled slightly, and a bronze token materialized less than a meter away from him. The sudden appearance startled Zhou Ping, but he quickly calmed down, silently mocking himself for overreacting. After all, if the entity behind the market had any ill intentions, it would have already eliminated him effortlessly, without all this pretense. Zhou Ping cautiously reached out and touched the bronze token with his fingertips. Instantly, a stream of information flooded into his mind. He murmured to himself, "Market guest token, allows entry to the market of all realms 5 times. If valuable resources are provided, the number of entries can increase." After organizing his thoughts, Zhou Ping decisively said, "I'll use this market guest token to trade for the 9 heavens cloud essence." With that, he handed over the pure yang sword orb. In the free trading zone, Song Chi was secretly delighted, feeling that this deal was a stroke of luck. The 9 heavens cloud essence was almost worthless in the human civilization of the Flame era, and the market guest token was already intended for visitors from this cultivation world. It was an unexpected bonus to easily acquire a second orange-grade honor item. Just as Song Chi was about to examine the sword orb closely, Zhou Ping spoke again. "May I use these 20 strands of 4th-tier spiritual energy to place a bounty on the lives of those 9 disciples from the pure yang sword sect?" Song Chi, having anticipated this, immediately refused. The market only deals in trade, not in conflicts or grudges. This response not only underscored the neutral stance of the market of all realms, but also reassured Zhou Ping completely. Although Zhou Ping appeared disappointed on the surface, deep down, he unconsciously let go of his last bit of vigilance. Song Chi noticed Zhou Ping's mention of spiritual energy and grew curious. He asked through the projection screen, "Do you have any more of the titanium crystals from that black bag?" Zhou Ping's interest was piqued, and he nodded and shook his head simultaneously, saying, "I don't have any on me right now, but we have them in our world." He had a sudden idea and asked quietly, "If I bring titanium crystals in the future, can I increase the usage count of the market guest token?" Song Chi gave a vague reply. If the quantity is sufficient, yes. The specific amount, of course, would be up to him to decide. As the two continued their conversation, a commotion erupted in the trading zone outside. Song Qi diverted some of his attention to investigate, his eyebrows raising as a look of curiosity and anticipation flashed in his eyes. At the entrance of the free market zone, a few disciples from the Pure Yang sword sect, dressed in blue robes and armed with long swords at their waists, quietly set up their stall. Their booth was a treasure trove. Piles of various ores gleaming with metallic luster, a type of jade known as spirit stones emitting a soft glow, a wide array of magical artifacts and weapons neatly arranged, and many mysterious bottles and jars scattered among them. These magical artifacts, though exquisite, required magical power to operate and thus held little appeal for the various alien species of the Starry Sea. The aliens' attention was more drawn to the rare ores, some of which were nearly impossible to find in other star regions. Additionally, the bottles and jars containing what were called elixirs also piqued their interest. The Pure Yang Sword sect disciples were eloquent, boasting that these elixirs were unparalleled in heaven and earth. Some curious aliens couldn't resist and decided to give them a try. However, these elixirs were the result of millennia of refinement by the cultivators of the prehistoric continent and were fundamentally different from the aliens' life essence, making it unlikely they would be effective. As expected, after one alien took an elixir supposedly for healing, not only did his injuries not improve, but he also experienced a stomach upset, causing quite a commotion. Hearing the noise, Song Qi quickly moved from his own stall towards the Pure Yang Sword sect disciples' booth. Having read countless cultivation novels in his past life, he had a keen interest in the art of alchemy and elixirs. Besides his curiosity, he harbored a small hope. Although the energy systems of the two factions were different, as both were humans of the Starry Sea, their physical structures should be similar enough that these elixirs might be effective for him. With this thought in mind, Song Qi squeezed to the front of the stall and extended his pale, almost bloodless vampire-like arm to pick up a jade bottle. He gently opened the stopper and brought the bottle to his nose to take a careful sniff. Meanwhile, deep within his brow, in the core of his ancestral fire, the semi-automated shipboard intelligence in the miniaturized form of the Celestial Ark was activated. A series of analysis prompts sounded in Song Qi's mind, detailing the elixir's ingredients, properties, and potential effects on different ranks of fire-bearing captains. The results were disappointing. This healing elixir was more harmful than beneficial to low-rank fire-bearing captains. Maintaining a calm expression, Song Qi returned the jade bottle to its place and picked up another white porcelain bottle, repeating the same process. Song Qi analyzed over a dozen elixirs, but the results were consistently unsatisfactory. These elixirs had adverse effects on fire-bearing captains, offering no benefits. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that items from different energy systems were indeed difficult to interchange. Despite this, Song Qi did not give up. He understood the importance of elixirs in the cultivation world. Finding even one elixir effective for fire-bearing captains, regardless of its rank, could hold immense potential value. Whether for healing, accelerating cultivation, or extending lifespan, such an elixir would represent unimaginable wealth. After all, the human civilization of the fire-bearers was vast, with countless trillions of citizens, making the market potential enormous. Another 10 minutes passed, and Song Qi's expression shifted from initial anticipation to silence. All analysis results uniformly indicated harm, with not a hint of surprise. Mechanically, he picked up a porcelain bottle from the third Pure Yang Sword sect disciple's stall and opened the stopper. This time, the situation was different. Instead of an elixir, the bottle contained a slightly pungent liquid. As Song Qi pondered, the Pure Yang Sword sect disciple in front of him proactively explained, "This is body-tempering liquid, for external use. Just apply it to your skin, and it can gradually strengthen your physique." Song Qi nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing more, and focused intently on the semi-automated shipboard intelligence prompts that only he could hear. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Song Qi's eyes. He recalled the previous potions that required internal consumption and the use of magical power to be effective, which were not only useless but harmful to the captains of the Xinhua fleet who cultivated dark energy. However, this topical solution seemed unlikely to require such magical cooperation. As he pondered, the notification sound in his ear gradually faded. The ship's AI completed the analysis. The properties of the ingredients were compatible, with no conflicts. The final result indicated that the solution had a significant refining effect on the bodies of zero-level Xinhua captains, a moderate effect on first-level captains, but was ineffective on second-level and above. Hearing this, Song Qi was stunned for a moment, then became excited. This meant the solution could be used alongside the Xinhua civilization's body-strengthening potions, greatly accelerating the cultivation speed of Xinhua trainees and captains. Although the specific effects were still unclear, he was confident this would enhance the success rate of Xinhua awakenings, speed up the captain's advancement, and ultimately boost the overall strength of their civilization. As a middleman, Song Qi would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Song Qi began inquiring about the price of the refining solution and higher-grade variants. Meanwhile, he quickly considered his options, Despite the initial analysis being positive, physical trials were necessary to confirm the safety and efficacy. He decided to purchase some highly notorious Xinhua captains from the black market for testing, rather than trying it himself. If proven effective, he would discuss with Zhou Ping how to incorporate it into their system. As for resale strategies, he planned to consult his father and grandfather. A disciple of the pure Yang sword sect responded, "This is the lowest grade refining solution, effective only on first-level Qi training beings. It's priced at 3 strands of 0-level floating land essence per bottle. I also have second-level refining paste, but it's more expensive at 5 strands of first-level floating land essence per box." Song Qi nodded and ultimately purchased 10 bottles of the first-level refining solution and 1 box of the second-level refining paste. He wanted to buy more of the second level, but the disciples only had 1 box available. As he turned to leave, Song Qi keenly noticed the subtle smiles on the faces of several pure Yang sword sect disciples. He knew well that the prices of these items had been marked up at least threefold. Nonetheless, he didn't mind. After all, making a profit was the essence of business. Moreover, once the efficacy of the refining solution was confirmed, he was confident he would earn much more in the future. In the exotic goods exchange shop, Zhou Ping's eyes flickered as he quickly contemplated an escape route. With the 9 Heavens Cloud essence in hand and the valuable items from Elder Yunha's storage pouch secured, his cultivation resources were no longer a concern. However, survival was the immediate priority. With only a few hours left before the market closed, Zhou Ping decided to attempt another exchange. He took out the 4th-tier essence of the floating land and approached Song Qi with a request. "I want to use this 4th-tier essence to exchange for life-saving items or powerful weapons I can use." Song Qi pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, several items materialized in front of Zhou Ping. A projection screen displayed detailed descriptions: a personal energy shield, enhanced energy grenades, a 1st-tier combat robot, and advanced exoskeleton power armor. The worry on Zhou Ping's face gradually faded, replaced by sheer joy. However, new text appeared on the screen. "You may choose any 2 of these 4 items." Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and produced another essence of the floating land. "Adding this 200 strands of 2nd-tier essence, can I have all 4 items?" Song Qi agreed readily. As soon as the transaction was completed, Zhou Ping urgently inquired, "Are there more 1st-tier combat robots and enhanced energy grenades available?" Understanding his intent, Song Qi nodded, but shifted his focus to Elder Yunha's storage pouch and the blue-quality Blackwater Xian turtle ship armor component. In the end, Zhou Ping exchanged the storage pouch and ship armor for an additional 2 enhanced energy grenades and 5 1st-tier combat robots. Song Qi also received a few bottles of body tempering liquid and a box of body tempering paste. As time passed, the market transactions were nearing their end. In the free trading area, Song Qi pondered, a curious image of cyber cultivation forming in his mind. "Come and take a look. We're having a massive clearance sale. Exchange 11 strands of Tier 0 floating island essence for 1 strand of Tier 1 floating island essence, and 11 strands of Tier 1 floating island essence for 1 strand of Tier 2 floating island essence." Song Qi's shouts echoed through the market, attracting the attention of many different races. However, most quickly lost interest. High-tier floating island essence is a rare resource in any star domain, and few beings are willing to trade it. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Song Qi shook his head in resignation. He thought to himself that raising the price might make it more worthwhile to trade directly with the Morning Star Principality. In the end, he only managed to exchange for a little over 30 strands of Tier 2 floating island essence, far less than his usual haul. However, he did gather nearly 2,000 strands of Tier 1 floating island essence. "Seems like luck isn't always on my side." Song Qi sighed softly but soon perked up. Although he didn't get much Tier 2 floating island essence from the different races, what he got from Zhou Ping was solid gold: 200 strands of Tier 2 floating island essence, 100 strands of Tier 3 floating island essence, and 20 strands of Tier 4 floating island essence. Adding what he had previously plundered from the Xingyao civilization, his stash of Tier 2 floating island essence now exceeded 500 strands of fortune that would astonish anyone. Song Qi began meticulously counting all the gains from this market trip. Due to the appearance of those cultivators from the Honghuang continent, he had made a hefty profit. When the final tally came in, Song Qi's heartbeat quickened. 1 orange main cannon, 1 blue ship hull armor piece, 50 titanium crystals, 1 high-grade storage bag, 20 strands of Tier 4 floating island essence, 100 strands of Tier 3 floating island essence, 200 strands of Tier 2 floating island essence, 3,200 strands of Tier 1 floating island essence, over 70,000 strands of Tier 0 floating island essence, various life cores of different tiers, various other resources. Even excluding the 2 ship components, the 50 titanium crystals, and the high-grade storage bag, the total value of the other items exceeded 400,000 strands of Tier 0 floating island essence. This number startled Song Qi, followed by an uncontrollable surge of joy. Song Qi knew that this incredible haul was mainly thanks to the disciples from the Honghuang continent, especially Zhou Ping, who contributed nearly 80 of the earnings. If you included the ship components and titanium crystals, Zhou Ping's contribution might even exceed 95, making him a veritable walking fortune. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Song Qi summoned the Sky Dome. Clutching the pure Yang sword light cannon component tightly, he stepped inside the spacecraft. As the second orange component on the Sky Dome, Song Qi had high expectations for it. After all, its attributes were already impressive at level 0. What would it be like at level 10 or level 20? The system prompt sounded. Do you confirm spending 10 strands of Tier 0 floating island, essence 1000 energy points, 1 ton of solar, or to upgrade the pure Yang sword light cannon from level 0 to level 1? Confirm. Song Qi answered without hesitation. During previous trades, he had quietly purchased enough solar, or fully prepared for this moment. Quickly, Song Qi spent 420 strands of Tier 0 floating island essence and 60 tons of solar, or to upgrade the pure Yang sword light cannon to level 10. But he didn't stop there. He continued to upgrade it 10 more times, using 690 strands of Tier 1 floating island essence and 440 tons of solar, or bringing it to level 20. At this point, Song Qi paused. After level 20, upgrading the pure Yang sword light cannon required titanium crystals. Although a level 20 pure Yang sword light cannon was already powerful enough for a Tier 1 Ember warship, Song Qi was clearly not an ordinary Tier 1 Ember captain. Looking at the 54 titanium crystals in his hand, he gritted his teeth and decided to continue upgrading. After 5 more upgrades, the pure Yang sword light cannon reached level 25. At this point, he had 24 titanium crystals left, enough for 1 more upgrade. However, after a brief consideration, he decided to keep these crystals for future use and didn't proceed with the final upgrade. Staring at the attributes of the pure Yang sword light cannon, Song Qi found it hard to describe its magnificence. The power of this equipment far exceeded his expectations, filling him with confidence for future battles. The quality of the pure Yang sword light cannon at level 25 is truly astonishing. Its orange characteristic perfectly complements the mixed whole extreme Yang sword intent divine light characteristic 2. The main cannon's power is increased by 90, consuming 2,000 dark energy points per attack, with a charging requirement of 100,360 points, which takes only 5 seconds. After a 10-second cooldown, the upgrade material list is jaw-dropping. 70 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 20,000 dark energy points, 200 tons of blazing sun ore, and 12 precious titanium crystals. The power of the mixed whole extreme Yang sword intent divine light is even more terrifying. After a 30-second charge, it can unleash a massive sword intent slash in a specified direction, with 450 of the main cannon's power, destroying everything in its path. A single hit easily surpasses the 100,000 damage mark, and with the mixed whole extreme Yang sword intent divine light characteristic, it can reach an astounding 400,000 damage. Such terrifying attributes are enough to make enemies tremble in fear, but for Song Qi, it is a cause for joy. After all, this incredibly powerful main cannon will be installed on his ship, the Zhangqiu. However, such enhancements come at a high cost. Excluding the titanium crystals, a total of 200 strands of second-tier floating land essence are consumed, depleting nearly half of Song Qi's stock. A true extravagance. While Song Qi was fully focused on enhancing the pure Yang sword light cannon, a fierce battle had broken out in the mountain wilderness of the Luofu region, East Shenzhou, in the Honghuang continent. The sounds of spells flying through the air were incessant, and the towering trees around were being cut down one after another, leaving the dense forest in ruins. The disciples of the pure Yang sword sect were aggressive, with 3 9th level Qi refinement experts shouting, "Zhou Ping, hand over Elder Tianhe's storage bag and everything inside it immediately." Facing their aggressive questioning, Zhou Ping remained calm, surrounded by a layer of illusory white light shield. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Ha ha ha, you are too late. I have already traded everything from Elder Tianhe to the entities behind the celestial market. You are destined to leave empty-handed today." Upon hearing this, the faces of the pure Yang sword sect disciples instantly darkened. They recalled the scene in the strange item exchange shop earlier, where no one knew what Zhou Ping had traded with the mysterious celestial market. If what he said was true, it was undoubtedly bad news. The 9 disciples couldn't help but let their gazes linger on Zhou Ping's exquisite military exoskeleton armor, wondering if this extraordinary piece of equipment was the result of that transaction. Despite their doubts, their attacks did not waver. Regardless of what Zhou Ping had done or the capabilities of this strange equipment, they could not let him escape. Zhou Ping had anticipated their reaction. He lightly stretched his arms, feeling the powerful boost from the exoskeleton armor, and then patted the storage bag at his waist. In an instant, 6 combat robots, emitting clear first-tier energy waves, appeared in front of him. This sudden change caused the eyes of the 9 pure Yang sword sect disciples to widen. These 6 steel humanoids posed a significant threat to them. Could they be puppets? This was their first thought, but they quickly dismissed it. Zhou Ping was merely an ordinary outer disciple of the Luofu sword sect and couldn't possibly possess so many puppets. The only explanation was that these must be creations from an alien civilization within the celestial market. Realizing this, the 9 disciples felt a pang of anxiety. They exchanged glances and then simultaneously launched themselves at Zhou Ping, knowing that time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the worse the situation would become for them. After all, they were on the Luofu sword sect's home turf, giving Zhou Ping a territorial advantage. Seeing this, Zhou Ping immediately ordered the 6 military combat robots to engage the enemy. He himself also joined the fray without hesitation, and soon, both sides were locked in fierce combat. However, the combat robots were unable to fly and could only exert their maximum combat power on the ground. Limiting Zhou Ping's options. Escape was no longer a viable option. The thought of escaping flashed through Zhou Ping's mind, but he quickly realized it wasn't a wise move. Using the Yushur escape disc to flee was possible, but the 9 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect would likely follow suit, rendering the combat robots useless. Zhou Ping's gaze grew determined as a plan formed in his mind. The members of the pure Yang sword sect were unaware that Zhou Ping held an ace up his sleeve, a second-tier enhanced energy grenade. More importantly, he still had the jade talisman from Elder Tianhe, the one treasure he chose not to trade away. With this talisman for protection, he had no fear of being caught in the grenade's explosion. The battle intensified, and the power of the exoskeleton armor became evident. Despite its slightly cumbersome nature, it was a single-soldier combat marvel in close-quarters fights. With the armor support, Zhou Ping, at the 8th level of Qi refining, could stand toe-to-toe with the 9th-level disciples of the pure Yang sword sect, even taking on 3 at once. However, Zhou Ping felt no joy. While he could still hold his ground, the 6 combat robots beside him were being overwhelmed by the other 6 pure Yang sword sect disciples. These standard constructs served well as cannon fodder but were no match for cultivators. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Ping discreetly retrieved an enhanced energy grenade from his storage pouch, ready to execute his initial plan. At that moment, several sword lights streaked across the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind that swept through the forest battlefield, bringing it to an abrupt halt. Zhou Ping's heart skipped a beat, but upon recognizing the newcomers as disciples of the Luofu sword sect, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly spoke up. "Senior brothers, I am a disciple of Heavy Sword Peak with urgent matters to report to you and the sect." Zhou Ping acted swiftly. If he had used the energy grenade to eliminate all the pure Yang sword sect disciples, leaving no survivors, he would have kept the matter of the celestial market and the market guest token a secret. But with 9 pure Yang sword sect disciples captured, the secret was bound to come out. It was better for him to report it voluntarily and possibly gain favor with the sect's higher-ups, maybe even a reward. Above the Luofu region, a group of inner sect disciples of the Luofu sword sect flew on their swords. Zhou Ping stood cautiously on the back of a flying sword, deep in thought about how to handle the upcoming meeting with the sect leaders while listening to the conversations of the Foundation establishment senior brothers. He soon learned about the general course of the sect's battles. Allies from the Divine Maiden Palace had arrived to assist the Luofu sword sect in repelling the pure Yang sword sect. Half an hour later, inside the Luofu hall at the sect's mountain gate, "Zhou Ping, are you saying this bronze token can connect to the celestial market once a month?" Zhou Ping stood respectfully, looking tense. Around him were over a dozen elders from the sect, a sight he had never before encountered as a mere outer sect disciple. Carefully choosing his words, Zhou Ping quickly responded, "Yes, sect master. This token is called the market guest token and can connect to the celestial market once a month. However, I had to pawn most of Elder Tianhe's belongings to the entity behind the market, gaining only 5 additional connections. To increase the number of connections, we need to provide other rare resources." To emphasize the importance of the celestial market and his role, Zhou Ping added, "Due to the pure Yang sword sect disciples pursuing me, I couldn't engage much with the extraterrestrial beings in the market stall area. Nevertheless, I saw nearly 10 types of medicinal herbs extremely rare in our cultivation world. Additionally, by trading Elder Yunha's sword pellet, I not only acquired this market guest token, but also received this essence of Gale Cloud." Zhou Ping produced the large mass of Gale Cloud essence, causing the Luofu sword sect elders to react with astonishment. An elderly voice echoed in the hall, "Such a large amount of Gale Cloud essence, even for us nascent soul cultivators, would take hundreds of years to gather, and it would take over 1,000 years for a nascent soul cultivator." At the head of the hall, the sword sect master, with the cultivation level of the divine transformation stage, lightly waved his hand, creating a slight ripple of magical power that lifted the Gale Cloud essence from Zhou Ping's hand to the top of the hall. After confirming it was indeed genuine, the sect master nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Zhou Ping below. Zhou Ping recalled the words of the market owner and slowly said, "The market owner called the ore produced in the dark sky region titanium crystal. He also mentioned that as long as enough titanium crystal is provided, the usage times of the market guest token can be continuously increased. He hesitated for a moment and added, "Moreover, this market guest token is bound to me. Only I can activate it." These words were, of course, fabricated on the spot. In reality, even if he were killed by the 9 disciples of the pure young sword sect, they would still be able to use the guest token. The elders of the sword sect in the hall stroked their beards and laughed heartily. One of the elders spoke up, "Rest assured, young man, you'll get your share of the benefits. The sect won't discard the donkey after it has done the hard work." Almost as if to echo the elders' sentiments, the sword sect master at the head of the hall spoke in a deep voice. "Zhou Ping of the Heavy Sword Peak. Present." Zhou Ping responded immediately. The sect master continued, "In recognition of your achievements, you are hereby promoted to a direct disciple of Heavy Sword Peak, enjoying the benefits of a true disciple of the sect. Additionally, the sect will fully support you in establishing your foundation. We expect you to practice diligently in the future." "Yes." Zhou Ping's voice trembled, barely containing his excitement. Being a direct disciple of Heavy Sword Peak and enjoying the benefits of a true disciple meant he had the potential to reach the golden core stage. If he managed the relationship between the heavenly market and the sect well, even the nascent soul stage was not out of reach. The sect master's gaze swept across the hall as he issued a stern order. "This matter is classified as top secret within the sect. Once you leave this hall, you are not to mention anything related to the heavenly market. Violators will be dealt with according to sect rules. Additionally, send people to the dark sky region to collect titanium crystals discreetly. This must be done without drawing any attention." Following this, the Luo Fu sword sect issued numerous seemingly unrelated orders that were, in fact, closely connected to the heavenly market. The massive machine began to operate silently. Unbeknownst to this, Song Qi had just finished enhancing the pure yang sword cannon and stored away the Song Qiong before exiting the market space, preparing to return to the base to relieve Song Yu. In the Song family's small base within the illusion space, Song Qi didn't go directly to the monitoring room. Instead, he first went to his father's room, only to find it empty. He found his father, Song Chao, meditating on the Qing Kong. The base was too small to support summoning a frigate, so Song Chao could only train here. Seeing his son approach, Song Chao asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is there a big move by the Bloodblade Star Pirates?" Song Chi quickly stopped his father, who was about to rush to the base. "No, Dad, I need to talk to you." As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle and a wooden box he had prepared beforehand. Song Chao took them back to the Qing Kong for inspection. When he came out, his expression was extremely serious. After ensuring no one was around, he pulled Song Chi into the Qing Kong. This time, he didn't use the Starfire warship's crew token, but instead allowed it to deduct 10 strands of second-tier floating land essence. "Where did you get this?" Song Chao asked sternly. Seeing his son's hesitation, he rephrased the question, or rather, "Is there any issue with the source of this item? Was it produced by some organization in our Morning Star Principality, or did it come from elsewhere? And what is the cost?" Song Chi answered frankly, "I have a way to get it from outside. It's not just the Morning Star Principality. I can guarantee that this item is not available anywhere within the Starfire human civilization territory. As for the cost, each bottle only requires 3 strands of zero-tier floating land essence." Song Chao's expression changed dramatically, finally settling into one of joy. Song Chi tentatively asked, "Dad, did you try it? Is this really effective for our Starfire captains?" Song Chao nodded solemnly. "Not only is it effective, but the liquid in this porcelain bottle can rival mid-level body tempering potions. Do you know what this means? It means that once this appears in the market in large quantities, it will undoubtedly be snatched up. The interests involved will drive many big corporations and influential families crazy." After hearing this, Song Chi's face lit up with a brilliant smile. He wasn't concerned about the immense profits behind this body-tempering liquid. He had already thought about that many times and was mentally prepared. What he truly cared about was confirming that the body-tempering liquid was indeed effective for Starfire captains. Song Chi's smile grew even brighter as his father's confirmation of the body-tempering liquid validated his suspicions. However, Song Chao's tone suddenly turned serious as he solemnly cautioned, "Son, get as much of this stuff as you can. The family will pay a premium for it. But until we successfully return to the main family, you must not let this information leak out. Remember, absolutely no selling it, not even on the black market." Feeling that his warning wasn't stern enough, Song Chao added, "Even with your grandfather's power as a third-rank flameship captain, it's still far from sufficient. Never forget this." Hearing this, Song Chi also put away his smile and nodded earnestly. His estimation of the body-tempering liquid's value rose even higher. After their conversation ended, Song Chi prepared to leave the Qing Kong. He had already delayed a few minutes, and staying any longer would cost him a significant amount of second-rank floating land essence. Before leaving, he had 2 more questions. "Dad, what about that box of body-tempering paste? Is it useful for you? Song Chi asked. Song Chao pondered briefly and shook his head. That's still uncertain. We need your grandfather to confirm it. However, you can use the body-tempering liquid without any harm to a flame ship captain's body. Song Chi then asked, Dad, do you have any spare titanium crystals? This time, Song Chao showed no surprise. The recent surprises from his son had somewhat immunized him. However, his answer was a bit disappointing for Song Chi. No, I've used up a lot helping your mother advance, and the Qingkong is out of stock. Before Song Chi left, Song Chao offered a suggestion. If you really need it urgently, ask your grandfather when you get back. He has plenty in reserve. Song Chi nodded in agreement and then exited the Qingkong. 20 days later, at the All Heavens Market. Inside the All Attribute training room, Song Chi evenly applied a bottle of body-tempering liquid on his skin and quickly assumed the posture for practicing the dark energy conduction technique, resuming his training. Over the past 20 days, with the aid of the body-tempering liquid, his conduction technique had shown significant progress from level 8. Compared to the intermediate body-tempering potion, the effect of the body-tempering liquid seemed far superior. This was partly an illusion, but not entirely. On Song Chi, the liquid's effect indeed surpassed the intermediate potion. The reason was simple. Over the past 20 years, Song Chi had used the intermediate potion multiple times, causing his body to develop a resistance. The body-tempering liquid, being a new substance, faced no such resistance, at least for now. This was why his conduction technique practice speed had dramatically increased. Suddenly, a strong wave of dark energy emanated from the training room. Song Chi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and a visible faint red mist emerged from his body, spreading around him, an obvious sign of blood energy fluctuation. Song Chi exhaled deeply, withdrawing from the conduction technique posture. His eyes sparkled with undisguised joy. Breaking through to level 9 in the conduction technique had not been easy. Indeed, the intense blood energy fluctuation just now was because he had successfully advanced from level 8 to level 9 in the conduction technique, leaving him just one step away from the first rank. Feeling the surging power within him, Song Chi was both excited and cautious. Standing in the center of the all-attribute training room, he took a deep breath and began to move his body. As he swung his fists and kicked, the sharp wind generated by his movements reverberated through the room, causing the walls to tremble slightly. Song Chi focused intently, striving to adapt to his newly enhanced physique. Several hours later, the door to the training room slowly opened. Song Chi walked out with steady steps, having gained basic control over his newfound strength. Standing on the main street, he didn't rush to leave the market, but instead opened his attribute panel. 20 days ago, he had been busy testing the effects of the body refinement elixir, upgrading the market and the all-attribute training room, but hadn't had the chance to thoroughly check their specific attributes. Soon, the detailed attributes of the universal market appeared before him. Name: Universal Market. Market Owner: Song Chi. Level: LV 15. Size: 1500 m x 1500 m. Basic configuration: 60 shops. 1 400 m x 400 m stall area. 1 2-story inn. 1 LV 15 all-attribute training room, double efficiency for psionic training. 1 LV 11 psionic defense array. 1 LV 11 long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Additional configurations: None 08. Feature 1. Disaster avoidance, can move freely within the void, avoiding natural disasters. Feature 2. Spatial anchor, can set a coordinate anchor point in any star field within the fragmented star sea. Upgrade requirements: 100 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. Market transaction volume of 70,066, 54870,000 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. Song Chi nodded slightly. The substantial floating land essence transactions provided by Zhou Ping had boosted the market's transaction volume from less than 30,000 strands to nearly 70,000 strands, allowing him to upgrade the market to LV 15. With the level upgrade, various attributes of the market had significantly improved. The area had expanded further, the number of shops in the stall area had increased. The number of guest rooms in the 2-story inn had reached 6, meaning Song Chi now had 4 more market guest tokens. Each token could potentially link to a piece of floating land in the Star Sea, or even an entire civilization, causing a slight smile to form on Song Chi's lips. Additionally, the core configurations of the all-attribute training room, the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform, and the psionic defense array had also seen significant enhancements. Song Chi first checked the attributes of the all-attribute training room. Name: All-attribute training room. Level: LV 15. Effect: training speed for Tier 1 and below creatures increases by 540. Training speed for psionic cultivation increases by 1080. Upgrade requirements: market level LV 16. 80 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. The astonishing enhancement effect left Song Chi secretly amazed. Ordinary training speed increased by 540. while psionic cultivation speed increased by 1080, 10 times the usual rate. No wonder he had managed to break through from LV8 to LV9 in psionic cultivation in just 20 days. This was not only due to the powerful effects of the body refinement elixir, but also closely related to the LV15 all-attribute training room. Next, Song Chi turned his attention to the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. He quickly walked to the deployment platform inside the market and tapped it 4 times, upgrading it to LV15 as well. Name: Long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Level: LV15. Effect: upon activation, randomly deploys 42 spatial gates that connect to the market within the fragmented star sea, lasting 24 hours, with a cooldown of 720 hours. Upgrade requirements: market level LV16, 80 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. Despite upgrading it by 4 levels, the platform's attributes had not changed much, primarily increasing the number of spatial gates deployed from 37 to 42. Finally, there was the psionic defense array. After the last Void Demon invasion, Song Chi had placed as much importance on this configuration as on the all-attribute training room and the spatial gate deployment platform. He upgraded it to LV15 as well. Name: Psionic Defense Array. Level: LV15. Effect: automatically absorbs void energy to form a hemispherical protective shield. Song Chi stood in the center of the market, surveying his surroundings and feeling the changes brought by the upgrades. Although everything seemed the same on the surface, he knew these enhancements would lay a more solid foundation for future development. The attribute panel of the protective array unfolded before Song Chi's eyes. 1,800 points of protection value, 180,000,180,000 shield value, and a 26-minute cooldown after overload. This spectral energy protective array, crafted by a powerful figure from the Dinghai immortal realm, was of astonishing quality. Song Chi scrutinized the data on the panel, calculating in his mind. Although the current shield value couldn't compare to the dark matter energy shield, it was understandable given that the spectral array was only at level 15, while the dark matter shield had been enhanced to level 29. He even speculated that if the spectral array were upgraded to the same level, its shield value might surpass the million mark. No wonder it's the work of a great immortal from the ancient realm, Song Chi murmured in admiration. Although he wasn't sure of the exact tier of this spectral energy protective array, it was evident that it far surpassed the orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator. Putting away the attribute panel, Song Chi felt satisfied with the overall performance of the level 15 market. The only slight disappointment was the spatial anchor point feature. He had hoped to add a custom anchor point so he could set a return point at home and use the market as a transit station to explore other star realms freely, without being bound by the 24-hour limit. Unfortunately, even at level 15, this wish remained unfulfilled. Taking a deep breath to dispel his disappointment, Song Chi reminded himself that the current status of the market was already impressive enough, and he shouldn't be too greedy. This self-consolation made him feel much better, and he exited the market. Returning to the composite illusion space of the real world, Song Chi headed straight for the monitoring room of the family base. For the past 20 days, he had been busy using the body-tempering liquid to advance his guidance technique to level 9, spending most of his time in the market and neglecting his duties. His father had been covering his shifts, although Song Chi didn't like troubling him. The second-tier guidance technique required consistent practice, leaving him with no other choice. In the monitoring room, the familiar projection screen still displayed the scene of the Bloodblade Star Pirate's lair, as calm as ever. Song Chao was sitting cross-legged in front of the screen, half of his mind visualizing the mythical mech projection in his head, and the other half closely watching the pirate's activities on the screen. Seeing his son enter, Song Chao paused his visualization of the mythical mech and turned his attention to Song Chi suddenly, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Guidance technique at level 9? Despite Song Chi's efforts to suppress the blood energy fluctuations within him, the initial entry into a new level inevitably caused some leakage, which didn't escape the notice of his father, who had experienced 2 life ascensions. While Song Chao's exterior remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. The speed at which his son's cultivation was advancing was truly astonishing. Having awakened only half a year ago, Song Chi had skyrocketed from level 4 to level 9 in the guidance technique. Such progress was terrifying even when compared to other elite captains. Although Song Chao was aware of the existence of the deep-water clam pearls and the body-tempering liquid, these alone couldn't fully explain Song Chi's remarkable advancement. Even adding the insect queen's meat wasn't sufficient. However, Song Chao buried his astonishment deep within. As someone who also harbored secrets, he understood that everyone had aspects they didn't wish to reveal, and he wouldn't pry. Soon, a genuine, proud smile appeared on his face, feeling heartfelt pride in his son's excellence. "Well done, you truly are my son," Song Chao said, standing up and giving Song Chi a firm pat on the shoulder. "Keep it up and aim to achieve your first life ascension soon." Stepping into the first tier, after Song Chi nodded in agreement, Song Chao strode out of the room with a hint of urgency in his steps. In truth, Seeing his son on the verge of reaching the first tier in just half a year, this second-tier father felt pressure for the first time. It wasn't that he feared being surpassed, but he didn't want to be overtaken too soon. After all, as a father over a century old, being quickly outpaced by the younger generation would be somewhat difficult to face. What Song Chi didn't realize was that, as soon as Song Chao stepped out of the monitoring room, his eyes started darting rapidly, and his lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. His thoughts surged like waves, calculating various possibilities. Reaching level 9 in the guiding technique within half a year, the potential existence of more than 2 purple-grade ship components on that brat's ship, and the supreme purple ascension fire source his father mentioned, could this be his chance to make it into the family ranks? Unconsciously, Song Chao clenched his fists, his breathing growing heavy. But soon, he shook his head vigorously, pushing the thought deep down. The Song family of Dinghai had a legacy spanning thousands of years, with numerous members and many who combined talent with opportunity. Breaking into the family ranks was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even his father, Song Mingsong, had been far from achieving that in his youth. Casting aside these thoughts, Song Chao strode towards the spaceship docking area. Over the past 20 days, his time for practicing the ethereal energy guiding technique had been limited, and he needed to make up for it. No, not just make up for it, but also increase his training time. That brat really knew how to challenge his old man. Upon summoning the Qingkong, his spaceship, at the docking area, Song Chao gritted his teeth and set a new goal for himself. He must not embarrass himself in front of his son, at least not too soon. Unaware of his father's inner turmoil, Song Chi divided his focus just as Song Chao had done during his shifts, one part visualizing the imprint in his mind, and the other monitoring the real-time projection of the Bloodblade Star Pirate's stronghold. Time flew by, and nearly 10 more days passed. During this period, Song Chi had fully adapted to his enhanced physical condition and had repaid all the shifts he owed his father. As for exploring the alien domain, the base had prohibited it for 2 reasons. First, to avoid revealing their intentions to the Bloodblade Star Pirates, as the combined illusion had some energy fluctuation shielding but still posed risks. Second, spatial rifts and space gales in the vicinity made exploration dangerous. Song Chi and the others didn't mind these regulations much, as missing a few monthly explorations had little impact. In the monitoring room, Song Chi stood up eagerly. It was time for a shift change, and Song Lin was about to take over. His urgency stemmed from having fully stabilized his level 9 guiding technique over the past 10 days, allowing him to use the body tempering liquid to accelerate his training again. More importantly, he had a high-grade body tempering potion neutralized with a 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, which he had long anticipated. Now that his guiding technique had reached level 9 with no restrictions, he was eager to try this high-grade body tempering potion himself. However, just then, the image on the projection screen in front of him suddenly changed. A 100-meter-long Xinhua warship had appeared on the screen without any warning. Staring at the warship enveloped in a cyan shield on the screen, Song Chi decisively pressed the red button beside him and quickly activated the communication bracelet on his wrist. In the remote 0155-star sector, far from the floating duchy, the bracelet couldn't connect to the network, but Song Chi didn't need it for browsing. He swiftly pulled up a pre-saved video of the Xinhua warship on the bracelet and, after a careful comparison, a flash of recognition gleamed in his eyes. That's right, it's the Blood Wolf, Song Chi murmured to himself, the flagship of Blood Wolf, the deputy leader of the Blood Blade pirate crew. No sooner had he spoken than Song Chao, Song Lin, and Song Yu hurried into the monitoring room, their eyes immediately drawn to the projection on the screen. The Blood Wolf. Song Chao recognized the warship instantly and mused. Out for over a month and finally back. Judging by the damage, it seems they ran into some serious trouble. Could they have encountered tough resistance during a raid? As the 4 of them pondered, the Blood Wolf slowly sailed into the pirate base's shield. A long, narrow crack on the ship's side was clearly visible on the screen. Song Chi's eyes flickered as he calculated. Over the past month, he had meticulously recorded the starfield environment within a 100,000-kilometer radius around the Blood Blade pirate crew's base. All that remained was the interior of the base, and the return of the Blood Wolf offered a timely opportunity. Maybe it's time to find a way inside, Song Chi thought to himself. This recent outing might not be as simple as it seems. Though he didn't have a strong premonition, a hint of suspicion lingered in his mind. He kept this thought to himself, saying nothing to the others. Song Chao, deep in thought, gestured for everyone to leave. Song Lin stayed behind to take over Song Chi's post. In the following days, Song Chi didn't rush to use the Phantom Butterfly drone in his possession. Instead, he further verified the Blood Blade pirate crew's patrol schedule, carefully selecting the optimal time for action. Meanwhile, in a large room on the outermost layer of the Blood Blade pirate crew's base, 4 low-ranking pirates were resting. One of them, named Blood Ant, was intensely focused on the psionic training platform aboard his ship, practicing the psionic guidance technique. Blood Ant was 42 years old, but only a level 70 stage Xinhua captain. His progress was slow because, as an unofficial Xinhua citizen, he couldn't enjoy the standard Xinhua seed awakening at age 30. As the offspring of a first-stage pirate in the Bloodblade pirate crew, Blood Ant grew up in the pirate base. For people like him, the only way to awaken the Xinhua seed was through the crew's unified awakening process every 20 years, regardless of the optimal awakening age. Blood Ant had only gained the opportunity 3 years ago and successfully awakened. While Blood Ant was engrossed in his training, a harsh shout echoed from outside the shuttle. Blood Ant, it's your turn to patrol. Damn it, I have to call you every time. If you can't see, I wouldn't mind gouging out those eyes of yours. Amidst a string of curses, Blood Ant reluctantly piloted his shuttle, the Blood Ant, into the air and began his routine patrol around the pirate base. Despite being located deep within the 0155-star sector, the pirate leadership maintained strict vigilance, requiring all members to stay alert and uphold regular security and patrol duties. After patrolling within the shield for 2 hours, Blood Ant cautiously exited the shield and began a slow patrol outside the base. Their main task was to monitor changes in the positions of spatial rifts and anchors. Although these spatial structures were unlikely to change, and such changes would take hundreds or thousands of years, a more immediate threat loomed: spatial windstorms. These phenomena, blowing out from spatial rifts, would gradually lose their power after leaving the rift but could still pose a significant threat to the pirate base if a strong medium or large void windstorm occurred. Monitoring the formation and appearance of these windstorms was a daily duty for Blood Ant and other zero-stage pirates. The Blood Ant's progress was exceedingly slow. Outside the protective shield, danger lurked everywhere. For zero-stage Xinhua captains like them, accidents were common. Blood Ant had to stay extremely vigilant, carefully scanning the surrounding void. Suddenly, a miniature void storm surged from a nearby spatial rift, causing violent energy fluctuations that made the Blood Ant ship shudder. The Blood Ant in the control room struggled to regain control, barely managing to steer clear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. However, at that very moment, a tiny phantom quietly attached itself to the shadowy underside of the Blood Ant ship. 1.5 light-years away, Song-Chi on the skyship revealed a satisfied smile. He cautiously deactivated all energy signals from the Phantom Butterfly drone, allowing it to cling silently to the bottom of the energy shuttle. Despite the drone being coated with a special stealth material, the high-level warships within the Bloodblade pirate group's stronghold made him wary. Several hours later, the energy shuttle began its return journey. Song-Chi held his breath, watching the drone pass through the elliptical defense shield. Fortunately, the promise from the Morning Star multifunction shop held true. The Phantom Butterfly successfully infiltrated without detection. After entering the shield, Song-Chi seized the moment to detach the drone from the shuttle, letting it fall into a corner of the base. He focused intently, using a remote neural control system to record details of the stronghold's interior. Building layouts, pirate numbers, locations of high-ranking members, nothing was overlooked. As time passed, Song-Chi felt mentally exhausted, but he had to work against the clock. Just as he was about to conclude, he noticed an unusual figure through a window on the top floor of the stronghold. Four-armed, jet-black skin, with a crescent-shaped horn. Even more surprising was the presence of Bloodwolf, the deputy leader of the Bloodblade, standing respectfully beside it. In his confusion, Song-Chi quickly retracted his neural link to avoid detection by Bloodwolf, a second-rank warship captain. When he checked again seconds later, both figures had vanished. Hours later, the neural beacon failed. Song-Chi chose not to restart the drone but left it hidden in the corner. He rubbed his throbbing forehead and immediately headed to the sky-blue ship. Upon meeting his father, Song-Chi reported in detail the layout of the stronghold and the strange figure he saw with Bloodwolf. He closely observed his father's reaction. His dad only glanced briefly at the map, but his eyes showed clear shock and doubt when he heard about the mysterious figure. Song Zhao abruptly turned to face Song-Chi, his gaze filled with disbelief and deep concern. "Are you sure the Bloodwolf was trying to curry favor with him?" Hearing the urgency in his father's voice, Song-Chi immediately realized the gravity of the situation. He didn't answer hastily but instead carefully recalled the scene. The image of the Bloodwolf's obsequious expression and respectful demeanor flashed before his eyes. After confirming his memory, he nodded solemnly. "Dad, could that have been the Moro tribe?" Song-Chi took the opportunity to ask. He hadn't known the identity of the alien race earlier, but he had just checked the Starsea Civilization and Biological Encyclopedia. However, due to limited information, he couldn't be entirely sure. Song Chao nodded affirmatively and then added with a grave expression, "If you didn't mistake the color of the horn on its head, it might indeed be the former Moro royalty." This statement hit Song-Chi like a sledgehammer, causing his pupils to contract. The Moro tribe was troublesome enough. Although the Dawnstar Principality's expeditionary force claimed to have eradicated all Moro, with a medium-sized civilization of 100 billion people, complete extermination was implausible. The existence of Moro royalty implied even deeper consequence. It could mean that the direct bloodline of the Moro civilization still existed and might be plotting something in the shadows. The father and son fell into silence, the air thick with tension. Finally, Song Chi broke the quiet, voicing his suspicion. If it really is the Moro royalty, could the Blood Blade pirate group be supported by them? The Blood Wolf's obsequious attitude, coupled with the Moro royalty's presence, made this hypothesis almost inevitable. Although Song Chao didn't speak, Song Chi read confirmation in his father's eyes. Their thoughts were in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chao decisively stated, "No, this matter is too significant. Whether true or not, we must take this possibility into account. If it turns out to be true, our entire lineage could be in jeopardy." With that, he promptly led Song Chi back to the base. In the base's monitoring room, Song Chao detailed the situation to Song Lin and Song Yu. The weight of the words Moro royalty caused both of them to look grim. This was not something a third-tier Xingho captain could handle. Even the Bloodblade, which they had casually supported, was already a veteran third-tier Xingho captain. Song Chao continued, "I must return to the White Tower floating land to inform the old man. But the base can't be left unguarded, and we need to keep monitoring the Bloodblade pirate group's lair." Though he didn't finish his sentence, Song Chi and the others understood this was for them to decide who would stay and who would go. Faced with this tough decision, the three fell into deep thought. Staying at the base meant bearing immense risk. If discovered, a first-tier Xingho captain would have almost no chance of survival. After a brief moment, Song Chi's expression turned resolute as he spoke up first, "Dad, I'll stay." As soon as he said this, the other three's eyes focused on his face. Song Chi, however, remained unwavering, having made his choice after careful consideration. "Why do you say that?" Song Chi stood in the monitoring room, his gaze fixed firmly on his father, Song Chao. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain his reasoning. "First and foremost, the risk of the base being exposed is minimal." Song Chi pointed at the projection screen before them. "It has been operating safely for decades. If it were to be exposed, it would have happened already." Pausing briefly, he added, "Even if the worst happens and it is exposed, I have a fallback plan. The celestial market can shelter me for a year or so, enough time for our family's elders to arrive." Turning to his brothers, Song Chi's tone grew more solemn. "Secondly, father, you are the head of the family. If you and second brother both leave, it wouldn't be appropriate for third brother or fourth brother to stay behind. This could lead to dissatisfaction from uncle's side." As he finished speaking, Song Chao's expression visibly softened. He felt a sense of pride in his son's understanding, yet a flicker of worry remained in his eyes. Despite knowing that Song Chi harbored many secrets and that his flagship was far from an ordinary first-tier warship, as a father, he couldn't help but worry about his son's safety. Recalling the 100 titanium crystals previously given, which had been used up, Song Chao knew that the soaring sky at least had more than 2 purple components. Upgrading purple components from level 20 to level 29 required only 45 titanium crystals, leaving enough for a significant enhancement of the warship's capabilities. Of course, neither Song Chao nor Song Mingsong had ever considered the possibility of the soaring sky having orange-grade components. Orange components were exceedingly rare, even among high-grade parts. After a moment of contemplation, just as Song Chao was about to agree to Song Chi's proposal to stay behind, Song Lin and Song Yu spoke up simultaneously. "Second uncle, we're willing to stay too." Hearing his nephew's words, Song Chao felt even more reassured. Indeed, leaving only one person behind was not ideal. Song Chi couldn't possibly monitor the projection screen 247. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. "Lin will stay, and you will come with me back to the White Tower floating land." Song Yu seemed somewhat reluctant, but since Song Chao had made his decision, he couldn't argue further. Though unspoken, all four present understood. While Song Lin and Song Yu were both sons of Song Shan, Song Yu's safety was more crucial. His innate blue fire seed, which didn't require any advanced fire sources to reach the third tier, was something most captains could only dream of. At the docking area, before departing, Song Chao reminded them once more. "If the base is exposed, you two must seize the moment to activate the alien realm exploration. Delay as long as you can. By the time you return, the family might have arrived." With those words, the azure sky lifted off, carrying a reluctant Song Yu, and quickly disappeared beyond the combined illusion space. Watching their father depart, Song Chi and his second brother, Song Lin, quickly arranged their shifts, each taking 12 hours. Thus, the two brothers began their routine. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, as Song Lin arrived to take over from Song Chi, he noticed that Song Chi wasn't leaving as quickly as usual. With a tone of request, Song Chi said, "Second brother, I need to trouble you with something. I might need to seclude myself for 2 days, so during this period." Song Lin cut him off with a wave. "We're brothers. There's no such thing as trouble. Go ahead." Grateful for the cold spring flame that Song Chi had given him earlier, Song Lin saw it as a significant opportunity to reach the second tier, one of the most important chances in his life. However, before Song Chi turned to leave, Song Lin couldn't help but ask, "Fourth brother, are you about to break through with your guiding technique again?" Half a month ago, when he learned that Song Chi had advanced his guiding technique to level 9, Song Lin was already surprised. He himself had awakened his fire seed over 7 years ago and had just reached level 9. Though he expected to advance within the next 6 months, it had taken him 7 years. In contrast, Song Chi had caught up in just over 7 months. If he was now aiming for the first tier, it was hard for Song Lin to accept. Song Chi smiled at his brother but did not answer. He walked out of the monitoring room and headed to his quarters. Although the base wasn't large enough to support the free summoning of 100-meter-class Guardian ships, it could handle energy-based airships. Of course, these were just a cover. His real destination was the celestial market. The reason for not answering Song Lin was that Song Chi himself was unsure if he could break through this time. Having fully mastered his abilities, he used the past half-month, along with body-tempering liquid and intermediate body enhancement potions, to push his guiding technique at level 9 a bit further. This time, he planned to use the advanced body enhancement potion. Song Chi held 4 high-grade body-strengthening potions in his hand, his expression grave. 3 of them, made by his uncle and aunt using cold spring cold flame, had not yet been neutralized with deep water pearl and were therefore unusable for now. The one he was about to take, however, was the crucial potion he had prepared months ago by blending it with 900-year-old deep water pearl powder. Upon returning to his room, Song Chi didn't hesitate. With a thought, he instantly appeared in the all-attribute cultivation room within the mystic market. He did not immediately consume the potion but instead sat cross-legged, assuming the standard posture for the energy guiding technique. As the energy circulated within him, his breath gradually steadied, preparing him for the immense challenge ahead. Time passed quietly, whether it was just a few minutes or half an hour. When Song Chi opened his eyes again, he felt his condition had reached its peak. Without further delay, he quickly picked up the precious potion and downed it in one go. The moment the liquid reached his stomach, a torrential wave of heat surged through his entire body. A visible flush spread from his abdomen to his entire frame, and a violent energy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. This energy was more domineering than anything he had ever experienced before, searing through his meridians and causing every inch of his flesh to quiver intensely. In just 2 minutes, Song Chi seemed to transform into a giant steamer, with waves of heat pouring out from his pores. Despite this, the accumulated heat inside him far exceeded the rate at which it could dissipate, making him feel an unprecedented, unbearable heat. Enduring the almost tearing discomfort, Song Chi gritted his teeth and continued to operate the energy guiding technique. He knew that this was not a sign of danger but rather a testament to the astonishing efficacy of the high-grade body strengthening potion. Though his body seemed overwhelmed, it was actually unharmed. More exhilarating was the fact that the cultivation speed of the energy guiding technique within him had soared, surpassing normal rates by hundreds or even thousands of times. Reflecting on his previous decision, Song Chi felt a rush of gratitude. Had he used this potion before reaching level 9 in the energy guiding technique, his body might have collapsed instantly. High-grade body-strengthening potions were notorious for their overpowering effects. Even with the neutralizing addition of 900-year-old deep-water pearl powder, their potency remained formidable. The 900-year-old deep-water pearl came from a first-tier, possibly even peak first-tier or second-tier, water clam. Such a lengthy period of gestation endowed the pearl with unimaginable energy. Even though this energy was relatively gentle, it was still a significant burden for ordinary zero-tier beings. As the minutes ticked by, the potion's effects lasted far longer than Song Chi had anticipated. 2 entire days passed, and the potion's efficacy not only persisted but continued to aid his cultivation. Although the boost to the energy guiding technique had decreased, it remained substantial. Song Chi was naturally overjoyed but felt a twinge of guilt thinking that his second brother, Song Lin, might have to wait a bit longer. However, given Song Lin's current level 9 proficiency in the energy guiding technique, going without sleep for over a week wouldn't be a problem, which offered Song Chi some comfort. As time went on, the energy surging from his abdomen finally began to wane. It no longer caused pain as it flowed through his meridians, and the nearly 2-day-long heat gradually subsided. Song Chi was finally able to focus on his cultivation with ease. After about half a day, Song Chi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, a flash of intense joy flickering in his dark pupils. It wasn't that the potion's effects had ended, but rather that he had finally touched the elusive barrier he had longed for. The opportunity for a breakthrough had finally arrived. That was the bottleneck between level 9 and level 10 of the energy conduction technique, the gateway to transcendence for all zero-tier beings in the shattered star sea. Song Chi stared at this invisible barrier, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that as long as he could push open or break through this gate, he would achieve a life-altering transformation. stepping into the first tier. In just 2 seconds, Song Chi made his decision. The residual effects of the potion in his body could last for another half day, enough time for a single attempt. He was not one to procrastinate. Closing his eyes, he focused all his internal energy, beginning his assault on the bottleneck. Boom! The first attempt began, and it felt as though a violent explosion echoed within him. His face turned slightly pale, and he let out a soft grunt, clearly showing the strain this attempt placed on his body. After stabilizing the surging blood, he scanned his internal condition, frowning. Despite his full-force attack, the bottleneck remained unyielding. After a brief moment of disappointment, Song Chi quickly adjusted his mindset. He had anticipated this. If breaking through to the first tier were easy, his second brother Song Lin wouldn't have been stuck at level 9 for nearly 3 years, and zero-tier beings wouldn't make up over 90% of the Star Sea's population. After a few minutes of adjusting his state, Song Chi began his second attempt. This opportunity was too rare to pass up. If he missed it, the high-level body-strengthening potion would no longer be effective, and breaking through to the first tier would become a matter of time and endurance. Although he wouldn't be stuck for 3 years like his brother, it would still take at least a year. Boom! The second attempt also failed. Song Chi's face turned even paler, but he did not give up. After a brief adjustment, he launched his third attempt. 5 consecutive attempts ended in failure, leaving Song Chi as pale as a sheet of paper. The remaining effects of the potion were almost exhausted. He muttered to himself, "One last try. If this fails, I'll have to accept it." Gathering his energy rapidly, Song Chi focused intensely. After nearly half a minute of preparation, his internal energy surged toward the bottleneck with overwhelming force. Boom! Crack! A flush of unhealthy red appeared on Song Chi's ashen face, and he tasted blood in his throat. Amid the violent rumbling, he seemed to hear a faint cracking sound. Delving into his inner self, his expression suddenly showed uncontrollable joy. Gathering his remaining energy and blood, Song Chi launched his final attempt. Crack! This time, there was no violent rumble, just a crisp shattering sound. Finally, I did it! Song Chi felt ecstatic. From today onwards, my life has officially stepped into the first tier. A gentle healing energy surged from deep within his body, rapidly repairing his internal injuries. This life energy enveloped his entire being, nourishing and rejuvenating every cell. It felt as if he were soaking in the most comfortable hot spring. The previous pain vanished, replaced by an indescribable tingling and comfort. This was the wondrous experience of one's first life transformation. Outside the all-purpose training room, intense waves of ethereal energy surged continuously, intertwining with threads of life energy. The collision of these two forces made the activity inside the training room even more astonishing. Inside, Song Chi's complexion had turned rosy, his entire body enveloped in a dense aura of life energy. As this energy nourished him, thick, black liquid, representing impurities being expelled from his body, oozed out from his skin. Meanwhile, a gradually intensifying pressure of life force spread outwards, soon filling the entire training room. This process of life ascension lasted for about half an hour. Once the life energy completely dissipated, Song Chi opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with a faint, dark flamea sign of the initial manifestation of ethereal energy. Although he couldn't fully externalize this energy yet, he could now imbue his weapons with it and use it for basic protection. Additionally, Song Chi's physical body had undergone a geometric enhancement, with all his organs functioning at an elevated level. Jumping 20 to 30 meters was now effortless for him. More importantly, as a first-tier life form, he could freely move in the vacuum of space, no longer constrained by its pressure. However, this didn't mean he could travel through space unaided. Rather, he could operate on asteroids and other small celestial objects. The enhancement of his mental faculties also significantly improved Song Chi's multitasking capabilities. He could now easily manage 3 tasks simultaneously, and in a state of heightened focus, even 4. The most crucial change was the extension of his lifespan from 140 years to 200 years. This meant that even if he made no further progress, he could live for another 160 to 170 years. Song Chi was overjoyed, thrilled that his long-term efforts had finally paid off. Though a 60-year increase in lifespan might not seem much, for someone who once had only a few decades to live, it was an enormous leap. He eagerly anticipated reaching higher tiers 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th. It was said that breaking through to the 4th tier could extend one's lifespan to 2,000 years. Suppressing his excitement, Song Chi began to stretch and move, adapting to the significant changes brought by his breakthrough. 10 hours later, he energetically replaced the exhausted Song Lin. Despite nearly 3 days of continuous training, Song Chi, having just undergone life ascension, was full of vigor and showed no signs of fatigue. The moment Song Lin saw Song Chi, his eyes widened, instantly snapping out of his lethargy. "Fourth brother, have you ascended to the 1st tier?" he asked incredulously, his mind racing with questions. Song Chi briefly explained how he used a 900-year-old deepwater pearl and advanced body-strengthening elixirs, which finally put Song Lin at ease. After Song Lin left, Song Chi began to meditate on the imprinting diagram while monitoring the holographic display in front of him. Soon, he discovered another benefit of his first-tier ascension: the enhancement of his mental faculties greatly improved the effectiveness of meditating on the imprinting diagram, meaning his mental strength would now grow even faster. White Tower floating land, outskirts of White Tower City. With a thunderous roar, the 100-meter-long battleship, Qingkong, shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds above the floating land in an instant. This Song Dynasty warship had returned to White Tower floating land a month ago after leaving Star Area 0155, and now it was finally setting off again. Inside the Qingkong's cabin, a dozen figures stood solemnly. Among them were Song Mingsong, by Shuqin, the Songshan couple, and the Songhai couple, all first-tier family members of the White Tower Song clan. They chose the Qingkong over Song Mingsong's Furious Lion to avoid unnecessary attention. As a second-tier warship, the Qingkong was more suitable in terms of speed and stealth. At this moment, Song Mingsong's face was ashen with rage. Bai Shuqin glanced at him helplessly and said, "All right, what do you expect the third child to do? Shouldn't someone stay behind to guard the base?" Song Mingsong's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, "And leaving my two grandsons alone over there was the right decision?" Hearing this, everyone in the cabin shook their heads, especially Song Hai and Song Yang, who silently mourned for Song Chao while feeling relieved that they weren't the ones left behind at the base this time. After a long silence, Song Shan tried to mediate. "Dad, the third brother had no other choice. This is the most reasonable arrangement. Besides, nothing has happened at the base for a decade." Before he could finish, the old man interrupted angrily, "So you think you can lecture your old man just because you've advanced?" Song Shan's face darkened, and he dared not say another word. Bai Shuqin pinched Song Mingsong's waist sharply and shouted, "Everyone shut up and focus on the journey." Meanwhile, in the chaotic star area 0155, a 100-meter warship quietly skimmed past and finally slipped into a field of debris. Inside the composite illusion base, Song Chi and Song Lin were startled by a violent ripple and immediately rushed out to summon their warship. But recognizing the familiar armor of the approaching ship, they retracted their warship and waited with broad smiles in the docking area. As the Qingkong landed, a dozen figures disembarked one by one. Song Chi and Song Lin were initially stunned. Then their smiles grew wider as they greeted, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt." After confirming that there had been no activity from the Blood Blade pirate group in the past 2 months, Song Mingsong nodded in satisfaction and patted his grandson's shoulders. Just as he was about to glare at Song Chao, Song Lin interrupted, "Dad, has the Shangyue successfully advanced to the third tier?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the question, and Song Chao let out a sigh of relief. Song Shan smiled and nodded. "Yes, the Shangyue has successfully advanced to a cruiser." Song Chi and Song Lin suddenly understood the reason for the gathering of all first-tier family members. With 2 cruisers, their family now had absolute power over the Blood Blade pirate group. Both of them had the same question in their minds. Are they going to take action now? What about the Moro royal family? Have they confirmed that it's a hoax? As if reading their minds, Song Mingsong kindly explained, "The Moro royal family most likely exists. Recently, the Blood Wolf ship destroyed a small civilization's first-tier life-type Starsea floating land and plundered most of its resources. However, we suspect that the Blood Wolf is just a front, and all the resources likely ended up with the Moro tribe behind it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Uncle Song Shan immediately took over, his expression solemn as he added, "Our investigation has revealed that over the past century, the Blood Blade Star Pirates have conducted numerous raids in the chaotic star region. However, their strength hasn't significantly increased, suggesting that the looted resources likely ended up in the hands of the hidden Moro royal family, who are using them to secretly restore their power." Song Shan paused for a moment before continuing, "What's more concerning is that the Moro royal family not only controls the Bloodblade Star Pirates, but also remotely manipulates several other star pirate groups of similar strength in different areas of the chaotic star region. It's because they are scattered across different regions that they haven't attracted the attention of other civilizations." Upon hearing this, Song Chi's heart filled with alarm. He thought to himself, if what Uncle and Grandpa said is true, the hidden Moro royal family is no ordinary opponent. Being able to control several third-tier star pirate groups means they likely possess fourth-tier combat power. But then, a bigger question arose in his mind. If this is the case, isn't the family's current mission a suicide mission? How could they possibly contend with a fourth-tier entity? Song Chi couldn't help but recall the tier classification of the Starsea civilization. Civilizations with first, second, and third-tier regular combat units are classified as low-level civilizations. In contrast, possessing fourth-tier combat units signifies stepping into the realm of mid-level civilizations, marking a fundamental difference from ordinary low-level civilizations. This classification exists precisely because of the formidable individual combat power of fourth-tier units. Such units can often single-handedly turn the tide of an interstellar war, their power truly terrifying. Hence, the many civilizations in the fragmented star sea use the fourth tier as the boundary between low-level and mid-level civilizations. As Song-Chi was deep in thought, his grandmother Bai Shuqin keenly noticed the doubt and concern in her two grandsons' eyes. She gently explained, "Don't worry, the Moro royal family will be dealt with by others. Our task is clear: to eliminate the Blood-Blade Star Pirates and seize the entrance to the Starsea's secret realm in their core territory." Hearing his grandmother's words, Song-Chi felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He silently chided himself for being frightened by the potential presence of a fourth-tier Moro royal family member, making such a rookie mistake. On further reflection, he realized that the family had been planning for decades. They wouldn't act rashly against the Blood-Blade Star Pirates without a foolproof plan. At that moment, Song Ming-song, standing at the front of the group, suddenly brightened his eyes, staring intently at Song-Chi, and asked, "Shao-Chi, have you broken through the first tier of your guiding technique?" Song-Chi was startled, but then understood. It had been over a month since his breakthrough, and he had long since fully mastered his new power, able to conceal and reveal it at will. That was why no one had noticed his change immediately. However, Song Ming-song, being an experienced third-tier flame captain, had a keen sense that caught the subtle signs. In comparison, although Song Shan's flagship had advanced to the third tier, his guiding technique was still at level 29, requiring more time to break through to level 30. Naturally, he couldn't perceive the changes as sharply as Song Ming-song. Seeing that his grandfather had already noticed, Song-Chi no longer hid it. He released a slight amount of his internal energy, letting out a surge of potent blood energy. Sensing the unmistakable first-tier blood energy, the Song family elders were first surprised, then overjoyed. The more outstanding the younger generation, the more gratified they felt. The old man laughed heartily, his laughter thunderous, reflecting his genuine joy. Among the crowd, Song Chao and Chen Lixia, Song-Chi's parents, beamed with pride, their son's excellence bringing them immense honor. Achieving a breakthrough in the guiding technique to the first tier at the age of 30 was a remarkable accomplishment, even more impressive than advancing a phantom ship through 3 different star regions. Compared to the older generation of the family, it was Song-Chi, Song-Wan, and Song-Yu who were even more shocked. Song-Chi had broken through the first tier just 8 months after awakening. They found it hard to believe and even doubted their own hearing. Song-Yu felt it the most intensely. He had awakened at the same time as Song-Chi, and now he was only at level 6. While Song-Chi had already reached level 10, various thoughts flashed through his mind. Was the glowing white meat given by his fourth brother just the tip of the iceberg? Was he merely a pseudo-genius while his fourth brother was the true prodigy? Despite racking his brain, he was still full of questions. At that moment, Song Chao quietly squeezed to the front of the crowd and cleared his throat, explaining, "This kid was lucky enough to get a few deep water pearls of significant age and combine them with the high-grade body tempering potions I provided, which led to such progress." Everyone suddenly understood. Song Lin, standing next to Song Chao, quietly added, 900 years old. Upon hearing this, the elders of the family once again cast deep, scrutinizing glances at Song Chi, including Song Chao. Originally, Song Chi had only mentioned needing potions aged over 300 years and hadn't disclosed the specific age of the pearls. Song Chao had subconsciously categorized them as being 300 to 500 years old, not expecting them to be 900 years old. A 900-year-old deepwater pearl is no simple matter, requiring at least a 2,000-year-old deepwater clam to produce. These clams typically thrive at depths of several thousand meters underwater, and acquiring one is far from a matter of mere luck. Without delving further, the group chatted and laughed as they walked into the monitoring room. As Song Chao left, the orange quality component from the holographic screen had already been transferred to Song Lin's flagship, continuing to monitor the Blood Blade Pirate Group's base. Song Chi and Song Lin had already fully examined the attributes of this component. Starfield Monitor LV-19. Quality: Orange. Feature 1. Monitoring range increased by 60. Feature 2. Void Prison. Consumption: 300 ethereal points. Effect: Remote real-time monitoring of a designated area, with a current maximum range of 1.5 light-years. Charging: 10 minutes, no cooldown. Upgrade requirements: 150 strands of floating land essence Tier 1, 10,000 ethereal points. Void Prison consumes 3,000 ethereal points and, after 70 minutes of charging, generates a void prison in a spherical area with a diameter not exceeding 100,000 meters, lasting for 120 minutes. Song Ming-song scanned the images of the Blood Blade Pirate Group's base on the screen. Seeing no abnormalities, he withdrew his gaze and said sternly, "As previously discussed, we will officially act against the Blood Blade Pirate Group tomorrow. Let's now allocate specific tasks." This was mainly directed at Song Chi and Song Lin, as the others had already been assigned tasks once in the Furious Lion Hall. Song Ming-song continued, "First, blood knife and his blood blade ship will be handled by me and the eldest. Blood wolf will be restrained by the second. Hongxue, the second's wife, the third, and the fourth couple will each restrain one of the remaining 5. Lixia, you will assess the situation and provide long-range fire support as needed, mainly to protect Xiaoyu and the other 4. They can get injured, but no one should die. Understood? Song Qi keenly picked up on the information in his grandfather's words. The Blood Blade pirate group had 6 second-tier Starfire captains, not the 5 listed in the Starfire network, indicating they had hidden part of their strength. Additionally, his mother, Chen Lixia, had not been assigned a combat task and was only responsible for the safety of the 5 first-tier juniors, suggesting she had recently advanced to the second tier and her flagship's combat power might not yet match that of an ordinary second-tier Starfire warship. After assigning tasks to his sons and daughters-in-law, Song Mingsong turned to Bai Shuqin. Shuqin, the task of securing and protecting the secret realm entrance is yours. Ensure the entrance remains stable, but also keep yourself safe. Bai Shuqin nodded gently. Finally, Song Mingsong's gaze fell on Song Qi and the other 4 juniors, his eyes filled with concern. The oldest among them, Song Qi, was just over 40, while Song Qi and Song Yu had only recently awakened, severely lacking experience. Participating in such a high-level combat mission was extremely risky, and any slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. On second thought, Song Mingsong realized that this type of mission might become a frequent occurrence once he returned to his family. Instead of being caught off guard then, it would be better to let a few juniors experience it under his supervision now. After pondering for a moment, he said to the group, the 5 of you can engage with first-tier star pirates, but make sure to stay out of the crossfire range of second-tier warships. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Song Mingsong then detached the star monitoring device from Song Lin's Zhanlin and reinstalled it onto the Nushi. He calculated in his mind that tomorrow's battle would involve over a dozen second-tier frigates and 3 third-tier Xingho warships. A void prison with a diameter of 100,000 meters was evidently too small, limiting the warship's maneuverability. This would not only increase the risk of Song Qi and the other 4 being caught in the crossfire, but also make the 2-hour duration insufficient. It was clear that further enhancements were needed. As night fell, Song Qi sat alone in his room, his expression solemn. The scale of tomorrow's battle made it difficult for him to remain calm, especially concerning whether the Zhangqiang could withstand the residual impacts from 2nd and 3rd-tier Xingho warships. After some thought, he decided to make additional preparations. With a swift movement, Song Qi appeared in the free market area of the heavenly market. He quickly boarded the summoned Zhangqiang, clutching a black bag containing 74 titanium crystals. Among these, 24 were from his previous stash, and the other 50 were acquired in last month's market trade. Song Qi recalled his transaction with Zhou Ping. Although this time's haul wasn't as lucrative as the last, 50 titanium crystals were still decent. Zhou Ping had explained that the discovered titanium crystal vein had limited reserves and had been mined for a century, leaving little remaining. Song Qi was skeptical, suspecting Zhou Ping might be testing the waters for future negotiations. He didn't expose Zhou Ping's potential ploy but made his stance clear. 50 titanium crystals were far from enough to increase the entry and exit count. Song Qi proposed new terms. 200 titanium crystals could replenish a market guest token's entry count. Additionally, he expressed his willingness to purchase body-tempering liquid and paste at high prices. This proposal would benefit both parties, making it a win-win situation. Zhou Ping agreed and promised to report to his sect. Clearing his mind of distractions, Song Qi focused on enhancing the Zhangqiang. With the imminent battle, he had to push the warship's performance to its limits. First on the list was the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, a powerful orange main cannon with impressive enhancement effects. After 4 rounds of upgrades, both the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator had reached level 29. The attributes of the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon were vividly displayed before Song Qi. Level 29 quality, orange trait, mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light trait 2. The main cannon's power was increased by 100, with each attack consuming 2,400 units of dark energy, 122,880 units of charge, and a 4-second duration, a 7-second cooldown. As Song Qi savored these astonishing numbers, a sense of achievement filled his heart. The list of materials required for the upgrade appeared. 150 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 30,000 units of dark energy, 300 tons of sunfire ore, and 30 pieces of titanium crystal. The system indicated that the ship's hull had reached its maximum reinforcement limit and could not be further enhanced. The power of the mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light was awe-inspiring. After a 22-second charge, it would release a giant sword strike in the designated direction, possessing 490 of the main cannon's power, obliterating everything in its path. Song Qi couldn't help but imagine the spectacle of this sword light slicing through the starry sky. However, the cost of enhancement was substantial. Checking his stock of titanium crystals, Song Qi found that he was down to 14 pieces, nearly depleted. Next, Song-Chi turned his attention to the Starlight V alloy armor. This blue-quality hull armor was the second most important defensive component on the skies beyond, only surpassed by the dark matter energy shield generator. He decided to reinforce it to its maximum potential. The attributes of the Starlight V alloy armor were displayed: level 29 quality, blue. It consumed 60 units of dark energy per second, providing 35,280 units of protection. The upgrade required 60 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence and 10,000 units of dark energy. The system again indicated that the hull had reached its maximum reinforcement limit. Immediately after, Song-Chi began enhancing the healing fruit. This component, capable of repairing hull armor, also needed an upgrade. The healing fruit's attributes were level 29 quality, white. It consumed 2,000 units of dark energy per use, repairing 25 of the damaged hull armor and 10 of the hull. It had a 12-hour cooldown and a 10-second charge time. The system indicated that this component had reached its maximum enhancement limit. Song-Chi realized that although both components had been enhanced to their limits, there was a fundamental difference between them. The Starlight V alloy armor was limited by the white-grade spark hull, whereas the healing fruit was restricted by its quality, with level 29 being its maximum enhancement limit. Even if Song-Chi's spark seed advanced to blue-grade in the future, the healing fruit could not be further enhanced. After completing these two enhancements, Song-Chi took stock of the remaining Tier 2 floating land essence and found that he had only about 400 strands left. He decisively turned his attention to the Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine. Song-Chi knew that the importance of the engine to a battleship was no less than that of the main cannon and energy shield. It was not only the heart of the ship, continuously providing energy, but also directly related to the ship's maneuverability. In the ever-changing battlefield, maneuverability often determined victory or defeat. The system prompt appeared: do you want to spend 20 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 10,000 units of dark energy, 20 pieces of Tier 2 life core, and 1 piece of titanium crystal to upgrade the Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine from level 20 to level 21? Without hesitation, Song-Chi confirmed. After 4 consecutive upgrades, the Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine reached level 24. Song-Chi wanted to continue, but found that he had only 2 pieces of titanium crystal left, insufficient for the next enhancement. Unwilling to give up, he left the market and found his grandfather, who was conversing with his uncle, successfully obtaining an additional 33 pieces of titanium crystal. With these resources, Song-Chi pushed forward and enhanced the Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine to level 29 in one go. The attributes of the enhanced Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine were impressive. Level 29 quality, purple. Trait: additional 74 energy efficiency. It consumed 100 units per second, providing 1,009 units per second. Overload cooldown was 20 minutes, with an energy pool of 48,000 units. It could be upgraded to a Shadow-class reactor. The required materials for the upgrade were 90 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 25,000 units of dark energy, 90 pieces of Tier 2 life core, and 15 pieces of titanium crystal. Though the enhancement brought astonishing results, the consumption was equally massive. The 400-plus strands of Tier 2 floating land essence had dwindled to just 14 strands. From level 20 to level 29, the Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine's enhancement had consumed a staggering 396 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, leaving no titanium crystals. Taking stock of his resources, Song-Chi found he had only 100 strands of Tier 3 floating land essence and 20 strands of Tier 4 floating land essence left, along with a significant, but less useful amount of Tier 0 and Tier 1 floating land essence. This left him feeling somewhat dejected. While trading with family elders for Tier 3 and Tier 4 floating land essence could yield considerable Tier 2 resources, Song-Chi decided to keep these valuable high-tier essences. He knew that once the spark seed's quality improved, these resources would become immediately useful. Furthermore, Tier 3 and above floating land essence were already scarce, 10 to dozens of times rarer than Tier 2 essence. The rarity of Tier 4 floating land essence was even harder to fathom. After careful consideration, Song-Chi temporarily put aside the idea of further enhancements. His gaze swept across the special slot area of the skies beyond, finally settling on the targeted deployment platform component. With a flash of light between his brows, 3 blue light clusters emerged from the Spark Ancestor aperture. These 3 light clusters were 3 blue-quality components: Starlight 3 battleship cannon, particle beam cannon, and Blackwater Xuanwu hull armor. Song-Chi stood on the bridge of the Zhangqiang, his eyes scanning the ship's attribute panel. 3 no longer needed components lay quietly in his storage space. He was contemplating the possibility of trading them for a pinpoint deployment platform. This component, when combined with a remote brainwave control system, could significantly enhance his ship's capabilities, making it a tempting option. Before recalling the Zhangqiang, Song-Chi carefully reviewed the detailed attributes of the warship. In just 8 months, the Zhangqiang's configuration had reached the level of a third-tier Xinhua-class warship. With 2 orange, 2 purple, and 7 blue components, It was considered top tier even among the direct descendants of the Song family of Dinghai. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and exited the all-heaven market. Song Chi made his way to the second floor of the base, to Song Wen's room, and gently knocked on the door. Fourth brother, what's up? Have you used up the pinpoint deployment platform? Song Wen asked, puzzled. Rubbing his nose, Song Chi quietly inquired, third brother, do you still need blue components for your ship? Before Song Wen could answer, Song Chi took out the 3 prepared components and explained, I was wondering if you might be interested in trading for the pinpoint deployment platform. If you are, you can choose any of these 3 blue components. Song Wen initially intended to decline, but his gaze suddenly fixed on the particle beam cannon. The exceptional blue main cannon's attributes were too enticing to pass up. After a moment of deliberation, Song Wen proposed, fourth brother, how about this? They'll trade you the pinpoint deployment platform for the particle beam cannon, and in addition, they'll swap the blue main cannon for my ship for your Blackwater Shingue hull armor. Song Chi agreed after a brief consideration. After all, these were components that Song Qiong no longer needed and would eventually be traded away. Following the transaction, Song Chi didn't return to his room. Instead, he sought out Song Chi, Song Lin, and Song Yu to inquire if they needed blue-quality main cannons. He wasn't offering them for free but wanted to give his brothers a chance before selling to outsiders. Additionally, he hoped to see if any of them had components that Song Qiong required. However, all 3 of their ships were already equipped with blue main cannons, and their special components were not fully utilized, leaving no extras for trade. Song Chi realized that his initial plan might have been a bit redundant. Song Chi returned to his room and immediately entered the virtual marketplace, focusing intently on adjusting his state of mind. He knew that tomorrow's mission was critical, and he had to be in peak condition to face the challenge. The next day, outside the base of the illusion space, the docking area was bustling with activity. 15 members of the Song family, fully equipped, gathered in front of a warship named the Skirich. Despite being only 20 meters long, this ship was the ideal choice for the mission. It had minimal crew requirements and was equipped with a warp drive, perfectly suited for their secret operation. Standing at the center of the team, Song Mingsong gave a slight nod. This simple gesture was like the starting gun, prompting the 15 members to quickly board the Skirich. The decision to use this small warship was well considered. It avoided the need for identity-exposing credentials and maximized the conservation of precious floating land resources. Inside the Skirich's control room, Song Chi skillfully activated the Shadow Antimatter hyperdrive while meticulously comparing 2 star maps floating in front of him. One was just transmitted by his grandfather, and the other was a star map he had painstakingly created over 2 months, sacrificing more than 20 Hornet-class drones in the process. When he found that the 2 maps matched perfectly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the family had long been aware of the Bloodblade pirate group's hideout. At that moment, Song Chi realized that his previous efforts might have been redundant, but rather than feeling frustrated, he gained a deeper appreciation for his family's capabilities. Recalling his father's calm reaction when he presented the layout of the Bloodblade pirate group's hideout, Song Chi had an epiphany. The family's infiltration work was likely more thorough than he had imagined, encompassing not just the periphery but also the internal layout. Shaking his head, Song Chi cast aside these thoughts and focused on the task at hand. As the Skirich ascended to its designated position, he decisively activated the Purple River Warp Drive. After a considerable charging period, a space vortex nearly 100 meters in diameter appeared in the illusion space, and in the next instant, the Skirich vanished. In the vacuum space at a safe distance from the Bloodblade pirate group's hideout, the Skirich reappeared. This carefully chosen warp point avoided premature exposure and allowed ample time for the subsequent activation of the Void Prison feature of the Star Monitor. The hatch of the Skirich opened, and 14 figures emerged in quick succession, each summoning their warship. Once Song Mingsong's Fury Lion appeared, he immediately activated the Void Prison feature, targeting the Bloodblade pirate group's hideout. The 15 warships then began to slowly advance towards their destination. Meanwhile, at the top level of the Bloodblade pirate group's hideout, Captain Bloodknife was leisurely sipping tea. As a third-air Ashfire captain over 550 years old, his guidance technique had reached the peak of level 39, freeing him from the constant need to stay aboard his ship like other captains of the same tier. However, in that moment of tranquility, Bloodknife suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze piercing the darkness of space outside the window. A grim expression surfaced on Bloodknife's scarred face, making him look particularly menacing. Sensing something amiss, he unleashed his dark energy and instantly appeared by the window like a phantom. With a crash, the window shattered. Enveloped in dark energy, Bloodknife flew out of the room, hovering in midair above the pirate base. Before the members below could react, his amplified, chilling voice echoed through every corner of the hideout. Enemy attack, prepare for battle. No sooner had he spoken than a 1,000-meter-long cruiser, the Bloodblade, materialized above the base. The familiar blood-red armor and the massive ship-mounted cannons at the bow instantly snapped all the pirate members to attention. They quickly summoned their own ships. Amid the deafening roar of engines, the Bloodblade cruiser broke through the protective shield above the hideout, ready to face the impending battle. As a captain who has lived for nearly 6 centuries, Bloodblade has personally slain countless captains of similar rank. Such a record has forged his domineering and bloodthirsty personality, making it intolerable for him to wait passively behind a protective shield for the enemy to come to him. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed through the space. The warp drives on several Tier 2 pirate ships flickered a few times before dimming, rendering space jumps impossible. Bloodwolf, the vice captain of the pirate crew, tried multiple times before shouting grimly, "Spatial lock. Stay alert. This one's no ordinary foe." Bloodwolf quickly analyzed the situation. Special components capable of spatial locks are at least of purple grade. Observing the temporarily sealed spatial rifts outside the base, he concluded that only orange-grade components could activate such a powerful spatial lock. Before Bloodwolf could think further, a dozen attacks shot from the distance. One beam sped ahead, while the remaining 14 followed slightly behind. Alarm bells rang in Bloodwolf's mind, and just as he was about to warn his crew, the leading beam struck the protective shield over the base. The shield rippled slightly, seemingly unscathed. However, within seconds, the shield's color rapidly dimmed, and in mere moments, this barrier capable of withstanding Tier 3 attacks completely dissipated. Shield-breaking attribute. Damn it, Bloodwolf roared, but his shout was met with the onslaught of 14 main cannon blasts, crashing down on various parts of the base. Amid the violent explosions, chaos engulfed the entire pirate base. Rubble, blood, and screams intermingled, with lower-ranked pirates suffering heavy casualties. In this turmoil, Bloodwolf looked into the distance, spotting 15 distinct Xingho warships. He roared and led several Tier 2 Xingho warships from his crew straight towards the unknown vessels. At the same time, Song Mingsong's voice echoed through the Tianqiong's communication projections. "Boss, come with me to intercept the Shuaren. The rest of you, follow your assigned tasks and engage in battle." "Yes." Following the command, Song Qi immediately maneuvered the Tianqiong to speed off to the side. He calculated in his mind the need to quickly distance himself from the Tier 2 Xingho warships around him to minimize the risk of collateral damage. Even though Song Qi had activated the dark matter energy shield in advance, he remained vigilant. The power of the attack from the Rage Lion ship still lingered in his mind. The defense shield at the Bloodblade pirate group's lair, comparable to a dark matter energy shield, had collapsed in an instant, making Song Qi, who had been full of confidence, become cautious. The skyship quickly distanced itself from the family elder's ships. Song Qi glanced to the side and saw 6 second-tier firelight battleships engaged in fierce combat with his father, second uncle, and fourth uncle. The exchange of main and secondary cannon fire, ranging from second to third tier, illuminated the dark expanse of space and filled it with deafening explosions and energy shockwaves that spanned tens of thousands of meters. On the periphery of the battle, the slightly slower reacting Song Yu and Song Wen were in a precarious situation. The energy shields of their ships were noticeably dimmer, indicating they had already suffered multiple impacts from the battle's aftershocks. Fortunately, no one's shield had been completely breached yet, and their basic combat capabilities remained intact. Song Qi refocused his gaze and spotted a Bloodblade pirate group psionic ship not far ahead. The pure Yang sword light cannon, already charged and ready, swiftly aimed and fired with a thunderous roar. A sword light phantom, 2 meters wide and over 10 meters long, shot forth. The opposing psionic ship tried to evade but was too slow. The sword light phantom, with its tremendous power, shattered the ship's energy shield in less than 2 seconds. In the main control room of the Bloodjackal's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the psionic ship shrouded in a dark energy shield ahead, his previous eagerness quickly replaced by fear. The residual power of the sword light phantom continued to bombard the Bloodjackal's hull, tearing open a several-meter-long gash before dissipating. In a panic, Bloodjackal turned his ship to flee. However, the skyship's electromagnetic lightning cannon was faster. Purple lightning struck the Bloodjackal with pinpoint accuracy as it turned, and 5 seconds later, the Bloodjackal was completely destroyed. The dispersed lightning hit nearby pirate ships. Although the electromagnetic lightning cannon was only a blue-tier component with limited power, it still caused significant trouble for the numerous 0 and first-tier firelight battleships. Having been enhanced to the second tier, even the secondary cannon was not something ordinary psionic shuttles and psionic ships could easily withstand. Witnessing the terrifying power of the pure Yang sword light cannon, Song Qi's courage surged. He coldly scanned the 0 and first-tier firelight battleships of the Bloodblade pirate group ahead, thinking to himself, "These pirates have blood on their hands. They deserve no mercy." Seconds later, the pure Yang sword light cannon roared again, sending another 10-meter-long sword light phantom hurtling towards the enemy ship. Witnessing the terrifying phantom of the sword light, the Star pirate fleet scattered in all directions. The sporadic cannon fire that hit the Celestial barely caused a ripple on its dark matter energy shield. At this moment, the advantages of the LV-29 Shadow Antimatter Superstate engine became evident. With the surrounding void cracks temporarily sealed, the Celestial, unrestrained, pursued the fleeing star pirate ships with the speed of a cheetah chasing its prey, quickly sinking them one after another. While Song-Chi effortlessly crushed the enemies, the battlefield where his elders fought was exceptionally intense. The lower-tier pirates of the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group, due to their low status, were hardly allocated resources, resulting in generally weak warships. However, the second-tier captains were a different story. As the absolute high-ranking members of the pirate group, even though the bulk of their loot had to be handed over to the Moloch royalty, the remaining share was still substantial. On the azure sky, Song Chao's face was grim. The enemy ships were equipped with an average of 2 or more purple components, with the Blood Wolf being particularly luxurious, boasting a purple main cannon, engine, and energy shield, along with a special purple component. Song Chao thought to himself, at this rate, we can't end the battle within 4 hours. In the communication group, Song Hai, Song Yang, Zhao Hongxue, and others all wore solemn expressions. The second-tier warships of the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group were far more powerful than they initially estimated, forcing their plan for a swift victory into a drawn-out conflict. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem since Chun Li Xia was providing support from the outside. The longer the battle dragged on, the more the scales would tip in their favor. However, the spatial lock of the Void Prison could only last for 4 hours. If they couldn't finish the fight within that time, the consequences would be dire. Let Li Xia join the fight, someone suggested. The younger ones are doing fine. Especially Qi, the remaining pirates don't pose much of a threat to them. Agreed. The consensus was quickly reached. Soon, the Dragonfly, which had been hovering at the outskirts of the battlefield, joined the fray. With the addition of another frigate, the tides of battle finally turned. The 6 frigates of the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group began to fall into a disadvantage, and the situation for the Song family improved. Over 100,000 meters away, 3-kilometer-long warships were engaged in fierce combat. Each shot from the terrifying third-tier cannons carried a horrifying energy ring, creating new spatial rifts at every impact point. Although the area was temporarily sealed by orange components, the space had become extremely fragile after millennia of spatial rifts and winds. Under the bombardment of the internal third-tier cannons, even the orange component seal struggled to hold. In the main control room of the Bloodblade, a sinister smile flashed across Blood Knife's face as he activated a special component on his warship. A light ring flashed on the Bloodblade, causing the opposing Furious Lion and Mountain to momentarily freeze and collide into each other. Inside the Furious Lion, Song Mingsong's eyes gleamed. It's a magnetic field. Activate the steadfast aura. As he spoke, a light ring appeared on each of the 2 cruisers, forming invisible shields around them. With this protection, the warships were no longer affected by the Bloodblade's magnetic field and continued their fierce attack. Fortunately, the Bloodblade's energy shield was of orange quality. Otherwise, it would have collapsed under the intense bombardment of the 2 cruisers. Seeing his magnetic field fail, Bloodknife activated another special component on his ship. As a captain who had lived for nearly 600 years, Bloodknife had encountered numerous rare items. The 44 special slots on the Bloodblade had been fully loaded for over a century, providing it with a myriad of combat techniques. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed from the bow of the Bloodblade. In an instant, the 2 main cannons retracted, replaced by a sharp adamantine ram. Ramming spike. Watch out for close combat. Song Mingsong, well-versed in combat tactics, immediately recognized the adamantine ram and alerted the nearby mountain, giving it time to react. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the ram, the Bloodblade turned into a blur, seemingly activating a burst feature of its engine, charging towards the mountain at an incredible speed. Bloodknife's experienced eyes had already discerned the weaker of the 2 cruisers and unhesitatingly targeted it. Clang! A violent metallic crash rang out, and the front of the mountain caved in, leaving a massive crater. In the midst of the collision, the energy shields were useless. Bloodblade should have been pleased, but instead, he was furious. The reason? The mountain had been prepared all along. A special metallic shield instantly formed on its hull, absorbing 90% of the damage from Bloodblade's assault. At that moment, Song Mingsong seized the opportunity and fired both main cannons of the Furious Lion. The shells roared out, hitting Bloodblade's energy shield with precision. One of the shells had a special shield-piercing effect. Although it couldn't fully break through the orange quality shield, the continuous fierce attacks had dimmed Bloodblade's shield to the brink of collapse. The mountain was not to be outdone and fired its main cannon as well. Just when Song Mingsong and Song Shan thought they were about to break through Bloodblade's defense, Bloodblade sneered and activated a blue-quality energy shield restoration device. The shield value, which had been reduced to less than 5, instantly recovered to nearly 50. Unexpectedly, Bloodblade did not choose to retreat. Instead, he drove Bloodblade to ram the mountain once more. Song Mingsong's eyes widened in alarm. The mountain's metallic shield had failed, and the remaining standard purple hull armor couldn't withstand a direct hit from Bloodblade's reinforced ramming prow. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed through space. The mountain's front side hull dented and deformed, and one of its main cannons was completely destroyed by the impact. Alarms blared within the ship. Warning, hull armor damaged by 20, hull integrity at 14. Immediate repairs required. The furious lion fired relentlessly, all primary and secondary cannons blazing, but the orange energy shield at 50 remained unscathed. The third collision sounded, and the mountain sustained even more damage. Warning, hull armor damaged by 38, hull integrity at 26. Immediate repairs required. Song Shan desperately tried to maneuver the mountain to retreat, only to find it firmly held by Bloodblade's special device. The purple engine couldn't break free. Bloodblade laughed maniacally, thinking 2 more rams would render this cruiser inoperative, and the remaining ship would pose no threat. The entire battlefield's dynamics shifted due to the struggle among these 3 cruisers. Aboard the furious lion, Song Mingsong's emotions ran high, causing his latent energy to leak uncontrollably, filling the control room with an intense aura of third-ear power. Suddenly, a fierce determination flashed in Song Mingsong's eyes. With a thought, a slight tremor ran through the furious lion's hull as a special device quietly deployed. If Song Chi were present, he would have recognized it as highly similar to the external deep space torpedo launcher on the Qingfeng. A nuclear missile, tens of meters long, was poised and ready. Without hesitation, Song Mingsong pressed the fire button and roared, "External nuclear missile launcher. Blast that bastard to pieces." The Shuaren and Shanyue ships were almost touching, and the launch of a nuclear missile made the situation instantly more dangerous. Although Shanyue's energy shield couldn't withstand physical impacts, it could offer some protection against a nuclear blast. Song Mingsong decided to use the nuclear missile at this moment, clearly pushed to his limits. Bloodknife had already noticed the nuclear missile launcher emerging from underneath the new Shur, but chose not to evade. He adjusted Shuaren's position, preparing for a 4th collision with Shanyue. Bloodknife knew that missing this opportunity would mean a more vigilant Shanyue would never allow him to get close again. Although Shanyue's 2 primary cannons were not entirely destroyed, Bloodknife believed Shuaren's energy shield could withstand the impact of the nuclear missile. With a piercing screech, the nuclear missile and Shuaren's 4th collision happened almost simultaneously. Amid the thunderous noise, Shanyue's forward port side suffered severe damage, with armor damage reaching 71 and overall hull damage exceeding 60. As for Shuaren, its shield value, as Bloodknife expected, was down to just 13. On the other side of the battlefield, the Zhangqiang halted its purge of the Star Pirate Fleet's warships. In a state of heightened awareness, Song Chi perceived the dangerous situation his grandfather and uncle were in and decided to activate the pure yang sword light cannon on its Zhangqiang. A 100-meter-long phantom of a colossal void sword formed at the ship's bow, then sliced through the sky, heading straight for the area where the 3 cruisers were engaged in combat. Bloodknife once again maneuvered Shuaren toward Shanyue, while Nu Shur abandoned its artillery attack, mimicking Shuaren's ramming tactic. At this critical moment, all 3 cruisers simultaneously detected a violent energy fluctuation from the side. Before they could react, the pure yang sword light had already struck Shuaren's port side. Bloodknife watched in horror as Shuaren's energy shield disintegrated at an alarming rate. In just 3 seconds, the remaining 13 of the shield value dropped to 0, leaving Shuaren completely exposed to the cold, unforgiving vacuum of space. After breaking through the energy shield of the Bloodblade, the residual power of the dimensional sword light, though significantly dimmed, still retained a fraction of its might. This remnant force continued to pound against the armor of the Bloodblade. The purple-grade armor, in stark contrast to the orange-grade energy shield, appeared fragile. Amidst the screeching sound of tearing metal, the Bloodblade's armor sustained over 20 damage, with the hull itself suffering 8 damage. As the last trace of the divine light dissipated into the void, Song Mingsong seized the fleeting opportunity and decisively ordered both main cannons of the Furious Lion to fire simultaneously. At the same time, the surviving main cannon on the mountain also opened fire. The 3 streams of cannon fire intertwined to form a web of destruction, engulfing the Bloodblade. Under the continuous bombardment, the damage to the Bloodblade escalated rapidly. Although it hadn't reached the dire state of the mountain, it was not far off. To prevent the Bloodblade from a desperate counterattack, Song Mingsong gritted his teeth and piloted the Furious Lion to ram it Hedon. This final blow was the straw that broke the camel's back. The Bloodblade's hull dimmed abruptly, losing all operational capability. Simultaneously, the mountain broke free from control and, under Song Shan's command, quickly distanced itself, not daring to be complacent. Seeing victory within reach, Song Mingsong did not rush to fire again. Instead, he opened the hatch and deployed 10 30-year blazing flame soldiers, and 10 second-tier fiery sunflower soldiers onto the Blood Blade to clear out remaining resistance. His intent was clear: not to sink the Blood Blade, but to capture the ship, which carried valuable orange-grade components, intact. After some consideration, Song Mingsong sent a communication request to the Blood Blade. A few seconds later, the menacing face of Blood Knife appeared on the projection. After a brief moment of surprise, Blood Knife called out Song Mingsong's name and burst into laughter. White Tower Floating Land. Song Mingsong. I see now. The Song clan of Dinghai. No wonder the Moro clan abandoned their secret realm and delayed their support. Before Blood Knife could continue his monologue, Song Mingsong cut to the chase. Blood Knife. The victor takes it all. If you surrender the captaincy of the Blood Blade, I can offer you a tooth-a-sandy-year-old Starsea heavenly Quercus heart. What do you say? As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized heart that glowed with green light. This treasure could extend life by 50 years, a highly tempting offer for a captain nearing the end of his lifespan. However, Blood Knife merely glanced at the heart and sneered. You want the high-grade ship components in my possession? Ha ha ha, you wish. Before he finished speaking, the communication was abruptly cut off. Song Mingsong's face darkened. He hastily maneuvered the furious lion to retreat and ordered the soldiers inside the Blood Blade to evacuate. Unfortunately, it was too late. His connection with the soldiers was suddenly severed, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Blood Knife had chosen to perish along with the Blood Blade. Song Mingsong cursed in anger, frustrated by Blood Knife's foolishness and distressed over the loss of the precious components. Even the Starsea heavenly Quercus heart hadn't swayed him. Song Mingsong couldn't help but speculate that Blood Knife might have been under the control of the Moro royal clan through some special means, rendering him unable to make his own decisions about life and death. Otherwise, who would risk their life for nothing? As Song Mingsong directed Song Shan to clear the wreckage of the Blood Blade, he piloted the furious lion towards the Blood Blade pirates' stronghold. His thoughts were with Bai Shuqin, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm alone, fully aware of the critical nature of this mission. Along the way, Song Mingsong effortlessly assisted Song Hai and Song Chao in destroying 2 of the Blood Blade pirates' escort ships, further tipping the scales of the battle. As they neared the pirates' stronghold, he glanced back at the Celestial, which was pursuing the remaining pirates, and a satisfied smile crossed his face. Earlier, when the brilliant flash of the mixed-hull extreme yang sword intent appeared, Song Mingsong's view was momentarily blocked by the Blood Blade's hull, preventing him from identifying the attacker immediately. However, by analyzing the positions of other ships, he quickly deduced that it was the Celestial that delivered the fatal blow. Although curious about how his reserved 4th grandson managed such a feat, Song Mingsong had no intention of asking him about it. As time passed, the battle became increasingly one-sided. Song Chao and others completely dispatched the 6 second-tier captains of the Blood Blade pirates, while Song Chi and Song Chi's team eradicated all 0 and 1st-tier pirates in the Void Prison. With this, the operation was nearing its end, and the Song family from the White Tower emerged victorious, successfully completing their mission. Song Shan's voice came through the communication projection. Clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Gather all loot first, and well distribute it based on merit later. The Void Prison will soon dissipate, so stay vigilant for any unexpected situations, and do not let your guard down. Since Song Mingsong had already entered the pirates' base and couldn't join the communication, Song Shan took charge of directing the cleanup. 13 Starfire battleships swiftly commenced the battlefield cleanup. They meticulously searched the sunken ships for intact components and resources, while confiscating all cargo from the intact ships. Notably, 3 out of 6 escort ships surrendered to Song Mingsong during his patrol, providing the Song family with considerable gains over 90 ship components, most of which were of blue quality or higher. In contrast, the gains from the 1st and 0-tier Starfire battleships were rather meager. Some 1st-tier captains had only 1 or 2 colorless standard components on their ships, which was quite disappointing. After clearing the battlefield, everyone eagerly stormed into the Blood Blade pirates' base. The external Void Prison was about to dissipate, and the next steps required the Patriarch's decisions. Naturally, everyone was curious and excited about the rumored Starsea secret realm, which was said to rival Red Epic components. Once the Starfire battleships were recalled, the Song family members, escorted by hundreds of soldier puppets, advanced into the depths of the pirates' base. At that moment, Song Chi suddenly realized that every family member was equipped with special soldier puppet components. Song Chi had some thoughts about this discovery, but due to his limited knowledge about the Song family of Dinghai, he couldn't reach a definite conclusion. He forced himself to refocus on observing and guarding their surroundings. The depths of the Blood Blade Star Pirates' hideout were unsettling, especially since there had been no news from Old Master and Grandma Bai Shuqin, who had gone ahead. Coupled with the mention of the Moro royalty, the group dared not relax even a bit. Fortunately, the 10 third-tier soldier puppets under Uncle's command led the way, providing a sense of security for everyone who had lost the protection of their main ship. Song Chi glanced at the bluish-green soldier puppets ahead and turned to ask Song Yu beside him, Xiaoyu. These soldier puppets of uncles seem to be water type. What exactly are they? Songyu remained vigilant and replied in a low voice. My dad's puppets are blue-quality water demon puppets. Although they don't have the continuous burning effect of fire-type puppets, each attack has a chance to trigger a magic-breaking effect, which can bypass various energy shields. Songqi nodded slightly, intrigued by these puppets. In comparison, his Fire K puppets were of much lower quality. Their puppet bodies were far inferior to those of blue quality or higher, and their burning attribute was only effective against low-tier star sea creatures. He silently decided to acquire high-quality flying puppet parts in the future, to pair with a pinpoint deployment platform and a brainwave remote control system, achieving true seamless remote control. Thinking of this, Songqi touched the phantom butterfly drone in his backpack. Although the drone had been severely damaged in the previous battle and needed repairs, its stealth capabilities were unmatched by most soldier puppets. He believed that both had their advantages and would be best used together. As Songqi was contemplating, his uncle's voice rang out from ahead. Dad, Mom. Song Mingsong and Bai Shuqin appeared in view, accompanied by 7 third-tier soldier puppets. Scattered around were the corpses of numerous zero-tier and first-tier star pirates. The most striking was the corpse of a 4-armed black creature with a pale silver horn on its forehead, the Moro royalty that had previously stood with the Blood Wolf. Despite being dead, the Moro royalty's corpse still exuded a faint third-tier aura, indicating it had been a formidable opponent in life. This explained why only 7 of Grandma's third-tier soldier puppets remained. Behind the two, a spatial vortex with a diameter of several dozen meters emitted continuous spatial fluctuations, likely the entrance to the Star Sea secret realm. After the family regrouped, the 4 Shanghai brothers and Song Mingsong began discussing their next steps. A moment later, Song Mingsong said, "This secret realm entrance is difficult to move. Otherwise, the Moro royalty would have transferred it to their hidden star domain long ago. Until the family sends people to take over, we'll have to continue guarding it." Song Mingsong cast a quick glance inside the secret realm before issuing a series of commands. He dispatched the leader, Hong Shui, and the second-in-command couple to thoroughly search the area, preventing any traps left by the Bloodblade Star Pirates or the Namoro clan. He then led the third and fourth-in-command couples to the outside world to attempt to reactivate the base's protective shield. With a grave expression, he warned everyone that the Namoro royalty might already be aware of the Bloodblade Star Pirates' ambush. If they decided to go Allen for this Star Sea secret realm, they could arrive at any moment. The 15 members swiftly split into 3 groups. Song Shan led a team into the depths of the secret realm, Song Mingsong led a team to attempt to restart the protective shield, and Grandma Bai Shuqin led Song Qi and 5 others to guard the entrance. This arrangement ensured comprehensive control of the situation while safeguarding the younger generation. Song Qi's eyes darted around before he summoned 2 second-tier fire Kuei soldier statues. He activated the brainwave remote control system on the Songqiang and marked one of the statues, directing them to the outside world. Despite having his grandmother nearby, he wanted real-time updates on the external situation to guard against a Namoro royal ambush. Song Mingsong's team easily entered the empty nuclear shield control room. Faced with a massive mechanical device in the center of the room, they were momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, Song Yang's wife, Zhao Lan, who specialized in engineering mechanics, quickly identified it as a low-power nuclear shield generator. Under her operation, the device soon restarted, and the protective shield reappeared over the base. However, Song Mingsong remained vigilant. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing into the depths of the starry sky. Almost simultaneously, he summoned the miniature form of the new Shur and shouted, "Quick! Into the Star Sea secret realm." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a terrifying beam of light, with a diameter of 100 meters and a tail flame stretching thousands of meters, roared toward them. The attack easily shattered the newly reactivated nuclear shield, its power far surpassing what a third-tier unit could produce. Song Mingsong instantly realized that this had to be the work of a fourth-tier entity. The Namoro royalty had finally made their move. Yet, in this critical moment, Song Mingsong's expression subtly changed. The initial gravity gave way to a hint of joy, as if a hunter had finally encountered the prey they had long awaited. The appearance of the Namoro royalty might just be the opportunity they had been waiting for. As Song Mingsong's expression shifted, the beam that had shattered the nuclear shield continued its descent, now shooting directly above the furious lion. The dazzling light from the beam illuminated the entire starry sky, enveloping the furious lion in a blinding white glow. Deep within the base, Song Qi observed the scene through 2 fireclay soldier statues. He abruptly opened his eyes and quickly relayed what he saw to Bai Shuqin beside him. Bai Shuqin frowned slightly, rapidly analyzing the situation. Leading Song Qi and 4 others towards the secret realm's entrance, she coldly analyzed, "They must be wary of damaging the secret realm's entrance. It can only be the Moro royal clan behind this." Following closely behind his grandmother, Song Qi was deeply worried about his grandfather's safety. Unable to hold back, he asked, Grandma, what about Grandpa? If it's really a fourth-tier Moro royal clan member, the furious lion won't stand a chance. Bai Shuqin remained calm and spoke with firm resolve. There's no need for you to worry about that. Your grandfather has his own contingencies. The Moro royal clan? They've been skulking in the shadows for thousands of years. Nowadays, they're the only ones who still take those 4 words seriously. She paused, then raised her voice. Remember, the fourth-tier combat strength is not exclusive to them. The Song family of Dinghai has even more. Her words acted like a shot of adrenaline, restoring confidence to the previously terrified Song Qi and the others. Song Qi, already aware of the family's preparations, remained focused on observing the external situation with little emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard. The outer metal armor of the furious lion shattered layer by layer, revealing the battered ship beneath. Despite 3 layers of protection, the beam of light with a diameter of over 100 meters left horrifying scars on the furious lion. Warning, current hull armor damage at 32, hull damage at 16. Please repair immediately. The piercing alarm echoed through the bridge. However, the smile on Song Mingsong's face did not falter. He slowly raised his head, his gaze penetrating the damaged hull to lock onto the massive object above. A colossal black mech, over 2,000 meters tall, stood silently in the sky, almost obscuring the entire base. The mech was entirely gray-black, holding a nearly kilometer-long alloy sword in its right hand, while the center of its left palm housed a pitch-black cannon muzzle, clearly the source of the earlier pulse wave. On the back of the mech's left arm was a greenish-brown 3-pronged claw, its flickering red light hinting at its potential for terrifying armor-piercing capabilities or other special attributes. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the sky-covering mech, Song Mingsong's pupils contracted violently despite his mental preparation, and the smile on his face froze. Information about this black mech surfaced in his mind. A 4th-tier combat unit, the Moro Void Marauder mech. It's quite amusing, really. Song Mingsong, a 3rd-tier captain from an esteemed family, had never felt the pressure of a 4th-tier presence in his 200 years of life. This small knot of curiosity had always lingered in his mind, until today, when he finally had the chance to experience it firsthand. However, reality hit him hard. The pressure of a 4th-tier being was far beyond what he could easily withstand. Song Mingsong recalled a secret family mission he received shortly after being promoted to the 3rd tier. Despite having a powerful Zilla-class ship for support, the mission failed miserably due to a mistake he made. The family's severe punishment followed: banishment from the Dinghai star region, forcing his entire family to relocate to the remote Bauda floating land. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts, echoing from a black mech above. The voice, speaking in the language of the Moro, sternly declared, "For challenging the might of the Moro royal family and killing its members, your crime is punishable by death." Before the voice finished, the mech's right arm shot up, and a 1,000-meter-long battle sword erupted with a massive sword beam, slashing towards the new Shur. A month ago, Song Mingsong had carefully studied the Moro clan, so he easily understood the message. Suppressing his fear, he glanced at the side of the main control room of the new Shur. There, a small knife coin floated in midair, radiating a sharp red light, surrounded by an intense blade aura. After staring at the knife coin for a moment, a smile crept onto Song Mingsong's lips. He channeled his internal energy, forming a small ball of dark energy, and shot it towards the knife coin. He murmured to himself, "Buddy, I can feel your unrivaled sharpness. Let's see how much faster our ancestors' blade has become over the past 50 years." At this critical juncture, deep within the Bloodblade Star Pirates base, 5 people led by Song Qi halted near the secret realm's entrance. Following closely, 4 others, including Song Chao, also stopped. A loud voice echoed throughout the Star Pirates base, resonating for a long time. Song Mingsong, an unworthy descendant of the Dinghai Song family, respectfully requests the presence of our ancestor. The voice spread to every corner of the Star Pirates base and reached the black Moro mech in the sky. The face of the Moro royal inside the mech changed suddenly, yet its actions did not falter. Instead, it pressed down harder on the battle sword, determined to slice the new Shur in half. Where the sword beam passed, pitch-black space cracks followed. Under the terrifying energy fluctuations of the 4th tier, the surrounding void was as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. At this desperate moment, a massive space crack, over 5,000 meters in diameter, suddenly ripped open at the edge of space, tens of thousands of meters away from the Bloodblade Star Pirates base. A sharp blade light, nearly 5,000 meters long, shot out from the crack with an indescribable, overwhelming force, crossing the vast distance in an instant and arriving above the Star Pirates base. Compared to this blade light, even the imposing Moro mech paled in comparison. Inside the mech, the 4th-tier Moro royal's face showed fear. It quickly raised its left arm, and simultaneously, the left arm of the black mech lifted. The mechanical arm's claw radiated a dazzling light, forming a 3,000-meter-long phantom claw, reaching up to meet the 5,000-meter blade light. Bow. As the blade light collided with the claw shadow, a violent energy shockwave spread out. Under this terrifying energy sweep, countless spatial cracks around began to expand, with signs of space storms spilling out. Within just 2 seconds, the phantom claw shattered. The remaining blade light, unstoppable, slashed down on the head of the black mech. Amidst the harsh friction sounds and sparking explosions, the massive black mech lost control and plummeted straight down. Boom! A quake-like roar swept through the entire base. The remaining buildings of the Bloodblade Star Pirates collapsed instantly, turning to nothing in the scorching energy waves. Thus, this once mighty Star Pirate group was erased from history. As for the new Shur cruiser, it remained intact, hovering a kilometer above the ground. In front of the warship stood a phantom mech projection. This projection dwarfed the Moro mech, standing over 10,000 meters tall and enveloped in a pale white energy shield. It held a light green 3,000-meter-long blade, surrounded by dragon whale phantoms, exuding an unparalleled aura. It was merely a holographic projection, yet its overwhelming presence was enough to crush the Mara escape mech ahead. The Tentho Sama Turtle mech projection stood towering in space, exuding an oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. Inside the furious lion, Song Mingsong's heart surged with emotion as he fixed his gaze on the massive figure that had just saved their lives. Moments earlier, this mech projection had intercepted a sword beam that was about to obliterate the furious lion. It was this very projection that had given Song Mingsong the confidence to carry out his plan, even knowing that the Blood Blade Pirates were backed by the Mara royal family. Unable to contain himself, Song Mingsong stood up from the main control console, raising his hands high in excitement, his voice trembling. Unworthy descendant Song Mingsong greets the primogenitor. The colossal mech projection slowly turned, its gaze falling upon the furious lion. After a brief 2-second pause, it nodded slightly, and an ancient voice resonated. "You have done well this time. Once everything is settled, return home with our people." Upon hearing these words, Song Mingsong could no longer hold back his tears. With his voice choked and hoarse, he replied, "I shall obey the primogenitor's command." The mech projection swiftly turned its head, refocusing on the black escape mech ahead. Its authoritative voice rang out again, "Since you've come in person, don't be in such a hurry to leave. When your duchy destroyed our clan, the Song family had yet to rise. Now that the opportunity has finally presented itself, you will come with me to Dinghai. Our ancestral land still lacks a worthy guardian." Before the sentence was finished, a sharp crack sounded from the right arm of the Mara escape mech, and its escape device, which was just about to activate, was destroyed. Inside the mech, the newly ascended 4th-tier Mara noble was gripped by sheer terror. Initially, it had harbored some hope upon seeing the 5th-tier projection, but now it was utterly despondent. The Mara mechs earned their name escape mechs due to a unique escape device developed by their race. This device allowed the mechs to easily slip into spatial rifts and use a large quantity of stabilized stones to make rapid escapes through the void, making them unparalleled tools for fleeing and ambushes. Because of this, thousands of years ago, the Morningstar Duchy's grand expedition suffered repeated ambushes from the Mara, resulting in severe losses. Ultimately, they had to deploy a large number of spatial collapse bombs for indiscriminate bombardment. The bombs created intense spatial compression and cutting forces upon detonation, shredding even the Mara escape mechs hiding in the void to thin slices. This decimated over 90% of the Mara's elite forces, leading to their final victory. Now, with the escape device destroyed, the Mara noble had no chance of retreat. Although there were many spatial rifts around, none were large enough for a Tuthasama turtle mech to pass through. A glint of ferocity flashed in the Mara noble's eyes as the deep silver horn on its forehead began to glow. However, this action was immediately detected by the colossal mech projection. As energy surged around the projection, the Mara noble within the escape mech spat out a mouthful of blood, its silver horn dimming completely. Its energy was sealed, leaving it utterly helpless. The chest compartment of the escape mech opened slowly, and the 4th-tier Mara noble emerged from the cockpit, teeth clenched. Strangely, despite the hatred and ferocity in its eyes, its body moved involuntarily, not only opening the hatch but also binding its own hands, waiting for the Song clan to take it into custody. Inside the furious lion, Song Mingsong guessed that the ancestor had used some special control mechanism, so he didn't think much of it. At this moment, the mech projection turned again and spoke. "This projection won't last much longer. Before it dissipates, I will seal this 4th-tier Mara noble. Later, you can bring it and the Mara escape mech back with you." Song Mingsong nodded in understanding, then glanced at the knife coin on the side, which was glowing with an intense red light and covered in cracks, about to shatter. He then turned his gaze to the over Tuthasama turtle black mech, looking troubled. The ancient voice spoke again. "Ah, My memory is failing me. I almost forgot this is a fourth-tier mech. With that, an orange light shot out from the mech projection, and upon touching the Mara escape mech, the massive machine began to shrink rapidly, eventually becoming a palm-sized miniature model. Witnessing this miraculous feat, Song Mingsong's eyes widened, filled with curiosity. The ancestor of the Dinghai Song clan did not explain Song Mingsong's doubts. Instead, he tossed a miniature model of a mecha to him, causing the projection of the mecha to dim even further. Suddenly, a second coin, glowing red, flashed across the projection. The ancestor's voice echoed again. This second summoning coin needs to be placed in the Nomura secret realm, and then you must destroy the entrance immediately. I will find a way to locate and enter it myself. Song Mingsong caught the coin, frowning slightly. Ancestor, isn't the clan sending anyone over? A weary voice interrupted him. All clan members of the fourth tier and above are currently occupied. A third-tier captain would be of little use. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to risk you and your descendants. The ancestor continued. All right, we'll discuss the subsequent matters when you return to the clan. For now, your primary task is to get home safely. The Nomura royal family likely still has hidden fourth-tier combatants. It's not safe to linger here. Yes. Before Song Mingsong could finish his sentence, the coin beside him shattered completely. At the same time, the projection of the towering mecha giant before him dissipated into the wind, leaving no trace. As the projection vanished, a sense of melancholy washed over Song Mingsong. But the thought of reuniting with his clan after nearly 50 years filled him with immense joy. He could finally return openly and proudly. Song Mingsong's gaze fell on the sealed, slumbering fourth-tier Nomura royal, then shifted to the miniature mecha model in his hand. Both were genuine fourth-tier combatants. Although only the Nomura clan could control the Nomura void mecha, it was still a significant gain for the Dinghai Song clan. He began to contemplate the possible rewards from the clan. Although these spoils were captured by the ancestor, as the planner of the operation, he deserved some credit. The secret realm would be used to atone for past mistakes, but the Nomura void mecha might earn him some rewards from the clan. Shaking his head, Song Mingsong refocused. According to the ancestor, there might still be fourth-tier combatants from the Nomura royal family around, so he needed to get his family out quickly. Meanwhile, in the Nomura secret realm, Song Chi quickly adjusted to the slight weightlessness after following his grandmother inside. Having just ascended to the first tier, he had developed a strong resistance to the aftereffects of void transitions and teleportation. He noticed that Song Lin, Song Won, and Song Yu beside him were still adapting with their eyes closed. At this moment, Song Chi's thoughts drifted back to everything he had seen through the Huakue soldier figurine, especially the projection of the towering mecha giant. Although he didn't know its identity, the faint dragon whale shadows around the projection indicated it must be a powerful member of the Dinghai Song clan. The thought that the formidable figure was from his own family made Song Chi's heart race uncontrollably. The scene before him was etched deeply into his mind. Two fiery terracotta soldiers disintegrated under the overwhelming surge of intense energy, and in the final moment before the neural beacon dissipated, he clearly saw the colossal mecha projection, towering over 10,000 meters, effortlessly subduing the black mecha of the Mo Luo clan. Song Chi recalled how he had been left speechless by the sheer size of the fourth-tier mecha from the Mo Luo royal family when it first appeared. Yet, witnessing this enormous entity crumble so easily before his own ancestor's mecha projection stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Compared to the imprinted image in his mind, the impact of seeing the 10th centimeter mecha projection in person was magnified by 100-fold. Nevertheless, Song Chi did not forget the significance of that imprinted image. He understood clearly that the two were incomparable. One was a secret method for refining the mind, while the other was a tangible projection of a higher-tier form. Though the latter was visually more striking, it could not replace the former's crucial role in cultivation. Once his emotions had calmed down a bit, Song Chi turned to his grandmother to inquire about what they had just witnessed. Bai Shuqin listened to her grandson's description, her brows furrowed in thought. Mecha projections accompanied by dragon whale silhouettes were not uncommon among fourth-tier and higher beings in the Song family of Dinghai, making it difficult to determine exactly who it was. It wasn't until Song Chi added two key details: the size exceeding 10,000 meters and wielding a cyan blade over 3,000 meters long that Bai Shuqin's eyes lit up with realization. That must be the primordial ancestor, Bai Shuqin said softly. Upon hearing the term primordial ancestor, not only Song Chi but also Song Chi and the recently recovered Song Lin, Song Won, and Song Yu all looked on with curiosity. For these young members, the term ancestor alone denoted an extraordinary status, and anyone bearing such a title was undoubtedly a top-tier figure within their faction. Facing the curious gazes of her grandchildren, Bai Shuqin simply gave them a knowing look without further explanation. She briefly informed them that the primordial ancestor was a highly revered elder in their direct lineage, and sternly warned them to show utmost respect, even in their speech. Seeing that their grandmother had no intention of elaborating, Song-Chi gradually quelled his curiosity and shifted his focus to their surroundings. He carefully observed the Mo Luo's secret realm and noted that the space here was not much different from the starry sky outside. Strictly speaking, it resembled an isolated starry sky, with the same dark and silent vacuum environment, the only difference being the floating land beneath their feet. Song-Chi scanned the area briefly, but could not determine the size of the floating land beneath them. Even with first-tier psionic energy enhancing his vision, he couldn't see the end. This was clearly not an ordinary fragment or small asteroid. It was either a massive piece of floating land or a complete star sea floating land. Unlike the floating lands in the outer star sea, this one was covered with various ancient vegetation, with towering ancient trees reaching thousands of meters high scattered everywhere. Driven by curiosity, Song-Chi summoned the skyscape and ascended tens of thousands of meters into the air. What he saw took his breath away. The floating land beneath them was far larger than he had imagined. Even from tens of thousands of meters high, he could not see its end. In the outer star sea, this would be at least a second or even third-tier floating land in scale. Moreover, among the dense 1,000-meter-tall ancient trees, occasionally, there were trees reaching 3,000 to 5,000 meters, or even tens of thousands of meters high, overshadowing everything else. As his gaze swept over these giant trees, words like home tree and world tree involuntarily surfaced in Song-Chi's mind. He quickly realized that this was just the residue of memories from his previous life. These towering ancient trees could not possibly possess such mythical abilities. They had merely grown to such immense sizes due to the primordial environment of the Mo Luo's secret realm. Even so, these towering ancient trees were still awe-inspiring. Before this, Song-Chi had only seen such massive plant life in textbooks listing starry sky plants. As Song-Chi piloted the skyscape back down, spatial fluctuations emerged at the secret realm's entrance, signaling the arrival of Song Ming-Song, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone immediately gathered around, eager to inquire about the situation outside. Song Ming-Song succinctly explained the outcome of the battle. The fourth-tier Moro stealth mecha had been neutralized. His expression turned serious as he issued new orders. Inform the boss and the others that we will only stay in the secret realm for 24 hours. Once the time is up, destroy the entrance and evacuate immediately. During this day, collect as many resources as possible, but remember, do not damage the secret realm's environment. Song Chao and Song Yang exchanged puzzled glances but held their tongues. They clearly didn't understand this decision. After years of meticulous planning and finally securing the secret realm, and with the external fourth-tier Moro royalty dealt with, it seemed logical to loot the place thoroughly. What could they possibly achieve in just 24 hours? Noticing their confusion, Song Ming-Song explained gravely. The original ancestors' projection warned that the Moro royalty might have other fourth-tier combatants. For safety reasons, we cannot stay long. The group was taken aback, but didn't argue further. They quickly summoned the Xingho battleship and dispersed towards various parts of the floating continent. Before departing, Song Chao handed a special resource distribution map, seized from a star pirate escort ship, to Qin Lixia and Song Chi. The Zhangqiang soared at full speed over the dense forest, heading straight for the marked Dinghai stone vein on the map. This map not only marked the Dinghai stone but also various other unique secret realm resources and nearly 100 rare external resources. Among them, a resource called the Mayue tree was particularly precious. The essence sap of a Mayue tree over 1,000 years old could enhance the success rate of Xingho battleship upgrades, making it a highly coveted treasure for all captains. However, Song Chi valued the Dinghai stone more. This mineral could provide spatial resistance for the Zhangqiang, aiding in future hunts of void demons to obtain rare void crystals. These could be exchanged for upgrade resources or even advanced ship components. When the Zhangqiang arrived above the Dinghai stone vein, 2-kilometer-long battleships had already beaten them to it. Song Chi immediately asked his uncle and grandfather why they hadn't gone to the Mayue tree resource point. He had a hunch that if there were truly a 10,000-year-old Mayue tree, it would have long been taken by the Blood Blade Star Pirate Group or the Moro royalty. While conversing, Song Chi maneuvered the Zhangqiang to land. To the astonishment of Song Ming-Song and Song Shan, 2 fully equipped Nu Hu 1 mining vehicles drove out from the ship's doors and headed towards the vein, where 4 larger Nu Hu 2 mining vehicles were already at work. In the sky, aboard the Nu Shi and Shan Yu, Song Ming-Song and Song Shan were dumbfounded, their gazes shifting between the mining vehicles and the Zhangqiang. The sheer size of the 2 Nu Hu 1 mining vehicles, occupying nearly half of the Zhangqiang's storage space, was nothing short of impressive. Could it be that every time the little guy explores an alien domain, he brings along these 2 massive vehicles? Song Ming-Song and Song Mingyi were filled with questions. They recalled that during the spatial jump aboard the skyship a few hours ago, they hadn't seen these 2 mining vehicles in the cabin. For a moment, the actions of Song Chi left the 2 level 3 Starfire captains utterly baffled. Song Chi had anticipated this the moment he saw his grandfather and uncle's flagship. Knowing their personalities well, he decided to deploy these two mining vehicles he had acquired from the ruins market. Time was of the essence, and manually extracting the required amount of stabilizing stones using the 8 Fire K soldiers would be too slow. Although his grandfather and uncle would likely share some with him, it wouldn't be nearly enough for Song Chi, who needed not only one batch but also one or two more for the upcoming replacement of the ship's armor. In just half a minute, the two Fury Tiger 1 mining vehicles had already started their work. As Song Chi expected, his grandfather and uncle did not question him about it. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and decided to change the subject by asking, "Grandfather, uncle, this secret realm was controlled by the Molo clan for an unknown period, and then by the Bloodblade Star Pirates for a century or two. Logically, its resources should have long been depleted. Why does the resource map still show so many resource points?" Song Mingsong chuckled and explained, "Almost all secret realms in the Shattered Star Sea are tightly controlled by various civilizations. Xiaoqi, have you ever heard of a secret realm being abandoned because its resources were exhausted?" Songqi was taken aback and thought carefully. Indeed, he had never heard of the term abandoned secret realm. He had assumed that his limited knowledge from textbooks was the reason, but now, hearing his grandfather's words, it seemed that no secret realm in the Star Sea ever faced resource depletion. He turned his gaze back to the holographic projection of his grandfather. Song Mingsong's smile deepened as he continued, "In fact, all Star Sea secret realms can undergo time acceleration. Under such accelerated conditions, where time can be sped up by 1,000 or even 10,000 times, the resources within the secret realms can continually regenerate due to their unique spatial environments." This explanation was completely unexpected for Song Chi, leaving him momentarily stunned. The notion of time acceleration in secret realms echoed repeatedly in his mind. He immediately thought of his own ruins market secret realm. If time acceleration was indeed possible, did his ruins market secret realm also possess this capability? Could this mean that his future practice of guiding techniques could advance rapidly? Could future transactions in the ruins market convert 24 external hours into 240 hours, or even 2,400 hours, equivalent to 100 days? Song Chi's eyes flickered with various thoughts, as countless ideas raced through his mind. This new discovery had opened a door full of limitless possibilities for him. Song Chi suppressed the tumultuous emotions in his heart and looked up at his grandfather, Song Mingsong, once again. Taking a deep breath, he continued to inquire, "Grandfather, can all Star Sea secret realms accelerate time? There must be special restrictions for such acceleration, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the captains of the Xinhua ships use this to quickly enhance their guiding techniques?" Song Chi mused to himself that while time acceleration sounded mystical, it must come with strict prerequisites and couldn't be easily achieved. Song Mingsong sighed softly, his words causing Song Chi to pause in surprise. "You're right. Time acceleration in the secret realms requires the extremely rare void crystal for energy. Moreover, practicing guiding techniques in the secret realm is not as ideal as it seems. Not only does lifespan deplete at an accelerated rate, but the incomplete laws within the secret realm make each level breakthrough several times more difficult than in the outside world. This alone is enough to deter all Xinhua captains from attempting it." Song Chi felt a rush of excitement. Void crystals were the resource needed for time acceleration in the secret realms, and he could obtain them through the Su Market secret realm. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing that venturing out to hunt void demons in the Su Market was fraught with danger and couldn't be undertaken lightly. Following this, Song Chi felt a wave of disappointment due to his grandfather's latter explanation. If he couldn't use the secret realm's time acceleration to practice his guiding techniques, its allure significantly diminished. After all, enhancing his life level and extending his lifespan were his ultimate goals. Just as Song Chi was about to suppress his chaotic thoughts, a flash of insight struck him. Something was amiss. As the law controller of the Su Market secret realm, he could sense any beneficial or harmful objects within it. Yet, when he held thousands of void crystals, he felt nothing. This could only mean that void crystals were ineffective in the Su Market secret realm. His grandfather wouldn't deceive him, so where was the issue? Song Chi recalled that John Tross had once pursued him for the void crystals. Could it be that Tross also controlled a secret realm? Xiaoqi. Song Mingsong's call brought Song Chi back to reality. The elder spoke softly. "All right, you don't need to stay here any longer. With your grandfather and uncle around, your two mining vehicles will be safe. While you still have over 20 hours, go back to the secret realm and gather more resources. Once you submit them to the family, you'll need family merit points to enter the secret realm again." Song Chi nodded in agreement, piloting his ship, the Sangqiang, into the sky, quickly disappearing from their sight. After Song Chi left, Song Mingsong turned to Song Shan and asked, "Eldest, what do you think of the boy?" Song Shan pondered briefly before replying, "Xiaoqi has had quite the fortune. If I'm not mistaken, he was the one who delivered the critical strike to the Bloodblade. That attack was stronger than the level 39 enhanced purple main cannon on my ship. Coupled with the impressive energy shield on his vessel and the shadow antimatter hyperstate engine you gave him, his ship's combat strength likely exceeds all our expectations. Song Ming Song nodded lightly, a smile spreading across his face. He posed another question, causing the newly promoted third-tier Xinhua captain's eyes to widen slightly. Do you think he has a chance to challenge the family sequence? Hearing the word sequence, the usually composed Song Shan felt a surge of emotion. As Song Ming Song's eldest son, now over 130 years old, he had already been a second-tier Xinhua captain before being exiled from the main family. A second-tier captain, regardless of the organization's size, was considered a core or even backbone figure. As the eldest son, Song Shan had a far deeper understanding of the Dinghai Song family than his three younger brothers. Within the entire Morning Star Principality, the Dinghai Song family was considered a dominant force. However, this vast family background also made it exceptionally challenging to ascend within the family's ranks. The Dinghai Song family had a legacy spanning nearly 3,000 years, with hundreds of thousands to millions of bloodline descendants. Song Shan couldn't help but picture a colossal family tree in his mind, filled with countless names that made one dizzy. He knew that with such a large number of family members, it was inevitable that many geniuses would emerge. Take Song Shan's generation, for instance. The family had 5 ranked members. Among them, the first ranked member was born with an orange-quality spark seed, a talent so high it was intimidating. Song Shan recalled the scene of that cousin displaying his prowess at a family gathering, a memory that still made him uneasy. Hard. After a long pause, Song Shan finally gave a short but heavy reply. Hearing this, Song Ming Song on the communication screen let out a long sigh. Yes, hard. Very hard indeed. His eyes dimmed. Sigh. The quality of my initial spark seed was just too low. Song Ming Song looked down at his hand, as if he could see the faint white spark flickering. Even though I've already advanced once, it's still just white now. Compared to those prodigies in the family, the gap is indeed quite large. He muttered to himself, his tone filled with unwillingness and frustration. However, just as Song Shan was about to offer some words of comfort, a sharp gleam suddenly shot out from Song Ming Song's eyes. No matter how hard it is, I have to give it a try. Song Ming Song clenched his fist, his voice resolute. Otherwise, I would not only be letting myself down but also Xiaoqi. His tone became urgent. The owner of the Morning Star multifunction shop might have saved a top-tier purple-grade Ascension fire source for Xiaoqi. When I return this time, I will try to exchange for it. If my spark seed can advance to blue, then maybe there's still a chance. As he spoke, Song Ming Song paused and turned his gaze to Song Shan. The same goes for Xiaoyu. When distributing the rewards later, try to get him a purple-grade component. A blue spark seed without a single purple component on the ship just doesn't make sense. Song Shan nodded solemnly. Got it. The scene then shifted to a valley on the northern side of the floating continent. In the valley grew a special plant moonlit trees. This was one of the 2 most valuable resources in the Moro secret realm, producing precious moonlit tree sap. Song Qi maneuvered the celestial ship to land slowly, soon reuniting with the family members who had already gathered there. The first to greet him was Song Yu, who had been led here by Zhao Hongxue and arrived at the valley first. Fourth brother, where have you been? Why are you only arriving now? Song Yu hurried over, a hint of worry on his face. Song Qi smiled and explained, I went to the Dingkong stone mine first. Grandfather and your father are both there. As he spoke, he looked around and then asked, so, how are the moonlit trees in this valley? How old are they? Hearing Song Qi's question, Song Yu's interest was immediately piqued, his eyes lighting up. After grandma and second uncle counted, there are 320 moonlit trees in this valley. Among them, 301 are under 3,000 years old, and 18 are between 3,000 and 10,000 years old. Song Qi's eyes showed a hint of surprise at this news. This meant there was at least one moonlit tree over 10,000 years old in the valley, significantly increasing the value of this resource point. Is there a moonlit tree over 10,000 years old? Song Qi couldn't help but ask. Song Yu nodded excitedly but then frowned. Unfortunately, that 10,000-year-old moonlit tree was tapped for its sap not long ago. According to second uncle, it will take at least another 1,000 years for it to produce again. Hearing this, Song Qi frowned. But Song Yu wasn't finished. Not just the 10,000-year-old moonlit tree, but most of the other moonlit trees have also been tapped for sap. These trees will take decades to hundreds of years to produce sap again, some even longer. Skipping over this less than optimistic news, Song Qi asked directly, how many are ready to produce sap? Song Yu gestured with his hands to indicate 12. We've already collected them. 11 under 3,000 years old, and 1 6,000 years old. Song Qi felt a slight relief. At least there was one batch of 6,000-year-old sap, which wasn't the worst-case scenario. He thought that this 6,000-year-old moonlit tree sap could be used by Grandma by Shuqin. At 200 years old, it was time for her to attempt to break through to the 3rd tier. The longer she waited, the harder it would be to try again if she failed. With this in mind, Song-Chi asked another question. How much can the 6,000-year-old moonlit tree sap increase the success rate of advancement? Song-Yu's answer was prompt. If used for advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2, it can increase the success rate by 15. For advancing from Tier 2 to Tier 3, it can increase the success rate by 7. Song-Chi nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He carefully weighed the upgrade plan for the Tier 2 flame warship, considering all the possibilities. A 7 base success rate isn't low, Song-Chi muttered to himself. With an additional 11 from special resources and extra boosts from defeating alien creatures during interstellar exploration, raising it to over 40 shouldn't be difficult. His gaze became resolute. With Grandpa and Uncle's assistance, reaching a 50 or even 60 success rate is definitely possible. Song-Yu, standing nearby, listened intently to Song-Chi's analysis. Once Song-Chi finished, Song-Yu repeated it word for word to ensure he understood correctly. Just then, their grandmother's call echoed from a distance. The two exchanged glances and quickly headed towards the sound. The family soon gathered together. Second Uncle Song-Hai's eyes swept over the 5 younger members before he opened his hand to reveal 5 exquisite porcelain bottles. These are 5 portions of MOU tree sap, Song-Hai explained. One is 2,500 years old, one is 2,300 years old, and 3 are 2,000 years old. They provide a 7, 6, and 5 success rate respectively for upgrading the warship to Tier 2. You can choose for yourselves. The 5 exchanged looks, tension hanging in the air. Song-Chi stepped forward first, taking one of the 2,000-year-old bottles. Song-Lin followed, choosing another of the same vintage. Just as Song-Chi reached for the last 2,000-year-old bottle, he noticed his third brother, Song-Won, moving at the same time. Fourth brother, with big brother and second brother setting the example. You should let me have this one, Song-Won said, his internal energy subtly accelerating as he snatched the 2,000-year-old sap first. Reluctantly, Song-Chi took the 2,300-year-old bottle, leaving the 2,500-year-old one for Song-Yu. Though a bit disappointed, Song-Chi didn't show it. He knew that with the celestial market at his disposal, upgrading the skyship to Tier 2 wasn't an issue. The MOU tree sap was just an added bonus. Seeing the 5 of them being so considerate, the elders couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. After the distribution, everyone dispersed to gather other resources in the secret realm. Song-Chi chose the mercury crystal, a crucial resource for enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator. Arriving at the mercury crystal mine, Song-Chi found no other family members around. He sighed in relief and released the 3rd and 4th Tiger Eye floating mining vehicles. Thanks to the expansion of the market space and the ample supply of zero-tier floating land essence, he could increase the number of mining vehicles to meet the current demand. Standing at the edge of the mine, Song-Chi watched the 4 mining vehicles work methodically. He silently thanked his foresight. Otherwise, with just 2 mining vehicles, extracting 200 tons of mercury crystal within a day would have been uncertain. As the 2 mining vehicles began their operations, Song-Chi stood on the observation deck of the Zhangqiang, gazing at the vast floating land beneath him. He initially considered exploring elsewhere since the advanced onboard intelligence systems of the mining vehicles could autonomously handle the extraction. However, after much deliberation, he decided to stay and supervise personally. Though the floating land was extensive, potential dangers couldn't be ignored. Song-Chi wasn't certain if there were any creatures here capable of threatening a second-tier puppet. Thus, he prudently chose to keep the Zhangqiang on standby. Moreover, with all 4 mining vehicles in operation, even if he wanted to extract other minerals, he could only manage to mine 100 or 200 tons in over 20 hours by himself, which wasn't worth the effort. Over 10 hours later, a sudden exclamation from Song-Chi echoed inside the Zhangqiang, hovering hundreds of meters above the ground. He jumped up from the main control console, eyes gleaming with excitement. I think I know, he muttered to himself. The problem likely stems from the damage the void market once suffered. Reflecting on his grandfather's words, Song-Chi deduced that the issue must be related to the void market's secret realm. When he first used the Shanghai void market token to open the secret realm, he found its area had shrunk to a mere 100 square meters. Although it had partially recovered since then, it was still far from its peak state and required more resources for restoration and upgrades. He speculated that because the void market's secret realm hadn't fully recovered, advanced operations like time acceleration couldn't be performed. While this conclusion was disheartening, restoring the void market to its peak state was no easy task, and the required resources would only increase. Song-Chi forced himself to stay positive. He reminded himself that the void market wasn't just about expenditures. The monthly trades brought considerable returns. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Before the gathering, Song-Chi recalled the 2 Nuhu mining vehicles that were extracting mercury crystals. In less than 24 hours, they had mined over 2,000 tons of mercury crystals, an impressive efficiency. He then went to check on the situation at the Dinghai stone vein. Although the mining work there had started earlier, the yield was only about 800 tons due to the vein's mediocre quality. Song-Chi wasn't disappointed, considering that Dinghai stone was a special resource evolved from the spatial laws of this Moro secret realm. Extracting this much was already quite good. At the exit of the Moro secret realm, the Song family had gathered. After the fiery soldiers dispatched by Song Mingsong confirmed the external safety, 10 of them led the way out of the secret realm, followed closely by Song Mingsong and Song Shan, with the others trailing behind. As the ruins of the Blood Blade Star Pirates base came into view, Song-Chi couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of fourth-tier and higher beings. The mere aftermath of their clashes was enough to cause the floating land to collapse and the starry sky to shatter, proving the ancient saying, "Those who wield great power can pluck stars and moons with a mere gesture." After boarding the Nushi, the 1,000-meter-long cruiser ascended and headed towards an area less affected by the battle, with fewer spatial rifts. Soon after, the Nushi initiated a spatial jump in a suitable airspace. The group took a short break in the combined illusion space, officially embarking on their journey back to the White Tower floating land. A few days later, the White Tower floating land in the Golden Shark Star region finally appeared in sight. After days of travel, the family finally returned to the Nushi courtyard. Once seated in the central hall, Song Mingsong waited for the blue isolation screen to rise before announcing, "All right, it's settled 1 month. During this time, everyone needs to quickly wrap up their affairs. Sell off any assets that need to be sold. Reclaim any funds that need to be reclaimed. In 1 month, we set off for the Dinghai Star region. Back home." The word home didn't stir much emotion in the younger generation like Song-Chi, but for Song Shan, Song Hai, and others, their faces showed clear signs of excitement. For those who had spent their entire lives, from birth to decades, in the Dinghai Star region, the sense of belonging brought by the name Dinghai Song clan was something others could hardly imagine. Once everyone had calmed down, it was time for the most anticipated moment, the distribution of the spoils. In the center of the hall, a mountain of items shimmered with various colors, drawing everyone's attention. These spoils were the result of the recent mission, including components from the Qingdao fleet's Xinhua battleship, rare resources looted from their stronghold, and various exotic items from the Starry Sea. The group quickly set to work, clearing out the less valuable items. Half an hour later, the remaining spoils were even more precious. Ship components and Starry Sea artifacts made up over 90% of the haul, with the rest consisting of rare resources like Dinghai stones and illusion crystals. Song-Chi even discovered a few titanium crystals and void crystals, which, though few in number, underscored the extraordinary value of the spoils. Seeing the excitement in his grandchildren's eyes, Song Mingsong began to announce the distribution rules. "First, we'll determine the contribution ranking, and then we'll pick in order. Naturally, the first and second places go to me and the eldest." He paused deliberately, piquing everyone's curiosity. As for the third place, his gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Song-Chi. Everyone else, including Song Chao and Chen Lixia, looked surprised. Song Shan explained, "During the battle with the Blood Blade, Shao Qi's crucial strike prevented my mountain from sinking. It was the key to Dad and me being able to finish off the enemy." Upon hearing this, everyone understood, imagining the perilous battle. The distribution officially began. Song Mingsong first chose a special purple-grade Eugen Ram component, a remnant from the Blood Blade that had nearly sunk the mountain. Song Mingsong still seethed with anger when mentioning the Blood Blade because it had self-destructed, leaving only 7 components behind, 6 of which were purple-grade, with most of the precious equipment destroyed, including an orange-grade energy shield. Song Shan chose a purple-grade secondary cannon, evidently intended for the newly upgraded mountain. When it was Song Kai's turn, everyone was curious about his choice. With several purple-grade components still available, everyone held their breath, eager to see what the young captain would choose. The array of purple components, ranging from white oak hull armor, plasma-cutting cannons, half-serpent warrior statues, silver sky warp devices, to particle counter-energy shield generators, was dazzling, yet they failed to capture Song-Chi's attention. His gaze swept over these coveted pieces of equipment one by one, finally settling on a relatively obscure special phantom thruster component. The level 0 phantom thruster's characteristics were eye-catching. Phantom Mirage consumed 8 points of psionic energy per second, boosting thrust and ship speed by 50. What made it even more enticing was its upgrade potential, requiring only 8 strands of floating land's primal essence 0 level, 800 psionic points, and 50 kilograms of phantom stone to evolve. Its active skill, Phantom Mirage, was particularly alluring to Song-Chi. Consuming 200 psionic points, it charged for 30 seconds, allowing the ship to surge forward at 500 speed for 5 seconds, while generating 3 decoys to confuse the enemy. Song-Chi chose this component not only for its enhancement of the ship's agility, but also for the game-changing Phantom Mirage feature. In the midst of heavy encirclement, it was the perfect tool for a successful breakout. He secretly felt fortunate that there was no radar among the purple components, or he would have been in a real dilemma. When it was Grandma Bai Xuqin's turn to choose, she decisively picked the white oak hull armor. Her flagship, the Lyra, was about to embark on an ascension mission where fierce battles and alien starfields were inevitable. A high-quality hull armor was undoubtedly the best choice. The Lyra was already equipped with purple-grade energy shields and main cannons. Otherwise, she would have chosen those first. Next, the particle counter-energy shield generator was claimed by Dad, Song Chao, while the plasma cutting cannon went as second uncle. Mom, Chen Lixia, selected the mysterious half-serpent warrior statue component. The whole family almost got what they wanted, each securing their preferred items. In the second round of selection, 3 purple items remained, 2 Starsea artifacts that couldn't be converted into ship components and a ship-mounted main cannon, the long-range Gauss cannon. Grandpa and Big Uncle both chose the Starsea artifacts, clearly intending to leave the long-range Gauss cannon for Song Chi. Faced with this goodwill, Song Chi hesitated. The 2 purple artifacts would only be half as valuable in Grandpa and Big Uncle's hands, whereas he could fetch a good price if he sold them at the market. But then he remembered the mysterious woman at the Morningstar multifunction shop who had left behind the forest white bone flame waiting for him to exchange. The long-range Gauss cannon might come in handy. Besides, Mom's Dragonfly had just advanced to the second tier, and Dad had already secured a purple main cannon from Grandpa, so she didn't urgently need this one. After weighing his options, Song Chi decided to accept the long-range Gauss cannon. He calculated that if the mysterious woman hadn't left the forest white bone flame, he could always trade the cannon with Grandpa and Big Uncle. With the purple components distributed, it was time to move on to the 30 blue components. Among them, there were some high-quality pieces, and Song Chi's attention was drawn to a component named Wind Warrior Statue. This component could summon warriors who wielded special Wind powers, possessing strong corrosive abilities and considerable potential. However, to Song Chi's dismay, before he could make his third selection, Song Yu had already snatched up the Wind Soldier Tree component. Frowning, Song Chi had no choice but to settle for another special component called the Blood Soul Seal. The Blood Soul Seal is a tracking type component that can mark a target and sense its location within a certain range. Song Chi carefully examined its attributes. Level 0 quality, blue consumption, 200 ether points per use. Marks, 33. Effect. Marks the designated target with a Blood Soul Seal, continuously sensing its position within a 0.5 light-year range. No need for charging or buffering. Upgrade requirements: 5 strands of 0-level floating land essence, 300 ether points, 5 0-level life cores. Although the Blood Soul Seal might not be used as frequently as the soldier components, Song Chi understood its potential value in critical moments. That was why he ultimately chose it. The white components distributed next were rather unremarkable. Most of these were seized from ordinary star pirate ships and had no special features. After the components were distributed, there were still some floating land essences left, though not many. The scarcity of floating land essences was due to 2 main reasons. Most Firelight captains did not keep many in reserve, and the fallen or dead star pirate members left none behind. When a Firelight warship sank, most of its components were destroyed, but a small portion would survive. However, if a Firelight captain died, their ancestral core would completely collapse, causing any stored floating land essences to dissipate. The remaining floating land essences were obtained from the surrendered star pirate members and were extremely limited. 0-level floating land essences were relatively abundant, exceeding 50,000 strands. However, as the level increased, the quantity dropped sharply. Only 800 strands of first level, less than 300 of second level, just 62 of third level, and none at the fourth level. In the end, Song Chi received several thousand strands of 0-level and 50 strands of first-level floating land essences. The second-level essences were divided among Song Chao and others, while the third-level ones went to the elder and Song Shan, the eldest uncle. After the distribution, everyone went their separate ways. With only a month left on the White Tower floating land, everyone was eager to handle their subsequent affairs. Upon returning to Jiangyuan City, Song Kai's family also became busy. "Dad, should we pick up shouting now, or wait a few more days?" Song Chi asked. Song Chao pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's wait until we've dealt with our current matters." "All right," Song Chi nodded, then brought up another topic. "Dad, Mom, I need to go out for a couple of days." "Go ahead," his parents responded simply. Outside the White Tower floating land, the Tsangqiong ship entered a spatial vortex amid intense spatial fluctuations. A day later, a standard Star Sea shuttle landed in the fortress docking area above the Guangyuan floating land. A combat robot draped in a black cloak walked towards the fortress's shopping district. On a familiar, secluded street, Song Chi saw the open door of the Morning Star multifunctional shop through his brainwave beacon, feeling a sense of relief. But he quickly suppressed his excitement, as an open door didn't necessarily mean that Sanbai Gu Yin was still there. With a mix of hope and anxiety, Song Chi controlled the combat robot to enter the shop. The layout inside remained the same, with a wide variety of goods neatly organized, creating a comfortable atmosphere. This familiar style reassured Song Chi even more. He approached the counter, and his wrist communicator projected a line of text. Hello. Has the previous owner left? A young girl with a fresh face stood up from behind the counter. She didn't reply immediately, but carefully observed the black cloak on the combat robot, as if confirming something. After a few seconds, she tentatively asked, Are you here for the Sanbai Gu Yen? Hearing this straightforward question, and considering his black cloak and the way he communicated through projected text, Song Chi could almost see the amused expression of the previous female owner as she described his characteristics to the girl. Inside the Celestial, Song Chi awkwardly coughed twice and manipulated the battle robot to respond. Yes. As soon as these words appeared on the communication screen, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The thought of the white bone flame, potentially enhancing the quality of his fire seed, filled him with uncontrollable excitement. However, the girl's next words left him stunned. Good, it's you, the girl said. Before leaving, the boss specifically emphasized that if you come to trade for the white bone flame, you must be there in person and use that special communication wristband to call her for verification, or the deal's off. Song Chi's face darkened instantly. He cursed inwardly. This woman isn't trying to verify anything. She just wants to mess with me. Immature fool. He fumed internally but cautiously asked aloud, What about the trade items? Are there any additional restrictions? The girl behind the counter thought for a moment and shook her head. The boss didn't mention any. You should ask during the follow-up communication. Despite his frustration, Song Chi had no choice but to accept these terms. The purple Great Ascension fire source was rare, and he couldn't afford to pass up the white bone flame unless he was willing to abandon it entirely. 3 days later, Song Chi returned to the Morning Star multifunctional shop with his grandfather and uncle. This time, he felt confident, clutching the black, special communication wristband tightly in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the dial button for the only contact on the wristband. The beep 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 sound echoed, and soon the call connected. Song Chi quickly spoke up, Hello? Immediately, he heard a faint rustling, as if someone was getting dressed. Since it was only a voice call, Song Chi couldn't see the other person's actions. The woman was currently in the capital star zone of the duchy, and maintaining such cross-star zone communications must be incredibly expensive. A moment later, a familiar, soft voice came through. Hee hee. Calling your big sister so early? Little brother, it's only been a few months, and you already miss me? Song Chi's eye twitched involuntarily, feeling an urge to throw the wristband. This woman had a knack for teasing, making him want to smash the device with her first sentence. Sensing his mood change, the woman stopped teasing but still spoke in a lazy, seductive tone. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you here to trade for the white bone flame this time? Yes. Song Chi responded briefly. After confirming, the woman continued. So, what did you bring to trade? Song Chi quickly listed the attributes of the long-range cannon in his possession. After a brief consideration, the woman replied, Little brother, I shouldn't have to tell you that while both are purple grade items, their values are not equivalent. Song Chi had anticipated this and immediately countered. How about I add 3 blue grade main cannons? There was a moment of silence before the woman surprisingly agreed. This answer left Song Chi momentarily speechless. He had mentioned the 3 blue grade main cannons to further negotiate, not expecting her to agree outright. Though 3 blue grade main cannons sounded valuable, they were nothing compared to purple grade components. The market price of blue grade items was about 1/6 that of purple grade items, making the 3 main cannons worth about half a purple grade component. In reality, valuable purple grade components couldn't be bought with lower grade floating land sources. They had to be traded or exchanged for high grade ones. Moreover, the white bone flame was an exceptional purple grade ascension fire source, more appealing to some fireship captains than regular orange grade components. This unexpected generosity left Song Chi at a loss for words, realizing the woman was practically giving him the white bone flame at a bargain. This favor was significant. After a long silence, Song Chi could only muster 2 words. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as Song Chi finished saying these words, a woman's laughter echoed from his wristband. She continued, All right, just remember how good I've been to you. Also, if you have time in the future, make sure to contact me first. She emphasized the word first and hung up before Song Chi could respond. Song Chi was momentarily stunned, then turned to the counter. The young girl behind it had already retrieved a white jade box and handed it over. Song Chi placed the overlimit cannon and the 3 blue main cannons on the counter, then carefully opened a corner of the white jade box. Immediately, a strong purple light shot out, accompanied by an extremely cold energy. Confirming it was the Senbai bone flame. He closed the box and nodded to the girl behind the counter. He then followed his uncle and grandfather out of the shop. Outside the Morning Star multifunctional shop, Song Mingsong looked at Song Chi and said earnestly, This time, you owe her a favor. You can repay it appropriately later. But don't fully trust her. Always keep some guard up, understand? Song Chi squinted his eyes and nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The scene shifts to a secret room in the Angry Lion courtyard on White Tower Floating Island. Song Mingsong and Song Shan stood vigilantly on either side of the secret room's entrance, while Song Qi sat cross-legged on a circular white jade platform inside, focusing intently on adjusting his state. A few minutes later, Song Qi's eyes snapped open, and the dark energy in his body quickly converged at his brow. He raised his right hand and opened the white jade box in his palm. A flame exuding a chilling aura floated out, slowly moving toward his brow under an invisible force. As the Sunbai bone flame merged into his spiritual core, the white flame seed within the core suddenly flared up. It was as if a starving beast had finally found its prey. The flame seed began to voraciously devour and integrate the Sunbai bone flame. The process lasted for about half an hour, and finally, the white flame seed transformed into a deep blue. With the color change of the flame seed, Song Qi felt a wave of fatigue wash away. Not only that, but his mental strength became more solid and stable. Compared to the previous faint enhancement from the white flame seed, the current blue flame seed was like a bright candle. Though not yet overwhelmingly powerful, it far surpassed its former state. Feeling the increasingly solid presence of his mind, Song Qi could barely contain his excitement. A broad smile spread across his face as the blue Xinhua seed's advancement signified not just an improvement in quality, but a significant leap forward. Song Qi closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. The blue Xinhua seed not only provided a stronger boost to his mind, but also elevated the Sangqiong's level from Tier 2 to Tier 3. This meant that the enhancement limit for all ship components had also increased. Even more thrilling was the fact that for every 5 levels the blue Xinhua ship advanced, it would gain 6 additional special component slots, far surpassing the white Xinhua ship's 4 slots. Taking a deep breath, Song Qi slowly opened his eyes. He knew that this advancement would significantly boost the Sangqiong's combat power. As his excitement gradually subsided, Song Qi began to gather the energy within him. As the energy dissipated from his forehead, the open Xinhua ancestral orifice slowly closed. He stood up and stepped down from the white jade platform. At the entrance of the secret chamber, Song Mingsong and Song Shan relaxed their vigilant stances, genuine smiles spreading across their faces. Wonderful, a blue fire seed. That's practically a prodigy. Song Mingsong couldn't help but laugh heartily, expressing his inner joy. Song Shan, on the other hand, inquired about Song Qi's condition. After receiving a positive response, the three of them pushed open the door to the secret chamber. Before leaving, Song Qi made a small request to his grandfather and uncle. Could we keep the news of my Xinhua seed's advancement a secret for now? Clearly, he didn't want to draw too much attention. Understanding his nature, his two elders readily agreed. After bidding farewell to his grandfather and uncle, Song Qi left the Angry Lion courtyard and set off back to Jiangyuan City. Upon returning home to Dongjiang community, Song Qi shared the news of his advancement with his parents. Hearing this, Song Chao and Qin Lixia immediately put down what they were doing and called their son to the living room to discuss the matter in detail. Song Qi patiently explained the entire process. Song Chao nodded thoughtfully, his eyes constantly shifting as if weighing something. Meanwhile, Qin Lixia's focus was entirely different. Xiaoqi, tell me more about that girl. She seems to treat you well, and as your mother, I need to make sure she's right for you. Qin Lixia eagerly pressed. Song Qi's face darkened as he thought to himself, girl? She's a legitimate Tier 3 Xinhua captain, probably older than you. Song Chao suddenly chimed in. So, does this mean that the girl from the Xin family is no longer your pick for our daughter-in-law? Qin Lixia was momentarily speechless, remembering the quiet girl. To cover her embarrassment, she raised her voice and put her hands on her hips. What's wrong with that? My son is so outstanding. Why can't he have 2 daughters-in-law? You think you're so great? Back then, your father had to go around asking matchmakers before he finally got me, this prized cabbage. Struggling to hold back his laughter, Song Qi quickly retreated to his bedroom and locked the door. Moments later, he vanished from the room. Entering the market's secret realm, Song Qi walked briskly along the central street towards the back, not heading to the all-attribute training room but stopping at the ultra-long-range space gate random dispatch platform. Although he had initiated a market transaction in the meantime, counting the day in the Moro secret realm, the days of return, and the time spent in the Morning Star multifunctional shop, nearly 10 days had passed. Yesterday, the ultra-long-range space gate random dispatch platform had completed its cooldown, allowing for the next market transaction. Song Qi's plan was simple. Before starting the next interstellar exploration or the second exploration of the Bulo civilization ruins, he wanted to conduct a market transaction to better prepare himself. What exactly was he preparing for? Naturally, it was to further enhance the dark matter energy shield generator and the pure yang sword light cannon. Now that the Xinhua seed had advanced from white to blue, the previous LV-29 limit had been lifted. The white Xinhua seed ship had a maximum enhancement limit of Tier 2 peak LV-29, whereas the blue Xinhua ship had increased to Tier 3 peak LV-39. The dark matter energy shield generator and the pure yang sword light cannon, both at level 29, can now be further enhanced. Song Qi gazed at these two crucial pieces of equipment, contemplating his next move. The second layer of the nebulous civilization ruins had already presented a third-tier queen insect, and the dangers lurking in the third layer were beyond imagination. Gently stroking the dark matter energy shield generator, Song Qi frowned. Even at level 29, he felt it wasn't enough to ensure absolute safety. I need to enhance it to at least level 30, he murmured, to confidently explore the unknown depths. Resolute in his decision, Song Qi hesitated no more. He reached out to touch the random placement platform of the ultra-long-range spatial gate before him, and an invisible energy began to flow. In an instant, the space outside the market entrance fluctuated violently, and 42 vortex gates simultaneously appeared like blooming flowers. Having completed this, Song Qi didn't linger. The power of laws flowed around him, and in a moment, his human form transformed into that of a Moro race member with a crescent-shaped horn. He then walked steadily into a shop along the street. This was his nth time initiating a market transaction, and the initial anxiety and excitement had long been replaced by a calm demeanor. Song Qi's gaze swept over nearly 100 various star-sea artifacts in the shop, finally resting on the three most conspicuous items glowing with a purple hue. The Time Stone, Millennium Ghostwood, and Molten Fire Crystal. These three non-ship compatible artifacts floated quietly. The first two were obtained from the battle with the Bloodblade pirates, originally belonging to his grandfather and uncle. Song Qi had casually mentioned having a channel to sell them at the original price, and his elders handed them over without hesitation, a trust that warmed his heart. Looking at these artifacts, a plan formed in Song Qi's mind. Before the next market transaction, he would take one of the remaining 4 market guest tokens and reveal it to his family. This would not only explain his fortuitous encounters, but also lay the groundwork for providing resources to his family in the future. He decided to say that during his first exploration of an alien domain, he stumbled upon a spatial gate from the heavenly market and obtained this market guest token. This explanation would account for his encounters and justify the continuous flow of resources to his family, helping them gather needed resources and accelerate their advancement. As for why he wouldn't reveal his identity as the market owner, Song Qi had clear reasoning. While he trusted his family elders completely, the returning Song family of Dinghai was another matter. A family with nearly 3,000 years of heritage had intricate internal factions, and there would inevitably be those with ill intentions. The value of the heavenly market was immeasurable, and the fewer people who knew, the lower the risk of exposure. Song Qi's gaze continued to roam the shop. Below the purple artifacts were more than 20 blue ones, some purchased from the Morningstar multifunctional shop and others from the Bloodblade Pirates battle. The remaining nearly 70 white artifacts had similar origins. Seeing these more than 90 artifacts, Song Qi nodded in satisfaction. Though not dazzling, they had formed a preliminary scale, far from the meager beginnings. He believed that as market transactions continued to open, the scale of this artifact exchange shop would grow larger and larger, and in the future, it might even feature orange or red starsea artifacts. While Song Qi envisioned a bright future, far away on the prehistoric continent, atop the heavy sword peak of the Luofu sword sect, within the heavy sword pavilion, a figure sat quietly. This person was Zhou Ping, who, since becoming a direct disciple of Heavy Sword Peak, had transformed into the third senior brother of his generation. Nowadays, Zhou Ping's life is truly extraordinary. Not only does he reside in the true transmission hall at the peak of Heavy Sword Mountain, but he also trains in the Heavy Sword Pavilion, where the spiritual energy is most pure. His days are spent in leisure and contentment. One day, as Zhou Ping was deeply engrossed in his cultivation in the Heavy Sword Pavilion, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking down, he saw the bronze token hanging from his waist flashing with a blinding red light. Is the new market exchange starting? He muttered to himself, quickly standing up from his meditative position and hurrying towards the main hall of Heavy Sword Peak. In the main hall, Zhou Ping reported the situation to the Nine-Sword True Lord. With a mere wave of the Peak Master's hand, a finely crafted storage bag flew from his hand and landed steadily in Zhou Ping's palm. This was no ordinary storage bag. It was a massive treasure with an internal space exceeding 200 cubic meters. Every month, the Luofu sword sect prepared such a bag filled with various rare items for Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's task was straightforward. Within 24 hours of entering the Heavens Market, he had to sell these herbs, minerals, spiritual essences, and celestial treasures for the highest possible prices. Taking the storage bag, he unhesitatingly tapped it against his waist, activating the market guest token. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the market, Song Qi noticed the transmission request from the second guest token. After a brief consideration, he approved the transmission. With a slight spatial ripple, Zhou Ping appeared in the second guest room on the inn's second floor. Skillfully, he opened the door and went straight to the free trading area, where he began placing the items from the storage bag on his stall. Taking advantage of the market's early quiet, Zhou Ping quickly made a round through the shops on both sides of the street. As usual, he purchased several sets of military exoskeleton armor, 10 first-tier combat robots, and dozens of matching energy batteries. Witnessing this, Song Chi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This guy is really diving deep into the cyber cultivation path. Next, Zhou Ping arrived at the exotic goods exchange shop. His gaze swept past Song Chi, who was in his Moro form, and he walked straight to the central counter. Taking out a black cloth bag and a wooden box from the storage bag, he said, "Sir, here are 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 portions of body-tempering liquid, and 100 boxes of body-tempering ointment." As soon as he finished speaking, the items on the counter vanished into thin air, and the bronze token on his waist heated up, its usage count reset. Just as Zhou Ping was about to leave the shop, his eyes were drawn to the 3 rare items on the top shelf, especially the Millennium Ghostwood. Although he tried to hide it, the slight tremor in his eyes betrayed his inner excitement. In the corner, Song Chi, in his Moro form, keenly noticed this detail. As the master of the market, he easily saw through Zhou Ping's facade. Clearly, the Millennium Ghostwood held immense value in Zhou Ping's homeworld of the primordial continent. With this realization, Song Chi maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly, he was elated. Backed by the entire Luofu sword sect, Zhou Ping was undoubtedly the biggest potential buyer in every market exchange. With such a golden opportunity, how could Song Chi not take full advantage of it? Even better, Song Chi was in urgent need of second-tier and above floating land essence. It was like having a pillow delivered right when he needed it. After some subtle probing over this period, Song Chi had basically figured out the general situation of the Honghuang continent. It was a land of cultivation, vast beyond imagination. In his mind, Song Chi compared the cultivation levels of the Honghuang continent with the ranks of the Shattered Star Sea. Ordinary people corresponded to level 0, the Qi refining stage to level 1, the foundation establishment stage to level 2, the golden core stage to level 3, the nascent soul stage to level 4, and the spirit severing stage to level 5. As for whether there were stages beyond the spirit severing, even Zhou Ping couldn't say for sure. Even so, this floating land named Honghuang in the Sea of Stars was already astonishing enough. According to Star Sea common knowledge, without plundering resources from other floating lands, the rank of a floating land determined the upper limit of the strength of the beings it nurtured. This meant that the Honghuang continent was at least a level 5 life-type floating land, with resources so abundant it was jaw-dropping. Song Chi's gaze fell on Zhou Ping, as he calculated in his mind. The Luofu sword sect, being a major sect on the Honghuang continent, was guarded by a powerful expert at the spirit severing level. This was precisely why Song Chi always considered Zhou Ping a key potential client. A spirit severing expert, equivalent to a level 5 powerhouse in the Shattered Star Sea, could suppress an entire star region single-handedly. Song Chi couldn't help but imagine what kind of power and rare treasures the Luofu sword sect, with such a strong expert, might possess. As Song Chi's thoughts were racing, Zhou Ping spoke up, "Sir, how can I exchange this Millennium Ghostwood? Is bartering an option, or will spirit energy do?" The projection screen in the center of the shop flickered rapidly, giving a reply. "Bartering is preferred, for example, that spirit energy plaque you have." Song Chi was quite interested in this purple quality personal shield component. However, Zhou Ping clearly had no intention of trading it. He shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then took something out of his storage bag at his waist. Surrounded by the power of laws, Song Chi quickly saw the attributes of the item. Item: Demon Soul Stone. Quality: purple. Convertible. No. Note: a unique type of, or found in the Demon Soul Abyss beneath the Tianma sect on the Honghuang continent, with very limited use. Initially excited by its purple glow, Song Chi thought he had encountered another purple quality item that could be converted into a ship component. But soon, disappointment appeared in his eyes. This item couldn't be converted into a ship component either. Seeing the negative response on the light screen, Zhou Ping frowned. The sect hadn't prepared many high-grade natural treasures for him this time, and this Demon Soul Crystal was the only one. If even this wouldn't do, he really didn't know what else to offer for the trade. After a long contemplation, Zhou Ping took out another item from his storage bag. This time, it wasn't a Star Sea item but a mass of floating land essence, known as spirit energy on the Honghuang continent. Song Chi sent his consciousness over to inspect it, and was slightly surprised. This mass of floating land essence was quite substantial, and crucially, it didn't contain any level 0 or level 1 essence. Level 2 floating land essence, 400 strands. Level 3 floating land essence, 50 strands. This amount was roughly equivalent to an ordinary purple quality item, but after some consideration, Song Chi didn't agree. Judging from Zhou Ping's reaction when he saw the Millennium Ghostwood, its value on the Honghuang continent was likely much higher than that of an ordinary purple quality item. Not enough. Song Chi replied with his thoughts through the projection screen. After saying this, he closely observed Zhou Ping's reaction. As expected, there wasn't the slightest change in Zhou Ping's expression. as if this was the expected answer. This only further confirmed Song Chi's judgment. Moments later, Zhou Ping lightly tapped his storage bag again and took out another mass of floating land essence. This time, it was all level 2, and the quantity was not much, only 200 strands. After careful consideration, Song Chi still didn't agree. 2 minutes later, Zhou Ping walked out of the exotic item exchange shop, his face beaming, clearly having successfully exchanged for the Millennium Ghostwood. However, the occasional flicker of pain in his eyes suggested that the cost of this trade was indeed significant. Inside the shop, Song Chi smiled as he looked down at the large mass of floating land essence in his hand. The trade had indeed been completed, and the quantity of floating land essence Zhou Ping had offered was quite substantial. In his hand, this glowing mass contained 800 strands of level 2 floating land essence and 100 strands of level 3 floating land essence. Song Chi's eyes flickered as he nervously divided the mass of floating land essence into 2 parts, each containing 400 strands of level 2 floating land essence and 50 strands of level 3 floating land essence. One of the items was for his uncle, the ancient ghostwood he had received. As for the other item, naturally, it was for himself. Song Chi coughed lightly, feeling a pang of guilt. He silently apologized to his uncle, vowing that this would be the last time. In reality, 400 strands of second-tier floating land essence, combined with 50 strands of third-tier floating land essence, were more than enough to match an ordinary purple artifact, especially considering that such items could only be sold for half price within the territory of the Ember human civilization. Song Chi felt guilty because he had kept half for himself. Anyone else would undoubtedly see this as the behavior of a deceitful merchant. However, he was at a crucial stage where he desperately needed second and third-tier floating land essence, leaving him with little choice. Time flew by, and as the market entered its 20th hour, the number of alien creatures within the secret realm peaked at just under 1,000, far fewer than last time. Clearly, the placement of the 42 spatial gates this time was suboptimal, as most failed to reach the Starsea floating land or active alien regions, resulting in a sparse turnout at the market. This directly impacted Song Chi's earnings. By the end of the market, his total income converted to zero-tier floating land essence was just over 100,000 strands, with less than 2,000 strands of first-tier and barely 100 strands of second-tier, excluding what Zhou Ping had given him. As for scavenging rare artifacts from the Starsea, it was out of the question. Once all the alien creatures had left and Zhou Ping had been teleported back to the primordial continent by the market's guest order, Song Chi immediately summoned the skyship. The objective of this market visit was clear: to earn second and third-tier floating land essence to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator and the pure yang sword cannon. With the essence in hand, the enhancement work had to begin immediately. Song Chi didn't directly enhance the 2 orange-grade components. Instead, he first installed the newly acquired special components, each costing several hundred strands of zero-tier and first-tier floating land essence to upgrade to level 20. Post-upgrade, the blue-grade Blood Soul Seal saw minimal change, with the number of marks increasing from 3 to 10 and the tracking range expanding from 0.5 light-years to 5 light-years. However, the improvement of the Phantom Thruster was substantial. At level 20, the Phantom Thruster, a purple-grade item, consumed 50 units of ethereal energy per second, boosting thrust and ship speed by 100. Upgrading required 12 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 8,000 ethereal energy units, 500 kilograms of phantom stone, and 1 titanium crystal. The Phantom Mirage skill consumed 2,000 units of ethereal energy, and after a 15-second charge, the thruster would enter an overdrive mode, propelling the ship at 1,000 speed for 5 seconds in the designated direction while generating 6 accompanying phantoms to confuse enemy units. After upgrading to level 20, Song Chi paused. He had only about 500 strands of second-tier floating land essence left and had to use them wisely. He first upgraded the dark matter energy shield generator to level 30. Then, he did the same for the pure yang sword cannon. These upgrades consumed 300 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 60 titanium crystals, nearly depleting his reserves. Including the 50 crystals he had obtained from the last market, his stock of 100 titanium crystals was now down to just 40. Song Chi exhaled deeply, pushing aside his reluctance, and began contemplating his next move. With 40 titanium crystals remaining, he could only upgrade either the dark matter energy shield generator or the pure yang sword cannon by 1 level, as both required 32 crystals to go from level 30 to level 31. After careful consideration, Song Chi decided to upgrade the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine to level 30. The reason was simple: moving from level 30 to 31 within the same tier would result in minimal attribute changes. However, upgrading the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine from level 29 to 30 was a major tier advancement, significantly enhancing its power supply and driving capabilities, thus providing the skyship with higher speed and agility. This was the most cost-effective choice for now. After the latest upgrades, the attributes of the Celestial have undergone a qualitative leap. 3 components upgraded to Tier 3: the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine, dark matter energy shield generator, and pure yang sword light cannon each radiate a formidable aura. Shang-Chi meticulously examined the attribute panel of each component, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate Engine, now at level 30 with a purple attribute, boasts an 80 increase in energy efficiency, supplying 180 energy points per second, with an overload buffer of 12 points per second, and a 20-minute energy pool capacity of 60,000 points. The Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, also at level 30 with an orange attribute, enhances shield strength by 115, doubling the defense value, consuming 350 dark energy points per second, with a total shield value of 159,600 and a charge capacity of 4,120,000 points in 20 seconds. It can buffer for 30 minutes when overloaded. The Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, at level 30 with an orange attribute, features the mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, increasing the main cannon's power by 115, consuming 3,000 dark energy points per attack, charging at 490,200 points in 4 seconds, with a 5-second buffer. Closing the attribute panel, Shang-Chi took stock of the remaining resources: 110 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 150 strands of Tier 3, 20 strands of Tier 4, and 25 titanium crystals. His gaze fell upon the Sky Eye reconnaissance radar, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided to upgrade it to level 30. Confirm. With Shang-Chi's command, the Sky Eye reconnaissance radar successfully upgraded, expanding its detection range to 480 light hours and improving its detection accuracy to 300. The Star Map Collector feature now extended its range to 100 times the detection range, reaching an impressive diameter of 12 light years. After completing the upgrades on the Celestial, Shang-Chi also enhanced the All Heavens Market, Dark Energy Protective Array, All Attribute Training Room, and Ultra-Long-Range Space Gate Random Deployment Platform to level 16. With these tasks done, he left the market and headed to Jiangyuan City to hand over the remaining floating land essence to his uncle. Back home in Dongjiang Community, Shang-Chi was invigorated after a deep sleep. After a simple lunch, he bid farewell to his parents and headed straight for the Celestial. At his summons, the Celestial soared into the sky, aiming for the Star Sea domain outside the White Tower floating land. Upon reaching the target star domain, Shang-Chi immediately initiated a new round of alien domain exploration. As the Celestial trembled slightly, the alien domain deployment charge completed. Enveloped by a strong sense of weightlessness, Shang-Chi silently anticipated, "Bro, civilization ruins, don't let me down." In an unfamiliar starfield, Shang-Chi piloted the skyship, his gaze sweeping across the sizable asteroid belt in the distance. He had no intention of approaching and instead quickly recalled the ship, vanishing into the dark expanse of space. In the blink of an eye, Shang-Chi appeared in the market's secret realm, meticulously inspecting his gear. He was clad in the Morning Star military exoskeleton power armor, holding a disposable personal combat shield. After confirming everything was in order, he activated the realm's sole spatial anchor coordinates without hesitation. The next moment, Shang-Chi appeared midair above the floating desert land, plummeting rapidly. He swiftly adjusted his posture and channeled psionic energy to activate the ancestral fire node. The skyship materialized precisely below him, catching him securely. Once aboard, Shang-Chi didn't land immediately. Instead, he flew above a massive rock formation before beginning a vertical descent to save time. As the skyship pierced through the clouds, revealing the full view of the floating land, his brow furrowed. "Is that a sandstorm?" he muttered to himself. From high above, he could see a colossal storm eye raging near the rock formation. The sandstorm was terrifying, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. The skyship's energy scans indicated that the storm's core had a 5th-tier energy intensity, surrounded by a 4th-tier gravitational field. "This is really..." Shang-Chi sighed in frustration, realizing that his timing was off. Nevertheless, he didn't give up and attempted to maneuver the skyship to approach the rock from its sheltered side. After more than half an hour of careful attempts, Shang-Chi finally gave up. Although the rock weakened part of the storm's power, its gravitational field extended over 100 kilometers, making it impossible for the skyship to maintain stability. For safety's sake, he decided not to take further risks. Ascending back to a higher altitude, Shang-Chi began to contemplate his next move. Clearly, entering the Buluo civilization ruins was out of the question this time. With over 20 hours until his return, he couldn't afford to sit idly by. A few minutes later, Shang-Chi considered two options: leave the floating desert land to explore other unknown areas, or stay and hunt the oversized worm-like creatures, possibly a type of insectoid that had a high chance of containing energy crystals. As he pondered, the Star Map Collector generated a star map of the surrounding 10 light-year region. The map showed no other resource points within 5 light years. This information helped Shang-Chi make his decision to stay on the floating desert land and hunt the sand-dwelling insectoids. Although obtaining energy crystals was a matter of luck, Considering the upcoming promotion task for the skyship and the need for specific resources and materials to boost success rates, this seemed like the best choice for now. In the spaceship Tsangqiang, Song Chi's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in the enclosed storage space of the Shusher secret realm. Utilizing the power of the laws, he quickly searched through the area and finally found his target in a Cornera glass bottle labeled Universal Pheromone for Flesh and Blood Creatures. This biological attractant is widely circulated in the civilization of Xinhua humans, mainly used to lure non-intelligent or low-intelligence alien creatures for easier capture or hunting. Song Chi had prepared well in advance, storing dozens of bottles in this storage space, each costing only 10 strands of zero-level floating land essence for emergencies. He swiftly returned to the Tsangqiang and chose an area in the yellow sand floating land where storm eyes were relatively fewer. The Tsangqiang hovered 100 meters above the ground, and the hatch slowly opened. A Huakue soldier figurine clad in military exoskeleton power armor leaped out. Boom! The soldier figurine landed heavily, creating a massive sand pit on the yellow sand. However, for this second-tier strength puppet body, combined with the exoskeleton absorbing part of the impact, such a collision was almost negligible. The neural beacon on the soldier figurine immediately transmitted a command, prompting it to quickly open the glass bottle and pour the pheromone onto the sand. After completing the task, the soldier figurine used the exoskeleton armor to run a dozen steps before leaping back precisely to the nearly 100-meter high Tsangqiang. Song Chi retrieved the Huakue soldier figurine and immediately controlled the Tsangqiang to ascend to 1,000 meters. He remembered the last sandworm he encountered was over 100 meters long, so he naturally didn't want to take any risks. In the main control room of the Tsangqiang, Song Chi observed the situation below through a projection screen magnified dozens of times. The pheromone was quickly absorbed by the flowing sand, but its scent had already begun to spread around. Song Chi patiently waited, like a hunter waiting by a tree for his prey. A few minutes later, Song Chi keenly noticed some movement beneath the sand several kilometers away from the pheromone drop point. However, even after more than 10 minutes, there was no significant change below. If one bottle isn't enough, I'll just add more. Song Chi muttered to himself. He disappeared again and returned moments later with 5 identical glass bottles in his hand. The Huakue soldier figurine repeated the previous operation, pouring the contents of the 5 bottles at the same location. This time, the effect was immediate. Perhaps the concentration of 6 bottles of pheromone caused a qualitative change, and soon there was activity all around. Vibrations of varying sizes came from beneath the yellow sand, followed by multiple rapidly approaching sand ridges. Song Chi quickly analyzed the number of these sand ridges and the tiers of the sandworms hiding within. There were 8 sand ridges in total, 4 with diameters of about 10 meters, 3 about 7 meters, and 1 astonishingly large one with a diameter of 15 meters, moving the fastest. Peak second tier? Or a third tier sandworm? Song Chi pondered while swiftly taking action. The Tsangqiang tilted slightly, and the pure yang sword light cannon and electromagnetic thunder light cannon aimed downward. The muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon began to gather light, a phantom sword shadow rapidly forming. Seconds later, the 8 sand ridges converged below. On the projection screen, fine sand constantly spurted from the ground, and yellow sand filled the sky, quickly obscuring the view. Without hesitation, Song Chi activated the pure yang sword light cannon, and the electromagnetic thunder light cannon also began to fire wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the intense explosions, countless rounds of cannon fire rained down, stirring up even more flying yellow sand. Although the specific situation below was unclear, from the roars that came through, Song Chi judged that the sandworms were thrashing violently, clearly heavily injured and in their final frenzy. Soon, the sky filled with a thick stench, the smell of sandworm blood. Song Chi knew that the hunting operation had been successful. Under the intense pheromone influence, the sandworms, already highly attracted to it, became even more frenzied with the added stench. Standing at the control console of the Tsangqiang, Song Chi's eyes were fixed on the projection screen, his brow furrowed. From all directions, sand dunes converged like tidal waves, with dozens of sandworms emerging every minute from the distance, creating a terrifying scene. Under the dust-filled sky, one could occasionally glimpse the massive, 100-meter-long black figures. The sandworms opened their gaping maws, filled with sharp fangs, savagely tearing at each other. The once gray-yellow sand was now stained dark green by their foul-smelling blood, with flesh and gore strewn about, creating a horrifying spectacle. Despite the constant twitching of his eyelids, Song Chi's hands remained steady. The pure yang sword light cannon had just completed a round of attacks and immediately began recharging for the next. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic thunder cannon continued its relentless barrage of firepower, never ceasing. Under this intense firepower, the Tsangqiang's floating land essence reserves rapidly increased. Although there were occasional traces of zero-rank essence, the majority were first rank. In a short period, that Sangqiong had collected hundreds of strands of first-rank floating land essence. This indicated that most of the sandworms below were of the second rank. After hours of continuous assault, hundreds of second-rank sandworms had fallen under the Sangqiong's firepower. This number left Song Qi both surprised and thrilled despite not being short of first-rank floating land essence. These were substantial gains, proving that Sangqiong's astonishing firepower. Notably, this impressive result was primarily due to the electromagnetic thunder cannon. While the pure yang sword-like cannon was powerful, it was a single-target weapon requiring significant charging and cooldown time between attacks. In contrast, the blue-quality electromagnetic thunder cannon emerged as the true powerhouse. Its arcing lightning made it a perfect weapon for area attacks, striking multiple sandworms with each shot. Though its single-shot power was less than that of the pure yang sword-like cannon, its continuous fire covered a wider area, resulting in a higher kill count of second-rank sandworms than expected. Just as Song Qi was reveling in the results, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, sending chills down his spine. He quickly scanned the projection screen and soon spotted the anomaly. He immediately maneuvered the Sangqiong to ascend further, but before it could gain much altitude, a massive, 10-meter-wide black energy sphere pierced through the thick dust, heading straight for the Sangqiong. Buzz. The energy sphere struck the Sangqiong's energy shield with a resounding impact, causing violent ripples. The powerful shockwave even sent the entire airship 10 meters into the air. Song Qi quickly checked the dark matter energy shield status, his pupils dilating. Shield value: 3, 215, 8004, 120,000. The shield had lost a fifth of its value in an instant. This was a third-rank reinforced orange energy shield with a base defense value of 200,000. Considering this, the attack strength of the black energy sphere clearly exceeded 1,000,000. Song Qi's gaze shifted downward, where he saw a colossal, 100-meter-wide, 1,000-meter-long black shadow looming in the swirling yellow sand, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing the terrifying silhouette, Song Qi was certain that this was a Tier 3 sandworm, and not just any Tier 3, but one at the peak of its tier, almost a pseudo-Tier 4. His assessment was based on the scene before him. The reinforced dark matter energy shield generator, upgraded to level 30, had sustained immense damage. A quick comparison flashed through Song Qi's mind. Typically, a Tier 3 Starsea creature could inflict around 50,000 points of damage on an orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator. Creatures not specialized in attacking might not even breach the shield. Yet, this sandworm had dealt over 800,000 points of damage in a single strike, showcasing its terrifying power. As the surrounding dust settled, Song Qi finally saw the true form of the massive shadow below. As he suspected, it was a sandworm, but its size far exceeded that of Tier 1 and Tier 2 sandworms. Its diameter was nearly 100 meters, and its length stretched over a kilometer, an intimidating sight. However, the impact of this sandworm wasn't as overwhelming as Song Qi had anticipated. He recalled witnessing something even more astonishing just days ago: a Tier 4, over 2,000-meter-long Moro Tungkong mech, and a projection of the mythical ancestor mech, which surpassed 10,000 meters. In comparison, the size of this Tier 3 sandworm seemed less impressive. Nonetheless, Song Qi's vigilance didn't waver. He understood that the combat power of a Tier 3 creature was formidable. Although the energy shield and main cannon of the Sangqiong had been upgraded to Tier 3, there was still a significant gap compared to a true Tier 3 life form. As Song Qi commanded the Sangqiong to ascend, he weighed the options of fight or flight in his mind. While the Sangqiong might struggle in close combat with a Tier 3 creature, if he could maintain enough distance, the combination of the Tier 3 orange energy shield and orange main cannon might give him a fighting chance. In the brief 2 seconds of Song Qi's hesitation, the Sangqiong had already climbed to an altitude of 3,000 meters. However, the sandworm below hadn't given up the chase. Its gaping maw, tens of meters wide, revealed countless fangs over half a meter long. At the center of its teeth, a second black energy sphere with a diameter of 10 meters was rapidly forming. Whoosh! The black energy sphere shot toward the Sangqiong again. This sight ignited Song Qi's fighting spirit, and he decisively abandoned any thought of retreat. He was eager to test the combined power of the Tier 3 orange main cannon and the Tier 3 orange energy shield. Once the decision was made, the Sangqiong's engines began to operate at full capacity. The newly installed streamlight thrusters at the rear of the ship maximized the conversion of engine energy into effective thrust. With the combined effect of these two purple components, the Sangqiong completed a side maneuver in just 0.5 seconds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This evasive maneuver allowed the 10-meter diameter energy sphere to narrowly miss the Sangqiong, merely grazing the energy shield. Although the shield sustained some damage, it was significantly less than before. However, Song Qi had no time to relax, as he heard the sound of a third energy sphere being launched from below. "Can this thing fire endlessly?" he muttered, his expression darkening as he pushed the phantasmal antimatter hyperstate engine and phantom thrusters to their limits. This time, while the ship managed another slight angle adjustment, Song Chi's face paled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating the strain of such precise maneuvers on his mind. The third energy sphere also grazed the dark matter energy shield. Although the damage was slightly higher this time, that Songqiong's energy shield still maintained over 70 integrity, and its combat strength remained sufficient. Song Chi focused intently on the battle, ready to face the next round of challenges. During the evasive maneuver, the third thread of Song Chi's mind activated the pure yang sword beam cannon. Inside the celestial, he coldly declared, 3 strikes and you're out. It's my turn now. Before his words had fully dissipated, the fully charged pure yang sword beam cannon erupted, sending a 10-meter-long sword light projection hurtling downward with a resonant hum. The sizzling sword light moved with astonishing speed, and the 10-meter-wide beam almost instantly struck the pitch-black body of the third-ear sandworm. However, to Song Chi's surprise, the contact between the sword light and the sandworm's surface produced a loud, metallic screech accompanied by a shower of sparks. Clearly, the sandworm's outer layer had become as hard as a special alloy. Song Chi frowned in thought. This was a full power strike from a third-ear orange main cannon. Even with only a 20 damage boost from a first-tier hull, the power should still be at a third-ear level. But to see the opponent completely unscathed was truly unacceptable. Suddenly, the third-tier sandworm below opened its menacing maw once more. Song Chi instinctively prepared to maneuver the celestial to evade, but this time the sandworm did not gather an energy ball. Instead, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Not good. It's a sonic attack. Song Chi reacted swiftly, but it was too late. The piercing scream instantly penetrated the ship, flooding his mind. From the outside, Song Chi's eyes appeared vacant and dazed. In reality, Song Chi had 0.1 seconds to react. He considered entering the void market to avoid the sonic impact, but quickly dismissed the idea. While entering the void market would shield him from the sound waves, the celestial left in the sky would be vulnerable to the deadly pitch-black energy balls. If the celestial were hit and veered off course by more than 10 meters, he would emerge from the void market directly exposed in the sky, losing all protection. Staying on the celestial at least provided the cover of the dark matter energy shield, whereas being exposed would mean instant vaporization by the terrifying energy of the pitch-black energy balls. Sure enough, after Song Chi was disrupted, a pitch-black energy ball followed closely, striking the celestial's energy shield directly. This hit depleted another 20 of the shield's value, leaving just over 50. The second energy ball came right after, dropping the shield value to 30. At this critical moment, the 1,000-meter-long sandworm on the now dark green sand opened its maw again, rapidly gathering a third energy ball. Just when it seemed all was lost, something changed on the celestial. Song Chi suddenly snapped back to clarity, gratefully glancing at the anomaly status purifier beside him. It was the purifier's cleansing aura, boosted by the blue flame seed, that had restored his consciousness. The reason it took so long to recover was that the sonic attack came from a peak third-ear creature, while Song Chi was only first-tier, and the anomaly status purifier was only level 20, emitting a second-tier cleansing aura, insufficient to immediately counter the sandworm's sonic attack. Even so, it was enough. The dark matter energy shield generator hadn't collapsed, and the celestial's hull remained intact. Ignoring the stabbing pain in his mind, Song Chi reactivated the pure yang sword beam cannon and initiated the chaotic void extreme yang sword intent divine light feature. Normally, he would have immediately turned the celestial to flee. However, he couldn't accept retreating without unleashing the warship's most powerful attack. Of course, regardless of the outcome of this strike, Song Chi had already decided to withdraw afterward. The dark matter energy shield's remaining value had fallen below his safety threshold. Any further delay would be genuinely dangerous. 100-meter-long sword light burst forth from the bow of the Songqiong, roaring with unstoppable force as it charged toward the third-tier sandworm below. Song Chi didn't wait to see the effect of his attack. He immediately maneuvered the warship to ascend rapidly. Before fleeing, he activated the newly installed Blood Soul Seal, marking the sandworm. This was not only for future revenge, but also to prepare for the Songqiong's upcoming upgrade missions. The warship quickly vanished into the clouds. Unbeknownst to Song Chi, the sword light, imbued with the essence of the extreme yang sword, had severed the sandworm in half. Dark green viscous fluid splattered everywhere, sizzling as it corroded the sand. However, the remarkably resilient sandworm was not dead. It let out a violent screech and burrowed into the sand with its front half, disappearing in an instant. Half an hour later, the Songqiong returned to the battlefield. The dark matter energy shield was fully recharged, but Song Chi frowned and sighed upon seeing only half of the sandworm's corpse. Even so, he did not regret his decision. At the time, the shield's energy was down to 30, making continued combat too risky. Moreover, even if he had killed the sandworm, the gains would have been limited without an energy crystal. Song Chi carefully piloted the warship to hover 100 meters above the ground. The hatch opened, and 5 fully armed second-tier fire Kuei soldiers swiftly flew out. Unlike before, each of them now held a cutter. Guided by the neural beacon, the soldiers began to slice through the sandworm's remains embedded in the sand. Song Chi's objectives were clear. Besides searching for energy crystals, his primary goal was to collect Zerg prime meat. This second-tier prime meat was highly beneficial for the practice of first-tier guiding techniques. Although he hadn't managed to kill the sandworm in one strike, the operation still yielded substantial rewards. Song Chi was already planning the next steps, anticipating that Songqiong's path to advancement. 5 Hukuei soldier statues were rapidly dissecting the worm carcasses on the sandy ground, their blades flashing and sending chunks of flesh flying. In the sky above, Song Chi remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of sand below like a hawk. The main and auxiliary cannons on his ship were ready to fire at any moment. Although the presence of the peak third-tier sandworm had already driven away most of the first and second-tier sandworms, Song Chi knew that in this perilous sea of sand, any lapse in caution could lead to disaster. The intense focus caused a sharp pain to stab through Song Chi's already aching mind, making him frown. This situation made him realize the urgent need for specialized equipment to alleviate his mental burden. He calculated in his mind, a ground detection device or an airborne radar with life detection capabilities could effectively compensate for the limitations of the Sky-Eye radar, which couldn't penetrate large obstacles. At the same time, Song Chi recognized the importance of enhancing his mental strength. Whether it was the strain he felt during the high-difficulty micro-operations of the Songqiong ship or the experience of being stunned by the third-tier sandworm's sonic attack, both revealed his current inadequacies. Although his mental strength was already superior to over 90% of those at the same level in the Star Sea when he first entered the first tier, it was far from sufficient for a transmigrator. Song Chi recalled his daily practice of visualizing the mythical mech projection imprint. Previously, he could only persist for 2 hours each day, but with his guiding technique breaking through to level 10 and the Xinhua seed advancing to blue, he estimated that he could now visualize for 3 to 4 hours daily. After a brief contemplation, he decided to set his daily visualization time at 3 hours, striking a balance between fully utilizing his enhanced mental strength and not neglecting his guiding technique practice. Time ticked by, and the anticipated emergencies did not occur. The deterrent power of the peak third-tier sandworm was even greater than Song Chi had imagined. Even though it had been gone for over 4 hours, no other low-tier sandworms dared to approach the area, greatly facilitating the processing of the worm carcasses. There were over 500 sandworm carcasses in the sand, most of them severely damaged, but more than 200 still needed to be dissected and examined. The 5 Hukuei soldier statues worked tirelessly for over 4 hours to complete the task. The final yield was as expected. Although no energy crystals were found, the total amount of second-tier worm meat reached 1,000 kilograms, with an average of about 5 kilograms per second-tier sandworm, which was quite substantial. Song Chi calculated that although this second-tier worm meat was not as potent as the third-tier energy essence from the previous queen worm meat, the quantity was sufficient. When used in conjunction with advanced body forging potions and tempering fluids, it would significantly accelerate the progress of his guiding technique. The only regret was that the small portion of the third-tier worm carcass did not contain any essence meat, which would have been even more effective than the previous queen worm meat. With a sigh, Song Chi walked over to the blood soul seal component. Moments later, he opened his eyes and gazed at a distant sand dune 1,000 miles away. According to the information from the blood soul seal, the third-tier sandworm was hiding a kilometer deep beneath the dune. After careful consideration, Song Chi decided to hold off for now and wait until the Songqiong ship initiated its battleship upgrade mission to deal with this formidable opponent. Over 10 hours later, after staying in the area for a full 24 hours, the Songqiong ship received a notification to return. With a ripple of spatial energy, the ship, which had just undergone a thrilling adventure, quietly disappeared into the starry sky beyond the drifting sands. White Tower Floating Land. At home. Song Chi pushed open the door to his house, and his mother, Chun Lixia, greeted him with a slightly cheerful voice. His parents were still busy and hadn't embarked on any interstellar explorations. Today, instead of heading straight to his room as usual, Song Chi solemnly led his parents to the living room. "Son, what's wrong? Did you encounter some difficulty?" Chun Lixia asked anxiously, noticing the serious expression on her son's face. Song Chao, however, remained calm and didn't rush to ask questions. He silently waited for his son to speak, gently patting his wife's arm and glancing at the space beneath the sofa. Chun Lixia understood and walked over to the sofa. After a moment of fumbling, a familiar blue isolation screen slowly unfolded, enveloping the entire living room. Only then did Song Chi channel his inner energy, concentrating it at the center of his forehead. With a burst of blue flame, a bronze token emerged from his brow. His parents curiously stared at the token, which was a pass to the mysterious market. Song Chi handed it over to them. A few minutes later, after reading the information inscribed on the token, Song Chao and Chun Lixia's eyes were filled with surprise. Song Chao spoke up. "Xiao Qi, Explain this market in detail. Prepared to explain, Song-Chi briefly described the market's power and mystery, carefully avoiding the fact that only zero-level and first-level alien beings were currently allowed to enter. This explanation perfectly concealed that he was merely a guest at the market, not its owner. As expected, after hearing the explanation, his parents showed no suspicion. Instead, they excitedly asked, "So, this is why you've been able to rapidly enhance your ship and acquire high-quality components over the past few months? It connects different star regions of the Broken Star Sea and allows various races to trade." No wonder. Song Chao quickly pondered the value of the market and the pass, realizing it was beyond monetary estimation. "Let's go find your grandfather. The value of this market pass is immeasurable. If we use it wisely, our entire family can benefit immensely." The three of them hurried to the Furious Lion courtyard in Bida City. In the central hall, Song Ming Song stared intently at his son, Song Chao. If there wasn't a reasonable explanation, his anger would be hard to quell today. However, Song Chao remained calm, his eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement. Once the isolation screen enveloped the entire hall, Song Chao looked around. Besides the three of them, only Song Ming Song, Bai Shuqin, and Song Shan were present. Other family members hadn't been informed to minimize the risk of leaks. "All right, you can speak now. What's all this secrecy about? Don't tell me you can jump 3 levels overnight?" The old man spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Song Chao ignored his father's jibe and signaled Song Chi to summon the market pass. After the token was passed around among Song Ming Song, Bai Shuqin, and Song Shan, their reactions mirrored those of Song Chao and Chun Lixiaboth, solemn and curious. Song Chi explained once more, and the three quickly grasped the immense value behind the market pass. Being able to trade face-to-face with alien species from different star regions of the Broken Star Sea, even those light years apart, meant the potential profits from the price differences alone were staggering. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became both serious and exhilarating. Everyone realized that the family's destiny was about to change dramatically because of this small token. With a flicker of expression, Song Ming Song was the first to break the silence. He turned to Song Chi, his voice low and serious. "Shao Chi, was your uncle's piece of the ancient ghostwood traded in this market?" Song Chi nodded quickly, yes. This simple response stirred a silent wave throughout the hall. The faces of several elders shifted constantly, clearly shaken by the potential of this celestial market. The fact that a rare purple artifact could be traded so easily was proof enough of the market's value. Standing behind his father's sofa, Song Chi remained silent, waiting for the elders to make their decision. After a moment, Grandma Bai Shuqin seemed to remember something and gently asked, "Shao Chi, has this market guest token bound to you, or can anyone use it?" This question immediately drew everyone's attention. If the token wasn't exclusive to Song Chi, the news must be kept secret, or it would attract endless covetous eyes. "Yes, only I can use it," Song Chi answered firmly. Hearing this, the group breathed a slight sigh of relief, though their vigilance was not fully eased. After all, this was just Song Kai's word, and outsiders might not believe it. If the existence of the market guest token were exposed, trouble would surely follow. Bai Shuqin then solemnly reminded, "Shao Chi, apart from the few of us in the family, you must not reveal the existence of this market guest token to anyone else, or there will be great trouble." Grandpa Song Ming Song and Uncle Song Shan also cast serious looks, silently emphasizing this point. Song Chi's parents had already reiterated this on their way to Bida City. Song Chi understood the gravity of the situation, which was why he had waited until now to bring out the market guest token. He nodded solemnly and then seized the opportunity to ask a question that had been bothering him. "Grandpa, aren't we going back to the main family soon? Should I disclose this to the family in the future?" This question had been troubling Song Chi. He trusted the elders of his father's lineage, but felt uneasy about the Song family in Dinghai, whom he had never met. In theory, with the strength of the Dinghai Song family, revealing the existence of the market guest token could garner powerful support, accelerating the development of the celestial market and the restoration of its secret realms. But this was also his concern. The Dinghai Song family wielded significant power, and the high-ranking ancestors, with their 4th and 5th-tier warships, likely carried various magical components. Song Chi couldn't be sure if these components could leverage the market guest token to usurp his position as the market master. After all, he was currently only at the 1st tier, and even with the market's secret realm's blessings and protection, he could hardly contend with those ancestors. The Song ancestors differed from the nascent soul ancestors of the Luofu sword sect. While a nascent soul true venerate was equivalent to a 5th-tier life form in the Star Sea, the desolate continent was isolated from the outside world, and cultivators were just one of many extraordinary practitioners in the fragmented Star Sea. However, 4th and 5th-tier warships could integrate most of the Star Sea civilizations and extraordinary energies, their foundation and methods capable of overwhelming any single extraordinary systems practitioners. Song Chi recalled a famous quote from his textbooks. "You can never imagine what hidden cards a high-ranking warship captain holds." This concern caused his hesitation. After a long contemplation, Song Mingsong finally spoke. My suggestion is to keep it under wraps for now, at least until our branch has a significant voice within the family. As the people in the hall looked on in astonishment, Song Mingsong calmly explained his reasoning. His voice echoed in the spacious room. We've been away from home for nearly 50 years. We have no idea what the current situation is within our clan. So, let's wait for now. This explanation made Song Shan, Song Chao, and the others nod in agreement. They were well aware that in the power structure of the Song clan in Dinghai, only members of the 4th rank and above could reach the upper echelons and have actual decision-making power. Members of the 2nd and 3rd ranks, although considered the backbone of the family, could only follow the decisions made by the higher-ups without participating in the decision-making process themselves. Upon hearing this, Song Qi began to calculate in his mind. If even his grandfather, who had lived in their home for over 150 years, had concerns, then it was indeed wise not to reveal the Shusher guest order for the time being. Seeing everyone reach a consensus, Song Mingsong decisively shifted the topic back to the Shusher. His eyes sharp, he scanned the crowd. When we return, everyone needs to list what they need. This includes resources to upgrade warships, special ship components, and rare minerals from the duchy. Additionally, any peculiar items that can't be converted into ship components should be handed over to Xiao Qi. With everything arranged, Song Mingsong turned to Bai Shuqin beside him and softly instructed, Shuqin, go visit the 2nd and 4th houses and ask what resources they need. Just mention that I found a special channel, but don't bring up the Shusher. Bai Shuqin nodded solemnly. Got it? About 10 minutes later, when Song Mingsong and the others had finished their arrangements, Song Qi was about to speak when he saw a flash of light between his grandfather's brows. 3 beams of light flew out from his ancestral fire acupoint, floating in front of everyone. Song Qi's attention was instantly drawn to the orange light in the middle, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. There was no doubt that this was an orange-grade celestial artifact. The other 2 items, emitting a purple glow, were also remarkable, being of purple-grade quality. Handing these 3 artifacts to Song Qi, Song Mingsong explained, Xiao Qi, these 3 artifacts are treasures I've collected over the years. Especially this orange-grade Terra stone, which I found during an exploration of an alien domain over 30 years ago. Unfortunately, it can't be converted into a ship component. I originally planned to trade it for family merit points once we return to the Dinghai Star region. Now, see if you can trade it at the Shusher. Song Qi nodded repeatedly, barely containing his excitement. With this orange-grade Terra stone, the quality of his artifact exchange shop would skyrocket. In addition, the 2 purple-grade artifacts, the Earth Dragonclaw and the Star Core Copper Mother, though also unable to be converted into ship components, were highly valuable. Next, Uncle Song Shan took out 2 purple-grade artifacts, and his father contributed 1. His mother and grandmother each brought out some items as well, with his mother's contribution being the most modest, consisting of only a few blue-grade artifacts. Considering she had just recently advanced to the 2nd rank, this was understandable. Song Qi quickly inventoried the items and was thrilled with the results. From his grandparents, uncle, and parents alone, he had collected 1 orange-grade, 7 purple-grade, and 12 blue-grade celestial artifacts, totaling 20 items that couldn't be converted into ship components. With the additional items from his aunts, uncles, and cousins, this restock for the artifact exchange shop would be unprecedentedly abundant. Besides these artifacts, the elders also promised to compile lists of rare materials, needed resources, and the floating land essence required to purchase these materials, all to be managed by Song Qi. Song Qi could already envision the grand scene at the next Shusher trade. The transaction volume would significantly increase, and perhaps in just a couple more trades, the market level could surpass level 20. Once it reached level 20, 2nd-rank alien creatures could enter the market, accelerating his accumulation of floating land essence. As Song Qi indulged in these optimistic thoughts, the others in the hall were equally excited, eagerly anticipating the future. If they could use the market pass to exchange their useless oddities for other items of the same tier or mid to high tier floating island essences, it would be fantastic news for them. Song Qi and his family members' eyes sparkled with excitement as they began calculating the potential gains in their minds. This wasn't just a simple difference between half price and full price. Whether exchanging for other oddities that could be converted into ship components or for mid to high tier floating island essences, their value was at least 4 to 5 times that of a half-price useless oddity. Song Qi quickly did the math in his head. This deal would significantly ease everyone's financial strains and greatly accelerate the enhancement of their flagship. Even more enticing was the possibility of collecting the special resources needed for their warship's advancement, which would substantially reduce the difficulty of upgrading their ships in the future. Everyone present understood that such resources were in high demand throughout the human civilization's domain, often fetching astronomical prices. As for trading or purchasing them in other alien civilizations' territories, that was a life-threatening endeavor, not even guaranteed safe with a 4th-tier warship escort. While everyone in the hall was lost in their pleasant fantasies, Song Qi returned and pushed forward a wooden box he had taken from the Zhangqiu. Without hesitation, he opened the box, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Song Ming Song remained calm, but the faces of the others lit up with joy. The box contained the 1,000 bottles of body refining liquid and 100 boxes of body refining paste that Zhou Ping had brought during the market trade 2 days ago. After Song Ming Song's verification, the value of these items exceeded expectations. The body refining liquid could assist 0-tier and 1st-tier warship captains in their cultivation, while the body refining paste was quite beneficial for 2nd-tier warship captains. Among those present, only Song Ming Song had cultivated the guiding technique to the 3rd tier. Even the uncle, who hadn't yet advanced to the 3rd tier, could use these body refining pastes to accelerate his training. Seeing the 100 boxes of body refining paste, everyone couldn't hide their excitement. Valued at 3 strands of 0-tier floating island essence per bottle of body refining liquid and 25 strands per bottle of body refining paste, these supplies were quickly distributed. The uncle took 300 bottles of body refining liquid and 20 boxes of body refining paste. Song Qi took 300 bottles of body refining liquid. His father and grandmother each took 20 boxes of body refining paste, and the remaining 400 bottles of body refining liquid and 40 boxes of body refining paste were left for the 2nd uncle and 4th uncle's families. After the distribution, the secret meeting seemed to be nearing its end, with only the delivery of all items to Song Qi left to complete. However, just as Bai Shuqin was about to remove the isolation light screen, Song Qi suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Grandpa, there's one more thing I need to tell you all. A few months ago, I acquired a batch of void crystals in the market." Before he could finish, everyone in the hall showed surprised expressions. Void crystals? The term seemed to have a magical effect, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Song Qi noticed the elder's reactions, but wasn't surprised. He took a deep breath, his voice lowering as he began to recount the experience in detail. The encounter at Baiha Mall, the entanglement with the Tross family, and the actions of John Tross. As his narration went on, a hint of guilt crept into his voice, and he found it hard to meet the changing expressions on his elders' faces. To his surprise, after he finished, the elders didn't show much emotional fluctuation, let alone blame him. Clearly, they understood that this was due to Song Qi's recent awakening and his lack of understanding of the void crystal's value. After all, textbooks didn't cover these details. Song Qi felt a slight relief, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The reason he brought this up before leaving the White Tower floating island was to resolve this issue now. His thought was simple. Since he couldn't avenge himself for the time being, he would have his elders take action. He would never let the Tross family, especially John Tross, off easily. At this moment, Uncle Song Shan, sitting to the side, suddenly asked, "So, Shao Qi, are you saying that the Tross family might control a secret realm?" However, before Song Qi could answer, the old man in the main seat, Song Ming Song, interrupted coldly, "I don't care if there's a secret realm or not. Since they dared to mess with my grandson, I'll destroy them first." Before he finished speaking, a massive amount of dark energy burst out from Song Ming Song, and he stood up from the sofa. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with an intense 3rd-tier pressure, making the air seem to solidify. Despite his burning rage, Song Ming Song maintained a sliver of rationality. He knew his newly 1st-tier grandson, Song Qi, was present, so he didn't fully unleash the pressure of a 3rd-tier being. Otherwise, Song Qi might have collapsed on the spot. Even so, the pressure was enough for everyone to feel the terrifying power of a 3rd-tier strongman. Song Ming Song stormed out of the hall, his footsteps echoing on the floor. Normally a person who avoided trouble, he couldn't bear the thought of someone bullying his grandson. Just as he was about to step out the door, Bai Shuqin's voice rang out, "Stop! Why are you in such a hurry?" Song Ming Song halted and slowly turned his head, waiting for his wife's next words. Bai Shuqin's gaze was sharp as she continued, "Since they've targeted Shao Qi, the Tross family must be eradicated, but not now." She paused, waiting for the dark energy surrounding Song Ming Song to dissipate before continuing. "In a few days, when we set off for the Dinghai star region, we'll strike. This way, we can minimize the impact on us." Hearing this, Song Ming Song's anger gradually subsided. He realized his wife's advice made sense. Acting now would draw all of White Tower Floating Land's attention to their family, disrupting their future plans. But if they acted on the day of departure, they could leave immediately after wiping out the family, minimizing the fallout. Thus, the Tross family, one of the top 3 families in Baiha City, was sentenced to annihilation in just a few words. Song Qi, upon hearing this decision, felt a surge of emotions. It was the second time he truly felt the thrill of having a powerful backing and deeply understood that in this interstellar era, strength was everything. Might makes right was vividly demonstrated at this moment. A few hours later, Song Qi was back at his home in Jiangyuan City. In front of him were 3 packages, each from his 1st uncle, 2nd uncle, and 4th uncle's families. The packages contained rare starseed treasures and valuable resources. The package from his first uncle's family included a fist-sized frost stone from the ice plains. While this rare resource wasn't particularly useful within the territories of the human civilization of Xinhua, it was a treasure for certain alien races and could fetch a high price. In addition to the items, each package came with a detailed list of various rare resources such as energy crystals, tenth volcanic lava iron essence, and vibranium zircon. These were critical materials needed for upgrading Xinhua battleships. Song Qi also held over 3,000 strands of second-tier floating land essence, initial funding given by his elders for purchases. Song Qi carefully organized these items and categorized them into various shops within the market secret realm. He posted the resource lists needed by his family and himself in the procurement shop, then headed to the rare items exchange shop. He placed an orange-grade rare item, 10 purple-grade rare items, and dozens of blue-grade rare items in succession, finally placing the precious Terra Origin stone in the most prominent position. Looking at the dazzling shop, Song Qi nodded in satisfaction. The orange-grade Terra Origin stone was undoubtedly the highlight of the entire shop, significantly elevating its status. In the eyes of any civilization, this was a highly coveted high-grade treasure. Song Qi left the exotic goods exchange shop with a satisfied smile, his steps light as he headed deeper into the marketplace towards the all-attribute training room. He tightly gripped the 300 newly replenished portions of body-tempering liquid, his backpack stuffed with over 1,000 kilograms of second-tier insect meat, and 3 precious high-grade body-strengthening potions. The thought of the remarkable effects these treasures might produce when used together made Song Qi's heart race. It had been over a month since his guiding technique broke through to level 10. Despite his relentless training, Song Qi felt almost no progress. Clearly, after reaching the first tier, the difficulty of cultivating the guiding technique had increased sharply. This reality made Song Qi anxious. If even the first tier required decades, what would it mean for the second, third, and even higher tiers? Upon entering the all-attribute training room, Song Qi quickly adjusted to his optimal state. He carefully applied a bottle of body-tempering liquid evenly on his skin. Next, he took out 10 kilograms of processed second-tier insect meat and devoured it swiftly. After advancing to the first tier, his digestion had greatly improved. 10 kilograms of meat was nothing. He could easily digest half a ton of white tower beef. As a warm current surged in his stomach, Song Qi unhesitatingly downed the high-grade body-strengthening potion in one gulp. Instantly, it felt like a violent chemical reaction erupted in his stomach, with energy far surpassing that of the insect meat rushing through his body like boiling water. Facing this intense reaction, Song Qi remained calm, promptly assuming his cultivation posture and activating the guiding technique. He had anticipated the potency of the high-grade potion. Without the neutralizing effect of deep-sea clam pearl powder, this reaction was entirely expected. Having undergone a life-enhancing transformation, his meridians were now fortified enough to withstand this powerful energy. This was why taking the high-grade potion had to wait until after advancing to the first tier of the guiding technique. As the guiding technique operated, the combined amplification of the 3 treasures made it feel as though the surrounding energy had come alive, rushing into his body. The circulation speed of the energy within him far exceeded previous levels, and the long stagnant progress of the guiding technique finally began to climb. This realization invigorated Song Qi, who devoted himself fully to his training. After more than 10 hours, the effects of the potions were exhausted. Song Qi quickly left the marketplace, took a shower, and then sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, beginning his daily visualization of the mythical mecha projection blueprint. 3 hours later, utterly spent, Song Qi collapsed into a deep sleep. Thus, in this fulfilling and disciplined routine, 20 days flew by. There were only 4 days left before the Song family would depart for the Dinghai star region. On this particular day, just as Song Qi stepped out of the marketplace and was about to take a shower and continue his visualization, he received an unexpected communication. Seeing the caller ID, Song Qi raised an eyebrow. It was Haozi, someone he hadn't heard from in a while. As far as he knew, Sun Hao and Wang Yuan had formed a small organization called the First Youth League after both advancing to the first tier. They had been busy developing their enterprise for the past few months and rarely reached out to him. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Qi answered the call with a smile. Sun Hao's familiar face quickly appeared on the projection, looking very excited to see Song Qi. It's been months. Missed your brother? He teased. Song Qi rolled his eyes at the banter and responded with a question. What's up? Finished with your little group's business? Hearing Song Qi mention the First Youth League, Sun Hao's smile grew even brighter, and he subconsciously raised his chin. Seeing this reaction, Song Qi immediately understood that the group must be doing well. Sure enough, Sun Hao's next words confirmed his suspicion. Hey, our youth group's membership has now exceeded 50, most of whom are our classmates from our graduating year, Sun Hao said, his face beaming with pride and his eyes sparkling with excitement. He glanced around to make sure there were no outsiders, then lowered his voice and continued, currently, for the first-tier Xihua captains, besides me and Yuan, there's also a friend of his. What's more impressive is that we've monopolized over 60% of the alien domain exploration gains from our alumni group. Sun Hao paused for a moment, then leaned in closer to Song Chi with a mysterious look. We buy resources at 75 of the market price, and once we've accumulated enough, we sell them to large shops. Yuan can push the price up to 85, even 90, which means significant profits. Seeing Sun Hao's animated expression, Song Chi couldn't help but smile, genuinely happy for his friend. However, he felt a slight unease. From Sun Hao's tone, it seemed that Sun Hao had become completely reliant on Wang Yuan, almost to the point of following his lead without question. Song Chi couldn't help but admire Wang Yuan's tactics. But he didn't dwell on it too much, knowing Sun Hao's personality wasn't one for strategic thinking. Having Wang Yuan to guide them was actually a good thing, provided Wang Yuan remained consistent and didn't discard them after using them. Noticing Song Chi's lack of interest, Sun Hao decided not to push the matter further. He shifted the topic. Chi, tomorrow our youth group is organizing a gathering. All our classmates are invited, and some seniors from previous years will also be there. Are you interested in joining? Caught off guard by the sudden invitation, Song Chi hesitated. He had been busy practicing his guiding techniques for the past 20 days and hadn't checked his communication device much, so he was unaware of the event. His first instinct was to decline. He had run out of his advanced body strengthening potion, but he still had plenty of body refining liquid and insect meat. This was a crucial time to improve his guiding techniques, and he had no interest in attending a gathering that seemed pointless to him. From Sun Hao's brief mention, Song Chi quickly deduced Wang Yuan's intention to expand their group's resource acquisition channels and increase profits. However, considering he would be leaving White Tower Floating Island in a few days, it seemed only right to meet up with Sun Hao, his close friend, and inform him of his departure. All right, when and where? Song Chi asked. Sun Hao was momentarily stunned, expecting Song Chi to decline as usual. After a brief pause, he burst into laughter and provided the details. It's settled then. I'll see you tomorrow. After ending the call, Song Chi quickly took a shower, intending to resume his visualization practice. But his plans were interrupted by his mother's voice. Chi, go pick up your sister. We're done with the household chores. After picking her up, we'll have dinner at Uncle Shun's place tonight. Realizing he wouldn't have time for visualization today, Song Chi didn't argue. He quickly got ready and headed out. Tenglong Middle School, a renowned junior Xihua academy in Jiangyuan City, not only taught the basics of Xihua captaincy and fragmented starsea knowledge, but also provided the most systematic and reasonable guidance in guiding techniques. The daily schedule typically included theoretical classes in the morning, a nutritious meal in the school cafeteria at noon, and group guiding technique practice in the afternoon. At that moment, on the school's playground, a large group of young students was lined up neatly, practicing guiding techniques in the standard postures as part of their daily afternoon session. Suddenly, the head instructor blew the whistle for a break. Who? Instantly, the orderly playground turned into a bustling scene, filled with sighs, exclamations, and excited chatter. In the northeast corner of the playground, where Class 82 was located, Song Ting was fanning herself with her small, fair hands, her face flushed with reluctance. It's so hot. When will this end? I wish there was a way to improve my guiding techniques while lying down. Hearing her complaint, her friends Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing couldn't help but laugh. Ting, stop dreaming. If your brother Song Chi heard this, he'd mock you for days, Lu Shui teased. As the three girls laughed and chatted, three boys approached them. The one leading, especially, stood out with his height over 1.85 meters and healthy bronze skin. His smile grew even brighter when he saw Song Ting among the girls. Ting Song, here you go. I just bought this iced black tea for you. On a scorching summer afternoon, the schoolyard was bustling with activity. A cheerful, handsome boy held out a cup of iced black tea, his smile radiant as he offered it to Ting Song. Hearing the words iced tea, a flicker of interest flashed across Ting's delicate face. She was sweltering from head to toe, and a sip of iced tea sounded incredibly tempting. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she put on a stern face and coolly replied, I don't want it. You keep it for yourself. The boy furrowed his brow but persisted. I bought it already. If you don't drink it, it'll go to waste. Just take it. Ting's eyebrows knitted together as her tone grew more direct. Zhou, you're so annoying. My brother said I can't date anyone until I awaken my Xinhua seed, or else he'll deal with me. Unexpectedly, Zhou didn't back down. Instead, his smile broadened. He patted his chest confidently and declared, Oh, you're worried about your brother? Don't worry about that. I'll handle him. Zhou, the little overlord of Tenglong, always keep my word. His bold proclamation echoed far, drawing cheers and jeers from the surrounding students. But just then, a sharp, buzzing noise suddenly filled the air above the school. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thunderous sound startled everyone, and the noisy schoolyard fell silent. Students looked up, their expressions a mix of surprise, envy, and curiosity. Hovering above the school was a 20-meter-long warship, enveloped in a black energy shield. The students, well-versed from years of study, instantly recognized it as a Xinhua-class warship. Who is it? A teacher? Or a parent? Whispers and speculations spread like wildfire. Suddenly, the warship's hatch opened, and a figure leaped down from 100 meters above. With a heavy thud, the person landed near Class 82, causing the surrounding students to tense up instinctively. A calm voice resonated in everyone's ears. Zhou Lei, the little overlord of Tenglong? We need to have a little chat. Before Zhou Lei could react, Ting Song jumped up excitedly and dashed towards the newcomer. Brother! She shouted, leaping onto Song Qi with no regard for her image. Song Qi's face darkened. He had planned to teach the boy who dared to say he'd handle him a lesson, but his sister's actions deflated his momentum. All right, get down. What kind of behavior is this? He said helplessly. At this moment, Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing also ran over, sweetly calling, Brother Song Qi. After finally peeling Ting off him, Song Qi nodded to the two girls before turning his gaze to Zhou Lei. Feeling Song Qi's piercing stare, Zhou Lei, who had been so confident just moments ago, wilted instantly and couldn't even meet his eyes. He quickly bowed, hello brother. Goodbye brother, and then turned and ran. Seeing this, Ting couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter a complaint. Once she calmed down, she mischievously eyed Song Qi. Song Qi, why are you here? Missed your adorable little sister? Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing giggled quietly on the side. Song Qi, in retaliation, ruffled Ting's hair. Song Qi. Ting glared at him, about to explode, but Song Qi cut her off. All right, let's go home. There's something we need to discuss. He then turned to Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing. Xiaoxue and Xiaojing, you come along too. I've arranged for you to be excused from classes. There are some matters I need to explain to you tomorrow. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the celestial hovered above the school, emitting a dazzling beam of tractor light. Under the influence of this mysterious force, the four slowly lifted off the ground, as light as feathers, and disappeared into the ship's hatch in an instant. With a deafening roar of its engines, the celestial transformed into a silver streak and vanished into the blue sky. The boys on the playground were left in stunned silence, only snapping out of it after several seconds, their whispers filling the air. Who would have thought that Song Ting from Class 2 has a brother who's a captain of a Starfire ship? A brother? That's nothing. I heard her dad is a second-tier Starfire captain with a super-strong escort ship under his command. Oh my gosh, if I had known. Yeah, right, like she'd ever notice you. Inside the Celestial, three girls looked around excitedly, full of curiosity about everything on the advanced battleship. Since they hadn't awakened their Starfire seeds yet, they were still ordinary people and could freely explore the ship. After a while, Song Ting suddenly remembered something and turned to the control room, asking, Bro, is something wrong at home? She realized that such a grand reception was unusual. Song Qi didn't answer directly and simply said, You'll find out when we get home. He then changed the subject. By the way, don't go to the mall tomorrow morning. I have something to discuss with Xiaoxue and Xiaojing. Song Ting pouted. How about the afternoon? We've been cooped up at school for too long. No, I have a gathering in the afternoon. Song Qi replied firmly. A gathering? What kind of gathering? Can we go? Song Ting's eyes lit up. After a moment of thought, Song Qi said, It's a reunion for our graduating class. Are you sure you want to go? Yes. Song Ting agreed without hesitation, already imagining the delicious food. After dropping off Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing at their homes, Song Qi piloted the Celestial back to his own house. Soon, the family of four headed to Shan Wenjie's house for dinner. With their impending departure from the White Tower floating island, both Song Qi and his father, Song Chao, needed to manage their relationships. That evening, Shen Wenjie and Song Chao drank and chatted heartily. As lifelong friends, they had no secrets between them. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night, under the watchful eyes of the Shen couple, that Song Qi's family reluctantly left. Song Qi drove the Gallop Type 3 kinetic car, carrying his tipsy father and the rest of the family home. For the sake of enjoyment, neither of the elders used their abilities to dispel the alcohol. The next day, nearing noon, Song Qi picked up Song Ting, Lu Shui, and Wang Mingjing and headed straight to the hotel mentioned by Sun Hao the previous day. Wenshang Hotel was usually unremarkable, but today it was exceptionally lively. After parking the car, Song Qi led the three girls into the hotel. Guided by a server, they arrived on the 4th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a group of well-dressed young people, Song Qi's fellow graduates. As captains who had successfully awakened their Starfire seeds, even those with average development held positions far above ordinary people. Song Qi quietly observed his former classmates. Most of their guiding techniques were at level 4 to 5, with a few reaching level 6. No one had yet reached level 7 or above. While he was observing, a familiar voice called out, Qi, you're finally here. Sun Hao approached with two followers. These two were among the 16 awakeners from their class. Song Chi wasn't surprised to see Sun Hao's lackeys. As a white Starfire seed, Sun Hao was one of the 3 first-tier Starfire captains in the 1st Youth Corps, so having followers was only natural. What mattered more to Song Chi was that despite Sun Hao's elevated status, his attitude towards Song Chi remained unchanged, as evidenced by the familiar way he addressed him. Howzy, Chi Ge. The two young men embraced warmly, as if they were old friends reuniting after years apart. After Sun Hao released Song Chi, his eyes drifted past him and landed on the 3 young women standing behind. Well, look who we have here. Even our Miss Ting decided to grace us with her presence. Sun Hao's teasing made Song Ting straighten up with pride, her fair skin glowing under the lights like a proud swan. Sun Hao then turned his attention to the other 2 girls, asking, "And these 2 are?" Before Song Ting could respond, Song Chi introduced them. "These are Ni's friends, and I've watched them grow up as my own sisters, Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing." He gave Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing a meaningful look, then said, "Xiao Shui, Xiao Jing, this is Sun Hao. You can call him Hao Ge." "Hello, Hao Ge." The 2 girls greeted in unison, their sweet voices making Sun Hao's smile even brighter. "Nice to meet you both. Any friend of Chi Ge's is a friend of mine. If you ever need anything, just come to me," Sun Hao said as he led the group to a private room. This scene didn't go unnoticed by the others in the hall, sparking a wave of whispers. As a prominent figure in the leading youth group, Sun Hao's every move was naturally under scrutiny. Who are they? Sun Hao personally welcoming them and calling them, "Brother, could they be some hidden big shots?" Big shots? Hardly. They're just Sun Hao's old pals, and he's someone who awakened the colorless flame seed. Colorless? Nothing impressive then. By the way, where's Yuan Ge? In the innermost private room, entertaining some senior alumni. I heard an alumnus who graduated nearly 10 years ago is here, and he's broken through the first stage of the Daoyin technique. Song Chi's keen hearing picked up these conversations, but he paid them no mind. As long as there wasn't any open disrespect, such trivial matters weren't worth his attention. Once inside the private room, Sun Hao chatted with Song Chi for a while before saying, "Chi Ge, stay here for now. I need to go welcome more guests. I'll be back soon." Before Song Chi could respond, Song Ting eagerly interjected, "Wait, I'm coming too." She looked at Song Chi with pleading eyes, clearly bored and wanting to explore the tempting array of fruits and drinks outside. Understanding his sister's thoughts, Song Chi nodded gently, "Go ahead, but be careful and don't cause any trouble." Song Ting beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly before leading her friends out of the room, closely following Sun Hao. Left alone in the room, Song Chi closed his eyes and began focusing on visualizing the mythical mecha projection imprint. Yesterday's lapse made him more determined to cherish his training time today. It wasn't long before the door opened again, revealing an unexpected visitor, Wang Yuan. As the leader of the youth group and organizer of the gathering, Wang Yuan had come out of courtesy to greet Song Chi before quickly leaving. This brief but considerate gesture raised Song Chi's opinion of Wang Yuan even higher. Outside in the hall, Song Ting and her friends wandered through the crowd, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They occasionally sipped on fruit wine, their cheeks flushed from both enthusiasm and alcohol. The trio, a mix of innocence and playfulness, caught many eyes. In a corner of the hall, a group of 4, noticeably older than most attendees, lounged on a sofa. Among them, a tall woman seemed to be the focal point, with the others clearly following her lead. Her name was Sun Yao, a graduate of Zhang Yuan's first Flame Academy from 5 years ago, and one of the senior alumni Wang Yuan had specifically invited. Sun Yao's journey was quite legendary. Initially, her talent was mediocre, possessing only the colorless flame seed, and her progress was nearly stagnant for the first 2 years. Reportedly, she was so under-equipped that she avoided interstellar exploration for 6 months. But then, she suddenly surged ahead, quickly upgrading her ship to an ethercraft and making significant strides in her Daoyin technique. Rumor had it that she had reached the peak of LV9 a few months ago, just a step away from breaking through to LV10. "Second sister?" The thin man sitting at the far right of the sofa whispered. "Are you sure you want to target these 3? This is a gathering of academy graduates, and anyone here likely has a captain of the flame ship backing them. If things get out of hand, it could be..." Just then, a shadow quietly approached Sun Yao and whispered in her ear, "Second sister, we've got it all figured out. None of the leaders of the youth league have sisters, but that guy named Sun Hao seems to know these 3 girls." A glint of cunning flashed in Sun Yao's eyes as she coldly replied, "These 3 are top-notch. Those people will definitely pay a high price for them. As for Sun Hao, since they're not his sisters, just give him a share later. Get ready to move." Meanwhile, in the hall, Song Ting and her 2 friends were still excitedly wandering around. Suddenly, Song Ting laughed and said to Wang Mingjing, "Ting Ting, didn't I tell you not to drink that? You wouldn't listen. Now your head must be spinning, right?" Wang Mingjing shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not dizzy at all. Let's keep drinking." As the 3 were playfully bantering, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner and bumped right into the hurried Wang Mingjing. Fortunately, she wasn't holding a drink, avoiding a bigger mess. Wang Mingjing quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, sister, I didn't mean to." The woman opposite, who was full-figured and wore bright red lipstick, smiled gently and said, "No worries, no need to apologize. But the hall is crowded, so be careful." "Okay, thank you, sister." Wang Mingjing bowed politely again. After this brief interruption, the three girls calmed down and found a sofa in a corner to sit on. As time passed, more and more people arrived, making the hall increasingly lively. When the scheduled time arrived, the hotel began serving food. Although the Youth League didn't choose a high-end hotel, the dishes were indeed plentiful. By the end of the meal, Song Ting and her friends had satisfied smiles on their faces. After dining, the true purpose of the Youth League's gathering networking bin. The overall outcome was quite positive, as evidenced by the smile on Wang Yuan's face. Time flew by, and over an hour later, the Youth League announced the end of the gathering. Hundreds of people stood up, preparing to leave. Among the crowd, Song Qi led the slightly tipsy trio, following the flow of people out. Suddenly, Song Qi's mind was alerted by a subtle vibration from the celestial vessel within his brow. A halo of light flashed around the vessel, finally settling on Wang Mingjing. This glow was emitted by the anomaly purifier, and Wang Mingjing had a faint mark within her. Instantly on high alert, Song Qi channeled his internal energy, casting a powerful aura that enveloped the entire fourth floor of the hotel. His voice, amplified by his energy, became deep and commanding, resonating in everyone's ears. "Who did this?" The sudden shout caused the crowd, about to leave, to freeze in place. All eyes turning towards Song Qi, Sun Hao and Wang Yuan, who were squeezed from the back, looked on in confusion. Finally, Sun Hao spoke up. "Qi, what's going on?" Song Qi didn't respond but instead waved his hand, dispelling the alcohol from the three girls behind him. As the drunkenness faded, Wang Mingjing's face turned slightly pale, clearly feeling the strange sensation as the hidden mark within her was removed. With the hall now silent and no one responding, Song Qi's expression grew colder. He spoke again, his voice filled with a sense of authority. "I'll ask one more time. Who left that tracking mark on her?" Everyone in the hall froze, their hearts stirred by an intense wave of shock. The words "tracking mark" from Song Qi's mouth hit them like a heavy hammer. Even more astonishing was the overwhelming pressure radiating from Song Qi, causing everyone present to hold their breath involuntarily. "First tier," someone whispered in disbelief. "How is that possible? Didn't he awaken at the same time as us?" "Damn, we have someone this strong hiding among us." Another person gulped. "Less than a year since awakening, and he's already broken through to LV10 and guiding techniques?" After the initial shock, the crowd's attention shifted to the term tracking mark. Many eyes gleamed with complex emotions, scanning the hall for potential suspects. The combination of tracking mark and young girl made most people instantly grasp the implication. They began searching the crowd, trying to guess who had placed the tracking mark. In the far corner, Sun Yao's heart tightened, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Feeling the familiar pressure of a first-tier presence, she realized she might be in serious trouble. In her anxiety, her gaze involuntarily turned towards a burly man not far away. This burly man was Li Dong, the most composed person in the room. Song Qi's first-tier pressure seemed to have no effect on him. In fact, Li Dong had graduated from Jiang Yuan's First Flame Academy 9 years ago, and had broken through to the first tier a year ago. As a distinguished guest of Wang Yuan, he had already sensed something amiss. Now, feeling Sun Yao's gaze, his face darkened further. Before Li Dong could think further, Song Qi, seeing no one respond, spoke again. "Humph. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin." He then turned to Wang Mingjing and said softly, "Girl, point out everyone you suspect." The hall's atmosphere shifted subtly at these words. Song Qi's meaning was clear. Anyone the girl pointed out would likely have to summon their flame worship for inspection. Unexpectedly, the first person Wang Mingjing pointed out was Senior Huang Lily. This surprising accusation caused a ripple of shock among the onlookers. "What? Senior Huang Lily? Is this for real? TSK, this should be interesting. Isn't Huang Lily here with Li Dong? No way, could Li Dong really be involved in trafficking girls? Come to think of it, it makes sense. Especially with Sun Yao's rapid advancement over the past 3 years. Such progress would be impossible without substantial funds." All eyes turned to Sun Yao's group, including Li Dong's. The scrutiny made them uncomfortable, a stark contrast to their earlier confidence. Before they could react, Song Qi, with a grim expression, strode towards the voluptuous woman Wang Mingjing had pointed out. Each step seemed to echo in everyone's hearts, causing the crowd to hold their breath in anticipation. Sun Yao's group felt the brunt of Song Qi's pressure, intensified by hundreds of eyes on them. Following Sun Yao's signal, a thin man in their group waved his hand, and 10 figures materialized. These 10 figures, exuding first-tier auras, were identical and unmistakably soldier puppets. With these 10 first-tier soldier puppets as a barrier, Sun Yao regained some confidence. She coldly said, "If you want to search others' warships, you'd better provide evidence first. Do you think you're a Flame Bureau operative? Tracking mark? We haven't seen any." Song Chi smiled instead of getting angry. As the crowd looked on in confusion, he spoke coldly. "It seems you still don't understand." He continued walking, completely ignoring the 10 first-tier soldier puppets in his path. When he was just 2 or 3 meters away from the puppets, he waved his hand. Instantly, an even stronger pressure filled the 4th floor of the hotel. 10 fiery red soldier puppets appeared out of thin air. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the 10 first-tier soldier puppets were sent flying. They were no match for the second-tier fiery soldier puppets. Only then did Song Chi's second sentence come. "Evidence? My word is the evidence." Before the words finished echoing, Song Chi was already in front of Sun Yao's group. Beside him, a 2-meter-tall fiery soldier puppet reached out and grabbed the voluptuous woman's neck, lifting her several inches off the ground. Coughing, Song Chi's eyes were fixed on Sun Yao's pale face, completely ignoring the choking sounds coming from her throat. He coldly asked, "Can you tell me now, who commanded the placement of that tracking mark?" The terrifying pressure emitted by the 10 second-tier fire Kuei soldiers made Sun Yao and her companions tremble uncontrollably, as if their blood had frozen. Song Chi's dominance only added to their panic. Sun Yao, suppressing her fear, shook her head with difficulty. Narrowing his eyes, a flicker of ruthlessness appeared in Song Chi's gaze. He was certain that this group was responsible for the tracking mark. Considering their rapid rise in power over recent years, Song Chi deduced that they must have trafficked a significant number of girls. This realization eradicated the last bit of mercy in his heart. With a slight wave of his hand, a crisp crack echoed. The struggling, beautiful woman's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and life instantly left her body. Sun Yao's pupils contracted, and everyone in the hall was paralyzed with fear by the sudden act of violence. Song Chi remained indifferent, continuing to stare at Sun Yao while activating his communication bracelet. "Hello, Xiao Qi. What's up?" The call connected quickly. "Diqing, are you at the Xinhua Bureau? If so, bring some people to the Wanqing Hotel. There's a situation here." Xinqing's tone changed immediately. "What happened?" "I'll be there right away." "Yeah, I just killed a scumbag trafficking girls. Actually, there might be more than one." "Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes." This conversation, broadcasted on speakerphone, was heard clearly by everyone in the hall. Ignoring the varied expressions of his classmates, Song Chi kept his focus on Sun Yao. He enunciated each word. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know who commanded the placement of that tracking mark?" Sun Yao could no longer maintain her previous tough stance, her body trembling violently with fear. She wanted to deny it, but the terrifying consequences kept her silent. A few seconds later, Song Chi's patience ran out, and he ordered a fire Kuei soldier to approach Sun Yao. This action shattered her last defense, and she closed her eyes, screaming out 2 words, "It was me." With that confession, the matter was settled. 20 minutes later, the 4th floor of the Wanqing Hotel had transformed. Hundreds of graduates had been dispersed, replaced by dozens of Xinhua Bureau agents. Newly promoted team leader Shun Qing stood beside Song Chi, whispering, 2 blue components, 2,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. I estimate that's their limit for compensation." Song Chi still felt it wasn't enough. Although it would suffice for Wang Mengjing, Shun Qing had brought an entire team, and they couldn't have come in vain. Turning his gaze to Li Dong, who had been trying to distance himself from the situation, Song Chi simply said, "Not enough." Li Dong frowned but suppressed his dissatisfaction when he saw the Xinhua Bureau agents in uniform behind him. He knew that as the leader of the group, he would be easily identified. A flash of light appeared on his forehead, and a blue light orb flew out. Song Chi was finally satisfied, outwardly appearing to drop the matter. According to their agreement, after handing over the 3 blue artifacts and 2,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence, the other party would only be symbolically detained in the Xinhua Bureau's prison for a few days before release. However, Shun Qing would arrange for these people to die quietly in their cells, including Li Dong, who was at the 1st tier. Traffickers couldn't be let off easily. The reason for this elaborate setup, rather than a direct execution, was simple: to extract the last bit of value from these people. If they sensed the intent to kill, they would destroy all their assets and refuse to surrender anything. With that, the matter was resolved. In the end, Song Chi handed over the 3 blue artifacts and 2,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence to Xin Qing for safekeeping, to be given to Wang Mengjing and Lu Shui when they awakened in the future. Although Li Dong and his group were facing imminent death, Song Chi knew it would be extremely dangerous to hand over such a large sum of money directly to the young girls, Wang Mengjing and Lu Shui. He decided to entrust the money temporarily to Shun Qing for safekeeping to ensure its security. Not far from the Wanqing Hotel, In a well-known restaurant, Song-chi generously arranged a lavish dinner for his colleagues from the Xinhua bureau. After the meal, he had a long conversation with Shun-Qing in a private room of the restaurant. Learning that Song-chi's family was about to leave the Bida floating continent, Shun-Qing couldn't hide his disappointment. Before parting, Song-chi said, "Qing, you can pick one of the 3 blue artifacts first. The other 2 can be given to the girls after they awaken." Seeing Shun-Qing hesitate, Song-chi added, "Don't refuse. These 2 girls will need your care in the future. Consider it a caretaker's fee." Shun-Qing nodded silently, thinking about the much-needed main canon part. Since the return from the Brolo civilization ruins, the combat power of the Qingfeng had significantly improved due to the purple energy shield and blue secondary cannon. Now, all it lacked was a main cannon. After parting ways with Shen-Qing, the 3 women, including Song Ting, had lost their interest in shopping due to the recent events. Wang Mingjing and Lu Shui, in particular, were in tears, devastated by the news of their friend's imminent departure and the earlier tracking mark incident. Song-chi patiently comforted them, urging them to diligently practice the guidance technique and, after awakening, to collect the ship components and floating continent essence from Shen-Qing. Only then did he send them home. On the way back, Song Ting was unusually silent. Perhaps the tracking mark incident had been too overwhelming, or maybe witnessing her brother kill without hesitation was too much for her to bear. She cautiously asked, "Brother, we are leaving in a few days. What about Sister Yuran? Have you visited her?" Song-chi detected the apprehension in his sister's voice, but did not immediately console her. He thought about the complex network of relationships they would face upon returning to their vast family, which had endured for nearly 3,000 years. It was time for his overly protected sister to experience the harsh realities of society, which would be beneficial for her growth. After a moment of contemplation, Song-chi replied, "Not yet. Tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll handle it." The next day, under a gloomy sky with continuous drizzling rain, the entire Bida floating continent was shrouded in gray clouds. Standing inside the Songqiang, Song-chi used his communication wristband to contact his uncle. Once the call connected, he got straight to the point. "Uncle, I need a favor. I want to visit the Jiangyuan First Xinhua Academy." Without asking many questions, Song Shan hung up the call. 2 minutes later, Song-chi received a message. "It's arranged. Someone will meet you at the entrance." "Thank you, uncle," Song-chi replied. Shortly after, Song-chi arrived at the gate of Jiangyuan First Xinhua Academy. The principal's assistant, Zhao Ling, stood there begrudgingly in her elegant high heels, clearly displeased with the task of personally receiving someone. "Sorry for being late." Song-chi hurried to the agreed meeting spot, slightly out of breath as he saw Zhao Ling. He apologized, breathing heavily. Zhao Ling was initially ready to scold him, but when she looked up and saw his face, all her displeasure vanished instantly, replaced by a sweet smile. "Hi, you're Song-chi, right? I'm Zhao Ling," she greeted warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Ling led Song-chi into the Jiangyuan First Academy of Fire. Song-chi followed cautiously, fully aware of the academy's strict regulations. With a third-rank fire captain overseeing the place, he didn't dare to act recklessly, grateful that his uncle had made arrangements in advance. News of his uncle's flagship promotion had already spread among the upper echelons of Bida Floating Island, earning respect even from the seasoned third-rank fire captain who was the academy's principal. As they strolled along the academy's paths, Song-chi couldn't help but reminisce. Though he had graduated just over 9 months ago, his experiences in that short span were nothing short of extraordinary. Trading with exotic star sea races in the interstellar market, exploring ancient civilizations' ruins, battling space pirate gangs, witnessing the projections of 4th-rank combat units and 5th-rank units in action, every moment was filled with curiosity, danger, excitement, and awe. Spectacular was the only word that could describe it. Yet, his days as a student were equally unforgettable, an essential chapter of his life. The memories remained vivid and cherished. Noticing Song-chi's soft sigh, Zhao Ling gently asked, "What's on your mind?" Song-chi shook his head, dispelling a hint of nostalgia. "Oh, nothing much. Just thinking about the old days at school." He decided not to dwell on the past and instead asked, "By the way, Zhao Jia, could you tell me how to get to Class 10A?" Zhao Ling bit her red lips, maintaining her smile as she pointed towards the nearby teaching building. "The room on the left on the 1st floor." Song-chi nodded in thanks and headed towards the classroom. Inside Class 10A, a girl sat in the 2nd row from the back. She wore a cute cartoon t-shirt and snow-white capri pants with corn tassel-style hems. Her long, slightly curly hair was loosely pinned up, and her eyes were bright and clear. Her fair skin looked almost ethereal. Suddenly, a soft voice came from beside her. Ran, look, a handsome guy. Easily a 9 out of 10. Shin Yuran rolled her eyes at her friend and glanced casually out the window. That one glance, however, made her world freeze. There, standing in the gentle rain, was a familiar figure holding a dark green umbrella, quietly watching her through the window. Shen Yuran didn't know how long Song Chi had been standing there, but she was sure he had been silently observing her for quite a while. In that instant, her eyes saw nothing else, and her usual calm demeanor vanished. Other students in the classroom also noticed Song Chi outside, their eyes darting between him and their homeroom teacher, Zhou Huali, speculating about his identity and purpose. Sensing her friend's change, Zhou Chun softly called out Ran Ran, but she had already made a bold guess. Could this be the mysterious Mr. Chi? Before Zhou Chun could finish her thought, Shen Yuran had already stood up and walked to the podium, whispering an explanation to the teacher. Zhou Huali glanced at Song Chi outside with surprise before nodding in agreement. With permission granted, Shen Yuran's face lit up with a smile as she dashed out of the classroom. Her classmates watched in astonishment as the usually serene girl beamed with joy, her cheeks flushing with happiness. Outside the classroom, witnessing all this, Song Chi felt his heart race. The girl, shedding her usual reserve, ran straight into the rain, her eyes fixed solely on the boy standing ahead. Dark energy surged within Song Chi's body, instantly concentrating in his legs. To the students in the classroom, he became a blur, appearing before Shen Yuran in just a few flashes. He raised a dark cyan umbrella with his right hand while wrapping his left arm around the girl's slender waist, shielding her entirely under the umbrella. "Foolish girl, it's still raining," Song Chi said softly. This scene caused a stir in the classroom. The girls gasped enviously, while the boys grumbled with jealousy. Shen Yuran's cheeks flushed as she buried her face in Song Chi's chest. As he inhaled the faint fragrance from the girl, Song Chi nodded toward Zhou Huali, who was standing at the podium. A dark light flickered between Song Chi's brows as he summoned the Celestial. The warship rapidly expanded into a 20-meter-long dark energy airship, hovering above the academy. A tractor beam enveloped the two, slowly lifting them into the ship. With a roar, the Celestial vanished into the sky. Watching this, Zhou Huali silently praised Shen Yuran's choice. As a first-rank captain of the Firelight Fleet, he was quite familiar with the Song family of Dinghai. Inside the airship, Song Chi still held Shen Yuran tightly. The girl looked up and met his eyes, asking softly, "Why did you come so suddenly without telling me beforehand?" Cupping her face, Song Chi gently replied, "I missed you, so I came." Shen Yuran's eyes sparkled with a smile, and her cheeks grew even redder. Unable to resist, Song Chi kissed her lips. Later, they arrived at Maple Leaf Park in Bida City. Shen Yuran, usually calm and serene, chased the red leaves through the forest. Song Chi watched her, his anxieties momentarily easing. They also visited Bida Lake and White Cloud Mountain. As night fell, they enjoyed a barbecue at a roadside stall. Shen Yuran suddenly asked, "Are you leaving?" Song Chi was silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, not just me. My whole family is leaving." Shen Yuran set down her barbecue, wiping her hands and mouth, trying to hide her emotions. Song Chi sat beside her, pulling her into his arms. The girl finally couldn't hold back, sobbing into his chest. After a long while, Song Chi lifted her face and gently said, "Come on, if you keep crying, you won't look pretty." Shen Yuran took several deep breaths to calm herself before asking, "Where exactly are you going?" Using dark energy to gently massage her neck and help her regain her voice, Song Chi began to explain. In the Dinghai Star region, Grandpa had originally separated from the Song family of Dinghai. "Now, we must return to the family." Song Chi's words echoed in Shen Yuran's ears. She gently nodded, silently repeating the words Song family of Dinghai in her heart. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Song Chi patiently comforted and explained until a smile reappeared on Shen Yuran's face. The next morning, at the entrance of Jiang Yuan's premier Xinhua Academy, Song Chi handed Shen Yuran an exquisite wooden box. "Here are 40 bottles of body-refining elixir to aid your practice of the guiding technique. Remember to use them only after you awaken, and never in front of others, including your close friends." Shen Yuran solemnly nodded in understanding. Song Chi then took out a jade box and, with a hint of mystery, said, "Open this only when you get back to your dormitory." After repeatedly reminding her, Shen Yuran reluctantly walked towards the academy's gate. It was only after her figure disappeared behind the door that Song Chi summoned the skyship and sped away. He didn't notice that after entering the school, Shen Yuran's eyes reddened again, but a determined light shone in her eyes. In Bida City, at the Furious Lion Courtyard, Song Chi had just returned home when he encountered his father, Song Chao. "You're back?" That young lady wasn't upset, was she? Song Chao had already regarded Shen Yuran as his future daughter-in-law, his tone filled with concern. Song Chi nodded, indicating that everything went smoothly, but Song Chao persisted, "Good to hear. You need to step up and marry her soon." Faced with his father's urging, Song Chi felt a bit helpless. In this interstellar era where Xinhua captains typically married in their 60s or 70s, was it too early to be discussing marriage now? Seeing his son at a loss for words, Song Chao shifted to business. "Tomorrow, we need to head to Baihe City. It's time to deal with the Tross family. I wonder if they really have a secret realm in their possession. Got it, Song-chi responded, then went straight to his bedroom and collapsed into bed. Last night, he had been intimate with Shin Yuran for a long time. Although they hadn't gone all the way, they had done almost everything else, and in the end, it was Shin Yuran who had helped him with her hand. Exhausted and content, Song-chi quickly fell into a deep sleep. Morning Star Calendar, year 5204, March 12th. The Tross family, one of the three major families in Baiha City, remained as grand and luxurious as ever. In the main hall of the family mansion, Rock Tross sat at the head of the table, listening intently to the report from the leader of the Shadow Guards. His expression was stern, his posture upright, and his eyes occasionally flashed with a sharp glint, exuding the authority of the family head. 6 months ago, Rock had provided his father with information about the void crystals and successfully acquired hundreds of them from an auction agent. Although there was a minor mishap where one little mouse escaped, John Tross was still very pleased and promptly passed the position of family head to Rock. As Rock was basking in the authority of his new position, a piece of news from the Shadow Guard leader caught his attention. According to our investigation, a few days ago, young Master Grimm had contact with a stranger, a first-rank captain of the Ember Fleet. Our intelligence team discovered that the captain is a member of the Song family from the White Tower. The Song family from the White Tower? Rock muttered to himself, quickly recalling relevant information. The Song family from the White Tower was a branch of the Song clan from Dinghai. Among them, Song Mingsong, known as the Furious Lion, was considered the most likely person to advance to the 4th rank within the next 200 years on the White Tower floating continent, making him someone not to be trifled with. Curious about why his nephew was engaging with the younger generation of the Song family, Rock asked, "Do you know the reason?" The Shadow Guard leader replied, "According to our intelligence team, the Song family recently acquired a batch of Zerg meat. Young Master Grimm wanted to quickly improve his guiding technique, so he took the initiative to contact Song." Before he could finish speaking, the Shadow Guard leader's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Master, we're under attack." Rock's heart skipped a beat. Although he had assumed the position of family head, his tenure was still short, and he was searching for a purple ascension flame to advance to the 2nd rank. Naturally, his perception was not as keen as the Shadow Guard leader, who had already reached the 2nd rank. "Then what are you waiting for? Gather our people." Rock's words were cut off as several explosions echoed from above the Tross family estate. A series of terrifying blasts followed. Looking up, he saw 15 Ember warships of various sizes hovering in the sky, overlooking the now-dimmed nuclear shield below, which had been weakened by the initial barrage. This semicircular shield, capable of withstanding 3rd-rank attacks, was a crucial defense for the Tross family, similar to facilities commonly found in human civilization across the Star Sea. The Tross family responded swiftly, with 400-meter-long escort ships quickly ascending to confront the 15 attacking Ember warships. However, these 4 escort ships dared not venture beyond the range of the nuclear shield, as the 2-kilometer-long battleships above posed a significant threat. Though the Tross family was not weak, and their 4 escort ships were usually sufficient to protect the family for millennia, today they faced the formidable Song family. In the sky, a communication projection from the Song family fleet showed by Xiuqin speaking, "John Tross's flagship is among them, boss. We can proceed." Inside the lead cruiser on the left, a larger platform than the one on the Sky Scorcher glowed with an eerie light, and 4 flame soldiers standing back-to-back instantly vanished. Meanwhile, from the right cruiser came the rough voice of Song Mingsong, "Fire." Song Mingsong activated the main cannon on the Furious Lion, which had a shield-breaking characteristic, and fired a powerful shot. Had it not been to lure out John Tross and prevent him from abandoning resistance due to an immediate shield collapse, the first shot would have already shattered the nuclear shield. The main cannon on the Furious Lion roared, and a beam of light shot out. In an instant, the previously sturdy nuclear shield completely collapsed, throwing the 4 Tross family escort ships within into panic. In the main control room of the Holy Covenant, the elderly face of John Tross no longer carried its usual lofty demeanor. His expression was grim, and his eyes flickered with fear, clearly aware of the dire situation. Originally, in John Tross's view, the nuclear energy shield only needed to hold for a minute or two until Dinghai of Baiha City arrived, at which point today's crisis would be averted. However, the 3rd-tier peak-level nuclear shield was shattered in the blink of an eye, causing an unsettling suspicion to arise in his mind. The group above might have already made arrangements with Dinghai. The Tross family estate was not far from Baiha's first Flame Academy. Even though these 15 unfamiliar flame warships had only appeared seconds ago, Dinghai should have arrived by now. Alongside his confusion and fear, John Tross felt a deep sense of unwillingness. In just a few more months, he would have extended his life and continued seeking breakthroughs in the vast Star Sea. Driven by intense reluctance, John Tross sent a communication request to the 2 cruisers above. On the Furious Lion, Song Mingsong was about to connect but withdrew his hand under the stern gaze of Bai Xiuqin. On the other side, in the mountain, Song Shan accepted the call. The moment John Tross saw Song Shan, his pupils contracted sharply. As a seasoned second-tier peak flame captain, how could he not recognize Song Shan from the Song family branch of Dinghai? This was no secret among the upper echelons of the Bai Tower floating land. Suppressing his inner shock, John Tross asked respectfully, Lord Song Shan, if I recall correctly, my Tross family has never offended your Song family, right? Song Shan, well prepared, got straight to the point. I heard that your Tross family controls a secret realm? John Tross's face showed astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion. Despite his seemingly genuine expression, Song Shan was unfazed, replying coldly, no need to act. Whether you have it or not, we'll find out after a thorough search. Song Shan's tone suddenly turned harsh. However, I can't guarantee there won't be any casualties. And as for Dinghai, don't count on him. He won't be coming. As his words fell, the main cannons of the 15 flame warships above began charging simultaneously again, causing John Tross's heart to roar in madness. He couldn't understand how the secret had leaked. He had never disclosed it to anyone outside his closest family. A flash of insight struck him, but there was no time to ponder. If these 15 flame warships really fired together, the Tross family, without their nuclear energy shield, would be reduced to ashes. Lord Song Shan, indeed. I control a secret realm, but I have a condition, John Tross said urgently, yet the warships above continued to prepare for attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, John Tross's smile faded, replaced by a look of madness. He roared an order to lock Tross in the main hall below. Destroy the secret realm, now. Then, he looked up at Song Shan in the projection screen with a sinister grin. Since you never intended to spare my Tross family, your Song family won't get that secret realm either. Faced with John Tross's frenzy, Song Shan remained exceptionally calm. Do you think I've been talking to you all this time for nothing? Ridiculous. John Tross's sinister smile froze, sensing something was amiss. Before he could issue another command, Song Mingsong suddenly appeared in the projection, shouting, touch my grandson, and unless you can summon the Bai Tower Guardian, no one will save your Tross family today. John Tross was full of confusion. Furious lion, explain yourself, when did I ever? Before he could finish, another projection connected, showing Song Chi from the sky. To make a lasting impression, Song Chi even wore the mask he once used to conceal his identity. The familiar mask instantly triggered John Tross's memory. The Void Crystal, it was you. He finally understood the cause and effect of today's events. Song Chi removed the mask, revealing his true face, and smiled. So you remember. How does it feel to bully the weak? Though his tone was casual, the words cut deep. John Tross finally realized that his past actions were now coming back to haunt him with even greater force. Initially, the enemy personally took on the role of a level 2 flame captain to hunt him down. Now, the 2 level 3 flame captains behind him have come with a condescending attitude to annihilate the opposing family. This dramatic turn of events has instantly reversed the entire situation. Within the Tross family, the alarm blared piercingly. Upon receiving orders, Rock Tross immediately led over a dozen elite family members to the underground chamber. However, when they reached the chamber's entrance, Rock's pupils suddenly contracted. Grim, what are you doing here? Get your mother out of here. Rock's words were abruptly cut off as he saw the 4 imposing flame soldiers behind his nephew. Level 3 flame soldiers? You've been controlled by the Song family? Rock Tross's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. Before he could finish, dozens of level 2 flame soldiers and more than 10 Tross family members had already charged toward the chamber door. Instantly, the entrance erupted with the sounds of fierce combat, metal clashing with metal, and agonized screams intertwining. Meanwhile, several kilometers above the Tross family estate, a massive warship, over a kilometer long, hovered silently among the clouds. In the ship's control room, a large holographic screen displayed a real-time view of the battlefield over the Tross family. Dean Baiha stared intently at the screen, respectfully addressing the communication projection beside him. Sir, are we really not going to intervene? A cold voice quickly responded from the projection. No need to intervene. It seems the young man from the Song family has achieved something significant. The Song family from Dinghai has already sent word permitting his lineage to return. We must give Dinghai their due respect. Understood. Dean Baiha replied respectfully. Anyone witnessing Dean Baiha, who virtually ruled Ba City, showing such deference would be astonished. However, if they knew the identity of the person on the other end of the communication, it would seem only natural. That person was none other than Jareth Eagle, the master of the level 4 warship Deep Sea Skies, the guardian of the entire White Tower floating continent. On the Holy Covenant, John Tross had been awaiting a response from his son, but none came. He had already prepared for the worst. He decisively cut off communication with the Song family members. From the moment he saw Song Chi, he knew there was no way out. With Song Mingsong's ruthless nature, he was certain to be killed. John Tross's gaze grew resolute. Without hesitation, he activated the Holy Covenant's purple engine and engaged its emergency feature, the luminescent sprint. Swish! In an instant, the Holy Covenant, which had been flying alongside 3 Tross family escort ships, transformed into a streak of light, shooting skyward. This sudden change caught Song Mingsong and Song Shan, the 2 level 3 flame captains, off guard, but they soon sneered. However, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Holy Covenant seemed to crash into an invisible barrier. With a loud buzz, the entire warship deformed, the bow denting several meters inward. The cockpit was severely damaged, crushing John Tross and his seat into a bloody pulp. The speed of the luminescent sprint was astonishing, and the resulting impact was tremendous. Even an escort ship couldn't withstand it, let alone the Holy Covenant, which had only a blue-grade hull. The disparity between its purple shield and engine and its white-grade hull was simply too great. Inside the Song family's warship, everyone was overjoyed. They had set up this void prison merely to prevent any escapees, not expecting such a windfall. The collision with the Holy Covenant not only killed John Tross, the flame captain, but also spared the Holy Covenant from sinking. As a flame captain who had lived for nearly 300 years, John Tross's flagship undoubtedly held many treasures, which was why the Song family members were so delighted. On the ground, the remaining 3 Tross family escort ships understood their doomed fate. They no longer hesitated and charged madly at the 15 flame warships above, hoping to take some down with them. However, under the firepower of 2 cruisers and 8 escort ships, this was a futile struggle. Soon, the 3 escort ships were shot down, turning into balls of fire in the sky. Thus, the Tross family, which had flourished in Ba City for over 200 years, met its inevitable demise. The usually bustling streets of the central square in Baiha City were unusually quiet today. A few scattered pedestrians moved hurriedly, their expressions tense, as though fleeing from an unseen threat. A virtual gaming content creator, just waking up and yawning, stepped out of his building and was taken aback by the strange scene. Hastily, he stopped a passerby to ask what had happened. "Are you out of your mind?" The passerby stared at him in disbelief. "The Tross family has been wiped out. Word is, John Tross's plot to ambush a rival's younger members was exposed, leading to a bloody retaliation from their elders." This explanation hit the gaming vlogger like a sledgehammer, shattering his understanding of the city. Being a native of Baiha City, he had always seen the Tross family as an unshakable pillar of power. Yet, in the short time he had been asleep, this giant had crumbled. He stood there, stunned, his mind a blank, struggling to comprehend the sudden upheaval. At this moment, the entire city of Baiha was engulfed in collective shock and confusion. Thousands of residents, much like the gaming vlogger, were trying to process this earth-shattering news. However, for the instigators of this storm, the Song family Baiha City's reaction was no longer a concern. After their swift and decisive attack on the Tross family, they efficiently gathered their spoils, erased any traces, and quietly left the White Tower floating island before the public could react, heading off into the unknown. A question arose regarding the speed of the battlefield cleanup. Given the existence of secret realms, why not consider their handling more carefully? After all, the resources within these realms are incredibly valuable, and managing their entrances is a tricky issue. Destroying a realm's entrance is easy, but reopening it elsewhere to connect to the same realm is nearly impossible, achievable only by beings of the 5th tier or higher. This explains why the Moro royal family kept their realm entrance in the perilous 0155 star zone. Despite its spatial rifts, as the former core of the Moro civilization, it attracted daredevils hoping to get lucky using special abilities or artifacts. The same way Song Mingsong acquired 2 pieces of the void membrane was through such risky ventures. Thus, placing the Moro secret realm in the 0155 star zone was indeed a gamble. If not for the lack of 5th tier combat power, the Moro royals would not have acted this way. The only logical conclusion is that the Tross family never controlled any secret realm at all. Aboard the Furious Lion cruiser, Song Chao, Song Hai, and others showed puzzled expressions, with the younger members like Song Chi looking particularly confused. They clearly remembered John Tross admitting to possessing a secret realm. All eyes turned to Song Mingsong and Song Shan, who had been the first to enter the Tross family's underground chamber. At the main control panel, Song Mingsong, while piloting the Furious Lion at high speed, gave a mysterious smile. "All right, enough teasing. Follow me." He set the ship to autopilot and led the group to the rear cabin of the control room. In the cabin, a partially caved-in warship drew everyone's attention. This was the Saint Covenant frigate. Song Mingsong explained that a Phoenix-class warship has 2 possibilities upon the captain's death. Either follow the scuttle order and perish with the captain or, in the absence of orders, self-seal and await a new Phoenix seed. The Saint Covenant belonged to the latter category, and after the death of its original captain, John Tross, it could still accommodate 2 more captains. Watching his grandfather and uncle head straight for the Saint Covenant, Song Chi raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something. Could the entrance to the secret realm really be inside a Xinhua warship? Song Qi turned to look at Song Qi, Song Yu, and the others, finding them equally puzzled. Once they boarded the Shangyue, their confusion only deepened. Song Qi carefully sensed the surroundings, but detected no spatial fluctuations within the frigate. He pondered silently. If the entrance to the secret realm were truly inside the Xinhua warship, the intense spatial fluctuations would surely affect the exploration of the alien domain. Could it be that the Shangyue was no longer on an exploration mission? Or perhaps John Tross had never controlled the secret realm. Just as Song Qi was lost in thought, Song Mingsong suddenly halted. The others stopped as well. Song Mingsong's gaze passed over Song Hai, Song Chao, and other second-tier Xinhua captains, fixing on Song Qi, Song Lin, Song Wan, Song Qi, and Song Yu, ignoring Song Bo, Song Shishir, and Song Ting behind them. You 5 youngsters, is anyone interested in this Shangyue? Song Mingsong asked, clearly inquiring if they were willing to abandon their own warships to merge with the Shangyue. As a second-tier peak Xinhua warship, the Shangyue was equipped with 2 purple and over a dozen blue components, making it one of the strongest in its class. However, the 5 of them almost instantly and unanimously declined. Song Mingsong laughed heartily upon hearing this, his pride evident. Good. You are truly my grandchildren, such ambition. Although his words were mainly directed at Song Qi, Song Lin, and Song Wan, the refusal from the most talented, Song Qi and Song Yu, seemed perfectly normal to him. The reason was simple. A Xinhua warship could only be continuously enhanced by its initial captain. If the captain were changed, the warship would lose its potential for further enhancement. Additionally, the successor's Xinhua seed quality could not be lower than that of the initial captain, a highly stringent requirement. Despite their refusal, the value of the Shangyue remained undeniable. Just the 29-level psionic cultivation platform on board made it incredibly valuable. Upon returning to the family, it could be rented out as public property, with renters paying in merit points. The rental market for high-tier Xinhua warships was in high demand. The Song clan of Dinghai, with nearly 1 million bloodline members, included many who had lost their warships due to accidents or sought to enhance their cultivation speed by renting higher-tier warships. Furthermore, each warship could only be rented out twice, and the shortest rental period for second-tier and above warships was 20 years, yet demand still far exceeded supply. For this reason, the Song family had brought along several Xinhua warships for rental on this journey. In addition to the Shangyue, there were 3 other frigate-class warships from the Bloodblade pirate group, now stored in Song Shan's mountain ship. There were also over 30 first-tier psionic airship-class warships, distributed among the flagship vessels of Song Hai, Song Chao, and others. Satisfied with their response, Song Mingsong continued forward. The group soon arrived at the component loading area of the Shangyue. The crowd's eyes quickly scanned across nearly 30 components, finally resting on 3 special pieces emitting a purple glow. An energy shield, a shipborne engine, and, when they saw the 3rd component, everyone's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the deeper meaning behind Song Mingsong's earlier words. John Tross wasn't lying. He did control a hidden realm. However, the entrance to this realm could be relocated at any time. Song Mingsong and Song Shan had arrived early at the Tross family's underground chamber and destroyed the original entrance. They dared to do this because of the special purple component before them, the Realm Binder. The attributes of the Realm Binder appeared before everyone's eyes. Level 20 quality, purple trait, consumes 1,000 units of dark energy per binding. Remains of Dragon Blood Realm, binds to a single realm, grants the ship's captain the right to freely enter and exit the realm. Each entry allows a maximum stay of 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Upgrade requirements, 15 units of Tier 2 floating land essence, 6,000 units of dark energy, and 1 titanium crystal realm opener. Consumes 10,000 units of dark energy to create an entrance to the bound realm in a designated area. Only 1 entrance can exist at a time. This component not only allowed the user to enter and exit the bound realm once a day, but also had the crucial ability to create an entrance to the realm without requiring the intervention of a Tier 5 expert. A single thought flashed through everyone's mind. This realm could potentially become exclusive to their lineage, without needing to be handed over to the family. Although handing over the realm would bring generous rewards from the family, the long-term benefits of a realm that continuously produced special resources were far more valuable. All eyes turned to Song Mingsong. The elder pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, until Bai Shuqin couldn't resist pinching him, prompting him to speak. Rest assured, this realm will be one of our lineage's assets and won't be handed over to the family. It's quite normal for other main and branch lineages in the family to have their own exclusive realms, so there's no need to worry about exposure. If the special resources in the Dragon Blood realm are valuable, other branches of the family might even offer rare resources in exchange. Song Mingsong paused, his gaze sweeping over the realm binder, his expression becoming serious. In comparison, the value of this realm binder might far exceed that of ordinary purple components. The ability to move the realm entrance freely without a Tier 5 expert's help is something that could drive many small to medium-sized factions crazy, just like the Moro royal family before. Therefore, no one is to disclose anything about this component to outsiders. Understood? Understood. Everyone nodded solemnly, though they couldn't hide their excitement. The thought of having an exclusive realm brought smiles to their faces. Curiosity about the realm was rekindled among the group. Through the realm binder, they learned that the Tross family controlled a place called the Dragonblood realm. Although the term remains suggested it might be a lower-tier fragmented realm, it was still a realm, and everyone was eager to know what kinds of resources it produced. Seeing the unabashed curiosity on everyone's faces, Song Ming Song himself was equally eager. However, they faced an insurmountable obstacle. The secret realm binding device component could only be activated by the captain of the Covenant. As outsiders, they had no right to touch it. Song Ming Song weighed various possibilities in his mind. Removing the component and installing it on his own warship? He dismissed this idea immediately. He knew that if they did so, they might lose the chance to find this secret realm forever. When a shipborne component is unloaded, all enhancement levels reset to 0, as if it had been completely formatted. The secret realm mark bound by the binding device would also disappear, making it nearly impossible to relocate the secret realm in the vast star sea. Despite their intense curiosity, everyone had to temporarily suppress their urge to explore. Song Ming Song shifted his focus to the distribution of other components. Apart from the secret realm binding device, only 2 purple components were left, both from the Covenant. The components scavenged from other Tross family warships were of unknown condition. The highest quality was only blue. The remaining purple components from the Covenant were the luminescent kinetic engine and the Xian light energy shield. The luminescent kinetic engine was particularly valuable, with its active trait, luminescent dash, being an excellent life-saving capability. However, for Song Qi, this engine wasn't very appealing. He already had a phantom propulsion system with a similar life-saving trait, phantom maneuver. More importantly, Song Qi's shadow antimatter superstate engine was already enhanced to level 30, consuming a large amount of resources, especially titanium crystals. Unless it was a higher quality engine component, he wouldn't easily replace it. Ultimately, the 2 purple components were allocated to his mother, Qin Lixia, and his 4th aunt, Zhao Lan. His mother received the energy shield. Although the dragonfly had just been upgraded, already equipped with a purple main cannon and a purple semi-serpent soldier statue, the energy shield was a vital defensive and self-preservation tool for the Xinhua warship, making it a priority. Zhao Lan, who had been promoted a few years earlier than his mother, received the purple engine. There were plenty of blue components, but the soldier statue components and healing fruits for ship repair that Song Qi wanted were absent. After some consideration, he chose the Tier 2 floating land essence. With his current titanium crystal supply exhausted, he couldn't continue enhancing the phantom propulsion system, brainwave remote control system, and other purple components. However, blue components like the electromagnetic thunder cannon, pinpoint deployment platform, Starshine 5 hull armor, and purple river jump device urgently needed enhancement, and the Tier 2 floating land essence was the resource he needed most. After distributing the various spoils, everyone fell into a unique state. With their internal energy sealed and unable to practice guiding techniques, they could only spend short periods each day on mythical mech projection visualization. This gave them ample time to chat and exchange thoughts and experiences. The distance between the Dinghai starfield and the White Tower floating land was over 10,000 light-years. Even with the Angry Lion's blue-tier jump device, enhanced to the 3rd tier limit, it could only jump a maximum of 200 light-years at a time and required a 10-hour cooldown after each jump. This meant that returning within a short period was impossible. Conservatively, it would take at least a month, and that was assuming no unexpected events occurred. If anything happened along the way, the time could be further extended. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The Angry Lion arrived at the eastern part of the Golden Shark starfield, near the Silver Spear floating land in the Principality of the Golden Lion starfield. With a loud roar, the warship docked steadily at the warship docking area on the outskirts of Silver Spear City, the floating land's capital. As the younger members of the Song family stepped out of the ship, the bustling scene before them nearly overwhelmed them. The docking area, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, was filled with Xinhua warships of all sizes, rising and falling like roller coasters. The sheer number of warships almost covered the entire sky above the docking area. Among the at least 10,000 warships, their kilometer-long Angry Lion was decent but not particularly remarkable. A glance revealed dozens of kilometer-long Xinhua warships, including 2 massive 3-kilometer, 4th-tier deer-chasing ships, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, a steady voice from behind, belonging to Song Shan, the eldest uncle, provided an explanation for the grand scene. He informed everyone that the Silver Spear floating land was a 3rd-tier life-type star sea floating land, home to over 100 billion people. Additionally, the nearby principality had established mid-range starfield teleportation gates, attracting many Xinhua captains for rest, travel, or various commercial activities. The rule that Xinhua warships couldn't enter the city created the bustling scene at the docking area. Pausing for a moment, Song Shan continued, the White Tower floating land is a frontier area, while the prosperity of Silver Spear floating land ranks among the top 3 in the Golden Shark starfield. The difference between the two is like night and day. His words conveyed a deep sense of the stark contrast between their homeland and this thriving place. Song Qi and the others nodded in realization. Although the phrase, one of the top 3 prosperous regions in the Golden Shark starfield, was still somewhat vague to them, they now had a clear understanding of what a level 3 life-sustaining floating land was. In the vast sea of stars, over 99 of life-sustaining floating lands are unranked. Out of the remaining less than 1, the majority are level 1 or level 2. In other words, only 1 out of 10,000 life-sustaining floating lands might be a level 3, highlighting its rarity. As they were absorbing this astonishing information, they heard Song Mingsong's voice from behind. He had already recalled the Furious Lion and spoke in a serious tone. The mid-range starfield teleportation gate won't open again for 3 days. None of you are allowed to wander off today. You need to wait at least 24 hours for the energy within your bodies to recover before going out. For now, let's head to the hotel we've booked. Upon hearing their grandfather's instructions, everyone responded affirmatively and quickly made their way towards the city. Along the way, someone briefly explained the origin of the mid-range starfield teleportation gate. It was constructed at great expense by the Duchy's Academy of Engineering. Its purpose was to connect the starfields of the Duchy and promote economic circulation. The gate in the Golden Shark starfield connects to the Golden Lion starfield, capable of teleporting thousands of light years and supporting group teleportation. However, each activation incurs significant costs and requires several days to recharge. Unfortunately, they had arrived just after the last teleportation, so they had to wait about 3 days. The next day, in the underground summoning room of the Tengayer Hotel on Yinchuan Street in Inga City, the Song family gathered. This facility was specifically designed for flameship captains, capable of accommodating the summoning of a cruiser-class flame warship. Inside the summoning room, as Song Mingsong activated the Void Prison feature, a spatial ceiling light curtain enveloped the entire underground space. Meanwhile, in the hotel's hidden monitoring room, a surveillance screen suddenly went black. The monitoring staff immediately cut off surveillance of the summoning room to avoid provoking any powerful figures. Under the protection of the Void Prison, a seemingly sealed ship, the Covenant, emerged from the Furious Lion's hangar. Song Mingsong then retracted the Furious Lion to make room for the Covenant. Song Qi watched the newly revived warship with a stoic expression, knowing it was now bound to a new captain, a member of the Tross family controlled by his uncle, a mere puppet whose sole purpose was to operate the Covenant and open the entrance to the Dragon Blood's secret realm. Afterward, this puppet would be rendered useless. The Song family's goal on this trip was to conduct a preliminary exploration of the secret realm. Once they had assessed the resource distribution, they would destroy this entrance and reopen it after returning to their family base. Song Mingsong's brow glowed, and the star monitor inside the Furious Lion emitted an orange light. The properties of the Void Prison were adjusted, retaining only the sealing function. At Song Shan's signal, the Tross family member inside the Covenant began activating the secret realm binding device. Not far ahead of the Shangyue, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged. As time passed, this fluctuation intensified until a void vortex with a diameter of several meters formed. The members of the Song family were delighted to see this spontaneously appearing portal, but did not rush forward. They cautiously summoned several terracotta soldiers to scout ahead. According to the description of the secret realm binder's attributes, this entrance likely connected to the so-called Dragonblood secret realm. However, to ensure safety, Song Mingsong glanced at Song Qi behind him and signaled. Understanding the gesture, Song Qi activated the remote neural control system within the Zhangqiu. He imprinted his neural signature on a third-tier fiery terracotta soldier, and then the 4 terracotta soldiers marched towards the void vortex. A few minutes later, Song Qi gently shook his head, indicating no danger had been detected. He confirmed that the portal led to a fragmented floating land, which was indeed the Dragon Blood secret realm. Despite this, everyone remained cautious, allowing third-tier terracotta soldiers under Song Mingsong and Song Shan to lead the way. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Song Qi and the others passed through the void portal. The scene before them was similar to the previous Moro's secret realm, an eternally dark, enclosed starry sky. The only difference was that the floating land beneath them was much smaller and had suffered significant damage. Everyone quickly summoned their respective ships, with Song Ting, Song Shishir, and others boarding the Furious Lion. As the battleships ascended, they looked down and soon discovered an astonishing ruin at the right corner of the floating land. This ruin stretched for thousands of kilometers, not only destroying much of the original environment, but also causing over 70% of the floating land to collapse. Inside the Furious Lion, Song Mingsong sighed, at least a 5th-tier powerhouse must have fought here. Otherwise, such destruction wouldn't be possible. What a pity. As he spoke, he quickly surveyed the remaining fragments of the floating land and ordered, "Quick, search the entire fragment thoroughly to see if any of the secret realm's special resources are left." Immediately, a dozen Xinhua battleships dispersed and landed, each responsible for a specific area, conducting a meticulous search of the remaining floating land fragments. 2 hours later, the family regrouped, having catalogued all the resource points on the floating land fragments. Aunt Zhao Hongxue softly reported, "We have identified 15 resource points, 14 of which contain relatively rare resources such as obsidian, mercury crystal, and starflower. Additionally, there is one partially destroyed special resource point, known as the dragon blood tree." She then detailed the characteristics of the dragon blood tree. It produces ordinary dragon blood fruits every 1,000 years, which can extend life by 10 years and are effective for beings up to the second tier. High-grade dragon blood fruits every 3,000 years, which can extend life by 30 years and are effective for beings up to the third tier. And supreme dragon blood fruits every 10,000 years, which can extend life by 50 years and are effective for beings up to the fourth tier. Although each person can consume a maximum of 2 of each type of dragon blood fruit, the life-extending property alone highlights the value of the dragon blood tree and its fruits. However, the most regretful part for the Song family was that the dragon blood tree garden was located at the edge of the battle ruins, leaving only 10 dragon blood trees remaining. Considering that each tree can produce up to 5 fruits at a time, the number of dragon blood fruits in this secret realm would not exceed 50. Among the fewer than 50 dragon blood fruits, the oldest was just 999 years old, falling short of the millennium mark by a few months. Standing before the dragon blood trees, Song Qi carefully examined these precious fruits, speculating on John Tross's actions. It was evident that Tross had used the void crystals to accelerate time in this secret realm. However, due to the insufficient quantity of void crystals, these dragon blood fruits had not fully matured. Song Qi gently touched a nearly millennia-old dragon blood fruit, feeling the energy within. Even a 1,000-year dragon blood fruit, which could extend life by 10 years, required several more months to fully mature. This did not surprise him. After all, the void crystals he had provided were of limited quality, mostly 0 tier, with the highest being only 1st tier. If such low-tier void crystals could accelerate time in a secret realm by thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would be quite exaggerated. Looking around, Song Qi realized that the dragon blood trees before him were likely newly sprouted, merely remnants of the original dragon blood tree grove in the secret realm. Otherwise, after hundreds of years of time acceleration, the fruits on these trees should have surpassed the 1,000-year mark. The members of the Song family showed expressions of regret. If the original dragon blood tree grove had been preserved, not only would there be 1,000-year dragon blood fruits, but even 3,000-year-old fruits would be abundant, possibly even 10,000-year supreme dragon blood fruits. The thought of such rare fruits being destroyed in an unknown battle caused them great distress, silently cursing the wastefulness of the one responsible. At this moment, the elder Song Ming spoke up, "Remember, if you come across void crystals in the future, buy them if the price isn't too high." He gave Song Qi a meaningful look. Though he didn't elaborate, Song Qi understood his grandfather's intent. Should he encounter void crystals in future secret realms, he must secure them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having inventoried the resources in the secret realm, the Song family members quickly left without lingering. Back in the summoning chamber of their worship, the Song family members wore smiles. Despite some regret over the former Dragon Blood Tree Grove, they were overall satisfied with the Dragon Blood secret realm. Its special resources still existed, and even though the yield had decreased, it remained far more valuable than other broken secret realms that had lost their unique resources. Working together, they swiftly destroyed the entrance to the secret realm in the summoning chamber, then summoned the Fury Lion to retrieve the Saint Covenant frigate. With everything done, they departed and went their separate ways. After bidding farewell to his elders, Song Qi stayed behind. He summoned the skyship, preparing to use the newly acquired second-tier floating land essence to enhance it. He decided to first upgrade the electromagnetic thunder cannon, one of the skyship's few blue-grade parts with unique traits, considered a top-tier blue-grade component. The system prompt sounded, "Do you wish to consume 15 units of second-tier floating land essence, 8,000 ether points to upgrade the electromagnetic thunder cannon from LV-20 to LV-21? Without hesitation, Song Qi confirmed. Ultimately, he spent 349 units of second-tier floating land essence to upgrade the cannon from LV-20 to LV-30. Despite the significant cost, the attribute enhancements were well worth the investment. The upgraded attributes of the electromagnetic thunder cannon were as follows. LV-30 quality, blue. Trait, thunder arc splash. Consumption, 20 ether points per shot. Power, 2,700. No cooldown or charge time. Upgrade requirement, 10 units of 30-er floating land essence, 20,000 ether points. Thunder arc splash. Creatures hit by the electromagnetic thunder cannon will splash 50 of the received damage to the nearest 12 creatures. Song Qi looked at the data with satisfaction. Not only had the damage increased tenfold, But the Thunder Arc splash effect had also significantly improved, promising even more devastating area damage in future battles. Having upgraded the electromagnetic thunder cannon, Song Chi opened the Skyship's attribute panel to ponder which component to enhance next. After this round of upgrades, he had just over 600 units of second-tier floating land essence left, enough to upgrade at most 2 more components to third-tier. Given the limited resources, he needed to carefully consider his next steps to make the most optimal choices. Name: Songcheon Class, LV-10. Basic components: Blue Xinhua Hull LV-10, Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon Orange LV-30, Electromagnetic Thunder Light Cannon Blue LV-30, Starshine 5 Alloy Armor Blue LV-29, Shadow Animator Hyperstate Engine Purple LV-30, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator Orange LV-30, Sky Eye Surveillance Radar Blue LV-30, Psionic Training Room LV-088. Additional components: Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree White LV-20, Brainwave Remote Control System Purple LV-23, Abnormal Status Purifier Blue LV-20, Purple River Warp Device Blue LV-20, Healing Fruit White LV-29, Fixed Point Deployment Platform Blue LV-20, Phantom Propulsion System Purple LV-20, Blood Soul Mark Blue LV-20. Psionic Pool 600,006,0000. Resources: 20 strands of 4th tier floating land essence, 150 strands of 3rd tier floating land essence, 674 strands of 2nd tier floating land essence. Song Chi's gaze quickly scanned the data panel of the Tsangqiang, finally settling on the 5 blue components that could still be enhanced: Starshine 5 Alloy Armor, Abnormal Status Purifier, Purple River Warp Device, Fixed Point Deployment Platform, and Blood Soul Mark. He was pondering the most cost-effective upgrade choices when suddenly, Song Ting's voice called from outside. "Song Chi, come out quickly, Dad's calling you." With some suspicion, Song Chi exited the Tsangqiang. He didn't immediately retract the warship. Instead, he cautiously eyed Song Ting. He knew his mischievous sister too well. She might be trying to drag him out shopping again. After all, Inga City's bustling atmosphere far surpassed that of Beta 5 cities. Since their arrival yesterday, Song Ting's mind seemed to be filled only with thoughts of shopping. Noticing her brother's doubt, Song Ting rolled her eyes. "Believe it or not, Dad mentioned something about attending an auction. I'm heading out first." With that, she quickly left the summoning room. Song Chi's interest was piqued. If there really was an auction, he didn't want to miss it. He recalled the rare purple grade item that had appeared at the Baihao auction. Given Inga City's scale, this auction was bound to be even more spectacular. He quickly retracted the Tsangqiang and temporarily set aside his enhancement plans, hurrying back to the Tunger Hotel lobby. Seeing his grandfather and the others already waiting, Song Chi realized Song Ting hadn't lied. Ignoring his sister's playful faces, he went straight to his parents and eagerly asked, "Mom, Dad, what's this auction about? How high is the standard?" Song Chao turned and smiled. "It's an auction held by the Eagle Chain Auction House, which occurs once every 10 years. The standards are very high. You can't even get in without a second-tier qualification." Song Chi was taken aback. An auction requiring second-tier qualifications was indeed high standard. He recalled the second-tier captains who were treated as VIPs at the Baihao auction, and now the Eagle Chain auction considered second-tier as the entry level. The disparity was evident. His curiosity and anticipation were fully ignited, and he began to imagine the level of treasures that might appear at such a high-standard auction. Just then, his grandfather took the lead and started walking out, prompting everyone else to follow quickly. On the way, Song Chi asked his father, "Dad, does this Eagle Chain auction have any connection with the Eagle family from the Principality?" He asked because the Eagle family was renowned throughout the Morning Star Principality. Song Chao nodded. "Yes, the Inga branch of the Eagle Auction House is indeed under the Eagle family. Not only in Inga floating land, but they also have branches in almost all second-tier or higher life-type floating lands within the Principality." Hearing this, the lively Song Ting suddenly chimed in, "Dad, since the Eagle family is so powerful and has been around since the founding of the Principality, does that mean they are even more formidable than our Dinghai Song clan?" This unexpected question made Song Chao's mouth twitch, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this moment, their usually silent mother stepped in. She gently stroked her daughter's silky hair and softly explained, "How should I put this? It's both true and not true." A flicker of complexity crossed Chen Lixia's eyes as she continued. "The Eagle clan indeed has a long-standing heritage and immense power, ranking among the top in the duchy. However," she paused, "since the first Marquis Robert failed to reach the 6th tier and passed away over 1,000 years ago, the family has been mired in prolonged power struggles. To this day, the 3 main branches of the family are still locked in a constant struggle for balance." Hearing this, Song Chi furrowed his brows, understanding the situation clearly. It was evident that after the first Marquis's death, the lack of a strong successor led to dissatisfaction among the branches, resulting in endless infighting. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 1,000 years of internal conflict would weaken even the most deeply rooted family. Chun Lixia's point was clear. The Eagle clan now was a shadow of its former self, weakened from within. Of course, this weakness was relative to other powerful factions. To an ordinary fourth-tier family, the Eagle clan was still an unshakable giant. Knowing that the Eagle auction house was part of the Eagle clan's business, Song Qi became even more excited about the upcoming auction. Even though the family's power had waned, as the founding family of the duchy, their enterprise was bound to be extraordinary. In Inga City's bustling Splendor Street, every inch of land was worth a fortune. The Inga branch of the Eagle auction house was located here, occupying thousands of square meters with an imposing presence. Today, the entrance was particularly lively, with a continuous stream of luxurious Type 5 kinetic vehicles arriving, and the elegantly dressed nobles drawing gasps from the onlookers. Brother, didn't they say the Type 3 was the latest model? Song Ting stared at the obviously more luxurious Type 4 and Type 5 vehicles, full of confusion. Song Qi chuckled and explained, silly girl, in frontier areas like the White Tower floating land, the Type 3 is indeed the latest model. These high-end versions are incredibly expensive, and the shipping costs are astronomical. They simply can't sell in remote regions, so they are exclusively available in prosperous floating lands. The Song family quickly entered the auction house. Although the rule stated that only second-tier flame captains and above could enter, they were allowed to bring their families, so the younger members like Song Qi were able to get in without any issues. The interior of the auction house was breathtaking. The cylindrical building spiraled upwards, with private rooms set every dozen meters. There was no traditional auction stage. Instead, every room was equipped with real-time communication devices, and the auction items information was transmitted to each room simultaneously. The Song family settled in a middle upper-level private room, waiting for the auction to begin. Half an hour later, an image suddenly appeared on the communication screen. Instantly, everyone in the room felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their hairs standing on end, as if they were a step away from death. The aura was initially vast and deep, then ethereal as the wind, and finally, chilling as ice, constantly shifting. Fortunately, it dissipated in an instant. Song Mingsong's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Fourth-tier life pressure. It seems the Eagle Auction House's fourth-tier flame captain is warning everyone not to cause trouble here." The room was engulfed in silence. The earlier feeling of having one's life hanging by a thread, as if someone else's mere thought could snuff it out, left everyone deeply unsettled. However, before they could regain their composure, the figure in the real-time communication projection began to speak. Song Qi paid little attention to the figure's words, his gaze fixed intently on the person in the projection. This individual hovered above the auction house, yet there were no signs of any spectral energy. His face was clearly visible, but no one present could truly see it. At that moment, Song Qi heard his father whisper in his ear, "This is a fourth-tier entity from the Eagle family, stationed at the Silver Spear branch. He is surrounded by a fourth-tier biological field, making it impossible for anyone below the fourth tier to see his true appearance." Realization dawned on Song Qi, but he had another question. "Dad, I remember the guardian of White Tower floating continent is also from the Eagle family, named Gerald Eagle. What's his relationship to this person?" Song Zhao didn't answer immediately. Song Qi glanced at the projection without pressing further. It wasn't until the projection flickered a few times and the figure completely disappeared that Song Zhao quietly said, "That man is the cousin of the White Tower Guardian, from one of the three main branches of the Eagle family." The White Tower Guardian, on the other hand, climbed to his current position through his own efforts. However, he has no backing and is heavily ostracized. Hearing this, Song Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Someone who has risen through sheer hard work must possess exceptional talent, character, and luck. Yet, such a promising individual was being marginalized by his own kin, revealing the severe internal strife within the Eagle family. Song Qi thought to himself, "This family is indeed rotten to the core." But he wisely kept his thoughts to himself. Many in the Morning Star Principality shared his sentiment, but voicing it openly would invite trouble. Before he could ponder further, the real-time communication projection changed again, quickly displaying information about the first auction item. Item name: Magnetic Field Shield Generator. Item attribute: Magnetic Field Shield Generator LV0. Quality: Purple. Feature: Shield value increased by 25. Consumption: 7 spectral energy points. Protection: 17. Shield value: 213213. Charge time: 30s. Cooldown after overload: 1 hour. Upgrade requirements: 7 strands of zero-tier floating continent essence, 700 energy points, 1 ton of magnetic ore. Auction conditions: second-tier or higher floating continent essence, items of the same quality for trade, specific materials needed for second-tier to third-tier advancement, etc. As the auction details appeared, different bids quickly popped up on the projection. 500 strands of second-tier floating continent essence. 600 strands of second-tier floating continent essence. 800 strands of second-tier floating continent essence. 1 purple quality engine 50 strands of second-tier floating continent essence. 1 piece of 10th sandier volcanic molten iron, 200 strands of second-tier floating continent essence. These bids were listed from lowest to highest, seemingly managed by Silver Spear auction house staff. Each higher bid automatically moved to the top. However, the Song family did not participate in the bidding. All 8 of their second-tier fleet captains were already equipped with purple quality energy shields, and Song Mingsong and Song Shan were even better off. As for Song Chi and the other 4 first-tier juniors, despite their recent lucrative missions, they still couldn't afford a purple quality energy shield. Even Song Chi himself would struggle to gather enough funds to buy one, without dipping into his 150 strands of third-tier floating continent essence. He now holds over 200,000 units of zero-level floating land essence, and more than 10,000 units of first-level floating land essence, a staggering amount. However, these low-level essences are only useful for low-level star sea creatures and hold no value at high-end auctions. Song Chi once tried to exchange them on the black market, but found that second-level floating land essence was scarce. Even when it occasionally appeared, the quantities were so minuscule that it failed to attract any interest. With no other options, Song Chi could only exchange his low-level essences at a premium after each market transaction. Yet, the amount he could exchange each time was limited and couldn't keep up with the rate at which he was acquiring low-level essences. This led to a continual accumulation of zero-level and first-level floating land essences, creating a troublesome problem. To solve this dilemma, Song Chi has started employing various strategies. First, he plans to set up a dedicated floating land essence exchange shop at the universal market, increasing the exchange rates to attract more transactions. Secondly, he consulted with his family elders and learned that his family would also provide exchange opportunities in the future. It is said that the core essence of high-level star sea floating lands can slowly nurture low-level essences into high-level ones, although the process is slow and the quantity limited. Lastly, Song Chi has been attempting to use his low-level essences to purchase unique star sea items that cannot be converted into ship components, then resell them in the market. Although this method is slow, it helps gradually reduce his inventory. As Song Chi pondered these strategies, the real-time communication projection showed that the first auction item, a magnetic field shield generator, had been sold. The winning bid was 1 purple-grade warp device, plus 300 strands of second-level floating land essence. Immediately after, the second auction item appeared. Another purple-grade ship component, this time a main cannon. Song Chi marveled at the grandeur of the Inga auction house, wondering if all the auction items would be at least purple-grade. However, the third item was finally a blue-grade premium component, which gave him some relief. In the next half hour, over 50 items were auctioned, with the lowest quality being blue-grade premium components. During this time, Song Chi's grandfather bought a piece of high-purity sulfur crystal for his grandmother, Bai Xiuqin, and his uncle Song Shan purchased a piece of 10th sandier volcanic lava iron essence for his elder brother Song Chi, in preparation for his upcoming second-level breakthrough. Suddenly, a new auction item caught Song Chi's attention. It was a device named Light Concealment Platform, a purple-grade item that consumed 10 units of dark energy per second. It could generate a transparent light concealment shield when not under attack or actively attacking, masking all internal light fluctuations. Song Chi's eyes were fixed on this mysterious device, contemplating the strategic advantages it could bring. Charging time, 60 seconds. Overload cooldown, 60 minutes. Upgrade requirements, 7 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence, 700 ether points, 7 Tier 0 life cores. Stealth feature costs 1,000 ether points, enabling the warship to enter stealth mode for 30 minutes. Priority 400. Firing or being attacked will exit stealth mode, with a 24-hour cooldown. Inside the auction hall, the captains in their respective private rooms were intensely focused on the live communication projections. Song Chi and his father, Song Chao, sat in their family's private box, eyes locked on the newly appeared stealth module. This purple component not only provided excellent stealth capabilities for their ship, the Songqiang, but was also a crucial item urgently needed in the heavenly market. Song Chi leaned close to his father and whispered, "Dad, I want that stealth module." Song Chao glanced at his son and asked curtly, "How much Tier 2 floating land essence do you have?" At this, Song Chi quickly produced the remaining 674 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence. Song Chao took them and immediately placed a bid, 700 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence. The bidding quickly rose to 800 strands, but most captains were only interested in the stealth feature, not the light concealing function, so the bids remained limited to floating land essence. Song Chao decisively upped the ante, 1,400 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence. This bid stunned the room into silence. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations on winning item number 53. The item will be delivered to your private room shortly. Please be ready to sign for it." Soon, Song Chao went to the door to receive the glowing purple module. Song Chi took the stealth module, beaming with joy, thinking that with this part, the market upgrade would be assured. He was about to mention repaying the floating land essence when his father's sharp gaze stopped him, and he obediently fell silent. Time flew by, and after the 98th item was hammered down, a striking line of text appeared on the live communication projection. Next is the first of the final 2 highlight items of this auction. The entire hall held its breath. In the Song family's private box, the atmosphere was no different, as the information about the highlight item on the projection was astonishing. Item name: Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. Quality: Orange. Feature: Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse. Feature 2: Main Cannon Power Boost 40. Consumption: 500 ether points per use. Attack: 27. Charging: 10s. Cooldown: 60s. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence, 1000 energy points, 1 Apocalypse Crystal. Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse. Consumes 2000 ether points, charges for 5 minutes, and fires an Annihilation Pulse wave with 150 main cannon power, extreme penetration 300, cooldown time 72 hours. Auction method: Tier 3 or above floating land essence, same quality ship components, specific enhancement resources needed for upgrading Tier 3 flame ships to Tier 4, etc. The moment this orange quality ship main cannon was unveiled, it ignited the passion of every captain in the room. Such a rare and powerful weapon was invaluable, and everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier, eyes gleaming with desire. In the private box, Song Chi keenly noticed the flash of excitement in his grandfather Song Mingsong's eyes as he sat at the head of the table. Although the glimmer was fleeting, Song Chi caught it precisely. He pondered silently, could it be that his grandfather had a significant interest in the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon's main gun? Song Kai's sharp observation was partly due to his own lack of interest in the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. After all, the celestial ship was already equipped with the formidable Pure Yang sword-like cannon, and installing a second main cannon on the Ember warship would have to wait until it was upgraded to a cruiser, a distant prospect for him. In fact, Song Chi's guess was spot on. The Angry Lion had been a third-tier ship for nearly 60 years, and aside from an auxiliary starfield monitoring device, it had no other orange quality components. This was not due to a lack of valuable items in Song Mingsong's possession. For instance, the Terra Primordial Stone he previously revealed, although not convertible into ship components, was proof of its precious orange quality. The scarcity of orange quality ship components within the Ember human civilization domain meant that even if someone acquired such items, they would typically keep them for their own use. Auctioning them off was exceedingly rare. Given this rare opportunity, Song Mingsong was naturally unwilling to let it slip by. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the box, Song Mingsong swiftly entered a bid on the real-time communication projection in front of him, 800 units of third-tier floating land essence, and sent it off. Seeing his grandfather's bid, Song Chi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Through the celestial market, he had only managed to gather 150 units of third-tier floating land essence, while his grandfather's initial bid was 800 units, a staggering amount. However, 800 units were just the beginning. As the bidding intensified, Song Mingsong continued to raise his bid. 900 units, 1,200 units, 1,300 units. The figure of 1,300 units of third-tier floating land essence was astonishing. Although, at a conversion rate of 10:1, it equated to 1.3 million units of zero-tier floating land essence, its actual value was far greater. Even second-tier floating land essence was extremely scarce in the market, let alone third-tier. If someone urgently needed to exchange zero-tier floating land essence, the value of 1,300 units of third-tier floating land essence would be at least 4 times higher. Yet, despite this astonishing number, the outcome was still disappointing. A competitor had unveiled their trump card of fourth-tier floating land essence. 1,200 units of third-tier floating land essence, 10 units of fourth-tier floating land essence. The seemingly insignificant 10 units of fourth-tier floating land essence hit like a heavy hammer, shattering Song Mingsong's hopes instantly. His face darkened, and his breathing became heavy. In the shattered star sea, the gap between third-tier and fourth-tier was insurmountable. This was true not only for life forms, but also for floating land essence and star sea floating lands. If 1 in 10,000 life-type star sea floating lands might produce a third-tier life-type star sea floating land, the rarity of a fourth-tier life-type star sea floating land was tenfold or even 100-fold greater. Fourth-tier floating land essence was incredibly rare, requiring a fourth-tier or higher star sea floating land for stable production. While third-tier star sea floating lands could occasionally produce a few units, it was highly unstable and might not yield any for years, possibly even centuries. Despite attempting to raise his bid to 1,700 units of third-tier floating land essence, the highest bid on the real-time communication projection remained the combination of 1,200 units of third-tier and 10 units of fourth-tier floating land essence. As a third-tier Ember ship captain from the Song clan of Dinghai, Song Mingsong's assets far surpassed those of an ordinary third-tier Ember ship captain, even though he was exiled shortly after his promotion. In terms of third-tier floating land essence, no one could match his wealth. However, when it came to 4th-tier floating land essence, the situation was entirely different. The value gap between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier floating land essence was a chasm. Crucially, upgrading a 3rd-tier ship component to 4th-tier required both 3rd-tier and 4th-tier floating land essence, with neither being dispensable. Just as Song Ming-song was on the verge of despair and about to give up on the bidding, Song Chao suddenly stepped forward to his side. "Dad, here are 20 units of 4th-tier floating land essence. Shao Qi managed to obtain these from the celestial market. See if they can be of use," he said, handing over the 20 units that Song Qi had discreetly given him. Song Ming-song was overjoyed but made an effort to maintain his composure, casting a sidelong glance at Song Qi. His caution was not due to distrust of his family members, but rather because of the immense value of the 4th-tier floating land essence. It was inappropriate for a 1st-tier captain to possess such a treasure, and explaining it to the Songhai and Songyang families, who were unaware of the existence of the universal market, would be quite problematic. Thus, he decided to keep this secret for the time being. After obtaining 20 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence, Song Ming-song quickly placed his bid. Following a few minutes of intense bidding, he successfully acquired the orange-grade Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon for the price of 1,600 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence and 10 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence. When the auction result was confirmed, Song Ming-song could no longer contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the private room was excellent. Otherwise, his jubilant laughter might have echoed throughout half the auction hall. Soon, the doorbell of the private room rang. Song Ming-song got up to sign for the item, while Song Hai and Song Yang seized the opportunity to approach Song Chao, inquiring about the source of the 4th-tier floating land essence. Faced with their questioning, Song Chao had no choice but to fabricate a story, claiming he had luckily obtained it during an exploration of an alien star domain. This perfunctory answer clearly did not satisfy them, as obtaining 4th-tier floating land essence required a 4th level or higher star-sea floating land, which was no easy feat. Just as the two were about to press further, Song Shan timely interrupted. "Enough with the questions. Does old Third have to report every little stroke of luck he's had in the 30 years since he ascended to the 2nd tier?" As someone aware of the universal market, Song Shan had a good idea of the origin of the 20 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence, and thus stepped in to help Song Chao out. Hearing Song Shan speak, Song Hai and Song Yang refrained from asking more questions. At this moment, Song Ming-song returned to the private room, beaming, clearly having successfully acquired the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. The Song family members in the room all wore genuine smiles. An orange-grade main cannon would significantly boost the combat power of the Furious Lion, and the enhancement of the Furious Lion's strength naturally meant an overall increase in their lineage's power, a cause for celebration. As the family rejoiced for the patriarch, the information of the final major auction item appeared on the real-time communication projection in front of them. It was a piece of advanced space radar known as the Deep Space Long-Range Detection Radar, also of orange grade. It boasted two features, a 40 increase in detection range and a 500 priority in detection, making it an exceptional piece of space radar. The announcement of this item's attributes immediately sparked a frenzy among the bidders. Song Qi felt a surge of excitement because the radar currently installed on the Celestial was only blue grade, far inferior to this auction piece. However, he also knew that with his current wealth, there was no hope of securing this radar. As expected, the bidding price quickly soared to 1,500 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence plus 10 3rd-tier void crystals. 10 3rd-tier void crystals were equivalent to 10 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence, a price already very close to what his grandfather had just paid for the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. Yet the bidding was far from over. Soon, a new bid emerged. 1,200 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence and 20 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence. Another quickly followed. 1,100 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence and 30 strands of 4th-tier floating land essence. Just after putting away the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, Song Ming-song said gravely, "It seems a 4th-tier captain has entered the auction." Hearing this, Song Qi's first thought was unrelated to the Deep Space Long-Range Detection Radar. He realized that there hadn't seemed to be any 4th-tier captains involved in the bidding for the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly understood why. According to the official statistics of the Ember human civilization, among all basic ship components, main cannons, secondary cannons, and engines were the most common, followed by hull armor, energy shields, and lastly, space radars. Therefore, a high-quality space radar was much rarer than a main cannon of the same grade, which likely explained why his grandfather had been able to secure the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon relatively easily. As Song Qi pondered, a new bid appeared on the real-time communication projection. 1,500 strands of 3rd-tier floating land essence, 10 3rd-tier void crystals, and 1 4th-tier void crystal. This bid surprised the majority of captains in the auction hall. While the appearance of 4th-tier floating land essence at past Silver Gauntlet auctions was not unusual, a 4th-tier void crystal was extraordinary. Not only could it easily be exchanged for 1 strand of 5th-tier floating land essence, but it could also accelerate the time within an ordinary fragmented secret realm by thousands of years and even a star sea secret realm by 1,000 years, making it an exceedingly rare treasure that was difficult to come by. The auction concluded, and the deep space long-range detection radar was successfully acquired by the final bidder. Song Chi followed his elders out of the auction hall, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This auction had given him a new understanding of his financial capabilities. Although he was considered wealthy among young Xingho captains, the gap between him and the big players was still vast. A sense of urgency welled up inside Song Chi, prompting him to expedite the upgrade of the Su market to Tier 2. He knew that only by doing so could he speed up his earnings and increase his chances of acquiring higher-tier floating land essence. However, reason quickly prevailed. He shook his head, dispelling these unrealistic thoughts. The Su market was currently at level 16 and would require at least 3 more transactions to reach level 19. Recalling the process of advancing from Tier 0 to Tier 1, Song Chi realized that even at level 19, there might be additional conditions for advancing to Tier 2. He had to accept the reality that this goal couldn't be achieved in the short term and proceed step by step. Compared to other Xingho captains my age, my advancement speed is already quite impressive. Song Chi consoled himself, gradually calming down. As he stepped into the Tunger Hotel, he heard his grandfather Song Mingsong's voice. Xiao Qi, come to my room later. In the hotel room, Song Mingsong released his psionic energy, forming a barrier around them. He got straight to the point. Xiao Qi, I have an urgent need for the remaining 10 strands of Tier 4 floating land essence, so I won't be able to return them to you just yet. However, I have 2 compensation options for you. Just as Song Chi was about to refuse, Song Mingsong interrupted. No refusing. Your grandfather is over 200 years old. Do you expect your grandson to subsidize him? Besides, securing the annihilation cannon was a huge help. Song Mingsong then detailed the 2 options. One was to return 40 strands of Tier 4 floating land essence within a year. The other was to use the Terra Origin Stone as collateral, with anything obtained from it going to Song Chi. After careful consideration, Song Chi chose the second option. After all, a complete orange quality artifact would surely be worth far more than 40 strands of Tier 4 floating land essence, provided it could be successfully traded. However, Song Chi had great confidence in the Su market. Even if it couldn't be traded immediately, as the market level increased, even red epic quality artifacts could be easily exchanged. After receiving his response, Song Mingsong hurried off to the hotel's underground warship summoning room, eager to load and enhance the annihilation cannon. Song Chi also headed to the 20-meter class warship summoning room and summoned the skyship. As the hatch closed, he disappeared inside the warship. Utilizing the ship's powerful shielding capabilities, the outside world couldn't perceive what was happening inside, allowing Song Chi to enter the Su market with peace of mind. As soon as Song Chi entered the marketplace of the heavens, he headed straight for the special equipment slot area. He swiftly took out the concealment platform and skillfully installed it. Within 60 seconds, a nearly invisible transparent shield quietly enveloped the marketplace, precisely fitting inside the outer protective energy shield. This concealment shield not only completely masked the internal light and shadow fluctuations of the marketplace, but also remained stable under external attacks, as long as the energy shield wasn't overloaded. Once the concealment platform was activated, Song Chi immediately began to enhance it. To ensure that the commotion from the marketplace's second-tier upgrade would be fully concealed, he unhesitatingly upgraded the components to level 20. After the enhancement, the performance of the concealment platform significantly improved. The charging time was reduced to 30 seconds, and the buffer time after overload was halved to 30 minutes. More importantly, its stealth capabilities were enhanced. Now, by consuming 5,000 points of energy, the loaded battleship could enter a stealth state for 120 minutes, with a priority level of 800. Although attacking or being attacked would break the stealth, the buffer time was also shortened to 12 hours. Crucially, the Harto Detect concealment shield saw a substantial improvement in masking light and shadow fluctuations after reaching the second tier. After completing the enhancement of the concealment platform, Song Chi did not immediately return to the Sky Song, but instead entered the all-attribute training room. Due to the component issues of the Flamefire battleship on the Fury Lion, everyone had been unable to practice energy guiding techniques recently, so he decided to take this opportunity to catch up. As for the subsequent enhancement of the Sky Song, it was temporarily impossible due to the depletion of the second-tier floating land source. Although it had been over a month since the last marketplace trade and alien domain exploration, theoretically allowing for immediate activation, Song Chi did not take action. He considered that the mid-range Starfield space gate near the Silver Spear floating land might complete its buffer at any time. If he engaged in trading or exploration now and encountered the other party, the entire family might be delayed for several days. He decided to wait until they were settled back at the Song clan's base in Dinghai before making arrangements. Several hours later, Song Chi, steaming with heat, left the battleship summoning room. The comprehensive tempering from the energy guiding technique inevitably resulted in profuse sweating and the expulsion of impurities. One day later, on March 19, 5204 of the Morningstar calendar, news arrived that the buffer for the mid-range Starfield spacegate was nearly complete. The Song family, along with thousands of Flamefire battleships, set off, preparing to teleport to the Golden Lion starfield. In the starry sky billions of miles from the Silver Spear floating land, a massive space station capable of accommodating 1 million people hovered. Beside it was a large space gate with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the mid-range space gate leading to the Golden Lion starfield. At this moment, tens of thousands of Flamefire battleships of various sizes were waiting around the gate, ready for the teleportation to commence. The Interstellar Spacegate teleportation technology is said to originate from the Sanctuary Federation, one of the 4 super empires of Flamefire human civilization. Although its teleportation costs are far higher than the spatial jumps of individual Flamefire battleships, and its construction and maintenance are extremely expensive, it has drastically changed the expansion speed and territorial control range of Flamefire human civilization. Compared to the limited spatial jump capabilities of Flamefire battleships, the advantages of Spacegate technology are evident. Even the most basic mid-range Starfield teleportation gate can teleport across thousands of light-years, far exceeding the capabilities of most battleship jump devices. As personnel from the Golden Shark Military Department officially activated the space teleportation gate, a humming sound and spatial fluctuations intertwined. Song-Chi felt a moderate sense of weightlessness and dizziness, but quickly adapted. When he regained his senses, he found that the Fury Lion had arrived in a completely unfamiliar starfield. Although a large space station platform was still visible in the distance, the surrounding starry scene was entirely different, indicating that they had successfully crossed thousands of light-years to the Golden Lion starfield. At that moment, a voice came from the direction of the control room. It was Grandpa Song Ming Song, with a hint of barely concealed excitement. This is the Golden Lion star region. We're not far from the Dinghai star region where our family is located. One more teleportation, and we'll be there. Song-Chi could hear the excitement in his grandfather's voice and understood why. An exile returning to the family after decades, how could he not be excited? However, for Song-Chi and the younger generation, this feeling was hard to resonate with. They had never seen the family and only learned about it after their awakening. Even the eldest, Song-Chi, was born after they left the Dinghai star region. As Grandpa's words fell, the engine of the angry lion roared softly, speeding towards its destination. Tens of thousands of kilometers behind, several kilometer-long cruisers followed closely. In the communication group of the 3 cruisers, a rapid discussion was taking place. Boss, that's the direction to the Dinghai star region's spacegate. Could it be that the cruiser belongs to the Dinghai Song family? I have a hunch it is. My gut tells me it's highly likely they're from the Dinghai Song family. Not just anyone could get their hands on a 4th-tier floating land core. Maybe we should back off? That Apocalypse Annihilation cannon is tempting, but we'd need to stay alive to use it. The Dinghai Song family is notorious for protecting their own. Besides, if they've already loaded it, even if we sink the ship, the chances of capturing the main cannon are slim. With ongoing discussions, the 3 cruisers gradually slowed down, abandoning their plan to intercept. Inside the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song's lips curved slightly as he noticed the cruisers giving up the chase. He immediately issued an order through the communication projection to his side. All right, boss. They've given up the pursuit. I'll take the Angry Lion ahead. You catch up as soon as possible. Several tens of thousands of meters to the side, the mountain ship, which had strengthened its blue void membrane component to level 39, silently followed. If those 3 cruisers had dared to make a move, the hidden mountain ship would have caught them off guard. With the Angry Lion already equipped with the Apocalypse Annihilation cannon, they wouldn't have feared a Turn 3 battle. Song Ming Song was well prepared. After purchasing the Apocalypse Annihilation cannon, with over 1,000 strands of 3rd-tier floating land core and 10 strands of 4th-tier core, he anticipated being tracked. Once he realized they were being followed, he pretended to be unaware while secretly preparing a response. The cruiser's cautiousness, stopping their actions merely on the suspicion that the Angry Lion might be associated with the Dinghai Song family, might be why they had risen to the rank of cruisers. Following Song Ming Song's command, the Angry Lion's engine roared to full power, and the purple thrusters at the rear pushed the speed to an astonishing level. In comparison, although the mountain ship also had purple engines and thrusters, its enhancement level was far below that of the Angry Lion, and it quickly fell behind. The 2 ships reunited several days later. They arrived at the northern side of the Golden Lion star region, where a 3rd-level life-type floating land was located. This was no coincidence. Most of the space gates in the duchy were set up near high-level life-type floating lands to promote economic development. The Song family did not linger on the floating land known as Golden Lion 002. Their timing was perfect, having arrived just over 2 days after the last space gate activation, with the next teleportation scheduled within half a day. Half a day later, the space gate to the northernmost Dinghai star region opened again. The Morningstar Duchy had been established for 5,200 years, initially encompassing only the Golden Dragon, Golden Wind, and Golden Horn star regions. Through several expeditions and the efforts of various families, it had expanded to its current structure of 12 star regions. The northernmost Dinghai star region was pioneered by the Dinghai Song family 2,000 years ago. This successful expansion led to the head of the Dinghai Song family being conferred the title of Earl of Dinghai, a hereditary title, making the Dinghai star region the autonomous territory of the Dinghai Song family. Initially, the Dinghai star region spanned only a few hundred light years, making it the smallest in the duchy. After 2,000 years of continuous development, it now spans over 2,000 light years, containing over 100 life-type floating lands, thousands of ordinary resource and barren floating lands, and governing nearly 100 billion people. Although it remains the smallest star region of the duchy, after 2,000 years of development, the prosperity of the Dinghai star region now rivals, if not surpasses, that of other regions in the duchy. Song Chao detailed the history of the Song family in Dinghai and the star region itself, captivating the younger generation, including Song Qi, whose eyes sparkled with wonder and excitement. Even though they were not born in the Dinghai star region, the brief introduction alone allowed everyone to feel the grandeur contained within. The remarkable feat of a single family carving out a new star region for the duchy and for the human race filled everyone present with a sense of awe. As descendants of the Song family of Dinghai, they also felt a deep sense of pride. Seeing that his words had made an impact, Song Chao seized the moment to continue sharing more stories about the Song family of Dinghai. He had a reason for this compared to other families in the duchy. The Song family of Dinghai had the best family traditions. Enhancing the clan members' sense of identity and cohesion was the fundamental reason the Song family had been able to continuously develop and rapidly expand its influence over the past 2,000 years. As members of the Song family, Song Mingsong and Song Chao naturally hoped that the younger generation would develop a heartfelt sense of belonging to the family, rather than just being connected by blood. As he spoke, everyone's attention on the Anger Lion turned to the view outside the porthole. Song Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the starry sky near the space transfer gate. Unlike other star regions of the Morningstar Duchy, all the space gates connecting the Dinghai star region to other regions were concentrated in one area, the very spot the Anger Lion had just passed through. A dozen space gates were arranged in a ring, forming a massive transfer station in the dark expanse of space. This transfer station was more magnificent than most others in the duchy, with a spherical base station orbiting at a diameter of over hundreds of thousands of kilometers, capable of supporting the orderly transfer and docking of 1 million warships. Its scale was second only to the capital's Golden Dragon star region, making it the second largest in the duchy. Due to the massive scale of this transfer station and the countless warships it hosted daily, the Song family of Dinghai stationed a dedicated fleet outside the base to ensure its security, equipped with 2 mobile battle stars nearly 10,000 meters in diameter. Song Qi and the others focused their gaze on these colossal structures, spherical, covered in menacing black armor, and bristling with gun ports of various sizes. They looked more like true war machines or iron behemoths of the Star Sea than mere warships. Seeing everyone's eyes filled with awe as they stared at the 2 mobile battle stars, Song Chao explained softly, "These are primary mobile battle stars, equipped with medium-sized controlled nuclear fusion reactors, intermediate nuclear shields, and Empire Type 3 superorbital cannons, possessing standard 4th-tier combat power. In our human civilization, aside from warships, these are among the rare high-level conventional combat units." Hearing the term mobile battle star, the light in Song Qi and the others' eyes grew even brighter. Their textbooks had only briefly described these war machines, but seeing them in person was far more awe-inspiring than they had ever imagined. "Uncle San, can the mobile battle star really compare to a 4th-tier life form in the Star Sea?" A curious glint shone in Song Bo's eyes as he eagerly asked from behind Song One, still awaiting his awakening. Song Chao pondered for a moment, his gaze deep and thoughtful, before slowly replying, "In large-scale warfare, the mobile battle star's deterrence indeed surpasses that of an ordinary 4th-tier life form. Those countless cannons are not just for show." He paused before continuing, however, "In an unknown fight, the mobile battle star is likely no match for a 4th-tier life form. After all, it's a mechanical creation massive, but lacking flexibility. To a true 4th-tier life form, it's like a giant sandbag." The group nodded thoughtfully, though they only partially understood. The concept of the 4th tier was still too distant for them to grasp what speed and agility meant at that level. The furious lion sped past, quickly overtaking the area where 2 mobile battle stars were stationed, heading towards the central region of the Dinghai starfield. The mountain followed closely behind, like a loyal escort. Along the way, they passed several life-bearing Star Sea floating lands, but the furious lion did not stop. The Dinghai starfield is vast and boundless. As the autonomous territory of the Song family of Dinghai, the starfield is not dominated by the Song family alone. Many pioneering families who followed the Song family during the initial settlement still remain. For instance, the Chen family, from which Song Qi's mother Chen Lixia hails, is a medium-sized family in the Dinghai starfield. The family once produced a 3rd-tier flame captain, and though they have since declined, they still have a few second-tier flame captains holding up the family name. There are dozens of families like the Chun family in the Dinghai starfield. They occupy some level 1 life floating lands and low-level resource floating lands on the starfield's periphery and are vassal families of the Song family. The floating lands directly controlled by the Song family are concentrated in the core region of the Dinghai starfield and strategic locations. The floating lands they passed along the way were not under the direct jurisdiction of the Song family. Of course, these floating lands were not given to these families for free. They must tribute significant resources to the Song family annually and accept full mobilization by the Song family during wartime. Time flew by, and several days passed. In the core area of the Dinghai starfield, a fleet of over 100 ships was traveling at high speed. At the forefront were nearly 10 cruisers, each 1,000 meters long. On one of the central cruisers, Song Chi's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. The Furious Lion and the Mountain had also merged into this vast fleet. According to Song Chi's father, this fleet belonged to the Internal Affairs Hall of the family, sent specifically to welcome back members who had been away for nearly 50 years. This was undoubtedly a significant event for the entire Song family of Dinghai. At this moment, Song Ting asked curiously, "Mom, what is the Internal Affairs Hall? Does the family have many departments?" Chun Li Xiao promptly replied, "Yes, the Song family is divided into 5 main halls: Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, War Hall, Inspection Hall, and Merit Hall." She elaborated on the responsibilities of each hall. The Internal Affairs Hall manages internal family matters. The External Affairs Hall handles external affairs. The War Hall is divided into exploration and command sections. The Inspection Hall is in charge of intelligence and supervision, and the Merit Hall manages the family's merit system. This explanation gave everyone a preliminary understanding of the Song family's organizational structure. However, at that moment, Song Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa, look! That's a huge star-sea floating land." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly got up and moved to the edge of the warship. As they looked out the window, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even Song Chi, whose mental age had surpassed 60, was no exception. Following their gaze, they saw the fleet flying over an enormous star-sea floating land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Despite the Furious Lion being tens of thousands of meters above the ground, they could not see the edges of this floating land. What level is this star-sea floating land? Song Chi was in awe. He had thought the Silver Spear floating land they passed earlier was impressive, with its length and width exceeding 1,000,000 kilometers, making it many times the size of Earth in his previous life. But compared to this star-sea floating land, the Silver Spear floating land was insignificant. At that moment, his grandmother Bai Shuqin's voice came to his ears. "This is Longji continent, the stronghold of the Song clan. With a diameter exceeding 10 light-years, it is a level 5 life-type floating landmass." Level 5 life-type floating landmass? Upon hearing this term, everyone was struck with awe, repeatedly muttering to themselves. Their eyes lit up instantly. Just this one floating landmass alone was enough to overturn everything they knew about the Song clan. In the past, they had searched for information about the Song clan on various networks, but the data was vague, only mentioning how powerful the Song clan was without specific details. Now, witnessing Longji continent measured in light-years, everyone finally had a direct understanding. What does a level 5 life-type floating landmass signify? It means it can stably produce 5th-tier floating landmass essence, a rarity among hundreds of thousands of floating landmasses in the Star Sea. It can continuously generate high-tier Star Sea treasures, making it a coveted land for countless fleet captains. The fact that the Song clan has been able to firmly control such a precious floating landmass for 1,000 years is a testament to their formidable strength. Everyone thought to themselves, power without virtue brings disaster. Without sufficient strength to control a level 5 life-type floating landmass, it would invite catastrophic destruction. Amidst everyone's myriad thoughts, a slight feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit. Bai Shuqin immediately raised her voice. "We're about to make a spatial jump. Quick, everyone back to your positions." Song Chi quickly returned to his spot, feeling an indescribable sensation. A floating landmass that required a spatial jump to travel across seemed nothing short of surreal. When the Furious Lion exited the jump, the fleet had already reached the core area of Longji continent. In the distance, a colossal mountain, towering millions of meters high, stretched across the horizon. It stood like an ancient divine mountain suppressing the vast floating landmass, or a giant pillar supporting the sky of Longji continent. At the mountain's peak, a beam of light shot into the sky, connecting to an illusory light shield covering the entire Longji continent, providing continuous energy for this formidable floating landmass shield. Suddenly, a solemn voice from Song Ming Song came from the main control room ahead. Everyone on the Furious Lion immediately stood up and followed Song Ming Song in bowing towards the Azure Mountain. After the bowing, a resonant dragon whale cry echoed through the heavens. Dung! Immediately, a giant banner appeared in the sky ahead, with words clearly visible across the entire Longji continent. Year 5204 of the Morning Star calendar, year 2785 of the Dinghai calendar, the 10th direct lineage returns to the family. Congratulations! This sudden event left Song-Chi and the others astonished, but they quickly turned to excitement and joy. Such a grand welcome ceremony at least showed that the family highly valued their lineage's return. Whether in form or from the heart, Song Ming-song and the others couldn't help but feel a long-lost familial warmth, their eyes welling up with emotion. The giant banner vanished in an instant, and the furious lion and the mountain peak followed the warship fleet of the Internal Affairs Hall in descending. Meanwhile, lively discussions erupted across Longji continent. At the foot of Bayun Mountain on Longji continent, a few elderly men in simple clothes were leisurely fishing by Bayun Pond. One of them sighed. The 10th direct lineage, if I recall correctly, was established by that youngster Ming Song. Back then, he was so rash, causing that piece of the sky-gazing disc to be secretly taken away by the Tianqing clan. I never expected him to return. It seems he hasn't been idle these past decades. Two weathered men beside him softly echoed his sentiment. Just then, countless bubbles suddenly surfaced from the 10th sand-meter-wide Bayun Pond, forming a massive whirlpool at its center. Faintly visible at the bottom was a colossal azure shadow, nearly 4,000 meters long, rapidly spiraling a giant azure dragon with a single horn on its head. Seeing this, the three men by the pond simultaneously emitted a vast, ghostly energy. After a flash of ghostly light at their foreheads, three enormous mechas appeared out of thin air above Bayun Pond. Each mecha shot a beam of light, all of which poured into the terrifying whirlpool below. This beast promotion to the 5th tier is almost certain, and we can barely hold it back. Let's hope the ancestor returns soon, whispered a worried member of the Song family, his eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, at the second branch base in Qingfeng Valley, a piece of news caused an uproar. Song Ming Song had returned. The elders of the family perked up at the news. Perfect timing. The family is in urgent need of manpower. Send this young man to guard the newly developed territory in the Red River Star region. Unaware of the various discussions across Longji continent, Song Ming Song and his family had just returned. Guided by members of the Internal Affairs Hall, their ship slowly descended onto the Grand Plaza in front of Longji Divine Mountain. The plaza was imposing, stretching over 100,000 meters in both length and width, paved entirely with stone that gleamed like jade. It was said that this place was used by the family for war mobilization during special periods. At the end of the plaza, a 10th sand-meter-long stone staircase rose straight into the sky like a heavenly ladder, leading to the main base of the family's 5 major halls. As Song Ming Song and his party ascended the steps, a sense of solemnity washed over them. Leading the group were Song Ming Song and a man in a tailored long robe with a friendly smile. This man was Song Yi, an official in the Internal Affairs Hall, from the 3rd branch. It was said that he had been promoted to a 3rd-tier flame captain a century ago. Once they reached the mountaintop, the bases of the 5 major halls came into view, arranged in a pin shape. Directly ahead was the Hall of Merits, with the Hall of War and the Hall of Inspection on the left, and the Hall of Internal Affairs and the Hall of External Affairs on the right. Following Song Yi's lead, the group headed straight for the Hall of Internal Affairs. As someone returning to the family after decades of exile, Song Ming Song's first priority was to re-enter his name into the family genealogy. Song Shan, Song Chao, Song Qi, and Song Yu also needed to complete this process. Before the official registration, however, Song Yi led them to a white jade platform located in the center of the 5 halls base. This platform, known as the Purification Platform, could perform a full body cleanse to remove any tracking or enslavement marks. It was said that this platform was a red-quality Starsea artifact, placed here by the Song family's ancestors because it couldn't be converted into a ship component. After undergoing the purification process, the group followed Song Yi into the Hall of Internal Affairs. As they stepped through the entrance, Song Yu, Song Ting, and even Song Qi felt a sudden pressure. The Hall of Deliberation was already packed, and although the attendees had restrained their auras, the unique pressure of high-tier beings was still palpable. The sheer number of people added to the heavy atmosphere. Damn, they're all 3rd-tier big shots, Song Qi thought to himself. His eyes quickly scanned the 20-odd figures in the hall, and he soon reached this startling conclusion. Despite having mentally prepared himself and having some understanding of the Song family's power, seeing nearly 30 third-tier flame captains in one place was overwhelming. To put it in perspective, the entire White Tower floating continent didn't have this many third-tier flame captains. And these were merely the representatives sent by each branch of the Song family. Who knew how many more such experts were hidden within each branch? One thing was certain, the number was far beyond imagination. After all, Song Qi had heard his father mention that the 3 main branches of the Song family excluding the direct line had each been established for over 1,000 years. A millennium of accumulation, coupled with the terrifying resources of the immense Song family, made their true power unfathomable. After a brief moment of astonishment, the registration process began. Grandfather, uncle, and second uncle completed their registrations one by one, and soon it was Song Chi's generation's turn. Song Chi, 45 years old, white flame seed, first-tier flame captain. Song Chi, 31 years old, white flame seed, first-tier flame captain. Up ahead, the clerk in charge of record-keeping in the Internal Affairs Hall glanced at Song Chi, a scrutinizing look flashing in his eyes. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Wasn't it blue? When did it get demoted automatically? Song Chi remained unfazed upon hearing this. He had long since developed the habit of reporting a lower rank, trying to slip through unnoticed. He knew well that the Song family of Dinghai would be fully aware of everything that had transpired over the decades. A brief investigation would easily reveal that his sacred flame seed had already advanced to blue. He quickly adjusted his posture and reported his registration details. Song Chi, 31 years old, blue sacred flame seed, first-class sacred flame captain. Once the information was entered, the clerk picked up a nameplate and held it up to Song Kai's forehead. His voice remained indifferent. Activate the sacred flame seed within you and leave a trace of its original flame in this nameplate. Following the instruction, Song Chi saw the nameplate light up with a faint glow, indicating the completion of his personal information registration. This nameplate, known as the Sacred Flame nameplate, was a common method used by many medium to large factions to determine the life status of their members. Song Chi privately likened it to the soul lamp from his previous live's cultivation world. If the Sacred Flame nameplate dimmed, it meant that the corresponding Sacred Flame captain's Sacred Flame seed had been extinguished, signifying the end of their life. Song Chi knew that the Sacred Flame nameplate was the key to this process. The registration was merely a formality. As he stepped back behind Song Ming Song and the others, Song Chi immediately noticed the strange looks from his grandfather and father, who were clearly perplexed by his act of reporting a lower rank. In contrast, the younger generation reacted quite differently. Song Chi, Song Lin, and Song Yu stared at him with wide eyes, full of astonishment. His third brother, Song Won, couldn't help but ask, "Fourth brother, when did your sacred flame seed advance to blue?" Facing the curious gazes, Song Chi softly explained, "About 2 months ago, I happened to come across a wisp of top-grade purple Mori white bone flame in a shop. Coincidentally, I had just been allocated a purple main cannon, so I added a few other things and made the trade." Despite his nonchalant explanation, the surrounding people looked skeptical. Top-grade purple flame sources were extremely rare treasures within the sacred flame human civilization territory, and certainly not something so easily acquired. However, no one pressed further, as the next important step of choosing their branch's base was about to commence following the registration. Suddenly, a radiant light filled the council hall, and a massive, illusory map of the Longji continent appeared. Although the map was vast and marked with many potential base locations, it seemed insignificant compared to the 10 light-year diameter of the Longji continent. The clerk from the Internal Affairs Hall pointed at the map and explained, "These are the locations of second-class and above floating land source eruption points, which can stably produce second-class floating land sources annually, and a small amount of third-class floating land sources. The red ones are third-class source eruption points, capable of stably producing third-class floating land sources, and a small amount of fourth-class floating land sources. You may choose freely." He then added, "Keep in mind, these third-class source eruption points require a third-class sacred flame worship to suppress them year-round. Otherwise, collecting the floating land sources will be difficult. Choose wisely." Song Ming Song nodded slightly and turned to discuss quietly with Song Shan and Bai Shuqin. After a brief discussion, he asked, "Once a base is selected, can it be changed later?" "Yes, but it will cost family merit points," the clerk replied. With this information, Song Ming Song did not hesitate any longer and shifted his attention from the second-class floating land source eruption points to the red third-class ones. Family merit points were hard-earned, typically requiring the completion of merit tasks. They needed to be used sparingly. Moreover, Song Shan's flagship, the Mountain, had already advanced to third class. In the short term, he only needed to focus on practicing the ethereal energy guidance technique to quickly leverage the third-class ethereal energy training platform on the Mountain to reach the third-class realm. At least for the next year or two, he could handle the suppression tasks. Most importantly, as long as the third-class source eruption point could be suppressed, its annual yield would far surpass that of a second-class source eruption point. Based on these points, Song Ming Song, Bai Shuqin, and others began carefully selecting the third-order origin eruption eye. Soon, they decided to establish the 10th branch's base at a place called Qingyue Lake. Holding the development permit for Qingyue Lake, Song Ming Song addressed the group. "This is the development permit for Qingyue Lake. Take it to the construction department behind the Hall of Merits. You can apply to mobilize the mountain-moving soldiers for the subsequent construction of the base. However, before heading to the base, I suggest you visit the Hall of Merits first. Mobilizing those mountain-moving soldiers and acquiring the necessary building materials will require merit points." The group arrived at the Hall of Merits, the highest-ranking hall among the 5 main halls of the Song family. This grand hall, situated at the foot of the mountain, already had people waiting for them. To Song Chi's surprise, those waiting were not representatives of various branches of the family, but a deputy hall master of the Hall of Merits. Each of the 5 main halls of the Song family has 1 hall master and 2 deputy hall masters. The person before them was named Song Ruyan, from the first main branch. As soon as the group entered the hall, they each received a special communication wristband. Song Ruyan explained, "This is a quantum communicator developed by the family's technology department. It allows real-time communication across the entire Longji continent. Your merit points will be recorded on this communication wristband." Curious, Song Yu and others quickly activated their wristbands. After completing the binding process, they saw their detailed information on the virtual panel's homepage. Name: Song Yu. Age: 30. Flame Seed: Blue. Affiliation: 10th Main Branch. Flame Warship: First Order Ether Ship, AOU. Merit points: none. Golden merit points: none. Song Chi also checked his information and found it similar to the others. His gaze lingered on the golden merit points section, silently speculating about its purpose. Song Rian continued, "Song Mingsong, Song Shan, by the recognition of the great ancestor, you two are the primary contributors to the family's control over the Moro secret realm. You are hereby awarded 100,000 merit points and 10 golden merit points each." He then turned to Song Chi. "Song Chi, as a secondary contributor, you are awarded 50,000 merit points and 5 golden merit points." Following this, Song Rian announced the rewards for the others. By Shuqin, Song Hai, Song Chao, Chen Lixia, you are each awarded 30,000 merit points and 3 golden merit points. Song Chi, Song Lin, each of you 4 is awarded 30,000 merit points. As soon as he finished speaking, all their quantum communication wristbands simultaneously emitted a notification sound, indicating that their merit points had been updated. Song Ruyan then turned his gaze to Song Mingsong. Understanding the cue, Song Mingsong immediately summoned the miniaturized form of the Moro Void Mech and retrieved the sealed, still sleeping 4th Order Moro Royal from the Furious Lion. The staff of the Hall of Merits quickly took both away. Song Mingsong understood that the substantial merit points primarily came from the value of the Moro Void Mech and the 4th Order Moro Royal. Although the value of a 4th Order entity far exceeded this, considering that the Great Ancestor's projection was the actual executor, the merits they received were already quite satisfying. Song Ruyan waved his hand, signaling, "Unless there's anything else, you may leave now. Quickly establish the branch's base. We have more tasks for you." Song Mingsong nodded in agreement and asked before leaving, "Deputy Hall Master, is the Immortal Puppet Secret Realm accessible now?" Song Rian replied, "The Immortal Puppet Secret Realm is undergoing time acceleration and will need another half-month. Take the younger ones there after the acceleration ends." Hearing this, Song Mingsong's eyes lit up. "Time acceleration? What kind of time span?" Song Ruyan answered directly, 10,000 years. Overjoyed, Song Mingsong bowed deeply in gratitude and then led the group out of the hall. Soon after, the Furious Lion sped through the skies above the Longji continent, followed by 20 warships mobilized from the construction department, embarking on their new journey with great momentum. These warships are equipped with the mountain-moving soldier figurines, which are ideal for construction. Once they reach Qingyue Lake, it won't take long to establish an initial base for their lineage. Inside the engine room of the Furious Lion, Song Chi sat comfortably, toying with the new quantum communication bracelet on his wrist. He glanced up at Song Mingsong in the main control room, his brows furrowed with evident confusion. "Grandpa," Song Chi began, his voice tinged with curiosity, "aside from the main branch, does our family have any collateral branches? How is it possible that there are only 10 main branches after over 2,000 years?" He paused before continuing, "And about that continental divination map earlier, I saw many third-tier origin eruption points that haven't been occupied or suppressed. Are we just letting these eruption points leak the floating land's essence because we lack manpower?" Hearing his grandson's questions, a gentle smile appeared on Song Mingsong's face. He turned to face Song Chi and began explaining patiently, "Our family only has main and direct branches. All others are considered collateral relatives, and we don't refer to them as collateral branches." His voice was steady and firm. "As for why there are only 10 main branches so far, it's simple. The family has a strict rule that only captains of 3rd-tier or higher can establish a new branch." Despite the explanation, Song Chi's brows remained furrowed. He calculated in his mind. The Song family has nearly 10 million descendants. Over 2,000 years, even those who advanced to the 3rd tier by chance would number in the hundreds. If they all established new branches, there wouldn't be just 10 main branches, right? Seeing his grandson's lingering doubt, Song Mingsong continued, "However, having the qualification to establish a new branch doesn't mean one must do so. About 99% of those who advance to the 3rd tier choose to join one of the 3 major main branches." His tone carried a hint of subtle resignation. Establishing a new branch means gaining an origin eruption point as a base, but for a long time, you need to fund it yourself. In contrast, joining a powerful main branch is much better, offering a stable salary and resources if you're outstanding. Plus, the unique resources held by each main branch make it far more stable and easier than starting a new branch. With this detailed explanation, Song Qi and the others finally understood and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Song Zhao, Song Qi's father, added, moreover, over the centuries, many main branches have disbanded due to various accidents when they lost their third-tier captains. Seeing that his grandson seemed to understand, Song Mingsong continued to address the issue of high-tier origin eruption points. As for those high-tier origin eruption points, we let them leak the floating land's essence because a precious high-tier floating land isn't just about producing high-tier essence. The unique environment on the floating land can nurture high-tier cosmic treasures. To preserve this environment, we can't completely cut off the supply of high-tier essence. Song Mingsong then added apologetically, regarding the 10 light-year diameter, I know it doesn't make logical sense, but we're not writing a scientific treatise here. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and added, about the Song family's generational names, I did write about it initially, but trying to clearly sort out names spanning nearly 3,000 years was just too difficult, so I didn't finalize it. Just go with the flow. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and self-mockery. This chapter doesn't feel quite right. Song Qi's doubts were mostly dispelled by the explanation. As he surveyed the level 5 floating island beneath him, a sense of anticipation welled up inside. The image of the ancient land behind Zhouping, which seemed to be a level 5 starsea floating island, flashed in his mind. Recalling that a 4th-order nascent soul true lord possessed an orange-quality artifact sword pill, Song Qi couldn't help but wonder how many rare starsea artifacts were hidden within the Dragon Spine continent. His grandfather's words echoed in his ears. High-level starsea artifacts and the environments that nurture them are the most valuable resources on advanced starsea floating islands. This insight deepened Song Qi's understanding. Although Song Qi felt enlightened, it was clear that Song Yu and the others still had questions. Song Yu eagerly asked, Grandfather, what is the immortal puppet's secret realm you mentioned earlier? Is it specialty puppets? And is the Millennium Acceleration meant to produce more special puppet components? Before Song Mingsong could respond, Bai Shuqin softly explained, that's about right. The Immortal Puppet's secret realm is a unique starsea realm containing the Immortal Puppet Tower. All beings entering the realm can challenge the tower and receive corresponding puppet component rewards based on their final performance. She paused and continued, the Immortal Puppet Tower originates from an ancient civilization known as the Immortal Domain, created by the Supreme Immortal Puppet Sect. It can automatically adjust the difficulty according to the challenger's cultivation age. Seeing Song Yu's puzzled expression, Bai Shuqin added, for us, the captains of the Fire Seed Fleet, cultivation age refers to the time since we awaken the Fire Seed. As for when to challenge the tower, that's up to you. But remember, each person only gets one chance, so make sure you're fully prepared. Song Qi and the others nodded solemnly. At this point, Song Mingsong added, if you have enough confidence in your Fire Seed battleship, you should challenge the tower as soon as the secret realm's acceleration ends. Over a millennium of accelerated time, the Immortal Puppet Tower will have surely nurtured purple, and possibly even orange-quality puppet components. Many clan members will likely challenge the realm soon, so high-level puppet components might be claimed quickly. Our family is thriving, and with the advantages of our ancestors' bloodline, we're never short of hidden talents. Upon hearing this, Song Qi, Song Lin, and Song Wen didn't seem too concerned. They knew they still had a long way to go compared to the true geniuses in the clan. But Song Qi and Song Yu felt a surge of ambition. Song Qi, in particular, was well aware of the combat power of the celestial battleship. While he couldn't claim it would crush all peers, it was certainly among the top. A gleam of determination flashed in Song Qi's eyes. By nature, he preferred not to reveal too much of his abilities, but if his grandfather was correct and purple or even orange-quality puppet components were at stake, he would fight for them. Keeping a low profile didn't mean giving up essential resources. When it came to critical needs, he wouldn't hesitate. The celestial battleship urgently required high-quality puppet components, so he resolved to challenge the Immortal Puppet Tower as soon as the secret realm's acceleration ended. Just then, Song Ting, who had not yet awakened her fire seed, curiously asked, Grandmother, what are the merit points you just earned used for? And what are golden merit points? Bai Shuqin lovingly ruffled her granddaughter's hair and patiently explained, merit points can be considered the family's internal currency. They can be used to purchase items or issue family tasks at the merit pavilion. Golden merit points, however, are earned by completing significant family tasks or submitting high-level artifacts and resources. They have a special use. Transactions above the 30th floor of the merit pavilion only accept golden merit points. Hearing this, Song Yu immediately asked, then the resources above the 30th floor of the merit pavilion must be extremely rare, right? Bai Shuqin nodded. Exactly. Items like titanium crystals, orange quality artifacts, purple ascension fire sources, energy crystals, and vibranium can all be found above the 30th floor. Hiss! Song Chi and the others gasped in unison, gaining a preliminary understanding of the rarity of the resources above the 30th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Bai Shuqin's voice continued to echo in everyone's ears. Take titanium crystals, for example. Just one gold merit point can be exchanged for 100 titanium crystals on the 30th floor. Her words immediately caused a stir. All eyes turned to Song Chi. They clearly remembered that he had earned 5 gold merit points previously. Bai Shuqin's explanation suddenly gave that number a tangible meaning. 5 points equaled 500 titanium crystals. This amount was enough to make everyone present envious. However, the crowd quickly reined in their emotions. Although they didn't know exactly what Song Chi had done in the battle against the Bloodblade Star Pirates, they understood that since their grandparents and other clan members recognized his contribution, Song Chi must have played a crucial role. As people were still whispering among themselves, the Anger Lion ship's warp drive finished cooling down. The second warp began, and with a slight feeling of weightlessness, they finally saw the captivating lake below Qingyue Lake. From above, Qingyue Lake appeared in an elegant crescent shape, stretching over 100,000 meters long and about 50,000 meters at its widest point. Though not particularly large, the lake's crystal-clear water and the surrounding greenery created a picturesque scene. The most striking feature was the island in the center of the lake, less than 10,000 meters wide and over 30,000 meters long, offering a tranquil environment that was instantly soothing to the eye. More importantly, the third-tier primordial source eruption point was located on this central island. Considering these factors, Song Mingsong decisively chose to establish their base on this island. Once the decision was made, 20 construction warships immediately sprang into action. 10-meter-tall mountain-moving giants appeared on the island, starting the construction work with impressive efficiency. In just 2 days, a beautifully crafted manor rose from the ground. In the morning, the central island was officially named Qingyue Island, and the manor on it was called Qingyue Manor, which would serve as their new base. In a courtyard on the south side of Qingyue Manor, Song Chi stood quietly under a peach tree, his personal courtyard. Suddenly, his eyes hardened, as if he had made a firm decision. A flash of dark light crossed his brow, and the Tsangqiong ship emerged, soaring into the sky with a resonant cry. Just yesterday, Song Shishir, Song Ting, and Song Bo had been sent to the clan's newly built school. After a period of adjustment, the elders, along with Song Chi, Song Yu, and others, had resumed their training in Taoist techniques. With everything back on track and life regaining its order, Song Chi's long-held desire to explore the Bulo civilization ruins was finally within reach. In the skies over Longji continent, accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations, the Tsangqiong ship vanished in an instant, transported to an unknown star region. In the dark expanse of space, Song Chi carefully monitored the sky-eye reconnaissance radar. After confirming there were no floating lands, asteroid belts, or other celestial bodies nearby, he retracted the Tsangqiong ship, and his form disappeared into the vast starry sky. Soon, the Tsangqiong ship reappeared above the yellow sand floating land, speeding towards the massive stone it had visited before. Nearly a month and a half had passed since his last visit, and the daunting 1,000-meter storm eye was nowhere to be seen. Whether its power had waned or it had moved elsewhere, Song Chi didn't care. His goal was singular: the Bulo civilization ruins. During the descent, Song Chi checked the blood soul seal component. He found that the third-tier peak sandworm was still hidden a kilometer beneath the same dune, its position unchanged. Song Chi speculated that the sandworm was likely in a state of recuperation after being severely injured by the mixed cave extreme yang sword intent divine light. As for whether it was dead, that was impossible. The blood soul seal could only mark living entities. If the sandworm had died, the mark would have vanished immediately. Song Chi had no intention of provoking the sandworm. It was a target for a future mission to upgrade the Tsangqiong ship, and now was not the time to act. As the Tsangqiong ship rapidly descended, they soon arrived once more at the side of the massive stone. Unlike his initial awe, Song Chi was much calmer this time. Compared to the Song clan's Longji Divine Mountain, this stone was insignificant. With a hum, a hornet drone flew out from the ship's cabin. Under Song Chi's neural control, it headed straight for the mysterious spatial curtain ahead. In no time, an astonishing scene unfolded before Song Chi's eyes. The first layer of the ruins was littered with scattered limbs, and a faint yet pervasive green toxic mist filled the air. Even more shocking were the 4 colossal creatures, each several meters long, occupying the 4 corners of the space. Their bodies were covered in hard shells. Are these iron-armored beetles? Song Chi wondered, then quickly realized the truth. These massive creatures must be the ultimate survivors among the thousands of iron-armored beetles. By devouring their kind, they had astonishingly evolved from the 0 tier to the 2nd tier. Reflecting on how there were thousands of 0 tier iron-armored beetles just a few months ago when he left, Song-Chi couldn't help but marvel at the brutal law of survival of the fittest in nature. A perfect raising goo game had played out in this enclosed space, ultimately resulting in the emergence of these 4 second-tier iron-armored beetles. Without further hesitation, Song-Chi piloted the Sangqiang towards the spatial barrier. Having confirmed there were no threats inside the ruins, he decided to take immediate action. Boom, 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 boom. Upon entering the first layer, Song-Chi wasted no time and launched a fierce attack with the pure Yang sword light cannon, instantly killing the 4 second-tier iron-armored beetles. Although they were the elite among thousands of their kind, to Song-Chi, their value was limited to the second-tier Zerg meat, potential energy crystals, and 4 strands of first-tier floating land essence within them. However, Song-Chi didn't immediately deal with the corpses. Considering the unknown factors that might exist in the subsequent spaces, he decided to explore the other layers first and come back for the spoils later. Piloting the Sangqiang through the second layer of the ruins, Song-Chi arrived beneath the kilometer-wide spatial barrier. Recalling his previous collaboration with Shun Qing, he now faced the barrier alone with even greater composure. Without hesitation, he activated the pure Yang sword light cannon, sending beams of sword light whistling towards the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. With continuous explosions, the spatial barrier gradually dimmed, on the verge of shattering. At this point, Song-Chi astutely ceased using the main cannon and switched to the auxiliary cannon, the electromagnetic thunder light cannon. His strategy was to slowly erode the barrier's repulsive force field to avoid alerting any Zerg that might be in the upper layers. As time ticked by, the repulsive force field on the barrier was nearly dissipated. Song-Chi switched to single-shot mode, carefully continuing to weaken the barrier. Half a minute later, with a faint crack, the repulsive force field on the spatial barrier completely vanished. Song-Chi did not rush forward. Instead, he controlled the B drone, which still had an active neural beacon, to scout ahead. The drone gently passed through the barrier and disappeared into the upper layer. 2 seconds later, as the footage transmitted back from the drone, Song-Chi's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Song-Chi's eyes widened in shock but quickly regained composure. Through the perspective of the bumblebee drone, he witnessed a breathtaking scene. However, he was currently concealed beneath a spatial veil, isolated from the upper space. The most crucial point was that he hadn't been detected or disturbed by the presence above. Realizing he was in an advantageous position, Song-Chi refocused, splitting his attention between the drone's feet. The third layer of space was significantly larger than the second, stretching over 5 kilometers in both length and width. While it didn't match the expanse of the first layer, it was still quite spacious. Yet, in the center of this vast area lay a colossal creature. Near a small crystal box, an enormous, grotesquely bloated flesh worm sprawled. Its body was covered in dazzling amethyst-colored skin, with an abdomen so massive it was staggering. This amethyst flesh worm stretched over a kilometer long, occupying nearly a fifth of the entire space. The most striking feature was its swollen abdomen, resembling a gigantic balloon on the verge of bursting, gently undulating with the creature's movements. Is this a queen worm? Song-Chi murmured to himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, this is a brood mother. With this realization, Song-Chi's heart sank. A brood mother was far more terrifying than a queen worm. Judging by its size, this brood mother might have once been an even higher-ranking entity. Song-Chi recalled the detailed descriptions of brood mothers from his textbooks. A brood mother's status in the insectoid hierarchy far surpassed that of a queen worm. Only a select few queen worms ever had the chance to evolve into a brood mother. Brood mothers not only had a higher growth potential but also possessed more formidable mental powers, allowing them to control a larger variety of insectoids with greater precision. Coupled with their incredibly resilient amethyst skin, brood mothers were top tier in terms of combat prowess and difficulty among creatures of the same rank. A third-tier brood mother, no less. Song-Chi's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing. The brood mother itself wasn't the most fearsome aspect. The real concern was the countless eggs stored in its abdomen and its near-impenetrable amethyst skin. A quick battle seemed impossible, and a prolonged fight would inevitably lead to a grueling war of attrition. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song-Chi forced himself to remain calm. He continued to monitor the upper space through the bumblebee drone while rapidly contemplating various strategies, assessing the Celestial's chances against the broodmother. Minutes later, the Celestial, hovering beneath the spatial veil, began to move. The ship's pure Yang sword light cannon started to glow, charging up. Song-Chi had decided to strike, for a simple reason. He was in the shadows, while the broodmother was exposed. If the initial attack could inflict substantial damage, the Celestial, with its third-tier dark matter energy shield generator and electromagnetic thunder cannon, might stand a chance. Even if defeat was imminent, the upgraded third-tier shadow antimatter hyperstate engine would ensure their escape. Seconds later, a 100-meter-long blade of sword energy formed at the front of the Celestial. This was their only chance for a surprise attack, and Shang-Chi didn't hesitate to unleash the ship's most powerful weapon. Just before the sword energy fully materialized, the Celestial's engine roared, propelling the ship upward. With a soft pop, the Celestial pierced through the spatial veil, and the pure Yang sword light cannon fired. Swish! Accompanied by a sharp, resonant hum, the mixed whole extreme Yang sword energy roared out. This beam seemed to transcend time and space, instantly crossing thousands of meters to strike the third-tier amethyst broodmother's head. Hiss! Although the broodmother's mental acuity was extraordinary, sensing danger the moment the Celestial breached the spatial veil, its reaction was a fraction too slow due to its prolonged dormancy. Had it been more alert, the Bumblebee drone would have been detected long ago. However, the precharged mixed whole extreme Yang sword energy was faster, striking the broodmother's amethyst-covered head before it could react. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, with intense third-tier energy waves rippling out from the broodmother's head like shockwaves. The space echoed with the broodmother's agonized screech, heralding the start of this heart-pounding battle. After the initial strike, Shang-Chi's hands didn't pause for a moment. As the pure Yang sword light cannon entered its cool-down phase, he swiftly switched to the electromagnetic thunder cannon and fired rapidly. Bolts of electromagnetic thunderballs, each about a meter in diameter, whizzed through the air, relentlessly targeting the broodmother several kilometers away. The third layer of the relic was instantly filled with the roar of cannon fire, with flashes of lightning and sword shadows illuminating the confined space as if it were daylight. Aboard the Shang-Chi multitasked efficiently. He maneuvered the warship near the entrance of the spatial curtain below, continuously directing the main and auxiliary cannons to fire, while closely monitoring the condition of the Tier 3 broodmother. The electromagnetic thunder cannon's attacks seemed like mere tickles to the broodmother. Only the pure Yang sword light cannon could inflict real damage, especially with the devastating power of the mixed void extreme Yang sword intent. Shang-Chi's gaze locked onto a gruesome wound on the broodmother's head. A crack several meters long was oozing hot, thick purple fluid. Apart from this, there were only a few scattered purple blood marks on the broodmother's massive body, all caused by the pure Yang sword light cannon. The electromagnetic thunderballs, on the other hand, couldn't even scratch the broodmother's purple crystalline skin. Seeing this, Shang-Chi remained calm. He kept his distance, continuing to bombard the gaping wound on the broodmother's head with the pure Yang sword light cannon. The defense of the broodmother's purple crystalline skin was daunting. Even the enhanced Tier 3 pure Yang sword light cannon could only leave shallow cuts on it, insignificant compared to its massive body. However, attacking the wound created by the mixed void extreme Yang sword intent was a different story. Each strike could deeply penetrate its flesh. Shang-Chi was confident that with sustained bombardment, the wound would eventually widen, leading to the broodmother's demise. Suddenly, the broodmother several kilometers away let out a piercing screech, seemingly unable to endure the torment any longer. Its bloated abdomen began to tremble violently. Shang-Chi immediately deduced, egg-laying. He was prepared, quickly adjusting the electromagnetic thunder cannon's aim and maneuvering the Shang-Chi to the side. Once in position, the cannon fired, targeting the broodmother's ovipositor. While the electromagnetic thunder cannon couldn't significantly harm the Tier 3 broodmother, it was perfect for destroying freshly laid eggs. The arcs of lightning could cover a large number of eggs at once. A strange sound emanated from the broodmother's abdomen, and then thousands of eggs spewed out. Under the fierce bombardment of the electromagnetic thunder cannon, most of these eggs turned to ash before the larvae inside could even hatch. Shang-Chi was pleased with this outcome but remained vigilant. After all, facing a Tier 3 life form in a confined relic space posed a significant risk if it got too close. The Shang-Chi could be in grave danger. Surprisingly, the broodmother didn't go berserk as he had expected. Instead, it stayed put, guarding the crystal box without moving an inch. Shang-Chi frowned, increasingly convinced that the broodmother was protecting the crystal box. Could there be some extraordinary starseed treasure inside that was crucial to it? Just as he pondered this, an unexpected change occurred in the broodmother. Its purple crystalline skin began to glow brightly, and its abdomen trembled more violently. Then, an even larger number of eggs gushed out from its body. The electromagnetic thunder cannon on the Shang-Chi continued firing at full capacity, but the sheer number of eggs this time was staggering, in the millions, far beyond the cannon's clearing capabilities. Shang-Chi quickly scanned the eggs and felt somewhat reassured. These eggs were only the size of a child's fist, and even if they all hatched, they shouldn't pose a significant threat to the Shang-Chi. Moreover, with the clearing speed of the electromagnetic thunder cannon, as long as the broodmother didn't continue laying eggs, the excess eggs would soon be eradicated. However, his relief was short-lived. The eggs that weren't immediately destroyed by the electromagnetic thunder cannon quickly cracked open, and small bugs began to crawl out. Shang-Chi's expression darkened. The situation was escalating far beyond his expectations. This is far from the main point. As soon as the insects emerged from their eggs, they immediately began to voraciously devour the eggshells. Song-Chi watched intently as the small insects grew visibly larger after consuming the shells. However, their hunger seemed insatiable, and they quickly turned their attention to the surrounding broken eggs, seemingly intent on consuming everything in sight. Sensing danger, Song-Chi quickly redirected the cannon to target the still few insects and opened fire. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. He had no time to deal with the continuously emerging eggs. In an instant, tens of thousands of small insects had gathered around the insect mother. The insects that hatched first had already grown to several meters in length, emitting energy fluctuations that reached the peak of the zero level. Song-Chi's expression was grave as he realized just how troublesome this insect mother was. He slowly maneuvered the skyship to retreat towards the spatial rift entrance. Based on his knowledge, this third-level insect mother would likely condense and release its stored energy to rapidly evolve the surrounding insects. Sure enough, everything unfolded as Song-Chi had predicted. The insect mother's abdomen shrank significantly, while the surrounding insects evolved at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of insects had leaped from zero level to first and second levels. Song-Chi's eyes were filled with determination, aware that this rapid evolution came at the cost of their life force. The skyship's electromagnetic thunder cannons never ceased, continuously bombarding the insect swarm a kilometer away. Each shot claimed the lives of a dozen first-level insects, but this loss was insignificant compared to the swarm's immense numbers. Suddenly, the amethyst insect mother at the center of the swarm let out a piercing screech. It was as if a rallying cry had been sounded, and all the insects' compound eyes turned blood red, fearlessly charging towards the skyship a kilometer away. Song-Chi focused on the dense swarm ahead, quickly identifying splatterbugs and twin-winged tigerbugs among them. His heart sank as he realized these insects were specifically designed to counter the skyship. Splatterbugs could spray corrosive acid, while twin-winged tigerbugs, with their wings for aerial pursuit and powerful jaws, could easily tear through the ship's armor. Despite the urgent situation, Song-Chi remained composed. He continued to control the electromagnetic thunder cannons to unleash a barrage of fire, trying to keep the insects at bay. Meanwhile, the pure yang sword cannon was always aimed at the amethyst insect mother thousands of meters away, ready to fire at any opportunity. Song-Chi knew that defeating the third-level insect mother was the key to victory. Once it was dealt with, the ordinary insects would quickly fall into chaos without their commander. However, the insect mother was massive and incredibly resilient. Even though the pure yang sword cannon had struck the wound on its head several times, it showed no signs of weakening. Facing this difficult situation, Song-Chi felt momentarily at a loss. As time passed, countless double-winged tiger headbugs swarmed towards the Sangqiong. Although the electromagnetic thunder cannon was a powerful weapon for dealing with large groups, it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of bugs. Song-Chi furrowed his brows, maneuvering the Sangqiong to slowly descend, heading towards the second layer of the ruins. Despite the dire situation, Song-Chi had not lost hope. His gaze remained fixed on the third-stage bug queen, several kilometers away. For some reason, the bug queen seemed unable to leave the vicinity of the crystal box, which gave Song-Chi a significant tactical advantage. If the bug queen could move freely, Song-Chi would struggle to contend with it, even without its minions. Unlike the previous battle with the peak third-stage sandworm, the bug queen's astonishing amethyst skin was far more resilient than the sandworm's steel-like hide. Worse still, the confined space within the ruins limited the Sangqiong's greatest strengths. Song-Chi recalled the battle against the sandworm over a month ago, where the Sangqiong maintained a safe distance in the sky, using its dark matter energy shield to engage. In the ruins, however, even a slight collision with the bug queen's massive body could shatter the Sangqiong. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi cleared his mind of distractions. Regardless, the fact that the bug queen could not leave the area around the crystal box gave him ample room to maneuver. The Sangqiong swiftly passed through the spatial barrier, entering the second layer of the ruins. As expected, although the bug queen was confined, the damage inflicted by the Sangqiong had thoroughly enraged it. Thousands of double-winged tiger headbugs followed its orders, determined to devour the Sangqiong. A slight smile tugged at Song-Chi's lips as he controlled the Sangqiong to continue descending while rotating its cannons to bombard the pursuing bugs. In this manner, the massive swarm of double-winged tiger headbugs followed the Sangqiong out of the ruins and into the outside world. Song-Chi did not stop, piloting the Sangqiong deeper into the desert. Although the bug queen could command its swarm from afar, it could not perceive their exact environment. Its orders were simple: catch and destroy the Sangqiong. Song-Chi exploited this, keeping the Sangqiong within the bug's line of sight until a sandstorm with a diameter of over 600 meters and a storm field extending 5 kilometers appeared ahead. A glint of determination flashed in Song-Chi's eyes, and a smile curved his lips. Under his control, the Sangqiong did not hesitate or change direction, but charged straight into the sandstorm. Buzzing loudly, the Sangqiong plunged into the peak second stage storm field, causing the ship to shake violently. Even with its third stage shadow antimatter hyperstate engine, it struggled to remain stable in the fierce storm. Yet, Sangqi was unfazed, his focus entirely on the bugs behind him. As expected, more than 20,000 double-winged tiger head bugs followed into the storm field. These first and second stage bugs were no match for the peak second stage storm's violent winds. One by one, they were sucked into the storm's center and torn to shreds. With his objective achieved, Sangqi did not linger. Utilizing the powerful thrust of the shadow antimatter hyperstate engine and the phantom propulsion system, the Sangqiong swiftly escaped the storm field. Surveying the surroundings, only a few hundred bugs remained, quickly eliminated by the electromagnetic thunder cannon. Watching as over 20,000 ferocious bugs were annihilated in such a short time, Sangqi couldn't help but marvel at nature's power. Without the sandstorm, defeating these bugs with the Sangqiong alone would have taken much longer. However, there was no time for reflection. The image of the crystal box in the third layer of the ruins, and the high-grade star sea artifacts it might contain, flashed through Sangqi's mind. He immediately piloted the Sangqiong back into the ruins. In the third level of the ruins, the drone bee ahead spread its wings once more and flew into the space. After confirming that the twin-winged tiger beetles in this level had been mostly cleared, the skydome swiftly passed through the space curtain and entered the third level. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the silence. The massive brood mother instinctively issued a warning, its sound waves echoing throughout the space. Immediately, over 20,000 splatterbugs below surged like a tide, simultaneously spitting corrosive acid toward the skydome. Sangqi, however, remained confident. Without the twin-winged tiger beetles that could gnaw at the ship's hull up close, these long-range acid attacks were not a significant threat. The third-tier dark matter energy shield generator components glowed with a pale blue light, with shield values exceeding 4 million and defense values reaching over 100,000. The attacks from the first-tier splatterbugs couldn't breach the shield, and the relatively few second-tier splatterbugs were also easily handled by the dark matter energy shield. Sangqi allocated only a small part of his attention to necessary evasive maneuvers, focusing most of his mind on the third-tier brood mother. Under the continuous bombardment of the pure yang sword light cannon, the wound on the brood mother's head had expanded to over 30 meters, with purple viscous blood continuously seeping out. The massive creature, spanning 1,000 meters, seemed to be weakening, its roars diminishing, and its head drooping powerlessly onto the stone floor. Despite this, Sangqi remained vigilant, maneuvering the skydome to hover above the entrance between the second and third levels, continuously firing the pure yang sword light cannon. His strategy was simple: avoid close encounters and slowly wear down the enemy with ample time. Suddenly, the brood mother erupted with a strong purple light. Subsequently, an astonishing number of eggs, numbering in the millions, were expelled from its body, causing its abdomen to deflate further. Sangqi promptly redirected the electromagnetic thunder cannon to swiftly clear these dense clusters of eggs. Seeing its offspring being mercilessly destroyed, the brood mother opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Sangqi anticipated another command but was caught off guard when a dazzling purple ray shot from its mouth, aiming straight for the skydome. The speed of the purple ray was incredible, rivaling the skydome's chaotic yang sword in tint divine light. Fortunately, Sangqi had maintained high alertness and, in a critical moment, entered an overdrive state, maneuvering the skydome slightly. This minor adjustment allowed the ray to only graze the side of the skydome, dissipating much of its power. Sangqi quickly checked the dark matter energy shield's values, his breath catching. The shield value, which had been over 4 million, was now just above 1.5 million. If not for his timely micro-adjustment, the dark matter energy shield generator might have overloaded. As he caught his breath, a hint of a smile appeared in Sangqi's eyes. This attack seemed to have drained the brood mother significantly, its once crystalline purple skin now dull, transforming from youthful softness to the withered state of an octogenarian. Even so, Sangqi dared not act recklessly. The third-tier brood mother was renowned throughout the shattered star sea, and who knew what other tricks it might have. That previous purple ray had nearly caused the dark matter energy shield generator to overload. Another hit like that, an escape might be impossible today. Sangqi continued to operate the electromagnetic thunder cannon to clear the eggs. However, after several minutes of intense firing, tens of thousands of insects still hatched. Combined with the previous splatterbugs, nearly 100,000 insects now filled the third level, creating a terrifying scene. As he looked at the nearly packed space filled with the insect swarm, Sangqi's brows furrowed, but his eyes gleamed with determination. The sight before him was indeed daunting, but he had no intention of retreating. Despite the earlier wave of 20,000 splatterbugs, most of the newly spawned insects were still at the Zeroth tier, posing little threat to the skyship. Sangqi's gaze settled on the insect mother's now half-withered body, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. He mused that if the insect mother were to release what little energy it had left, it would inevitably become extremely weak, a scenario he eagerly anticipated. The skyship's artillery fired continuously. The secondary cannons precisely targeted the Zoroastrier-winged tigerhead bugs, while the main cannon locked onto the insect mother's body, bombarding it relentlessly. Song-Chi watched intently, curious about how the insect mother would respond. Several seconds later, the insect mother made an unexpected move. It expelled the remaining energy within its body. Song-Chi frowned, puzzled. In this relic space with no other energy sources, how would the insect mother sustain its massive body after depleting its energy? Was it simply waiting to die? However, the sight of nearly 100,000 insects left him no time to ponder. As the energy from the insect mother began to spread, tens of thousands of insects started evolving again. The dense swarm of winged tigerhead bugs filled the entire upper level of the three-tiered space, making one's scalp tingle. Song-Chi took a deep breath to steady himself. He repeated his previous tactic, maneuvering the skyship back to the second level of the relic. This time, however, was different. No winged tigerhead bugs followed. Clearly, the insect mother, a Tier 3 life form, had learned from the last encounter and changed its strategy, ordering the swarm to defend the third level. Seeing his plan fail, Song-Chi's expression darkened. With tens of thousands of insects guarding the upper level, forcing the skyship through would be extremely dangerous. Yet, giving up was not an option he could accept. Although he could use the market space anchor to return in a month, the problem was that the repulsion field of the upper space barrier had been cleared, allowing the winged tigerhead bugs to move freely. Given the insect mother's intelligence, it could easily command the swarm to search for resources to recuperate during that month. What worried Song-Chi even more was the uncertainty of whether the insect mother could leave the relic space. If it could, it would undoubtedly take the crystal box with it, rendering all his efforts futile. With this in mind, Song-Chi's eyes grew resolute. He began to rapidly think of countermeasures, weighing various possibilities. Several hours later, the skyship, stationary in the second level of the relic, began to take action again. The bow started to gather sword intent divine light after 6 hours of buffering. The divine light of the extreme yang sword intent from the black hole was ready. This was a decision Song-Chi made after careful consideration. Since the insect mother chose to hold its ground, his strategy was to kill it as quickly as possible once the skyship broke into the third level. Without the insect mother's command, the nearly 100,000 insects would instinctively pursue the skyship, allowing him to repeat his previous tactic of using the sandstorm outside to eliminate the winged tigerhead bugs. As for the remaining splatterbugs, the recharged dark matter energy shield would hold until the electromagnetic thunder cannon cleared them out. 13 seconds later, the divine light of the extreme yang sword intent was about to complete its final charge. At this moment, the already primed Hornet drone shot out, piercing through the upper space barrier. In just 1 second, Song-Chi's neural beacon was completely disabled, indicating that the insects above had immediately detected the drones. Rather than being surprised, a sharp glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. The skyship's engines roared to life, propelling the warship upward. With a pop, the skyship broke through the space barrier, reappearing in the third level of the relic. Instantly, a barrage of attacks rained down. Countless jets of corrosive acid splashed against the dark matter energy shield, emitting a piercing sizzling sound, as if attempting to devour the entire skyship. Countless winged tiger-headed insects swarmed frantically, ignoring the black wounds caused by corrosive acid on their bodies, as they crazily charged towards the Tsangqiang. In the blink of an eye, these insects broke through the outer dark matter energy shield and clung to the ship's armor, their maw-like mandibles fiercely gnawing at the Starlight 5 alloy. The ship's AI issued a series of warnings. Warning: hull armor damage at 8. Please repair immediately. Warning: hull armor damage at 16, hull integrity at 3. Please repair immediately. Warning: hull armor damage at 30, hull integrity at 9. Urgent repairs needed. In just a few seconds, the armor damage on the Tsangqiang reached 30, with nearly a tenth of the hull itself compromised, highlighting the terrifying power of these insects' mandibles. However, Song-Chi remained unfazed. He focused intently on the 100-meter-long sword energy at the bow, waiting for it to fully form. Then, he aimed the pure yang sword light cannon in a specific direction and fired without hesitation. A second later, a violent energy shockwave erupted in the third layer of space, accompanied by a piercing screech from the insect queen. Song-Chi's strike was not random. It was based on precise targeting data from the earlier reconnaissance by the Bumblebee drones. Despite the swarm obstructing his view, he accurately hit the giant gap on top of the insect queen's head. Without waiting to see the results, Song-Chi immediately maneuvered the Tsangqiang to rapidly descend back to the second layer of the ruins. Some of the winged tiger-headed insects followed closely, while those already attached to the hull continued gnawing at the armor. The intelligence system warned again: hull armor damage at 50, hull integrity at 18. Urgent repairs needed. Song-Chi used the electromagnetic thunder cannon to clear the insects from the hull while activating the healing fruit module. A white light enveloped the entire ship, quickly repairing most of the damage. Repairs in progress. Hull armor restored to 25, current damage at 27. Hull integrity restored to 10, current damage at 9. Complete repairs needed. Hearing this, Song-Chi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Under the continuous bombardment of the electromagnetic thunder cannon, the insects on the hull were soon cleared, including the hundreds that had followed. At that moment, Song-Chi's eyes widened, and his heartbeat raced that Song-Chiong had received a trace of third-tier floating land essence. This not only meant the insect queen was dead, but also indicated it had been a fourth-tier entity in life. Realizing this, Song-Chi regretfully slapped his forehead. Had he known, he would have upgraded the Song-Chiong's hearth hull to level 19 and initiated the warship's advancement mission. A peak fourth-tier insect queen could have provided at least a 10 success rate for the Song-Chiong's upgrade. Unfortunately, that opportunity had already slipped away. Sigh, what a pity. Song-Chi let out a soft sigh but quickly pulled himself together. Although the failed promotion was a bit disappointing, it wasn't a significant issue for someone of his stature. With the support of the heavenly market, his chances of successfully advancing to the second tier next time would greatly increase. Even if he failed again, he could use his gold merit points to acquire resources to shorten the recovery period of the Seed of Incandescence. Once the recovery period was over, he could quickly elevate the newly bound Incandescence battleship back to the first tier, gaining another opportunity to break through to the second tier. As he pondered, the spatial curtain above began to ripple. Just as Song-Chi had anticipated, with the death of the Tier 3 insect mother, the ordinary insects were left in disarray, their threat significantly reduced. His eyes narrowed as he ignored the few insects trickling down from the spatial curtain, and he maneuvered the skyship to ascend slowly. A few seconds later, the skyship pierced through the spatial curtain, exposing itself to the swarm of leaderless insects. This sudden appearance ignited a frenzy, and the previously scattered insects immediately swarmed towards the skyship. Swarms of double-winged tiger-headed insects flapped their wings and enveloped the entire projection screen in the control room. Having achieved his objective, Song-Chi wasted no time and swiftly maneuvered the battleship to descend back to the second layer of the ruins. Without the insect mother's restraint, a massive number of double-winged tiger-headed insects followed closely, pouring in from the spatial curtain above. The skyship immediately headed for the entrance connecting the first and second layers. Before long, Song-Chi repeated his tactic, luring tens of thousands of double-winged tiger-headed insects out of the ruins and straight into the depths of the sand sea. This time, he chose a larger storm eye to handle the vast number of insects. In less than half an hour, over 40,000 Tier 1 and Tier 2 double-winged tiger-headed insects were obliterated within the storm eye. Song-Chi sighed again, lamenting the loss of all those insect corpses. Beyond the energy crystals, the sheer amount of Tier 1 and Tier 2 insect meat would have been immensely valuable. But he quickly shifted his focus to more important targets: the Tier 4 energy essence from the insect mother's flesh and the crystal box in the third layer of the ruins. Returning to the second layer of the ruins, he found it teeming with thousands of insects, not only double-winged tiger-headed insects, but also a large number of splatter insects. Without hesitation, Song-Chi used the electromagnetic thunder cannon to eliminate the splatter insects. He wouldn't leave these insects unchecked. The corpses of 30,000 Tier 1 and Tier 2 insects alone meant at least 30,000 pounds of prime meat. Although Tier 1 insect meat was of little use to him, it was an excellent auxiliary cultivation resource for Song Ting, Song Bo, and Song Shirshir, who had not yet awakened. Even if he exchanged all of it for the family, it would amount to thousands of merit points. In less than half an hour, the splatter insects in the second layer were completely cleared out. Song-Chi didn't rush to collect the insect corpses, but instead guided the skyship into the third layer of the ruins. As expected, near the crystal box, the Tier 3 insect mother had already perished. However, this layer still housed tens of thousands of splatter insects and a few hundred double-winged tiger-headed insects. After nearly 2 more hours, the third layer was finally cleared. For Song-Chi, the insect corpses scattered everywhere were precious pieces of meat. The skyship hovered above the crystal box, and after confirming he had received the Tier 3 floating land essence, Song-Chi no longer worried about the possibility of the insect mother playing dead. With a mechanical whir, the skyship's hatch opened, and 10 fired Sui soldiers wielding cutters jumped down from the sky, beginning to slice up the now shriveled and deformed insect mother's corpse. Although he was eager to open the crystal box below, Song-Chi restrained his impulse. To protect the corpse of the queen insect from being damaged by the pure yang sword light cannon, he decided to let the Fire Sun soldiers handle it first. Despite the queen insect's incredibly strong amethyst skin, which made his concern seem excessive, the high value of the corpse necessitated caution on Song-Chi's part. His gaze swept over the queen insect's body as he calculated the treasures it contained. Not only was there the queen insect's flesh and potentially existing energy crystals, but the amethyst skin alone was already worth more than ordinary purple artifacts. Song Chi recalled the information he had. The unique amethyst skin of this queen insect could be made into a bionic skin armor, and since this queen insect had reached the peak of the 4th tier, its skin was even more precious. Bionic skin armor not only had superior defense compared to ordinary exoskeleton and alloy armors, but its softness was comparable to regular clothing, not hindering the agility of the Starfire fleet captains at all. Song Chi estimated that this pseudo-4th tier amethyst skin armor could withstand most attacks below the 4th tier, making it a treasure that every Starfire fleet captain dreamed of. However, this powerful defense posed a significant challenge for the handling process. Even though Song Chi had equipped the Fire Sun soldiers with advanced alloy cutters, it took them nearly 4 hours to completely strip the amethyst skin from the queen insect. The subsequent tasks were much simpler. 10 Fire Sun soldiers quickly cut out 100 kilograms of queen insect flesh from the corpse. Song Chi carefully stored the flesh in the market's secret realm, feeling a bit regretful for not finding any energy crystals. Finally, Song Chi turned his attention to the crystal box below. Under the continuous bombardment of the pure yang sword light cannon, the seemingly indestructible box was completely shattered after 2 hours. At that moment, Song Chi's heartbeat stopped, his breath caught, and his eyes were fixed below. The light emitted from the shattered crystal box was glaringly red. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, and his heartbeat immediately pounded like a drum. What did the red light signify? It indicated that the crystal box contained an epic-level Starsea artifact. Orange represented glory, while red signified epic. This meant that an artifact of higher quality than orange lay below. Song Chi's inner voice roared. It must be an epic artifact that can be converted into a ship component. His thoughts raced as he began to speculate on the type of artifact. What could it be? A weapon? Armor? Or some other extraordinary item? Each possibility made his heart surge with excitement. Suppressing his trembling hands, Song Chi took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the slowly descending Sangqiong. His heart raced, excitement coursing through him like an electric current. This thrill stemmed from his deep understanding of the value of a red-grade epic component. Half a year ago, Song Chi couldn't accurately describe the worth of a red component, but now things were different. After the fierce battle with the Bloodblade pirates and the adventure in the Moro secret realm, he had a clear grasp of its value. To the influential figures of the Song family, the entire Moro secret realm was worth no more than a single red-grade component, underscoring its preciousness. As his thoughts churned, the Sangqiong hovered several dozen meters above the ground. The hatch suddenly opened, and Song Chi, clad in military exoskeleton power armor, leapt out. Thud! The heavy landing sound echoed, and Song Chi immediately looked ahead. The scene before him filled him with renewed joy. The radiance wasn't just a dazzling red. There was a faint hint of purple light, though overshadowed by the intense red glow. Song Chi quickly stepped forward, first grabbing the purple artifact and pressing it to his forehead. Soon, he obtained the attributes of the purple artifact once it transformed into a ship component. Bloro Super Beam Cannon LV0. Quality: purple. Feature: main cannon power increased by 25. Consumption: 300 shot of ethereal energy points. Power: 21. Charging: 10s. Buffering: 20s. Upgrade requirement: 8 strands of floating land essence at 0 level, 800 ethereal energy points. For the Sangqiong, already equipped with the pure yang sword beam cannon, this ship cannon was not particularly enticing. Song Chi thought that when the Sangqiong advanced to a third-tier cruiser, only an orange-grade main cannon would catch his eye. He quickly stored the main cannon in the Xinhua ancestral aperture and eagerly turned his attention to the brilliantly glowing red artifact. Pressing the red artifact to his forehead for a few seconds, Song Chi's face broke into a radiant smile. This red-grade cosmic artifact could also transform into a ship component, a significant asset for any Xinhua ship captain. Enslavement Metal LV0. Quality: red. Feature 1. Mind Bridge. Feature 2. Enslavement Mark Frenzy. Feature 3. Size Control Small. Consumption: 10,000 usage of ethereal energy points. Enslavement Marks: 22. Effect: can enslave life forms no higher than 0 level, completely controlled by the Xinhua ship captain. Limitation: the weaker the will of the enslaved, the higher the success rate of enslavement, and vice versa. Upgrade requirement: 50 strands of floating land essence at 0 level, 5,000 ethereal energy points. Note: this component occupies 3 special slots. Mind Bridge allows telepathic communication between the enslaved and the ship captain. Enslavement Mark Frenzy consumes 5,000 ethereal energy points to induce a frenzy state in a designated enslaved target, boosting their power by 1 major tier at the cost of life force. Frenzy lasts 30 minutes, with a 5-year cooldown. Power boost cannot exceed the component's enhancement limit. Size Control Small. All enslaved beings can shrink at will, but their strength diminishes proportionally with their size reduction. Song-Chi carefully studied the attributes of this red component, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Each of the three features was astonishing, befitting a red-grade component. The mind bridge far exceeded the simple description in its attribute list, enabling ultra-long distance, even intergalactic, telepathic communication. This was beyond the reach of ordinary control components. The enslavement mark frenzy was even more astounding, allowing the enslaved to enhance their power by one major tier. This was fundamentally different from the puppet components on the ship. Even fourth-tier puppet components, without the support of same-tier mecha units or extraordinary abilities, were only pseudo-fourth-tier units. The enslavement medal, however, required only the enslavement of a third-tier extraordinary unit from an alien civilization to temporarily gain true fourth-tier power through frenzy. This meant that once the component was upgraded to third tier and an appropriate third-tier alien unit was enslaved, it would be akin to carrying a true fourth-tier combat power, albeit usable only once. The unique feature of the size-adjustable device caught Song-Chi's attention immediately. This capability greatly expanded his selection of units from other civilizations. Even massive beings like the Star Sea Giant could be easily transported with the fleet. The excitement surged within him at the thought, making it hard for him to calm down. A few minutes later, his thoughts returned to the broodmother he had encountered earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on him why the broodmother was reluctant to leave the crystal box. It became clear that the broodmother had been controlled by the Buluo civilization using the enslavement medal from the very beginning, and its final directive was likely to guard the medal. Despite this realization, Song-Chi still had questions. If the Buluo civilization had already enslaved the broodmother, why did they seal it within the ruins instead of deploying it against their enemies before their civilization fell? After all, a fourth-tier broodmother's combat strength was not only on par with, but even surpassed that of a typical mid-tier civilization's main fleet. Shaking his head, Song-Chi decided not to dwell on these unanswerable questions. Thinking of the broodmother, Song-Chi couldn't help but sigh. Had he known the crystal box contained such a precious red epic-grade enslavement component, he would have found a way to keep the broodmother. As a top-tier species in the fragmented Star Sea, its terrifying swarm tactics would have been a significant asset to the Zhangqiu. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare, and who knows when another one might come along. Although slightly regretful, Song-Chi didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he had no way of knowing at the time. Even if he had known, obtaining the enslavement medal without alerting the broodmother would have been nearly impossible. Understanding this, he quickly let go of his regret. Song-Chi's eyes turned to the notes section of the medal. Note: this component requires 3 special slots. This information meant that installing this red component would take up 3 slots, compared to the usual 1 slot for common components, posing a significant limitation. However, this wasn't a problem for the current Sangqiu. The LV-10 Xinhua-class ship still had 6 available special slots. Even after installing the enslavement medal, 3 slots would remain. If more slots were needed in the future, upgrading the ship to LV-15 would add another 6 special slots, ensuring no short-term issues. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi pushed aside his scattered thoughts. His internal energy circulated as he leaped back onto the Zhangqiu. He didn't immediately install the enslavement medal, but opened the hatch and gently lowered the ship. When it was only a few meters from the ground, the Zhangqiu emitted a tractor beam. Soon, variously sized insect corpses began to be drawn into the Zhangqiu's hold by the beam. Although the tractor beam of the Xinhua-class ship wasn't as powerful as that of a frigate, it was more than sufficient for these insect corpses, each less than 10 meters in size. Meanwhile, 10 Huokue soldiers were swiftly cutting the insect corpses to extract the prime meat. With only about 10 hours left before they had to return, and over 40,000 insect corpses still in the ruins, time was of the essence. The Zhangqiu could only carry 2 insect corpses per trip back to the market, so Song-Chi had to mobilize all available personnel and race against the clock. As Song-Chi made repeated trips between the market and the ruins, the number of insect corpses in the ruins gradually decreased. After more than 9 hours, the third layer was nearly cleared. Song-Chi and the 10 Huokue soldiers moved to the second layer, where over 10,000 insect corpses still needed processing. Given the limited time, Song-Chi decided to abandon the first-tier insect corpses and focus on the 100 or so second-tier ones. He and the Huokue soldiers began quickly cutting the second-tier splatter insects' corpses. After another half hour, the cutting was mostly done. The Zhangqiu did not continue processing the remaining thousands of first-tier insect corpses, but instead headed directly to the first layer of the ruins. In each of the 4 corners of this layer lay a second-tier ironclad insect corpse. Time was running out, with only about 10 minutes left before they had to return. Song-Chi moved swiftly, processing these precious ironclad insect corpses. The first ironclad insect corpse yielded 5 pounds of second-tier prime meat, but unfortunately, no energy crystals were found. The second armored insect corpse was skillfully dissected by Song-Chi, yielding 6 pounds of Tier 2 refined meat into his hands. Although he didn't find any energy crystals, he wasn't disheartened. When the blade sliced open the third insect corpse, a pleasant surprise awaited him. Not only did he obtain 5 pounds of refined meat, but also a low-level energy crystal lying quietly within. Song-Chi's eyes lit up instantly. This energy crystal, combined with the 2,300-year-old MOU tree sap he had previously acquired, brought the goal of upgrading the Song-Chiong to Tier 2 one step closer. All that was needed now were a few more special resources to initiate the upgrade mission. Excited, Song-Chi quickly turned to the last armored insect corpse. He knew energy crystals were extremely rare, and getting one was already fortunate, so finding a second one was highly unlikely. As expected, this corpse only contained 5 pounds of Tier 2 refined meat, with no other surprises. After securing all his gains, Song-Chi unhesitatingly piloted the Song-Chiong out of the ruins and headed straight into the sky. As the spaceship reached the appropriate altitude, a return signal was received. Accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations, the Song-Chiong vanished from the star field. Moments later, the Song-Chiong reappeared high above the Longji continent. Standing in the control room, Song-Chi gazed at the vast expanse below, his face beaming with irrepressible excitement. This expedition to the ruins of the Bulo civilization had been immensely rewarding. Insect refined meat, a low-level energy crystal, pseudo-tier 4 purple crystal skin, insect queen meat containing tier 4 energy essence, a purple main cannon, and red special components. Each of these items alone would be enough to make captains of similar rank envious. Amidst his excitement, Song-Chi felt a surge of gratitude towards Shen Qing. If it hadn't been for Shen Qing taking him to explore the Bulo civilization ruins, he wouldn't have had such a bountiful harvest. He silently vowed to properly thank Shen Qing in the future. Lost in thought, that Song-Chiong had already descended to the shores of Qingyu Lake. Song-Chi stored the spaceship and returned to his personal courtyard at Qingyu Manor. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately accessed the heavenly market. In the market, whether in the free trade area or the vacant streets, piles of Tier 1 insect corpses collected earlier were everywhere. Standing at the market gate, Song-Chi's body radiated with the power of laws. With a light wave of his arm, nearly 100 blades formed from the power of laws appeared above the insect corpses. Swish, swish, swish. The blades of law precisely cut through the corpses, swiftly dismembering them. Pieces of refined meat, some weighing around 2 pounds and others less than 1 pound, separated from the corpses, but the quantity was staggering. Half an hour later, all the insect corpses had been processed. Under Song-Chi's control, the remnants of these corpses began to disintegrate and dissolve, ultimately becoming part of the energy of the heavenly market. Although the market could draw energy from the void on its own, processing such a large number of insect corpses in this manner was undoubtedly the most efficient method. At this moment, over 40,000 pounds of Tier 1 refined meat had been piled up beside Song-Chi. Additionally, he had over 10,000 pounds of Tier 2 insect refined meat stored in a sealed space. Unfortunately, no second energy crystal was found among the more than 30,000 Tier 1 insect corpses. Song-Chi wasn't surprised by this, as these insects were catalyzed by the insect queen, making the probability of condensing energy crystals much lower than that of normal insects. Gazing at the mountain of prime meat, Song-Chi fell into deep thought. He decided to keep all the second-tier meat for himself, leave some first-tier meat for his younger siblings, and exchange the rest with the family. He quickly summoned the skyship and stored all the first-tier meat inside. Next, Song-Chi took out the enslavement badge and began enhancing it without hesitation. From level 0 to level 10, it consumed 1,010 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. Reaching level 20 cost an additional 780 strands of first-tier floating land essence. Although he still had 25 titanium crystals, it wasn't enough to upgrade the badge to the 3rd tier, so he decided to pause the enhancement. The attributes of the enhanced enslavement badge improved significantly. The number of enslavement marks increased from 2 to 4, the duration of the enslavement mark berserk feature extended from 30 minutes to 2 hours, and the cooldown period shortened from 5 years to 3 years. The effects of the other 2 features also showed notable improvement, though they still needed practical testing. Half an hour later, Song-Chi returned with a forest wolf. Eager to test the badge's effects, he began the experiment in his private courtyard. The wolf, about a meter high, lay quietly on the ground and was soon successfully enslaved by the 2nd-tier badge. Song-Chi then entered the celestial market and activated the enslavement badge within the skyship. He attempted to remotely control the forest wolf and successfully heard its howl in his mind. This indicated that the badge had surpassed the limitations of the neural wave remote control system, allowing him to monitor external situations in real time. To further test the badge's capabilities, Song-Chi sent the forest wolf to a starry sky tens of light years away, while he returned to the Dragon Spine continent. To his delight, he could easily communicate with the wolf from both the Dragon Spine continent and the celestial market. This test gave Song-Chi a preliminary understanding of the badge's powerful effects. He planned to conduct a broader interstellar test during his next expedition. If the badge could enable communication across thousands of light years, it would open up limitless possibilities for him. Song Chi's thoughts raced as he envisioned using the enslavement badge and the market patron token to establish a network of representatives within the Ember human civilization territory, or to control potential alien creatures for his use. These strategies would lay the foundation for him to build influence across the shattered star sea. Suppressing his excitement, Song Chi summoned the skyship once again within the celestial market. He gazed at the enslavement badge, clenched his fists, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. Song Chi stood before the virtual interface of the heavenly market, his gaze fixed on the enslavement medal glowing with a mysterious light. He knew well that the success rate of enslavement and the range of telepathic control were closely tied to the medal's enhancement level. To fully unleash its potential, upgrading its enhancement level became an urgent priority. I need to get more titanium crystals as soon as possible, Song Chi muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. After a moment of thought, he decisively exited the heavenly market. Returning to Qingyue Manor, Song Chi wasted no time in visiting the courtyards of his eldest uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle. From his spatial ring, he took out grade 1 Zerg meat, distributing 1 to 2,000 pounds to each household. When he arrived at Song Ting's courtyard, he left over 1,000 pounds for her as well. As he distributed the meat, Song Chi calculated that the energy contained within would dissipate over time, and thus shouldn't be stored for too long. As for the tens of thousands of pounds of grade 2 Zerg meat in the heavenly market, Song Chi had long sealed it with the power of laws to ensure the energy wouldn't leak. This method was complicated to explain to his elders, so he didn't bother doing the same for the grade 1 meat. His uncles had initially wanted to repay him with grade 1 floating land essence, but Song Chi politely declined. It wasn't that he was trying to curry favor with his family. Rather, to him, grade 1 floating land essence was no longer rare. If it were other rare resources, he would naturally accept them at their value. After taking care of these matters, Song Chi headed straight to his grandparents' courtyard. His grandfather, Song Mingsong, was set to leave in 2 days for a mission located 2,000 light-years away on the Dragon's Pine continent. There were some questions Song Chi needed to ask urgently. Grandpa, does our clan have any strong creatures suitable for enslavement? Song Chi asked directly. Song Mingsong raised an eyebrow and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, did you acquire a control-type component this time? Song Chi nodded, relieved that his grandfather didn't press for specific details about its quality. After a moment of contemplation, Song Mingsong replied, if I remember correctly, the family does keep several species with excellent genetic lineage on the Dragon's Pine continent. However, these are family assets. If you really want to enslave one, you'll have to apply at the Merits Hall. Armed with this information, Song Chi took out a piece of pseudo 4th grade Zerg Queen's amethyst skin from his spatial ring. This material required specialized techniques and expert bioengineering personnel to create a bionic skin battle armor. It was beyond his capability alone, so he sought his grandfather's advice. Seeing the enormous piece of pseudo 4th grade amethyst skin, Song Mingsong's eyes flashed with surprise. He could tell that the skin had been freshly harvested, implying that his grandson had likely taken down a powerful Zerg queen on his own. Suppressing his excitement, Song Mingsong didn't ask further, but summoned the Anger Lion warship. Initially, he hadn't planned to visit the Dragon's Pine Sacred Mountain, but considering the significance of the pseudo 4th grade Zerg queen's skin, he decided to make the trip himself. During the journey, Song Mingsong cut the amethyst skin into sections with a 1:9 ratio. He kept a 100-meter piece and told Song Chi, just this piece alone can produce more than 10 sets of pseudo 4th grade bionic skin battle armor. We'll prepare a set for each of our family members. Don't worry, your uncles will compensate you with merit points later. Handing the remaining 900 meters of amethyst skin back to Song Chi, he added, you can decide what to do with the rest. If you turn it into the family, you can exchange it for around 10 golden merit points. However, I suggest holding on to it unless you urgently need the points. Bionic skin battle armor is a lifesaver, and you might get a better price if you find someone in desperate need. Understood. Song Chi nodded solemnly. Then, the 2 warships, one large and one small, ascended into the sky, leaping toward the Dragon's Pine Sacred Mountain. Before the jump, Song Chi approached the enslavement medal and, with a thought, unbound the forest wolf he had previously enslaved. Moments later, he was pleased to see that the enslavement mark on the component's attribute panel had returned from 34 to 44. He had initially wanted to test the specific effects of the enslavement mark's berserk trait, but decided against it, considering the long 3-year cooldown period. At the foot of Longji Sacred Mountain lies the headquarters of the Song family's 5 main halls. It was here that Song Chi parted ways with his grandfather, Song Mingsong. Song Mingsong headed to the science department under the Internal Affairs Hall to handle the purple crystal skin issue, while Song Chi made his way directly to the Merit Hall. Song Chi had 2 objectives for this visit. First, to exchange over 30,000 pounds of Zerg refined meat with the family, and second, to explore the Merit Tower. He recalled his grandmother mentioning that the Merit Tower was a treasure trove, offering a plethora of rare and exotic items. This had piqued his curiosity for a long time, and with some merit points on hand, he hoped to find something worthwhile. Arriving at the exchange room of the merit hall, a family member in charge of exchanges asked, "First-tier Zerg refined meat? Is the quantity substantial?" Uncertain of what constituted substantial, Song-Chi responded with a question, "Does the quantity directly affect the exchange rate?" The family member explained, "For ordinary first-tier Zerg refined meat, if the quantity is small, it's 1 pound for 1 merit point. For amounts exceeding 10,000 pounds, it's 1 pound for 1.2 merit points." Upon hearing this, Song-Chi immediately presented his over 30,000 pounds of first-tier refined meat. After counting, the family member announced, a total of 37,200 pounds, which can be exchanged for 44,640 merit points. "Do you wish to proceed?" Song-Chi nodded without hesitation. Moments later, his quantum communication wristband displayed his merit points, now increased to 94,640, almost reaching the 100,000 mark. He was very satisfied. Ignoring further inquiries about second-tier Zerg refined meat, Song-Chi quickly left the merit hall and arrived at the base of an ancient, towering building that rose 1,000 meters high. He gazed at the structure exuding an aura of antiquity before stepping inside. Upon entering, Song-Chi was astonished to find the interior space far larger than the exterior suggested. The first floor alone spanned over 10,000 square meters, and looking up, he could see dozens, if not hundreds, of similar floors above. He began wandering around the first floor, where hundreds of Song family members were busy buying and exchanging various resources. Mercury crystals, chi ores, purple copper, illusion crystals, life cores, intermediate body tempering potions, white artifacts, blue artifacts. The array of resources was dazzling. What intrigued Song-Chi even more were the counters displaying these resources. They seemed to employ some special spatial folding technology, appearing small yet capable of holding an astonishing amount of items. He witnessed a family member exchange for over 1,000 tons of a particular resource in one go, while the stock behind the counter seemed untouched. Not finding the resources he urgently needed on the first floor didn't discourage Song-Chi. He continued upward, exploring the second, third, fourth floors, until he reached the 10th floor, where he finally found what he was looking for. A display sign read, "Name, Advanced Body Tempering Potion. Exchange rate, 500 merit points per vial. Exchange quantity, unlimited. Note, strictly prohibited from being sold externally. Severe penalties for violators." Song-Chi calculated in his mind, 500 merit points per vial, 20 vials for 10,000 merit points. He immediately decided to purchase 20 vials. This advanced body tempering potion was extremely effective for him at this stage. Combined with body refining liquid and Zerg refined meat, he felt confident that his guiding technique would soon break through to level 11. Song-Chi, carrying 20 advanced body tempering potions, continued his ascent to the upper levels of the merit hall. His steps were light yet resolute, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon reaching the 20th floor, a unique exchange counter caught his attention. Unlike the other counters, this one did not trade items for merit points, but facilitated the conversion between different tiers of floating land essence. The counter clearly listed 3 exchange methods. 1. 10 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence for 1 strand of Tier 1 floating land essence. 2. 15 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence for 1 strand of Tier 2 floating land essence. 3. 20 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence for 1 strand of Tier 3 floating land essence. These exchanges could be performed both ways. However, Song-Chi knew that most members of the Song clan typically exchanged lower-tier essences for higher-tier ones, rarely the other way around. Due to this highly imbalanced demand, strict limits were imposed on each type of exchange. Only clan members who had achieved level 10 or above in the first tier of the Nether Energy Guidance technique could initiate exchanges, and each person had an annual cap on the number of exchanges. First type, up to 1,000 times per year, i.e., 10,000 strands of Tier 0 for 1,000 strands of Tier 1. Second type, up to 200 times per year, i.e., 3,000 strands of Tier 1 for 200 strands of Tier 2. Third type, up to 50 times per year, i.e., 1,000 strands of Tier 2 for 50 strands of Tier 3. Song-Chi was well aware of these restrictions. In the Shattered Star Sea, high-tier floating land essence was already scarce. With the large number of Song clan members, the shortage of high-tier essence was even more pronounced. This was not just a problem for the Song clan. Almost all major powers faced the same issue. In comparison, the Song clan's situation was relatively better. They possessed the Dragon Spine continent, a level 5 star sea floating land, which could naturally produce a considerable amount of mid to high-tier floating land essence each year. Additionally, the long-standing practice of using lower-tier essence to cultivate the core of floating land essence had created a beneficial cycle. The annual supply of mid to high-tier essence from the Dragon Spine continent alone was substantial, far surpassing that of other factions. Without hesitation, Song-Chi took out 10,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence from his Fire Ancestor Aperture and exchanged them for 1,000 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. He then took out another 2,000 strands of Tier 1 essence and, combined with the newly exchanged 1,000 strands, traded them for 200 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence. Carefully storing the hard-earned Tier 2 floating land essence back into his Fire Ancestor aperture, Song Qi gained a renewed appreciation for their value. This exchange corrected his previous misconception of the essence's worth, which had been skewed by a one-time large acquisition. With this new understanding, Song Qi continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 29th floor of the Merit Hall, he paused again, his gaze shifting between several counters. One counter, in particular, caught his eye. It displayed information about top-grade body tempering potions. Name: top-grade body tempering potion. Exchange price: 10,000 merit points per potion. Exchange limit: up to 3 potions per person per year. Note: strictly prohibited from external sale. Highly potent, recommended for use with Nether Energy Guidance Technique level 20 or above. After careful consideration, Song Qi decided not to exchange for the potion just yet, as he didn't need it in the short term. He then turned to another counter, which offered enslavement rights for the clan's domesticated creatures. Two-headed Gnoll Enslavement Certificate. Creature name: Two-headed Gnoll. Species: Gnoll. Genetic bloodline rating: 49. Innate ability: Dual Elemental Magic Mastery. Enslavement cost in merit points: Tier 1 Two-headed Gnoll, 300 points. Tier 2 Two-headed Gnoll, 3,000 points. Tier 3 Two-headed Gnoll, 20,000 points. Domestication location: Black Mountain Plain, Dragon Spine Continent. Song Qi studied the information carefully, deep in thought. These two-headed gnolls, under the Song clan's control, showed considerable potential. Their innate ability, Dual Elemental Magic Mastery, meant they had multiple attack attributes and methods, making their combat capabilities quite formidable. Song Qi's gaze wandered over the genetic rating chart of the Song family, meticulously studying the data on various enslavable creatures. This chart was developed by the Song family, taking into account the potential, innate abilities, physical attributes, and combat power at the same level for each species. The rating scale capped at 100 points. From his previous research, Song Qi knew that the closer a species rating was to 100, the rarer and more valuable it was. His eyes skimmed over the data for the two-headed gnoll, a genetic rating of 45, which made it a relatively excellent creature in the Star Sea. However, compared to the broodmother he had slain in the ruins of the Bro civilization, which had a genetic rating of 90, this rating seemed lackluster. Song Qi frowned and quickly moved on to the next option. The data for the Commotion serpent appeared before him, a genetic rating of 65, with innate abilities including Commotion scales and Commotion bite. This rating placed it in the third tier, far surpassing ordinary Starsea creatures, and even exceeding the rating of the Ember human race itself. Song Qi's interest was piqued, but he continued to browse. Next, the enslavement certificates for creatures like the Silver Moon Wolf, Three-Eyed Lion, and Silver-Blood Griffin flashed by. Most of these creatures were top choices within the third tier, boasting formidable combat power. However, Song Qi had set his sights higher, yearned to find a creature that could break into the fourth tier. Just as he was about to give up, a new enslavement certificate suddenly caught his eye, capturing his full attention. Thorn Dragon Enslavement Certificate. Creature name: Thorn Dragon. Species: Thorn Dragon. Genetic rating: 80. Innate abilities: Thorn Scales, Scorching Dragon Breath, Thorn Storm. Enslavement merit points required: second tier Thorn Dragon, 80,000 regular points, 3 gold points. Third tier Thorn Dragon, 300,000 regular points, 5 gold points. Habitat: Dragon Floating Island. Song Qi's eyes lit up. The Thorn Dragon's genetic rating of 80 far surpassed all the previous options, firmly placing it in the fourth tier. Not only did it possess powerful innate abilities, but this rating also indicated that it had a high potential to advance to the fourth tier, making it an exceptional choice. Despite the staggering number of merit points required for enslavement, Song Qi's mind was already leaning towards this option. Compared to the other choices, the Thorn Dragon was undoubtedly a more promising investment. His gaze lingered on the Thorn Dragon's data, and the scales in his mind began to tip in its favor. Even the lowest tier of dragon species, the Wyverns, possessed genetic lineage far superior to the third rank, placing them in the fourth tier of the Song family's genetic hierarchy, just a step away from the fifth tier. Song Qi's gaze was drawn to the display case housing a sleek, thorny-scaled wyvern. He meticulously read the description. Thorny scales, fiery breath, Thorn Storm. Each of these innate abilities highlighted its formidable power. Song Qi was tempted but quickly shook his head. The Thorn Wyvern was indeed an ideal candidate for subjugation, but the price was staggering: 80,000 merit points and 3 gold merits for a second-tier Wyvern, and a whopping 300,000 merit points plus 5 gold merits for a third-tier one. Although he had enough merit points to exchange for a second-tier Thorn Wyvern, other factors needed consideration. He pulled up his quantum communication wristband and quickly reviewed the information. These wyverns were not kept on the Song family's main base on the Dragon Spine continent, but on a place called Wyvern Floating Island. This floating island was nearly 2,000 light-years away, located at the border between the Dinghai starfield and the northern Hongha starfield. To get there quickly, he would need to use the family's mid-range teleportation stargate in the continent skies. At that moment, Song Kai's attention was captured by another exhibitor special ship component of blue quality. He leaned in to read the description. Space Beacon Launcher LV-0. Quality: blue. Consumption: 1,000 psionic points per use. Available marks: 11. Effect: launches a beacon mark to a specified coordinate that lasts for 2 months. This mark can be activated during subsequent alien domain deployments, allowing the ship to be precisely placed at this coordinate. Once used, the mark becomes invalid. Charging time: 20s. Cooldown: 3 years. Upgrade requirements: 4 threads of floating island essence level 0, 400 psionic points, 4 life cores level 0. Merit points required: 40,000. Song Chi's eyes lit up. This device could complement the spatial anchor in the market's secret realm, especially since the market had yet to add a second spatial anchor. Having one of these was definitely necessary. After weighing his options, Song Chi made a decision. He swiped his quantum communication wristband at the counter, and 40,000 merit points were deducted in exchange for the blue quality space beacon launcher component. Next, he went to the exchange counter for the Commotion Serpent subjugation certificate, spending 10,000 merit points to get a certificate for a second-tier Commotion Serpent. Why not choose the third-tier two-headed gnoll for 20,000 merit points? Simply put, his subjugation medal was currently only enhanced to the second tier, making the success rate of subjugating third-tier creatures quite low. After completing these transactions, Song Chi looked at his wristband and saw he had only a little over 30,000 merit points left. He decided not to exchange for any more items and headed towards the 30th floor of the Merit Tower. Although the 30th floor only accepted gold merit points for transactions, it did not restrict ordinary family members from entering. This made the place bustling with nearly 1,000 people, far more crowded than the lower floors. Song Chi understood that this was likely the intention of the Song family's upper echelons to let family members witness various rare items firsthand, thereby increasing their enthusiasm for tasks and even encouraging them to turn in temporarily unused rare resources. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Song Chi walked straight through the crowd and began browsing the 30th floor. As expected, the first thing that caught his eye was the titanium crystal exchange point. Item name: titanium crystal. Exchange rate: 1 gold merit point 100 pieces. Exchange limit: maximum of 500 pieces per person every 3 years. Note: strictly prohibited from being sold outside. Violators will be severely punished. Staring at this exchange counter, Song Chi's eyes flickered with thought. He currently had 5 gold merit points, just enough to exchange his quota for the next 3 years. As he hesitated, his hand unconsciously moved towards his communication wristband, seemingly ready to make the transaction at any moment. After some contemplation, Song Chi ultimately decided against exchanging for the titanium crystal. His decision was based on 2 main reasons. Firstly, the golden merit points were incredibly rare. From what he knew, they could only be earned by completing tasks related to 4th-tier creatures, submitting ship components of purple quality or higher, or providing extremely rare resources such as void crystals, titanium crystals, mid to high-tier life crystals, and special resources related to space and time. These stringent requirements highlighted the preciousness of golden merit points. Secondly, the heavenly market consistently provided 50 titanium crystals each month. Although the quantity wasn't large, the steady supply was reassuring. Song Chi realized that as long as he wasn't in a rush, the cumulative income of titanium crystals over time would be quite substantial. Having made his decision, Song Chi didn't linger at the titanium crystal exchange counter and continued to explore the 30th floor of the Merit Building. In the next 10 minutes, he almost covered the entire floor, dazzled by the array of items on display. There were over 10 purple quality ship components, each costing around 5 golden merit points. Among them was an ordinary purple-grade fire source call, Jinglian Tianhua, capable of upgrading a colorless fire seed to white quality, but it was priced at 7 golden merit points, which didn't interest Song Chi. Soon, Song Chi arrived at the 31st floor. Here, he saw an orange-quality ship main gun with attributes similar to the pure Yang sword light cannon, also featuring a primary burst active characteristic. However, the 105 golden merit points price tag left him speechless. On the subsequent floors, Song Chi saw several orange-quality ship components, more purple components, and 2 top-tier purple fire sources comparable to orange-gray treasures. After observing these, he concluded that above the 30th floor, the value of purple quality ship components ranged from 5 to 10 golden merit points. The top-tier purple fire sources, comparable to orange-gray treasures, were uniformly priced at 40 golden merit points, while orange glory quality ship components ranged from 80 to 120 golden merit points. With this understanding, Song Chi continued his ascent. When he reached the 49th floor, he spotted a component he had long coveted: the obsidian ship armor. This was a purple quality level 0 equipment with the obsidian guardian characteristic, consuming 7 units of dark energy per second and providing 17 points of protection. It required no charging or buffering, and upgrading it required 7 strands of floating land's 0 tier essence, 700 dark energy points, and 1 kilogram of obsidian. Most enticing was its active skill, consuming 2,000 dark energy points to instantly generate an obsidian shield on the ship's surface, lasting 2 minutes with a cooldown of 48 hours. This was precisely the type of active shield ship armor Song Chi had been searching for. He recalled previously seeing the Shadow Inkstone armor at the Morning Star multifunctional shop. Although he missed the opportunity to exchange for it because he was focused on the Forest White Bone Flame, his desire for such equipment never waned. The performance of the obsidian ship armor before him was in no way inferior to the Shadow Inkstone armor, and its instant obsidian guardian characteristic was perfect for emergency protection when the skyship couldn't fully activate its dark matter energy shield generator. However, the 10 golden merit points exchange price gave Song Chi a headache. Among all the purple ship components, this was the most expensive, aside from the top-tier fire sources. With a glimmer of hope, Song Chi approached the exchange counter on the 49th floor. These counters were set up on every floor to allow clan members to submit items and receive corresponding merit points. He retrieved the Bros super main gun from the fire ancestral aperture between his brows and placed it on the counter, asking, "Excuse me, how many golden merit points can I exchange this purple main gun for?" Song Chi thought that if he could trade this main gun, which he had obtained from the Bro civilization ruins along with the enslavement medal, he might be able to gather enough merit points for the obsidian ship armor. However, reality was disappointing. An ordinary purple main gun can be exchanged for 4 golden merit points. Hearing this, Song Chi frowned. Even with the addition of this main gun, it still wasn't enough to exchange for the desired armor. In the previous layers he had explored, all purple main cannon components from the 30th layer onward, unless they had exceptional attributes like special armor piercing or shield breaking features, were generally priced at 5 gold merits. Song Chi stood inside the merit hall, frowning slightly as he held a purple main cannon component. He had just learned that his family would only buy back the same component for 4 gold merits, which surprised him given that sell at full price, buy back at 80 policy. After doing some calculations, he realized that even with the additional 4 gold merits, he still didn't have enough to exchange for the obsidian ship hull armor he desired. Moreover, he was also saving up to exchange for the 30-year Thorn Dragon enslavement proof. After a moment of hesitation, Song Chi decided to keep the Bro super cannon and resisted the urge to borrow money from his parents. After all, his parents had just returned to the family and were likely short on gold merits themselves. Looking at the storage device he carried, Song Chi remembered the remaining 900-meter-long amethyst skin inside. This was the skin of a pseudo-4th-year insect queen, and the chances of obtaining such an item again were slim. Considering that his grandfather, Song Mingsong, had already taken out a small portion for the technology department, and that many in the family would likely seek it out, Song Chi decided to hold on to it for now and wait for a better opportunity. Maybe a few more trades at the market will get me other purple ship components, Song Chi murmured to himself, then proceeded to the 50th floor of the Merit Hall. However, just as he stepped onto the stairs, a barrier of light blocked his path. More precisely, the quantum communication bracelet on his wrist was detected by the system. Access to floors above the 50th requires more than 20 gold merits. Your current gold merits are insufficient, a cold mechanical voice announced. Song Chi sighed in resignation. In the end, he left the Merit Hall with a second-tier commotion giant serpent enslavement proof, a space marker launcher component, and 20 advanced body strengthening potions. After explaining the situation to his grandfather Song Mingsong, Song Chi mentioned that he needed to visit the Deep Valley Rift. The two then went their separate ways. As for the bionic skin armor, it would take a few more days to complete, and the technology department would arrange for its delivery to Qingyue Manor. On the Dragon Spine continent, the Deep Valley Rift stretched over hundreds of thousands of kilometers with an average width of over 100,000 meters. From high above, it resembled a giant dragon lying across the land. As the skyship slowly descended, the rift's astonishing depth became apparent, with the deepest parts exceeding 100,000 meters and home to numerous creatures. The skyship docked steadily on a platform halfway down the rift, which served as the Song family's base in the Deep Valley Rift, responsible for overseeing the reproduction of the commotion giant serpent species. The platform featured a medium-sized artificial structure surrounded by a spacious docking area. Just as Song Chi was about to disembark, a loud rumble echoed from the distant rift. He quickly checked the Sky Eye surveillance radar and saw 2 vastly different-sized figures rapidly approaching. The smaller one, about 100 meters long, was being pursued by a colossal entity over 1,000 meters in length. Song Chi instantly recognized the situation. It was likely a second-tier frigate entangled with a third-tier commotion giant serpent. Sure enough, a frigate enveloped in a purple energy shield zipped past the base platform. The skyship scan revealed that the frigate's energy shield was at the peak third-tier level. Following closely behind, the platform shook violently. Through the protective barrier, Song-Chi saw a terrifying giant serpent over 1,000 meters long chasing the frigate. This peak third-tier commotion giant serpent exuded an overwhelming life force and was covered in numerous wounds, clearly from its earlier battle with the frigate. A second-tier warship capable of holding its own against a peak third-tier commotion giant serpent. Song-Chi marveled silently before disembarking from the skyship, holding the enslavement proof, and heading into the base building. Song-Chi marched forward with determined steps, encountering many of his clansmen along the way. They, like him, held proof of their enslavement. As a creature ranked third in the genetic bloodline hierarchy, the commotion giant serpent was highly regarded within the Song clan. He overheard the conversations of his clansmen. Wasn't that Song Tianyu just now? No wonder he's considered a genius from the 7th direct lineage. I heard he's barely in his 40s and already dared to face a third-tier peak commotion giant serpent Hedon. Impressive. They say he's also a purple flame seed. I wonder if he has a chance to enter the family sequence. Are you kidding? You think just a purple flame can get him into the sequence? Haven't there been plenty of purple flame members in recent years? But our family's 6 major sequences haven't changed in 20 years. Song Tianyu is indeed impressive, and he could dominate among the 4th-tier families in the duchy. But compared to the family sequence, he still has a long way to go. Agreed. I remember when His Highness Song Ming from the 5th sequence had just advanced to the 2nd tier, he managed to fend off 3 Red River pirate cruisers. Is it still appropriate to call him His Highness here? Song-Chi continued walking, his expression unchanged, but his heart was stirred. The 5th sequence of the Dinghai Song family, Song Ming, facing 3 cruisers Hedon just after advancing to the 2nd tier. He felt a heaviness in his heart. Putting himself in that position, if the current skyship advanced to the 2nd tier, he wouldn't fear facing 1 cruiser Hedon. But if it were 3, he had to admit his chances of success would be slim. The skyship, though equipped with an orange energy shield and an orange main cannon, had a significant weakness in its hull armor. Facing 3 cruisers Hedon would most likely result in its destruction. Hopefully, I can acquire a purple-grade ship component at this market. The blue-grade Starlight 5 alloy armor is really holding us back. Song-Chi resolved silently. Soon, he entered the base. A plaque read, Qian Valley Rift Garrison Base, Enslavement Office. A middle-aged man glanced at Song-Chi's calm face. From the 10th direct lineage, a 1st-tier flame captain. Are you sure your ship can accommodate a 2nd-tier commotion giant serpent after enslavement? The middle-aged man, named Song Xiao, was a 3rd-tier flame captain and a permanent resident of the Qian Valley Rift base, hailing from the 3rd direct lineage. His question was straightforward. Ordinary white and blue control components couldn't manage the size of enslaved creatures. Only purple-grade control components could reduce their size by up to 20 times. Song-Chi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Song Xiao didn't press further. He was merely offering a friendly reminder, as the 10th direct lineage had recently rejoined the family, and the higher-ups had instructed them to provide some support. Having said his piece, he wouldn't interfere with Song-Chi's decisions. Do you need my help, or do you want to try it yourself? Song Xiao asked. Song-Chi's reply was quick. I'd appreciate your help, Grandpa Xiao. Hearing this, Song Xiao nodded slightly. Before coming, Song-Chi had looked up the identities of the 3rd-tier guardians at the Qian Valley Rift base. Given Song Xiao's age, it was appropriate to call him Grandpa. Half an hour later, the skyship burst out of the Qian Valley Rift. With Song Xiao's assistance, Song-Chi successfully enslaved a 2nd-tier commotion giant serpent using the enslavement medallion. Inside the spaceship Songqiang, Song-Chi was fully focused on piloting the vessel from the main control console. Anyone familiar with him would notice something unusual about him. Draped over his shoulder was a miniature black snake, only a few centimeters long. Despite its tiny size, its scales were incredibly smooth and emitted a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, the scales appeared not only intricate but also imbued with an indescribable sense of heaviness, suggesting an astonishing level of defense. This miniature black snake was actually a drastically shrunken 2nd-tier commotion serpent. Song-Chi had it reduced to this size after bringing it aboard the Songqiang. Previously, in front of Song Xiao, he had only shrunk it to 10 meters long via telepathic control. This was to avoid unnecessary suspicion. The ability to alter the size of a subjugated creature was already a feature of the purple-grade control component. Revealing the serpent's ability to shrink 100 or 1,000 times would surely arouse Song Xiao's doubts. Song-Chi gently stroked the small snake's head, feeling little emotional attachment. To him, this 2nd-tier commotion serpent was merely a temporary asset, destined to be replaced in the future. Thus, he had no intention of forming any emotional bond. The Songqiang sped through the sky for several hours, waiting for the Purple River jump device to finish its cooldown. This blue component, currently at enhancement level 20, required a significant recovery period after each use. Once the device was ready, Song-Chi activated it immediately, returning to Qingyue Manor. Back in his personal courtyard, Song-Chi retracted the Sangqiong and vanished upon entering his room. He reappeared in the Shusher secret realm, quickly summoning the Sangqiong again to install the newly acquired space beacon launcher component, which he promptly enhanced to level 20. After the enhancement, the component still only had one beacon mark, but its duration extended from 2 months to 7 months, and the cooldown period shortened from 3 years to 2 years. Song-Chi quickly checked the attributes of the Sangqiong, paying special attention to the special component slot. After installing the enslavement medal and the space beacon launcher, only 2 of the 14 special slots remained unoccupied. He then upgraded the Sangqiong's spark hull from level 10 to level 15, increasing the number of slots to 20, leaving 8 slots available. Having completed these tasks, Song-Chi headed to the central marketplace of the Shusher. He selected a shop, cleared it out, and updated the information on the projection screen above the counter. The exchange ratios for floating land essence of various tiers, from 0 to 9, with ratios increasing by tier. This shop would specialize in exchanging low-tier floating land essence for higher-tier ones, especially targeting tiers 1, 2, and 3. Although it listed exchanges for tier 4 and above, in reality, it was almost impossible for a first-tier alien creature to possess such high-tier essence. Song-Chi meticulously checked the inventory of other shops to ensure that information on the acquisition of titanium crystals, energy crystals, millennium volcanic lava iron essence, millennium volcanic lava iron core, and purple grade or higher fire elemental artifacts was complete. Finally, he approached the ultra-long-range Space Gates random deployment platform. It had been nearly 2 months since the last Shusher transaction, and he was filled with anticipation. He swiftly activated the platform. After reaching level 16, Song-Chi's number of spatial gates had astonishingly increased to 43. Standing at the entrance of the market, he quietly observed the 43 spinning spatial vortices, eagerly anticipating the arrival of foreign creatures. Time flew by like a river, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. However, luck didn't seem to be on his side this time. Most of the spatial gates he deployed went unnoticed by intelligent beings, and only about 100 foreign creatures gathered in the market. Song-Chi sighed inwardly, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Fortunately, Zhou Ping arrived as promised, bringing 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 portions of body refining liquid, and 100 portions of body refining paste, which somewhat comforted Song-Chi. 8 hours later, although the number of foreign creatures in the market had increased, there were only about 400, far less than the usual bustling scene. Song-Chi accepted the poor luck with the spatial gates this time, and rationally analyzed the reasons behind it. He realized that in the vast broken star sea, life-bearing floating lands that could nurture intelligent beings were indeed rare. Despite the unsatisfactory performance of the spatial gates, there was good news from the market shop area, especially the newly established floating land essence exchange shop, which was more popular than the previous buying stalls. Even with fewer foreign creatures entering, halfway through the trading time, the amount of floating land essence exchanged had already surpassed the last time. Song-Chi quickly calculated his earnings. Over 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence were exchanged, converting into over 1,000 strands of first-level essence. Nearly 900 strands of first-level essence were exchanged, yielding 65 strands of second-level essence. Although he hadn't seen any third-level essence yet, these results were already quite satisfying. Just when Song-Chi thought this trading session would end uneventfully, an unexpected twist broke the calm. While wandering through the free stall area, he suddenly sensed a familiar market guest token's transmission request. It wasn't Zhou Ping's token, but the very first one he had Isueto the Centaur tribe. Song-Chi's heart raced. Could it be that the Centaur tribe had obtained the legendary Red Plains Heavenly Fire? Thinking that it might be an orange-quality fire treasure, he was thrilled. Although it might not be usable as an upgrade source for the sacred fire seed, its value was still immeasurable. With anticipation, Song-Chi accepted the transmission request. Soon, a figure with a human head and horse body descended from the second floor of the inn, holding a strand of blazing flame. The centaur excitedly rushed to the acquisition shop, carefully checking the newly added acquisition information. Finally, he arrived at the projection screen in the center of the shop, holding up a jade plate containing the fire treasure, his voice filled with pride, as entrusted by the Lord. Our Dongqing tribe has successfully obtained this Red Plains Heavenly Fire. Please inspect it, my lord. Unable to contain his excitement, Song-Chi used the power of the secret realm's laws to envelop the blazing fire treasure. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When he acquired the specific attributes of the fire treasure, he couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. Just as the centaur had initially claimed, it was indeed an orange-quality fire treasure, but it couldn't be converted into an upgrade source for the sacred fire seed. As a result, the value of the Hongyuan Heavenly Fire has significantly diminished, at least for Song-Chi and other captains of the Ember human civilization. Although this rare artifact, with its orange evolutionary quality, originates from the depths of the Hongyuan volcano on the Pegasus floating land and has taken 30,000 years to nurture, further refined by the Hongyuan tribe over millennia. It stands among the rarest of orange fire seeds in the fragmented star sea. However, its allure to Song-Chi is not what it once was. Suppressing his deep disappointment, Song-Chi quickly responded on the central projection screen of the exchange shop. Agreed. I will honor my previous promise and grant you 10 more entries to the market. With a wave of his hand, he activated the market's internal rules, instantly recharging the market guest token held by the centaur. The first-tier centaur looked down in surprise to find the usage count had reset to 1010. Bowing deeply to the projection, it turned and eagerly began exploring other shops. As a representative of the Dongqing tribe, it understood the crucial importance of the market's items to its tribe. Just 6 months earlier, a major procurement had significantly boosted the tribe's strength. Now, carrying a heavy responsibility, it had many items to purchase within a limited time. The only regret the centaur had was that the market guest token, unlike a space gate, didn't allow free movement in and out. Once activated, it could only leave after completing transactions and exiting midway meant waiting until the next month to return. This restriction meant it could only carry one load of items per visit, making it impossible to acquire many large or heavy goods. If only there were some kind of spatial storage device, it muttered, heading straight for the genetic potion shop. Song-Chi paid no further attention to the centaur. With another wave of his hand, he transferred the orange-quality Hongyuan Heavenly Fire to the artifact exchange shop, placing it beside the equally orange-quality Terra Origin stone, prominently displayed. Beneath the Heavenly Fire's display, he added a note. This fire seed prefers exchange for other artifacts of the same quality. It was a reluctant move. Compared to other orange artifacts, Song-Chi yearned for higher-value fire seeds within the Ember human civilization's territory. Time flew by, and with only an hour left before the current trading session ended, the number of alien beings in the market had grown to nearly 700. Song-Chi's eyes narrowed as he decided to implement a plan that had been brewing for over 2 months. The dome of the market's secret realm began to rapidly gather the power of the rules, an unusual phenomenon that immediately drew the attention of all the aliens. As they watched in confusion, the power of the rules coalesced into lines of text in the sky. Due to the nature of the rule's power, all the aliens instantly understood the text's meaning. Upon reading it, their reactions were almost uniform, pupils dilating, eyes alight with intense excitement. In the sky, the most prominent words read, Market Guest Token, following that were detailed attribute descriptions, explaining why the aliens reacted so fervently. The powerful effects of the Market Guest Token instantly ignited the desires and greed of the various tribes. Song-Chi noticed this immediately and used his rule power to announce the methods to obtain it. The first method was through auction. Participants could present rare resources or exotic items from the Starsea for bidding, and the market would grant usage times based on the value of the items. The second method was through exchange. By completing high-level resource or exotic item exchanges at the exotic exchange shop, one could obtain a one-time use guest token. As soon as Song-Chi finished speaking, the entire market erupted. The expressions on the faces of the various tribes varied. Some were hesitant, some were confident, and others sighed in resignation. In the free trading area on the left, Zhou Ping sat cross-legged in front of his stall, appearing aloof. Dressed in a blue robe and carrying a long green sword, he seemed indifferent to the rule words floating above the market, drawing the curious glances of the surrounding tribes. Internally, Zhou Ping was secretly pleased. As a lucky individual who had already obtained a market guest token, he felt a sense of pride listening to the surrounding tribe's admiration for the token. Not far away, a centaur shared the same sentiment. In a corner, Song-Chi was meticulously counting the items presented by the various tribes. The allure of the guest token was indeed extraordinary. About half of the nearly 700 tribes had brought forth items, and even the usually quiet exotic exchange shop was now crowded with over 100 tribes. Song-Chi entered a heightened state, his mind splitting into hundreds of thoughts. In mere seconds, he had assessed the value of all the items. He first eliminated those items equivalent to white or ordinary blue exotic items, which immediately disqualified over 300 tribes. Next, he excluded items that couldn't be converted into ship components or had limited use within the human civilization's domain. This round of elimination removed another 90%. Ultimately, only 5 tribes remained. Song-Chi's eyes flickered as he calculated. Besides the 2 tokens held by the centaur and Zhou Ping, he had 4 market guest tokens, one of which he needed to keep for his own disguise, leaving only 3 usable tokens. This meant he had to choose 3 out of the 5 remaining tribes. He scanned the 5 tribes again. In the exotic exchange shop, one had presented a purple quality engine, and another had presented a purple ordinary quality ascension flame for the spark of life. In the trading area, 3 had presented items: 10th Sandier volcanic iron mother, a mass of mid-level floating land essence, and 100 strands of 3rd-level floating land essence, as well as 2 football-sized pieces of zircon. Song-Chi quickly weighed the pros and cons, first eliminating the purple engine. Turning it into the family would only earn 4 points of gold merit, whereas the ordinary purple ascension flame was priced at 7 points of gold merit in the merit hall, with the family buying it for at least 6 points. As for the 3 items in the trading area, they left Shang-Chi in a difficult dilemma. The millennial volcanic lava Iron Mother was one of the special resources needed for upgrading the Ember battleship to Tier 3. Shang-Chi's gaze lingered on this rare item for a moment, weighing its value in his mind. The Iron Mother emitted a faint red glow, almost as if one could still feel the ancient volcanic heat. Its value undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary purple-grade rare items, and more importantly, such resources were often priceless and hard to come by. Shang-Chi thought of his grandmother, who was preparing to advance to Tier 3, and his determination to obtain it grew stronger. His eyes then shifted to the 100 strands of Tier 3 floating land essence nearby. These pale blue energy threads floated gently in the air, exuding a powerful aura. Height-ear floating land essence was always scarce. Even a large family like the Song clan could only allow its members to exchange for 50 strands annually. The opportunity to acquire double the amount was not to be missed. Lastly, Shang-Chi's attention fell on 2 zircon stones, each the size of a soccer ball. Although these were relatively low in value as they were special resources needed for upgrading a Tier 1 Ember battleship to Tier 2, they were exactly what Shang-Chi urgently needed. He anticipated that the ascension task for the Zhangqiang would begin within the next 2 to 3 months, making it crucial to gather the necessary resources as soon as possible. The surrounding alien creatures watched Shang-Chi's every move with bated breath. He knew he couldn't delay for too long. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ordinary purple ascension fire source, the millennia-old volcanic lava Iron Mother, the 100 strands of Tier 3 floating land essence, and the 2 zircon stones all floated upwards simultaneously. Yes, he decided to take them all. To do so, he had to use the market guest token he originally reserved for himself. As for the subsequent disguise issue, he planned to address it after this market transaction ended and the market upgraded to level 17, using the newly condensed market guest token as a replacement. Next, Shang-Chi began to assess the number of market guest token uses required for each item. The original owner of the Purple Ascension Fire Source had exchanged it for the Claw of an Earth Dragon with just 1 use, so he allocated 1 use for it. He assigned 4 uses for the millennia-old volcanic lava Iron Mother, 3 for the 100 strands of Tier 3 floating land essence, and 2 for the 2 zircon stones. Upon hearing this offer, the owners of the 4 items had no objections. The aliens who didn't obtain the market guest token were disappointed, but understood the principle of the highest bidder winning. They realized that missing this opportunity might mean they would never enter the market's secret realm again. Shang-Chi noticed these reactions, but didn't care. After securing all the items, he found Zhou Ping and a Tier 1 Pinnacle Centaur who were packing up their stalls just before the market transaction ended. He asked if they were interested in renting a shop to sell unique resources from their respective factions. Of course, this wasn't free. They would need to pay 50 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence as monthly rent. This rent was a well-considered decision by Shang-Chi. It wouldn't cause too much pain for the 2 parties and was a substantial income for him. He had the confidence because, compared to setting up a stall himself, a market shop clearly had greater appeal and traffic, as evidenced by the floating land essence exchange for a shop. Zhou Ping and the Centaur's responses were surprisingly consistent. They needed to discuss it with their elders and would provide an answer at the next transaction. Shang-Chi had expected this, which was why he chose to propose it just before the market transaction ended. As the market transaction concluded and the other creatures left, Shang-Chi immediately began to inventory his gains. In addition to the 4 rare items mentioned earlier, there was also the strand of orange-quality Hongyuan Skyfire. Zhou Ping had brought 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 bottles of body-tempering liquid, and 100 boxes of body-tempering ointment. Finally, there were the floating land essences, life core, and differential resources. Thanks to the floating land essence exchange for a shop, he had acquired 180 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence and nearly 3,000 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, making it a fruitful haul. The final tally of 0-level floating land essence left Shang-Chi a bit disappointed. Due to the lower number of alien participants in this transaction, the income from trading taxes had noticeably decreased. Moreover, after exchanging thousands of strands of first-level floating land essence, he was left with less than 20,000 strands. Despite this, the total amount of 0-level floating land essence he had accumulated still exceeded 250,000 strands, which was undeniably a considerable fortune. After calculating his earnings, Shang-Chi eagerly left the market. His urgency stemmed from the 2 treasures in his possession: an ordinary strand of Purple Ascension Fire Essence and the Bruro Superbase main cannon. By turning these items in at the family's Merit Pavilion, he could finally exchange them for the coveted obsidian ship armor. Time was of the essence. The immortal puppet's secret realm was set to accelerate its closure in a few days. Shang-Chi calculated that if he could address the ship armor's deficiencies before then, he would have a much better chance of achieving outstanding results in the upcoming Immortal Puppet Tower Challenge. With this sense of urgency, Song-Chi first visited his grandparents' courtyard. Pushing open the gate, he only saw his grandmother, Bai Shu-Qin. Grandpa went on a mission? Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. Although he had heard about it before, confirming it firsthand still surprised him. He took out 2 items from his storage space, a piece of 10th Sandier volcanic iron mother and the ordinary strand of purple ascension fire essence. The latter was exchanged at the market using the earth dragon claw his grandfather had given him earlier. Grandma, this purple ascension fire essence was exchanged using the earth dragon claw Grandpa gave me earlier, Song-Chi explained. I got this piece of 10th Sandier volcanic iron mother as a lucky find. I want to use it to congratulate the Tianqin on its upcoming breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Bai Shu-Qin's face lit up with a loving smile as she gently pinched Song-Chi's cheek. Over the past 6 months, Song-Chi had frequently helped the family, making her even more fond of her grandson. She carefully put away the 2 items, and then gestured for Song-Chi to hand over his quantum communication wristband. Bai Shu-Qin transferred 6 points of golden merit to Song-Chi, and then tossed him a piece of 10th Sandier volcanic iron essence. Seeing that Song-Chi wanted to say something, she quickly interjected, "This is from your grandpa." He had already predicted that the Tsangqiang would soon advance. "Take it. Your big brother still needs about a year or so to refine his." Feeling a warmth in his heart, Song-Chi no longer declined. "Thank you, Grandma, and thank Grandpa." This piece of 10th Sandier volcanic iron essence was precisely what he needed. A few minutes later, the Tsangqiang soared into the sky from above Qingyue Manor, heading straight for Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain. Inside the ship, Song-Chi gazed at the 4 items before him. Primary energy crystals, 2300-year-old moon tree sap, 10th Sandier volcanic iron essence, and zircon. The former 2 could increase the success rate of advancing the Xinhua battleship from the 1st tier to the 2nd, while the latter 2 were special resources required for the advancement. Only the sea spirit crystal and moon rock are missing, Song-Chi murmured, clenching his fist. His eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. These 4 materials, 10,000-year volcanic iron essence, zircon, sea spirit crystal, and moon rock, were exactly what would be needed for upgrading the ethereal energy airship to a Guardian-class ethereal energy warship. Generally speaking, when an etheric skiff is upgraded to a frigate, it is likely to use some of these 4 materials, but it is not a prerequisite to gather all 4 before starting the upgrade mission. Standing by the window of the Merit Hall, Song-Chi gazed at Qingyue Lake in the distance, contemplating his upgrade strategy. As a cautious and meticulous person, he preferred to be fully prepared. Typically, an etheric skiff might use 23 of these materials during an upgrade, but this is not always the case. Some flame warships might not require any of them, while a few etheric skiffs might need all 4. It all depends on individual capability, willingness, and luck. While Song-Chi was deep in thought, the jump drive of the Skysong activated. With a burst of spatial energy, the warship vanished from the sky over Qingyue Lake. Snapping back to reality, Song-Chi quickly made his way to the 49th floor of the Merit Hall at the foot of Longji Divine Mountain. Glancing at the personal interface on his quantum communication wristband, he noted that he had 11 gold merit points. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to turn in the Bluo Ultramain cannon, which increased his gold merit points to 15. With this done, Song-Chi headed straight to the counter displaying the obsidian hull armor components. He exchanged 10 gold merit points through his quantum communication wristband and finally acquired the coveted purple hull armor. He quickly stored the part in his flame ancestral aperture, but didn't stop there. Hurrying to the 30th and 32nd floors, he spent 1 gold merit point each to purchase Sea Spirit Crystal and Moon Rock. In just a few minutes, his gold merit points plummeted from 15 to 3. Even though Song-Chi earned his points faster than most through the celestial market, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. These merit points had been hard-earned through battles with the Blood Blade Pirate Group and by issuing numerous market guest tokens. Despite this, excitement got the better of him. Not only had he obtained the obsidian hull armor, but he had also gathered several special resources that might be needed for the Skysong's upgrade. Along with the energy crystals and moon tree sap he had, the base success rate for the Skysong's upgrade would exceed 20. With additional alien kills and sufficient alien blood, a 70 success rate was within reach. Suppressing his excitement, Song-Chi glanced at the 2nd-tier floating land essence in his hand. With 360 wisps, it still seemed insufficient. He returned to the 49th floor and approached the floating land essence exchange counter. Here, he could exchange different levels of floating land essence or directly use gold merit points. Seeing the exchange rate 1 gold merit point for 200 wisps of 2nd-tier floating land essence, Song-Chi gritted his teeth and exchanged another point. Now, he had 560 wisps of 2nd-tier floating land essence, but only 2 gold merit points remained. Afraid he might spend his remaining merit points impulsively, Song-Chi quickly left the Merit Hall. As for the obsidian needed to enhance the obsidian hull armor, he had already stockpiled a good amount from the mineral shops in the celestial market. enough to upgrade it to the third tier. Half a day later, Song Qi returned to Qingyue Manor and re-entered the market. In the free trading area, he boarded the recently summoned Sky Song and immediately began replacing the hull armor. Carefully, he removed the Starshine Type 5 alloy armor and installed the newly acquired Obsidian hull armor. Song Qi then engaged in intensive enhancement. First, he used several hundred wisps of 0 and first-tier floating land essence to upgrade the armor to level 20. He didn't stop there and invested 486 wisps of second-tier floating land essence, 110 tons of obsidian, and 60 titanium crystals to push the armor to level 30. Next, Song Qi turned his attention to the Space Stone. This space attribute resource, mined from the Moro secret realm, had been too precious to use on the Starshine Type 5 alloy armor. He had checked at the Merit Hall, and the Space Stone, as a space attribute resource, was quite costly, 1 gold merit point for 100 tons. But now, the situation had changed. This obsidian hull armor was a purple component with active defense properties, making it a top-tier piece. It would be useful at least until the Sky Song reached the third tier, making it worth fusing with the Space Stone. Without hesitation, Song Qi fused 200 tons of Space Stone. After enhancing it to the third tier, the attributes of the obsidian hull armor saw a significant boost. Song Qi looked at the fluctuating data on the interface with satisfaction, filled with anticipation for the future. The obsidian hull armor had been upgraded to level 30, its purple attributes gleaming. Song Qi carefully examined the armor's properties. Obsidian Guard consumes 50 units of dark energy per second, providing 204,000 points of protection. The upgrade required materials including 10 strands of third-tier floating land essence, 30,000 dark energy points, 25 tons of obsidian, and 16 titanium crystals. The special skill Obsidian Guard consumes 10,000 dark energy points, instantly generating a layer of obsidian shield on the ship's surface, lasting 20 minutes with a 24-hour cooldown. Beyond these apparent attributes, the Sangqiong had a hidden special ability, space resistance, derived from the stabilizing stone. After integrating 200 tons of stabilizing stone, the Sangqiong now had the potential to leave the market and enter the outer void space. After enhancing the obsidian hull armor, Song Qi was left with only 74 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 15 titanium crystals. After some deliberation, he invested 57 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 6 titanium crystals to upgrade the phantom thrusters to level 23, further boosting the Sangqiong's maneuverability and agility. Storing the remaining 17 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 9 titanium crystals, Song Qi concluded this round of enhancements. He stored the Sangqiong in the ancestral fire void and turned to head deeper into the market towards the all-attribute training room. With the market having been upgraded to level 17, the all-attribute training room, the ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, and the dark energy protection array had also been upgraded. The level 17 all-attribute training room now significantly amplified the effects of dark energy guiding techniques. Song Qi decided to use his ample supply of second-tier insect meat, insect queen meat containing fourth-tier energy essence, advanced body refining potions, and tempering liquid to focus on training his guiding techniques for a period. Inside the all-attribute training room, Song Qi first applied tempering liquid evenly over his body, then consumed a 20-pound piece of second-tier insect meat along with an advanced body refining potion. Assuming the guiding technique's training posture, he felt a continuous surge of heat in his abdomen, which flowed violently through his limbs and body along the dark energy pathways. 7 days flew by. On this day, the dark energy within Song Qi surged violently, and a significant energy pressure spread out from the training room. When the door opened, a red-skinned, heat-radiating Song Qi emerged with a smile on his face. His guiding technique had just broken through to level 11. For over a month before, Song Qi had been consistently training with second-tier sandworm meat and tempering liquid, bringing his guiding technique close to level 11. The addition of advanced body refining potions over the past 7 days finally helped him break through the bottleneck. In total, he had consumed less than 300 pounds of second-tier insect meat, leaving his storage room still stocked with over 10,000 pounds of it. Logically, Song Qi should have continued training at full strength, given that he still had a large amount of second-tier insect meat and several dozen pounds of insect queen meat containing fourth-tier energy essence, enough to support further breakthroughs in his guiding technique. However, he chose to leave the market temporarily for a simple reason: the accelerated time in the family's immortal puppet secret realm was nearing its end, and this needed to be addressed promptly. Song Qi had long coveted high-level puppet components. Now that the family offered this benefit, granting all clan members a free challenge in the Immortal Puppet Tower secret realm without needing merit points or floating land essence, he naturally wouldn't miss it. After leaving the market, Song Qi took a thorough bath and exited his courtyard, ready to head to Longji Mountain. However, before he could summon the Sangqiong, his mother, Chun Lixia, called out to him. Entering his parents' courtyard, Song Qi smiled and asked, "Mom, why aren't you training?" Chun Lixia's ship, the Dragonfly, had advanced less than 6 months ago, and her guiding technique was currently stuck at level 19. She had been busy using tempering liquid and advanced body refining potions to assist her training, and they hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month. Seeing her son's concerned look, Chun Lixia smiled and said, "I've touched the second-tier bottleneck, and it might take another 6 months." As she spoke, she handed a suitcase to Song Qi. "What's this?" Song Qi raised an eyebrow and opened the suitcase, his face lighting up with joy. Inside was a special combat suit emitting a faint blue glow, covered in intricate grid patterns, looking extraordinary. The arrival of the bionic skin armor left Song Qi in awe. He quickly picked up the silky smooth armor, feeling its unique texture, so different from the bulky exoskeleton and alloy armors he was used to. "Mom, you guys have one too, right? How does it feel?" Song Qi asked. Chun Lixia replied softly, "Thanks, dear. Your dad and I are already wearing ours. Your grandparents and uncle have them too. This bionic skin armor has a temperature regulation feature. Just wear it underneath your clothes." Song Qi suddenly understood. His grandfather had briefly mentioned it before, but he had mistakenly thought it was worn on the outside. This inner armor design was indeed more convenient. After saying goodbye to his mother, Song Qi summoned the Tsangqiang and shot into the sky. Before making the jump, he put on the amethyst bionic skin armor. As soon as he wore it, a wave of coolness spread across his body, quickly adjusting to a comfortable temperature that matched his body heat. Once he put on his outer clothing, the armor was completely hidden, providing strong defense and excellent concealment. Hovering above Qinghua Lake, Song Qi didn't immediately make the jump. He moved around inside the cabin, personally experiencing the changes brought by the armor. Since the Xian Kuei secret realm wouldn't complete its acceleration until the afternoon, he had plenty of time. He found that his mobility was not affected at all. No wonder his grandfather said this amethyst bionic skin armor would attract attention from the clan. The secret realm platform halfway up Longji Divine Mountain was particularly lively today. Hundreds of warships of various sizes hovered in the sky, waiting for the Xian Kuei secret realm to finish its acceleration. 80% of them were 100-meter-long frigates, over 20 were kilometer-long cruisers, and the rest were energy-efficient airships. The Tsangqiang blended in with over 30 other energy-efficient airships, making it inconspicuous. Observing from inside the Tsangqiang, Song Qi felt a slight chill. The sight of more than 240 frigates and over 20 cruisers was visually overwhelming. He quickly turned his attention to Longji Divine Mountain. Faint ghostly lights revealed dense, ancient patterns covering the entire mountain, giving an impression of invincibility. Looking up, the mountain peak disappeared into the clouds, faintly connecting with a sky-shielding barrier deep in the heavens. Recalling what he had learned in his studies, Song Qi speculated that this divine mountain was the core pillar of the floating shield of Longji continent, enhanced by the continent's core essence. As long as the floating shield and core essence remained intact, the divine mountain could not be destroyed. With the mountain as their stronghold, the Song clan ancestors could even fight enemies of higher levels. Although his guess might be off, Song Qi was certain that the actual power of Longji Divine Mountain was even more terrifying. The Song clan's 3,000 years of accumulation surely had some awe-inspiring trump cards, enabling them to control Longji continent for over 2 millennia. While he was deep in thought, an ancient voice echoed from the mountain's cave entrance. "The acceleration of the Xian Kuei secret realm is complete. Clan members wishing to challenge, please recall your warships and enter in an orderly manner." Hearing this, Song Qi felt another chill run through him. He guessed that this might be a fourth-tier existence responsible for guarding the entrances to the family's secret realms. As a fourth-tier captain of the Zhulu warship capable of mythological mechanization, such a figure, though not qualified to be called an ancestor, was still a top-tier force in the family, capable of suppressing an entire starsea floating continent and holding considerable influence within the clan. Above the hidden realm platform, the hatches of the Xinhua battleships opened one by one, and formidable members of the Song clan descended from the sky. As the captains of these battleships leaped out, a mysterious light flickered between their brows, and the battleships above them shrank, transforming into streaks of light that entered their Xinhua ancestral apertures. With each clan member landing, the number of battleships in the sky quickly diminished, and the once crowded firmament gradually cleared. Song Qi followed several other first-tier clan members, moving orderly into the cave. He listened to the low murmurs around him and quickly gained a basic understanding of his surroundings. These dozens of first-tier Song clan members were on average between 34 and 36 years old, having advanced to the first tier 3 to 5 years ago. They were here to challenge the Xian Kuei secret realm, seemingly guided by direct elders. This suggested that the upper echelons of the Song clan had been aware of the accelerated nature of the Xian Kuei secret realm 5 or 6 years ago and had informed their direct descendants. This realization stirred something within Song Qi. He understood that a family with nearly 3,000 years of heritage was indeed like a small society, where absolute fairness was a beautiful illusion. However, he did not see this as a bad thing. Rather, he found it perfectly normal. As long as the family remained united in the big picture, It already surpassed most medium to large forces. In this regard, the Song family was currently performing exceptionally well. Lost in thought, the group of several hundred had already ventured deep into the cave. Looking up, Song-Chi noticed the spacious interior of the mountain, easily accommodating over 300 people. In front of them stood 6 imposing bronze doors, each with a dark spatial vortex at its center. The sight left Song-Chi in awe. These portals alone represented 6 secret realms, whose value far surpassed ordinary wealth, even if they were all fragmented realms. Not to mention, the Song clan likely had other higher grade, more significant secret realms hidden elsewhere. As his grandfather Song Mingsong had mentioned, other direct and collateral branches of the clan also controlled many secret realms, showcasing the formidable foundation of the Song clan. Song-Chi's gaze shifted among the 6 portals, wondering if one of them led to the Molu secret realm. Just then, an elderly figure emerged from the 3-meter-long giant battleship within the mountain. Seeing this elder from the Juluk ship, hundreds of Song clan members in the cave bowed in unison. Greetings, Clan Elder Tian Shu. The elder, named Song Tian Shu, hailed from the Tian lineage, one of the 2 main branches of the Song clan. According to the information Song Chi had found in his quantum communication wristband, Song Tian Shu was over 1,500 years old and ranked among the top 5 elders in the clan, with an astonishingly high status. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 300 people. He then pointed to the leftmost bronze door and said simply, "Go." Upon hearing this, the 20-plus third-tier clan members at the front of the group moved first, followed by the second-tier members, and finally, Song-Chi and the other first-tier members. As the dizziness and weightlessness faded, Song-Chi immediately surveyed his surroundings. He quickly realized that the Xian Kuei secret realm was vastly different from the Molu and Dragon Blood secret realms he had previously encountered. There were no floating islands in the Starry Sea. All the Song clan members who entered the realm stood in a dark starry sky, and at the edge of their vision stood an ancient tower, glowing red and reaching toward the heavens. Staring at the tower, Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with contemplation. He recalled his grandmother mentioning that the Xian Kuei secret realm also originated from the ancient Xinyu civilization, the same source as the Zudianchi market he controlled. Upon hearing the term, Xinyu civilization, he had immediately thought of the Zudianchi market. Suppressing his curiosity, Song-Chi, along with the other clan members, summoned the Sangqiong ship and sped towards the distant ancient tower. The first to reach and enter the Taishang Xian Kuei Tower were the 20-plus third-year Xinhua captains. Song-Chi noticed that as these captains entered the tower and began their challenges, 20-plus glows appeared on the first floor of the tower. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 20 or so glowing orbs vanished from the first level and reappeared on the second level of the Immortal Puppet Tower. This scene elicited gasps from the surrounding audience, clearly indicating that someone had swiftly passed the first level's challenge. Song-Chi was observing this with interest when he heard an excited voice from a first-tier clan member nearby. Less than 20 seconds to reach the second level? They definitely have a shot at surpassing the 20th level. I bet it's Song Yiming from the primary branch. They say he awakened his Ember Seed just over 30 years ago. Even though it's only blue fire, his ship's configuration is quite impressive. It's said that his engine alone is of orange quality. Another voice immediately countered. The 20th level? You're underestimating Song Yiming. With his ship's combat power, he's definitely aiming for purple or even orange puppet components. To get orange quality components, you need to at least reach the 30th level. This conversation caught the attention of those around. A young captain, who had recently awakened and was unfamiliar with the Immortal Puppet Tower, curiously asked, "Excuse me, clan brothers, if a cruiser needs to reach the 30th level to obtain orange puppet components, what about us first-tier Ember captains?" Song-Chi had already guessed the answer based on his grandmother's previous explanations. The Immortal Puppet Tower's evaluation criteria were not based on individual or ship strength, but on the time since one awakened their Ember Seed. This meant that the evaluation standards should be consistent for everyone, with the tower adjusting each level's difficulty accordingly. Sure enough, a middle-aged second-tier clan member soon provided an explanation that matched Song-Chi's hypothesis. Just as Song-Chi was about to delve deeper into the specific rules of the Immortal Puppet Tower, a second-tier Ember captain suddenly strode towards the tower. This captain's appearance caused an even greater commotion. The crowd buzzed with discussions. It's Song Zhe from the Earth branch of the 2 main branches. He's a fierce one who ascended from 0 to second tier in less than 2 years. They say his Ember Seed is purple fire, and he's the great-grandson of a 4th-tier elder from the Earth branch. He's likely to make it into the family sequence in the future. With Song Zhe's emergence, more second-tier Ember captains began maneuvering their ships towards the Immortal Puppet Tower, starting their challenges. Seeing this, Song-Chi was not to be outdone and immediately piloted the Skirich to follow suit. Within a few minutes, several well-known young members from various family branches appeared. Although their exact strengths were unclear, Song-Chi decided it was best to start his own challenge without delay. As the Skirich entered the Immortal Puppet Tower, a line of text appeared before Song-Chi's eyes. The first level challenge is about to begin. Please prepare. Song-Chi quickly focused, readying himself for the upcoming trial. 10 seconds later, the empty starry sky rippled, and a humanoid puppet over 20 meters tall with wings on its back appeared 100 meters ahead. The Skirich immediately reacted, its engines roaring as it swiftly retreated to create distance. At the same time, the ship's pure yang sword light cannon, after a brief charge, fired a dazzling beam straight at the puppet. The puppet, exuding a first-tier aura, was annihilated instantly under the pure yang sword light cannon, which had been upgraded to level 30, posing no real threat to the Skirich. Next came the second level challenge, featuring 4 humanoid puppets of the same strength. A minute later, the Skirich smoothly advanced to the third level. The challenges continued, and by the 13th level, the puppets remained at the first-tier level. Even the 256 first-tier humanoid puppets on the 13th level fell under the Skirich's firepower. The 14th level finally introduced a change, with 8 second-tier humanoid puppets replacing the previous first-tier ones. Nonetheless, Song-Chi handled them with ease, facing little pressure. However, as the challenges progressed to the 15th and 16th levels, Song-Chi noticed a significant change. The surrounding starry space was gradually shrinking, limiting the maneuvering range of the Ember ships. Realizing this, Song-Chi became serious. He understood that as the maneuvering space decreased, the Ember ship's greatest advantage relying on high-speed long-range tactics would soon be lost. As expected, by the 24th level, the maneuvering space had shrunk to a radius of several 100,000 meters, severely restricting the Skirich's mobility. On the 25th level, the maneuvering space further reduced to a radius of 300,000 meters, and Song-Chi faced 96 second-tier humanoid puppets. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi prepared to tackle this more challenging hurdle. In this level, the Celestial soared through multiple close encounters with semi-humanoid puppets. These puppets breached the dark matter energy shield and directly attacked the obsidian hull armor. Song-Chi piloted the ship with precision, dodging in the confined space, with sparks flying off the hull every so often. Eventually, the Celestial reached the 26th level, albeit at the cost of 4 damage to its armor. Outside, over half of the 300 Song clan members had already exited the Immortal Puppet Tower. Their results varied widely. Some only managed to get white-quality puppet parts, while others, failing at the 18th or 19th levels, obtained blue-quality parts. One third-tier clan member fell at the 27th level, earning a rare purple-quality puppet part. The remaining clan members watched the tower intently, hoping more would break through the 30th level. By now, 13 people had entered the 26th level. The clan members discussed eagerly. So far, only 5 have passed the 26th level. Brother UC fell at the 27th level. Now there are 2 on the 27th level, 1 on the 28th, and 1 on the 30th. I bet the one on the 30th level is Song Zhe from the Earth Vein. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, another clan member has passed the 26th level. There are now 3 on the 27th level. Unaware of the outside discussions, Song-Chi had just barely passed the 26th level and entered the 27th. The Celestial's hull armor was now over 20 damaged, and the ship itself had sustained 2 damage. Reflecting on the 26th level, Song-Chi frowned. With the maneuvering space reduced to a radius of 200,000 meters, facing 104 second-tier semi-humanoid puppets, the Celestial could barely move. These puppets had formidable attack and defense capabilities, requiring 3 shots from the electromagnetic thunder cannon to destroy one. Entering the 27th level, Song-Chi quickly scanned his surroundings. The maneuvering space had shrunk again, now just 150,000 meters in radius. As he saw the puppet unit formed by the Immortal Puppet Tower, his face darkened. Before him stood a towering 400-meter, semi-humanoid puppet with wings, exuding a powerful third-tier pressure. Sensing danger, Song-Chi immediately activated all engines and thrusters, retreating rapidly. At the same time, the ship's pure yang sword cannon roared, sending a 10-meter-long sword light projection piercing forward. The sword light crossed thousands of meters in an instant, striking the puppet's chest and interrupting its imminent attack. Using this brief respite, the Celestial managed to put some distance between them. While waiting for the pure yang sword cannon to cool down, Song-Chi continued to fire the electromagnetic thunder cannon. Though it had little effect on the third-tier puppet, it did slow its pursuit slightly. Soon, the massive semi-humanoid puppet caught up to the Celestial, launching a frenzied assault on the obsidian hull armor. Song-Chi focused intently, maneuvering the ship to evade the puppet's fierce attacks. After 5 minutes of intense combat, the third-tier semi-humanoid puppet finally fell under the relentless barrage of the pure yang sword cannon. However, the Celestial had paid a heavy price. The hull armor was now over 50 damaged, reaching 54, and the ship itself had sustained 21 damage. In a critical situation, Song-Chi activated a precious healing fruit component. Hull repair in progress. Armor restored by 25, current damage at 29. Hull restored by 10, current damage at 11. Please perform comprehensive repairs as soon as possible. The system notification sounded, and Song-Chi breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the challenge of the 28th level had already begun. This time, the Immortal Puppet Tower formed another third-tier semi-humanoid puppet, and the maneuvering space shrank further to just 100,000 meters in radius. Song-Chi took a deep breath, deciding to stick to his previous tactics. Minutes later, in another round of fierce combat, the Celestial's hull damage soared to 58, and the ship's damage reached 22. Simultaneously, the second third-tier semi-humanoid puppet fell under the intense firepower of the pure Yang sword cannon. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Song-Chi braced himself for the even tougher challenges ahead. After the 29th level, the surrounding area remained within a radius of 100,000 meters, but the number of third-tier puppets increased to 2. The fierce sound of flapping wings echoed as the two semi-humanoid puppets generated terrifying tornadoes behind them, transforming into streaks of light that shot straight toward the Tsangqiong. Song-Chi responded calmly. The main cannon at the bow of the Tsangqiong quickly gathered sharp sword energy. Though he had already begun charging the mixed void extreme Yang swordlight, it still couldn't match the speed of the puppets. Just as their claws were about to pierce through the energy shield, Song-Chi decisively activated the obsidian guard feature. In an instant, a thick layer of obsidian armor enveloped the Tsangqiong. The clash of metal was deafening, and the ship shuddered violently. The intelligence system warned that the ship's armor was damaged by 61 and the hull by 25. What should have been despairing news actually brought Song-Chi a sense of relief. The obsidian guard had successfully blocked the attack. A cold glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes as the mixed void extreme Yang sword light completed its charge. He roared, "Destroy these pieces of junk." The 100-meter-long sword energy burst forth, instantly piercing through the two puppets who were about to launch a second attack. Under the terrifying sword energy, the puppets had no resistance. Their bodies were bisected and disintegrated instantly. As the 29th level challenge ended, Song-Chi had just breathed a sigh of relief when intense spatial ripples appeared a few kilometers ahead. 3 third-tier semi-humanoid puppet soldiers emerged into view, signaling the start of the 30th level. Facing this new threat, Song-Chi was torn. Continuing the challenge could win him orange-quality puppet parts, but it could also lead to the complete destruction of the Tsangqiong. As he hesitated, his gaze fell on the still intact obsidian armor layer on the ship's surface. This layer of armor gave Song-Chi confidence. He knew that once the obsidian ship armor was strengthened to level 30, the obsidian guard feature could last for 20 minutes. As long as this armor layer remained, the Tsangqiong wouldn't be instantly destroyed. After careful consideration, Song-Chi decided to continue the challenge. However, he set a bottom line for himself. If the obsidian guard's duration ended or the armor layer was shattered, he would immediately concede and end the challenge. With this determination, Song-Chi prepared to face the 30th level, feeling both anticipation and anxiety about the trials that lay ahead. Several kilometers away, 3-tier 3.5 humanoid puppets sprang into action. The wings on their backs flapped violently, instantly whipping up 3 fierce tornadoes. In the midst of this turbulent airflow, the 3 puppets transformed into streaks of light, shooting rapidly towards Song-Chi's location. Simultaneously, outside the Xian Kuei Tower, a blinding red light suddenly flashed. When the light dissipated, a figure very familiar to the Song clan appeared outside the tower. An experienced Tier 3 fire ship captain immediately stepped forward to inquire, "Song Zhe, if I'm not mistaken, the one who just broke through the 30th floor and failed on the 31st must be you, right? Could you share the quality of the puppet parts rewarded by the Xian Kuei Tower?" Song Zhe first nodded lightly, then forced a faint smile on his otherwise expressionless face and succinctly replied, "Orange." This answer detonated like a bomb among the crowd, causing the surrounding clan members to gasp in astonishment, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. Orange-tier parts of such glory quality were beyond the reach of most present, possibly unattainable in a lifetime. However, the shock quickly gave way to new questions. The crowd's attention shifted back to the Xian Kuei Tower, their curiosity reignited. Since Song Zhe had already exited, who could still be on the 30th floor? Could it be Song Yiming? Sensing the reaction around him, Song Zhe, who had been facing away from the tower, couldn't help but turn to look. When he realized there was another person besides himself who had reached the 30th floor, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Based on the information he had, the likelihood of it being Song Yiming was low. Could it be that another genius from a direct lineage had emerged? This unexpected discovery made Song Zhe pause his original plan to leave immediately. He stood thoughtfully, deciding to wait for the outcome. Only those who had personally experienced it could truly understand the horrors of the 29th and 30th floors. Clan members who could reach these levels were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. This piqued Song Zhe's deep curiosity. Meanwhile, inside the 30th floor of the Taishang Xian Kuei Tower, a fierce battle was unfolding. The Tsangqiong was maneuvering desperately in the confined space, trying to buy more firing opportunities for the pure Yang sword light cannon. However, the activity radius of only 100,000 meters felt extremely cramped for a fire warship and Tier 3 creatures. This distance was merely a 2-second traversal for them. Worse, the Zhangqiang had to simultaneously fend off the combined pursuit of 3 Tier 3 puppet soldiers, further limiting its evasive space. Suddenly, a piercing metallic crash echoed. The claw of one Tier 3 puppet soldier struck the Zhangqiang heavily, slamming the warship against the lower air wall. At that moment, Song Qi heard a nearly inaudible crack. Though faint, he knew this was a precursor to the impending collapse of the obsidian armor layer. Song Qi wasn't surprised. After all, the obsidian armor layer was generated from purple-quality hull armor, not orange or red. Under the relentless assaults of 5 Tier 3 puppet soldiers, the armor's failure was inevitable. At this critical juncture, Song Qi's mind raced. The state of transcendence he had entered when challenging the 29th floor still persisted, supporting his mind and intellect to calculate and analyze at an astonishing speed. He quickly listed all the components of the Zhangqiang, seeking any possible advantage in this dire moment. Despite the precarious situation, Song Qi had no intention of giving up. On the contrary, the nearing collapse of the obsidian armor layer made him even more determined to find a breakthrough opportunity in the remaining time. He rapidly considered various possibilities. Fire Kuei puppet soldiers? No, Tier 2 soldiers would be ineffective against 3 Tier 3 puppets. The Phantom Thruster's illusionary maneuvering trait? Also no. The surrounding air walls would render this trait useless, and activating it at 1,300 lightspeed cruise would likely result in a fate no better than that of the Holy Covenant and John Tross. Component after component flashed through his mind, only to be quickly dismissed. Then, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Song Qi. Meanwhile, the 3 Tier 3 puppet soldiers above relentlessly descended once more. Buzz. The pure Yang sword light cannon fired again, its 10-meter-long sword light phantom striking one of the Tier 3 puppet soldiers with precision. However, the shot inflicted minimal damage. Song Qi roughly estimated that each puppet soldier would require at least 3 to 4 more shots to be taken down completely. Clearly, the enemies wouldn't afford the Zhangqiang that opportunity. In this critical moment, the Zhangqiang made an unexpected move. Its hatch opened slightly, then quickly closed again. This subtle action was unmistakable. It seemed as if an undisclosed plan was quietly unfolding. Soon, the 3 Tier 3 puppet warriors sensed something amiss. A small black snake had appeared unnoticed beside the Sky Sovereign and swiftly expanded to a length of 100 meters. However, compared to the semi-humanoid puppet warriors, each over 400 meters tall, the 100-meter-long Commotion serpent seemed insignificant. In the Sky Sovereign's control room, Song Qi gritted his teeth and decisively activated the red-quality enslavement medallion beside him. Enslave mark, Fury, activate. As the command was issued, the Commotion serpent outside was enveloped in a dense, blood-red energy, causing it to expand rapidly. In an instant, the serpent surged from 100 meters to 1,000, exuding a suffocating Tier 3 aura. It let out an ear-splitting hiss as it received Song Qi's mental command. Intense blood-red energy converged on its surface, forming a tooth-a-sand-meter-long crimson serpent phantom, the inherent ability of the Commotion serpent. Commotion serpents devour. The crimson phantom shot skyward, colliding head-on with the 3 semi-humanoid puppet warriors. A violent Tier 3 energy shockwave swept across, further destabilizing the already fragile obsidian armor layer below. The 1,000-meter-long Commotion serpent coiled tightly around the Sky Sovereign, shielding it. As the energy shockwave dissipated, the 3 somewhat battered puppet warriors descended, engaging in fierce combat with the enraged Commotion serpent. Seizing the moment, Song Qi maneuvered the Sky Sovereign to quickly create distance, continuously firing pure Yang sword light cannons. 3 minutes later, with another 10-meter pure Yang sword light striking the head of one of the Tier 3 puppet warriors, its already shattered body collapsed completely. The other 2 puppet warriors had long since fallen onto the air wall below, lifeless. Song Qi exhaled deeply and immediately exited the limit-breaking state. His mental exhaustion had reached its peak, and continuing would risk irreparable damage. As the limit-breaking state was lifted, an overwhelming fatigue flooded his mind. At that moment, intense spatial fluctuations emerged several kilometers ahead, revealing 4 more puppet warriors, each several hundred meters tall. Song Qi decisively chose to end this challenge. The 30th level had nearly exhausted all his resources. Attempting the 31st level would be suicidal. As he confirmed the end of the challenge, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. The challenge of the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower has concluded. Final result, 30th level. Evaluation. Excellent. Based on your performance, you may select one of the following 3 rewards as your final prize. You have 2 minutes to choose. Please decide promptly. 1. Dark Knight Gargoyle Puppet Tree Orange. 2. Yellow Turban Strongman Puppet Tree Orange. 3. Void Shadow Assassin Puppet Tree Orange. Song Chi's breath momentarily halted, and his fatigue instantly dissipated, replaced by intense curiosity about the three soldier figurine tree components before him. His gaze darted hungrily between the items, eager to examine their specific attributes. Soon, three attribute panels appeared before his eyes. Night Gargoyle Soldier Figurine Tree LV0. Quality: Orange. Trait 1. Additional 5 units summoned. Trait 2. Gargoyle Soldier Combat Power increased by 40. Cost: 500 ether points per unit. Effect: summons 10 LV0 Night Gargoyle Soldiers, immortal and permanently present. Upon death, they can be re-summoned after 24 hours. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 1500 ether points, 15 life cores tier 0. Yellow Turban Strongman Soldier Figurine Tree LV0. Quality: Orange. Trait 1. Additional 5 units summoned. Trait 2. Yellow Turban Strongman Defense increased by 60. Cost: 500 ether points per unit. Effect: summons 10 LV0 Yellow Turban Strongman Soldiers, immortal and permanently present. Upon death, they can be re-summoned after 24 hours. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 1500 ether points, 15 life cores tier 0. Void Shadow Assassin Soldier Figurine Tree LV0. Quality: Orange. Trait 1. Additional 5 units summoned. Trait 2. Soul Shatter. Cost: 500 ether points per unit. Effect: summons 10 LV0 Void Shadow Assassin Soldiers, immortal and permanently present. Upon death, they can be re-summoned after 24 hours. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 1500 ether points, 15 life cores tier 0. Soul Shatter. Attacks directly target the soul, causing additional damage to the enemy's spirit with each strike. After carefully comparing the attributes, Song Chi fell into deep thought. He quickly ruled out the Night Gargoyle Soldier Figurine Tree. Although they could fly, Song Chi found these soldiers too ordinary and lacking distinctive features. They were neither as tanky as the Yellow Turban Strongmen, nor as elusive as the Void Shadow Assassins. As a well-educated captain of the Flame Ship, Song Chi knew a bit about the Void Shadow Assassins. These creatures were nearly as notorious as Void Demons, capable of flying freely in space and possessing remarkable spatial talents. They could traverse void gaps and navigate void storms effortlessly. In the Song family's genetic hierarchy, the Void Shadow Assassins ranked even higher than Thorn Dragons, securing a 5th-tier position with a genetic rating of 85. After a minute of careful deliberation, Song Chi made his decision. I choose number 3, the Void Shadow Assassin Soldier Figurine Tree. His choice was based on several considerations, including his own situation and the compatibility with the various components of the Celestial. Firstly, the Void Shadow Assassins excelled in stealth and traversal, making them perfect for remote control systems and pinpoint deployment platforms, maximizing their usefulness in scouting, ambushes, and long-distance monitoring. Secondly, considering the Void Demons outside the Market of Secrets, with the Celestial's armor integrated with countless fixed stones, he could attempt to hunt these demons in the void. With the help of Void Shadow Assassin puppets, which were on par with Void Demons, he believed he could acquire Void Crystals faster, more abundantly, and more safely. Although the Yellow Turban Strongman soldiers seemed more aligned with immortal civilization, Song Chi had previously tried multiple times to communicate with the Celestial Market using the Starsea Market token, but received no response. This indicated that the Immortal Puppet Tower and the Celestial Market were likely unrelated. Since the Immortal Puppet Tower was disconnected from the Celestial Market, the soldier components it produced were naturally unlikely to be connected either. But it makes sense when you think about it. Take the Flamebearer human civilization, for example. As a super civilization within the shattered Star Sea, it has vast territories and a well-defined hierarchy. Above the numerous ordinary nations and duchies are kingdoms, and above the kingdoms are 4 super empires. With so many different forces, it's not surprising that some have never interacted with each other. As Song Chi was lost in thought, a brilliant orange light suddenly shot from the depths of the boundless starry sky. It transformed into a piece of a soldier puppet tree and hovered quietly in front of the Tsangqiang. The hatch slowly opened, and a tractor beam pulled the glowing orange piece of the Void Shadow Assassin clan soldier puppet tree into the ship. After retrieving this hard-won orange piece, Song Chi maneuvered the Tsangqiang to land gently beside the dying commotion serpent. The serpent had shrunk to a length of about 100 meters, its body covered with wounds of various sizes, evidence of the battle with the 3 semi-human puppets. However, the truly fatal blow came from the slave seal's berserk trait, which it had used in exchange for its life force. The commotion serpent gave Song Chi a final nudge with its head before losing its life. Though he had been prepared for this, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He stored the serpent's body in the Tsangqiang, intending to bury it near Qingyue Lake in the future. As soon as he grasped the piece of the Void Shadow Assassin clan soldier puppet tree, A strong, repulsive force surged forth. The Zhangqiang instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into Song Qi's brow. When he came to, he found himself standing outside the supreme immortal puppet tower, with 3 others beside him. Before the 4 could react, the gaze of over 300 members of the Song clan fell upon them. In their eyes, one of the 4 must be the second person to clear the 30th floor of the immortal puppet tower. Soon, people gathered around Song Yiming, the strongest among them, offering their congratulations. Song Yiming was bewildered. He had only lasted 20 minutes on the 29th floor before being defeated. What was there to congratulate? But seeing the crowd gather, he could only respond with a gentle smile. Song Qi instantly understood. Exhausted to the core, he didn't bother to explain and quickly headed for the exit of the immortal puppet's secret realm. At that moment, only one thing was on his mind: sleep. Song Qi quickly vanished from the crowd's view. However, he failed to notice that Song Zhe from the Earth Vein never once looked at Song Yiming. Instead, after scanning the surroundings, he thoughtfully watched Song Qi's departing figure. At the secret realm's entrance, Song Qi emerged from the left bronze door, bowed to the closed hatch of the deer chaser ship, and disappeared into the cave. Shortly after his departure, a low voice echoed in the cave. Not even 31, and he cleared the 30th floor of the immortal puppet tower. The 10th direct line has produced quite a talent. Unaware of these subsequent developments, Song Qi left the secret realm platform and piloted the Zhangqiang directly back to Qingyue Manor. Entering his room, he didn't even have time to install the orange quality piece of the Void Shadow Assassin Clan soldier puppetry before collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep sleep within seconds. A full day passed before Song Qi awoke. The long sleep had completely rejuvenated him. He felt refreshed and revitalized. After washing up, he immediately entered the heavenly market. In the free trading area of the Zhangqiang, Song Qi focused his thoughts, and 15 slightly smaller soldier puppets appeared out of thin air. These were the Void Shadow Assassin Clan soldier puppets summoned by the installed piece of the Void Shadow Assassin Clan soldier puppetry. Standing about 1.5 meters tall, they had a humanoid form and were entirely black. Beneath their puppet skin, a special energy fluctuation could be faintly detected, their innate void affinity. More importantly, these Void Shadow Assassin Clan soldier puppets could independently form void blades with soul-shattering properties. Song Qi's eyes sparkled as he quickly assessed the detailed attributes of the Void Shadow Assassin Clan soldier figurines. These orange-grade, 0-tier figurines could be upgraded to Tier 5 and possessed active abilities such as Rift Slash, Void Blink, and Instant Shadow Kill, along with passive abilities like Child of the Void and Spirit Fragment Dagger. These spatial prodigies could not only traverse the void freely, but also condense void blades with spirit fragmenting properties. Satisfied with the attribute panel, Song Qi couldn't help but marvel. The orange-grade soldier figurines were exceptionally powerful in both active and passive abilities, far surpassing the Fire Sunflower figurines. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Void Shadow Assassin Clan's figurine components to level 20, advancing them to Tier 2. With the level increase, the number of summonable figurines rose from 15 to 20, significantly boosting their strength. To test the figurines' capabilities, Song Qi, acting as the master of the market, mobilized the laws of the secret realm to confine the space around the figurines. Even under such powerful suppression, the Tier 2 figurines still couldn't break through the spatial restrictions, much to Song Qi's satisfaction. This not only confirmed the market's strength, but also made him realize that even though he and the market were currently only Tier 1, they could easily suppress Tier 2 creatures with the aid of the laws, and possibly control future Tier 3 figurines. Gazing through the energy barrier into the dark void beyond the market, Song Qi felt an eagerness to hunt void demons and obtain void crystals. However, after careful consideration, he decided to postpone this plan. Instead, he chose to re-enter the all-attribute training room and focus on enhancing his own strength. For the next 2 months, Song Qi dedicated himself entirely to training. He consumed over 3,000 pounds of Tier 2 Zerg meat and used 34 high-grade body strengthening potions. Additionally, he consumed 20 pounds of Zerg Queen meat containing Tier 4 energy essence, while another 20 pounds were given to his mother, Chun Lixia, helping her successfully break through to Tier 2. During this intensive training period, Song Qi's guiding technique level soared from LV11 to LV15. Especially in the last 5 days, with the potent effects of the Zerg Queen meat, he made a rapid breakthrough from LV14 directly to LV15, and was even on the verge of reaching LV16. The Zerg Queen meat, rich in Tier 4 energy essence, not only had a significant impact on overcoming the Tier 2 bottleneck, but also provided an immediate and substantial boost to Song Qi's progress. In the all-attribute training room, the sound of fists cutting through the air could be heard as Song Qi's figure swiftly moved around, each strike carrying a fierce momentum. After half an hour, he stopped, sweat trickling down his forehead. Although traces of ethereal energy still emanated with every move, he had clearly made significant progress in controlling the surge of power within him compared to 3 days ago. Over the past 2 months, Song-Chi's guiding technique had skyrocketed from level 11 to level 15, a rate of improvement akin to riding a rocket. What normally took an average first-rank captain 30 years to achieve, he had accomplished in just 2 months. Even for a direct-line captain from a mid-sized force, it would take at least 10 years. Consequently, Song-Chi found it challenging to adapt to this sudden surge in strength. It looks like I'll need another half-month to fully master it, Song-Chi murmured to himself as he exited the universal market. After taking a shower, he donned his amethyst bioskin battle armor and jacket, then went to the peach tree in the courtyard to begin his daily visualization of the mythical mecha projection diagram. For the past 2 months, he had been dedicating 3 hours daily to this practice, and he could clearly feel an enhancement in his mental strength. Now, even if he couldn't break through the 31st level of the supreme immortal puppet tower, he wouldn't be as exhausted as before. Just as Song-Chi was immersed in his visualization, the family quantum communication bracelet on his left wrist suddenly beeped, interrupting his thoughts. This was the first time he had heard the notification sound in nearly 3 months since he started wearing the bracelet. Curious, Song-Chi opened the bracelet, and a projection screen appeared. It was an announcement from the family public channel about a major mission, the Soul Spirit Floating Land Expedition. The announcement detailed the background, mission content, difficulty rating, and reward mechanism of the Soul Spirit Floating Land. This life-floating land, valued at 6-star level 3, sparked heated discussions within the channel. Many family members shared their opinions, with some eager to participate and others regretting their lack of strength. As Song-Chi rubbed his slightly fatigued brow from prolonged visualization, he quickly weighed whether to join the mission. He carefully analyzed the risks and potential rewards of the task, contemplating whether his current strength was sufficient to meet this challenge. The value of the Soul Spirit Floating Land is indisputable. Its rating of 6 stars, despite being only a level 3 floating land, speaks volumes. Song-Chi recalled the internal evaluation system used by the Song family for Starsea floating lands, which considers factors such as mineral resources, floating land origins, and biological resources. He visualized the data in his mind. Most unranked, level 1, and level 2 floating lands are rated at 3 stars or less, such as the White Tower floating land and Guangyuan floating land, which are both 2 stars. Ordinary level 3 floating lands usually receive 4 stars, with very few reaching 5 stars, like the life-type Inga floating land he once visited. However, the 6-star rating for this mission typically only applies to level 4 Starsea floating lands. Song-Chi realized that the resources related to divine spirits on the Soul Spirit floating land must be extremely rare and important. He remembered seeing divine spirit resources on the 30th floor and above in the Meritorious Service Hall, which were scarce and expensive. A resource effective for a second-rank flame captain usually cost more than 3 points of golden merit. Song-Chi understood the function of these resources. They enhanced the speed or intensity of mental power cultivation, laying the foundation for the mythical mech form after the 4th rank. However, his enthusiasm quickly cooled when he saw the difficulty level of the mission. The mission difficulty levels were clearly etched in his mind. 1-star easy, almost no mortality rate. 2-star normal, about 5 mortality rate. 3-star hard, about 15 mortality rate. 4-star dangerous, about 30 mortality rate. 5-star hell, over 60 mortality rate. Faced with a 30 mortality rate, even with the protection of the blue flame seed and the anomaly purifier, Song-Chi hesitated. As a cautious person, a 1/3 chance of death made him reluctant. Moreover, his purple crystal bionic skin armor had no special defense against divine spirit attacks. Song-Chi ultimately decided to hold off. After all, it's an expedition to a level 3 Starsea floating land. The Soul Spirit race has floating land shields, so this war won't end quickly. I'll wait until the skyship advances to the 2nd rank, he muttered to himself. He then walked to the docking point in the courtyard and summoned the skyship, quickly boarding it. He went to the special slot for the enslavement metal component and carefully checked the information. Enslavement metal LV30. Quality: red. Enslavement marks: 55. Upgrade requirements: 20 threads of level 3 floating land origin, 70,000 units of dark energy, 43 titanium crystals. Enslavement mark frenzy: consumes 30,000 units of dark energy to designate an enslaved target to enter a frenzied state at the cost of its life, enhancing its power by a major rank. Lasts for 5 hours, with a cooldown of 1 year, 9 months, and 24 days. The enhancement cannot exceed the maximum reinforcement limit of this component. Song-Chi reflected on the past 2 months. Besides practicing the guidance technique, he had undertaken 2 unfruitful explorations of alien domains and 2 market trades. From Zhou Ping, he acquired 100 titanium crystals and nearly 1,000 threads of level 2 floating land origin. Combined with 100 titanium crystals exchanged for 1 point of golden merit, he successfully upgraded the enslavement metal to level 30. Looking at the enslavement mark frenzy's remaining cooldown of 9 months and 24 days, Song-Chi sighed helplessly. Although the cooldown time for the level 3 enslavement metal was reduced from 3 years to 1 year, it was still too long for him. Initially, he planned to immediately enslave a level 3 creature after upgrading, imagining the excitement of the skyship carrying a creature capable of level 4 combat power at any time. But the long cooldown period dampened his enthusiasm. However, with the release of the Soul Spirit Floating Land Expedition mission, Song-Chi realized that the enslavement medal finally had a purpose. His gaze once again focused on the medal, contemplating how to maximize the use of this powerful tool in the upcoming expedition. Song-Chi's gaze shifted to the Blue Phoenix-class hull of the Tsangqiang. Then he upgraded it to level 19. Immediately, a virtual panel appeared in front of him, displaying detailed information about the warship's advancement mission. The current success rate of advancing the Tsangqiang was only 1, requiring 4 special resources: Sea Spirit Stone, Millennia Volcanic Iron Essence, Moonstone, and Zircon. Song-Chi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised but not overly concerned. He quickly took out the pre-prepared resources, including low-level energy crystals and 2300-year-old MOU tree sap, and fused them all into the Phoenix-class hull. The success rate instantly jumped to 22, and Song-Chi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Just as he planned to head to the Yellow Sands floating land to hunt sandworms to further increase the success rate, he heard his mother calling from outside. Song-Chi recalled the Tsangqiang and strode out of the courtyard. In his uncle Song-Shan's courtyard, members of the 10th Direct Line had already gathered to discuss the Soul Spirit Floating Land Expedition mission. Standing beside the Mountain-class cruiser, Song-Shan spoke with a serious expression. "We must participate in this mission. Soul-type resources are rare and invaluable. The discovery of this Soul Spirit Floating Land by the 1st Direct Line is a stroke of luck for the Song family that we cannot miss." He paused, his tone turning cautious, however, considering that Father is still guarding, and I need to suppress the origin eruption point. We must not rush. We will deliberate further once Father returns. Until then, no one is to sign up without permission, understood? Everyone felt a sense of urgency and nodded in agreement. As Song Shan was about to conclude the meeting, Song Yu, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. "Dad, I just saw on the family public channel that a second-tier uncle mentioned his mental power is stuck at the second stage of the mortal thought state. What does that mean? Also, the exchange prices for orange components at the merit hall have changed. The normal price is now between 80 and 120 golden merit points." Song Shan, facing his son's question, calmly explained, "Originally, this matter had little to do with you. You just need to follow the steps and practice the Yunnan guidance technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Song-Chi keenly noticed his uncle's gaze lingering on him for a moment before shifting away, as if it had been an illusion. Song Shan continued, "In the civilization of the Flamefire humans, the Flamefire clan has a strict classification of mental power based on the levels of the Yunnan guidance technique, which corresponds to the number of life transcendences." His voice was steady and authoritative. When the Yunnan guidance technique reaches level 10, undergoing the first life transcendence, the mental power enters the first stage of the mortal mind state, allowing one to multitask with 3 tasks. Level 20 corresponds to the second stage, allowing 4 tasks. At level 30, it reaches the third stage, allowing 6 tasks. At this point, Song Shan paused, seemingly unwilling to continue. However, Song Yu, driven by curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what about the guidance technique at level 40 and the 4th-tier Flamefire captain?" Song Shan glanced at his son with a hint of warning in his eyes. Song Yu instinctively shrank back, realizing his father might scold him for aiming too high. Unexpectedly, Song Shan eventually answered, "Level 40. After the 4th life transcendence, the mental power steps into the first stage of the divine mind state. Only at this level can one temporarily control a Flamefire battleship and transform it into a mythic mech." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shan's expression became resolute, clearly not intending to say more. At this moment, Aunt Zhao Hongxue added, "Of course, this is just the standard case. In the Flamefire human civilization, there are those with extraordinary talent or luck who can possess high-level mental power even at lower tiers, giving them a significant advantage among their peers." She continued, "Powerful mental power not only makes controlling the Flamefire battleship more intuitive, but also provides great advantages in danger perception, Yunnan control, and training time limits. What your uncle means is that the rare soul resources on the Soul Spirit Floating Land can accelerate mental power training and even allow you to possess higher-level mental power. So, during missions, if you have the chance, gather as many of these resources as possible. Don't hold back." Hearing this, Song-Chi, sitting in the corner, felt his eyelids twitch slightly. He was almost certain that his uncle and aunt's words were directed at him, worried he might still be holding back. They wanted him to give his all in the upcoming missions and gather as many soul resources as possible. Although Song-Chi felt a bit helpless, he kept their words in mind. Based on his uncle's explanation, he estimated that he was currently in the first stage of the mortal mind state and could temporarily enter the second stage when breaking limits. He secretly resolved to stabilize his mental power at the second stage of the mortal mind state before his second life transcendence. At the same time, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If someone could elevate their mental power to the divine mind state before reaching the fourth tier, could they control a mythic mech ahead of time? Just as he was lost in this thought, his uncle's voice interrupted his reverie. All right, since you all understand, you may leave now. Use this time to diligently practice the guidance technique. Although the increase in mental power within small levels of a major tier isn't significant, it isn't entirely without benefit. The family gradually dispersed, returning to their respective courtyards. On the way home, Song-Chi's parents pulled him aside and reminded him, "Son, your father and I are saving up merit points to exchange for a top-grade purple ascension fire source. We won't make it for this mission. When you go on the mission with your grandfather, be careful and listen to him." Hearing his mother's earnest advice, Song-Chi nodded gently. He understood that his parents, who were part of the White Flame lineage, were unlikely to join this expedition to the Soul Spirit floating land and thus couldn't look after him personally, which naturally made them worried. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the skyship, activated for a new exploration of the alien realm, slowly ascended from the depths of the sky above Qingyue Manor, eventually disappearing into the clouds. Upon entering the unknown star domain, Song-Chi quickly operated the Sky Eye radar to scan the surroundings. Seeing that within a radius of 480 light seconds, there was only a small debris belt, he didn't linger and directly teleported to the desert floating land via the heavenly market. Amidst the vast expanse of sand, the skyship hovered quietly thousands of meters above the ground. Song-Chi activated a specially customized enhanced pheromone, allowing it to spread below. He had put considerable effort into hunting these sandworms, and this special pheromone alone had cost him over 100 strands of first-tier floating land essence. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and the effect of this customized pheromone far surpassed previous versions. Sure enough, after dispersing the pheromone, the surrounding sand quickly reacted. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of sand, at least 10 meters wide, surged from all directions toward the source of the pheromone. Within a short time, dozens of sand waves appeared in his line of sight. Standing in the main control room of the skyship, Song-Chi smiled. These sandworms would serve as valuable resources for the skyship's upgrade, and their meat would aid his cultivation and guiding techniques. He had nearly exhausted his stock of second-tier insect meat, so this was a timely replenishment. With this in mind, Song-Chi turned his attention to the Blood Soul seal. The Blood Soul mark it transmitted was no longer under the previous sand dune, but was now darting around. Clearly, the third-tier peak sandworm that had been severely injured by the pure Yang sword light cannon had mostly recovered, if not fully healed. This was why he hadn't gone directly to seek out the third-tier sandworm. It was burrowing deep in the sand, and combined with the sandstorm's influence, he worried that the extreme Yang sword intent might miss its target. He hoped the enhanced pheromone would lure the third-tier sandworm out. After all, capturing a third-tier sandworm would significantly increase the skyship's upgrade success rate. As he pondered, several second-tier sandworms had already arrived at the source of the pheromone below. Song-Chi moved his hands, and the electromagnetic lightning cannon and pure Yang sword light cannon fired in succession. Amidst the sounds of explosions and blasts, shrieks began to mix in as the second-tier sandworms started to sustain casualties under the continuous attacks. The electromagnetic lightning cannon, though just an auxiliary weapon, had been upgraded to the third tier and inflicted considerable damage on the second-tier sandworms. Its lightning arc splash effect also caused significant group damage to the increasingly gathered sandworms. 2 hours later, nearly 200 second-tier sandworms had fallen under the skyship's firepower. Song-Chi glanced at the current skyship upgrade mission. Skyship upgrade mission. Current upgrade success rate of skyship, 31.1. Upgrade special resource formula 44. Sea Spirit Stone 1, 10,000-year volcanic iron essence 1, Moonstone 1, Zircon 1. 10 additional upgrade resources, 2,300-year moon tree sap 6, low-grade energy crystals 5. Bathe in alien blood. Second-tier sandworms 182 heads 9.1. Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. 31.1 wasn't enough. He continued firing, but fewer and fewer sandworms appeared, possibly because the enhanced pheromone scent was fading, or because the number of sandworms on this desert floating land was dwindling. Unwilling to give up, Song-Chi controlled the skyship to open its hatch and drop 2 more bottles of enhanced pheromone. A 31.1 upgrade success rate was already high for a first-tier White Flame warship, but Song-Chi couldn't accept it. How could he tolerate a 2/3 chance of failure? As the 2 new bottles of pheromone settled, an even stronger scent spread around. A satisfied smile reappeared on Song-Chi's face as more sandworms began to converge from all directions. Another 4 hours passed, and the number of second-tier sandworms fallen under the skyship's firepower had reached 424, raising the upgrade success rate to 43.2. However, Song-Chi's face still showed little sign of satisfaction. Seeing the dwindling number of sandworms below, Song-Chi understood that he had nearly eradicated the swarm on this floating desert land. The 3 vials of pheromones he had previously deployed had failed to attract more sandworms, making the outcome quite clear. Without lingering, Shang-Chi immediately deployed 20 warrior figurines, 10 fire sunflower warriors and 10 void shadowkill warriors to cut up the sandworm carcasses, extracting prime meat and searching for energy crystals. Meanwhile, he piloted the Celestial and, accompanied by the remaining 10 void shadowkill warriors, headed in the direction indicated by the blood soul mark. A success rate of 43.2 still did not satisfy Shang-Chi. The third sandworm was a target he had to eliminate, not only to increase his success rate, but also to obtain its precious peak third insect meat. Over the past 3 months, Shang-Chi had deeply realized the significant boost that insect meat provided to his cultivation technique. Additionally, he hoped to find mid-level energy crystals within the sandworm. Half an hour later, the Celestial hovered above the central area of the floating desert land. Shang-Chi's gaze pierced through the observation window of the control room, staring intently below. The blood soul mark indicated that the peak third-tier sandworm was hiding several hundred meters deep under the yellow sand. Without hesitation, Shang-Chi activated the pure yang sword light cannon, gathering the sword's divine light at the cannon's muzzle. To avoid any delays, he directly utilized the powerful mixed whole extreme yang sword light. Within seconds, a 100-meter-long beam of sword light shot out, piercing through the thick layers of sand and striking the third-tier sandworm that had just settled. A piercing screech echoed from underground. Although Shang-Chi knew it wasn't a sonic attack, he immediately increased the Celestial's hovering altitude. He vividly remembered the previous sonic attack and knew that without the protection of the Ember Seed and the abnormal state purifier, the Celestial might have already sunk. Before the dust could settle, the Celestial swiftly veered to the side. The blood soul mark showed that the third-tier sandworm, despite being severely wounded by the mixed whole extreme yang swordlight, was desperately fleeing. Shang-Chi was not surprised. Although the thick sand layers hadn't completely blocked the swordlight, they had significantly weakened its power. After a relentless pursuit lasting over 10 minutes, the tenacious peak third-tier sandworm finally met its end. As the Celestial absorbed a wisp of second-tier floating desert essence, the success rate for the upgrade surged from 43.2 to 51.2. An 8 increase in success rate from a single third-tier sandworm, not bad, Shang-Chi thought to himself. He quickly opened the Celestial's hatch, and the remaining 10 void shadowkill warriors, equipped with alloy cutters, orderly leaped off the ship, beginning a new round of harvesting. Nearly an hour had passed when 10 void shadow soldier puppets finally returned to the skyship from the depths of the earth. They were covered in yellow sand and clutched cutting tools in their hands, clearly having endured a grueling task. Standing on the deck, Shang-Chi glanced over these exhausted puppets, silently relieved that he had made the right decision. The corpse of the peak third-tier sandworm had been successfully retrieved, but the process was far more challenging than anticipated. The difficulty lay not in the hardness of its metallic skin, but in the fact that it was buried hundreds of meters underground. The puppets had to painstakingly dig and cut, inch by inch, to extract the massive carcass from the earth. Reflecting on his earlier decision, Shang-Chi allowed himself a slight smile. He had chosen to kill rather than subdue the sandworm for 2 main reasons. First, the creature showed no sign of surfacing, even when biological pheromones were used, rendering the subjugation metal useless. Second, the skyship was at a critical juncture in its advancement, and his grandfather could return from his guard duty at any moment, making time a pressing concern. Although the advancement mission could last an entire year, Shang-Chi preferred to expedite it before heading to the Soul Spirit floating land. Additionally, successfully subduing the sandworm would have required a considerable amount of merit points to heal its injuries, which was not cost-effective. With the Void Shadow soldier puppets back, the skyship quickly ascended and vanished from the area. The peak third-tier sandworm had contributed an 8 success rate to the advancement mission, which was good news. However, its body did not contain any energy crystals, though they did harvest over 50 pounds of third-tier prime meat. Returning to the initial battlefield, Shang-Chi found that the Fire Ash soldier puppets and Void Shadow soldier puppets had already processed all the second-tier sandworm corpses. They had cut out more than 2,000 pounds of second-tier prime meat, replenishing Shang-Chi's meat reserves to some extent. Unfortunately, none of the over 400 second-tier sandworm corpses yielded a single energy crystal. 10 minutes later, the skyship hovered in space outside the yellow sand floating land. Shang-Chi stared at the detailed star map generated by the Sky Eye scanning radar, cautiously activating the spatial jump device. In an instant, the skyship traversed a spatial vortex and appeared in a pitch-black starry sky 6 light-years away. Shang-Chi waited quietly for the Sky Eye scanning radar to generate a new star map, contemplating his next move. The exploration of the yellow sand floating land was now complete, and neither the Brolo civilization ruins nor the sandworms held further value. With about 10 hours left, he decided to use the Sky Eye scanning radar to search for other floating lands in the Star Sea. An hour later, the new star map appeared, but the results were disappointing. Aside from the yellow sand floating land in the direction they had come from, no other floating lands? asteroid belts, or resource points were found. Left with no choice, Song-Chi decided to wait for the Purple River jump device to finish its cooldown in a few hours. Once the jump device was ready, Song-Chi executed another 6 light-year jump, but still found nothing. Although there wasn't enough time for the Purple River jump device to complete another cooldown cycle, Song-Chi remained hopeful before the jump. He still had lingering questions about the Brolo civilization ruins, such as why the 4th-tier worm mother was never released for combat. As the exploration concluded, Song-Chi realized he might never get the chance to unravel these mysteries. Given the lack of value in this star region, he would likely cancel the spatial anchor set there and never return. In the dark expanse of space, the skyship hovered silently, awaiting the moment of its return. Back at the Blue Moon Manor on Dragon Spine Continent, Song-Chi immediately accessed his quantum communication wristband. He quickly typed "Warship Advancement Success Rate" by bathing in alien blood into the search bar and hit enter. A series of related information popped up. Dinghai 001 floating land is described as the perfect choice for harvesting and raising aliens. Each use requires 100,000 merit points plus 10 gold merit points and can provide up to a 10 advancement success rate for second-tier warships. Dinghai 002 floating land is currently in a recovery phase and cannot provide alien raising services. Dinghai 003 floating land is recommended as the best choice for harvesting and raising aliens. Each use requires only 30,000 merit points plus 1 gold merit point and can provide up to a 12 advancement success rate for first-tier warships. Song-Chi carefully read through this information, contemplating his next steps. Dinghai floating land number 010 is currently in recovery and cannot be harvested. Song-Chi frowned as he stared at the flashing information on his quantum communication wristband, his fingers quickly swiping across the screen. He was searching for ways within the family to increase the success rate of upgrading their warships. Although the success rate of the Songqiang was already over 50, Song-Chi felt it was still not enough. His goal was to boost the success rate to 70, ideally 80 or higher, before considering the official second-tier upgrade. A series of messages popped up, and Song-Chi carefully reviewed each one but couldn't find the ideal option. These Dinghai floating lands, numbered from 001 to 010, were specifically used by the Song family to breed alien creatures. Family members could spend merit points to increase the success rate of their warship upgrades. The aliens bred on these floating lands had been rigorously evaluated by the family, boasting fast reproductive cycles, high offspring counts per birth, short development periods, and excellent genetic traits to ensure rapid and sustained propagation. The Song family had invested heavily to transform 9 ordinary level 2 floating lands and 1 level 3 floating land, which was considered a massive undertaking from an outsider's perspective. However, for the vast Song family, these 10 floating lands were still far from sufficient. The number of first-tier family members was in the tens of thousands, and the number of second-tier members was also considerable. Frustrated, Song-Chi returned to the search bar homepage and continued to input the keywords. Methods to increase first-tier warship upgrade success rate. New search results quickly appeared. Breaking news. The family's new secret realm, the Moro secret realm, produces Moroiwe tree sap that can increase warship upgrade success rates. The Qingling secret realm produces Qingling fruits, each of which can boost the upgrade success rate of first-tier Xingho warships by 5, costing only 2 golden merit points. The 200-year-old sea pearl from the Dragon Spine Continent Sunken Plain increases the first-tier Xingho warship upgrade success rate by 8, costing 4 golden merit points. Song-Chi's face grew increasingly grim. All these resources required golden merit points for transactions. After exchanging 100 titanium crystals last time, his personal account had only 1 golden merit point left. Not only could he not afford these enhancement resources, but he also planned to save some merit points to enslave a third-tier thorn dragon. Realizing he was still in a poor state, Song-Chi reluctantly closed his quantum communication wristband. He could only hope that tomorrow's market trade would bring some surprises. The next day, Song-Chi stood in front of the ultra-long-range Space Gate random deployment platform at the Heavenly Market, with detailed market information panels appearing before his eyes. After 2 months of twice-weekly trades, he had managed to upgrade the market to level 19, but advancing to the second tier still required more effort. Name: Heavenly Market. Market owner: Song-Chi. Level: LV19. Dimensions: 1900m x 1900m. Basic configuration: 70 shops, 1 450m x 450m stall area, 1 2-story inn, 1 LV19 all-attribute training room doubles efficiency in psionic training, 1 LV19 psionic protection array, 1 LV19 ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: stealth platform purple LV 2018. Feature 1. Calamity avoidance can freely move within the void, avoiding natural disasters. Feature 2. Space anchor can set a coordinate anchor point in any star region of the fragmented star sea. Upgrade requirements: 200 strands of first-tier floating land essence, market transaction volume reaching 200,000 strands, 134,800,200,000 strands of first-tier floating land essence. Seeing the required transaction volume of 200,000 strands of first-tier floating land essence for the upgrade, Shang-Chi felt a headache coming on. Even with multiple significant contributions from a major client like Zhou Ping, the current transaction volume was only at 135,000 strands, still over 60,000 strands short of the goal. However, with the heavenly market now upgraded to level 19, the ultra-long-range Spacegate random deployment platform had also been enhanced to the same level, allowing up to 47 Spacegates to be deployed each time. This meant that the number of alien creatures entering the market each time would also increase accordingly. Shang-Chi estimated that with about 4 more market trades, he should be able to meet the 200,000 transaction volume requirement, successfully upgrading the market to the second tier. With anticipation, Shang-Chi reached out and activated the ultra-long-range Spacegate random deployment platform. Half an hour later, a frantic Zhou Ping appeared in a shop called Cultivation Emporium in the market. This was a shop he had rented and established with the permission of the Luofu sword sect. Unlike usual, Zhou Ping was carrying an unconscious figure, which caught the attention of Shang-Chi in the free trade area, causing a slight smile to form on his lips. Shang-Chi's gaze followed Zhou Ping's every move. He wasn't just interested in the titanium crystals, body refining elixirs, body refining ointments, or the monthly rent of 50 strands of second-tier floating land essence. What piqued his interest the most was the unconscious person Zhou Ping was carrying. This was the result of a special trade condition Shang-Chi had proposed during last month's market transaction. In exchange for 1,000 portions of body refining elixir, he would receive a first-tier peak chi refinement cultivator and an extra foundation establishment pill. Shang-Chi's goal was simple. He had his eyes on that advanced storage pouch. Compared to the cumbersome sky vessel that required active summoning, this storage pouch with an internal space of several dozen cubic meters was far more convenient. The Chi Refinement Cultivator was intended to be a mere tool for managing the storage pouch. With a subtle wave of his hand, Shang-Chi activated the market's rules. The titanium crystals, floating land essence, body refining ointment, and the unconscious cultivator brought by Zhou Ping were all enveloped and transported away, while Shang-Chi quietly vanished from the free trade area. In an isolated storage room, Shang-Chi's forehead glowed faintly as a subjugation mark shot out from his spiritual core, precisely embedding into the unconscious cultivator's body. With the market's rules reinforcing the process and the third-ear subjugation medallion, the subjugation was completed without a hitch. Soon, the cultivator woke up. Due to the subjugation mark, his eyes showed no confusion. Instead, he immediately bowed respectfully to Shang-Chi, addressing him as master. Shang-Chi nodded in acknowledgement and began telepathically asking the cultivator about the Honghuang continent. However, the results were predictable. The cultivator knew next to nothing about the Honghuang continent, clearly a deliberate move by the Luofu sword sect. Shang-Chi wasn't surprised. After all, the Luofu sword sect wouldn't easily allow him to gain information about the Honghuang continent. Shang-Chi tossed the foundation establishment pill and the advanced storage pouch to the cultivator, named Zhaolei, instructing him to head to the all-attribute cultivation chamber to attempt breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. To Shang-Chi, Zhaolei was merely a tool for managing the storage pouch. The purpose of giving him the foundation establishment pill was simply to ensure he could quickly advance to the second tier, preventing him from dying too easily in the future. Time flew by, and nearly 20 hours passed. The number of alien beings entering the market was quite considerable this time, exceeding 1,500. This led to an increase in related transactions and floating land essence exchanges. The floating land essence exchange shop alone had already accounted for over 300 strands of second-tier floating land essence, a result that satisfied Shang-Chi. The only disappointment was the lack of alien beings with significant potential or value, leaving Shang-Chi with unused market guest tokens. He could only hope to try again through future auctions. Just as Shang-Chi thought no more alien beings would enter, a sudden spatial fluctuation at the market entrance caught his attention. He was certain this spatial gate had not been activated before. As the spatial fluctuation settled, a short, green-skinned, and somewhat sinister-looking figure appeared outside the market entrance. Shang-Chi's eyebrows raised slightly as he thought to himself, "Is that a goblin?" With an unchanged expression, Shang-Chi secretly anticipated, observing the goblin's every move with a godlike perspective. Whether in Western fantasy works of his previous life or in the official Starsea Civilization and Creatures Compendium released by the Ember human race, goblins were always labeled as extremely stingy, money-obsessed, and cowardly. However, there was another term inseparable from them: technology. This was precisely why Shang-Chi paid such close attention to it. Goblin technology was renowned throughout the Shattered Starsea. The official records of the Ember human civilization even mentioned an ancient goblin civilization, which was one of the super civilizations of the Shattered Starsea, far more powerful than today's Ember human civilization by tenfold or even 100-fold. Although it had long been lost to the River of Time, the legendary goblin technology still left its mark in every corner of the shattered star sea. As Song Chi's thoughts surged, the cautious and slightly sleazy goblin finally arrived at the market gate. Its shifty eyes scanned the rules and introductions posted at the entrance, and a sharp glint of curiosity, excitement, and anticipation flashed in its triangular eyes. Witnessing this scene, Song Chi's mind raced, already contemplating how to extract more benefits from this goblin. As the goblin stepped into the market, among the hundreds of alien creatures in the free trade zone, quite a few were from lower civilizations not isolated from the star sea. It didn't take long for someone to recognize its origin. A goblin. There's actually a goblin here. Quick, let's go see. It might have something good with it. Fragmented discussions erupted. However, upon hearing these discussions, the goblin did not show any happiness. Instead, it reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping up and shouting in a sharp voice, "Hi, hi, we are the great high goblins. Don't compare us to those green-skinned monkeys." This proclamation in the universal language of the Starsea caused a brief silence in the market, soon followed by a renewed buzz. But this time, no one mentioned the word goblin again. Although they might have secretly thought, no matter how high, you still look like a green-skinned monkey. How high can you be? In fact, Song Chi felt the same way. Seeing that it had achieved the desired effect, the goblin no longer dwelled on it. Its shifty eyes scanned the surroundings, and then it mimicked others by marking out a stall in a corner of the free trade zone. The faces of the surrounding aliens were full of anticipation. However, the goblin's subsequent actions disappointed everyone. It carefully placed a small suitcase, no more than a few dozen centimeters in length and width, on the ground and began rummaging inside it. The surrounding aliens were immediately disheartened and prepared to try their luck at other stalls. After all, how many good things could such a small suitcase hold? Just then, a surprising scene unfolded. The seemingly ordinary suitcase turned into an inexhaustible treasure chest, continuously spewing out various items. In a short time, the goblin's stall was filled with hundreds of items, including mineral resources, magical potions, and, most notably, various high-tech mechanical creations. Even more astonishing, some of these creations were larger than the suitcase itself, making one wonder how they were stored inside. Having transformed into a werewolf, Song Chi had already squeezed to the front of the stall. Watching the goblin continuously take out various items, he began to speculate about the magical suitcase. Spatial folding technology? If that were the case, the ability to integrate folded space into a suitcase and carry it around would undoubtedly surpass the technological level of the Ember human civilization. As Song Chi was immersed in this thought, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an item just taken out of the suitcase. Not only him, but all the surrounding aliens also focused their attention on this mechanical creation, emitting a dazzling orange glow. Undoubtedly, it was an orange-quality starsea artifact. Instinctively, Song Chi reached out to examine the artifact's attributes, but this action triggered the goblin's high alert. It quickly retrieved the glowing orange item back into the suitcase, warily staring at Song Chi's werewolf head. Song Chi explained in the common language of Dinghai, "You took it out to sell, didn't you? How can I know if it meets my needs without a thorough inspection?" His voice carried a hint of impatience, but he maintained a veneer of politeness. He then pointed a claw towards the sky above the market. "Besides, this market is regulated by laws, and all beings must adhere to the principles of fair trade. Violators will be immediately expelled. There have already been several cases." The surrounding aliens murmured in agreement, their low hums resonating in the air. The goblin's narrow triangular eyes showed a slight decrease in wariness as he finally brought out the orange artifact again. However, when Song Chi reached out to take it, the goblin's gaze remained fixed, as if ready to snatch back the treasure at any moment. Song Chi was unfazed. Goblins were notorious for their stinginess, and this behavior was to be expected. He carefully examined the peculiar object in his hand, feeling the flow of the law's power. Soon, the relevant attribute information appeared in his mind. Artifact, Goblin Mana Detector. Quality, Orange. Convertible, Silver Generation 3 Ultrawave Mana Detection Radar. Notes: the Silver Goblin Empire, founded by high goblins who claim descent from ancient goblin clans, boasts impressive technological prowess. In the Empire's 12,545th year, top goblin scientist Thor developed the first-generation mana detector and was subsequently titled Viscount of the Empire. After numerous improvements, the Silver Generation 3 Mana Detection Radar was born, and this detector is the original model. Song Chi had little interest in the artifact's attributes. His focus was entirely on the convertible section. As he infused it with dark energy, the detector's attributes as a ship component gradually manifested. Silver Generation 3 Ultrawave Mana Detection Radar LV0. Quality, Orange. Feature 1. Mana Detection. Feature 2. Star Map Collector. Consumption, 30 dark energy points. Detection range, 30 light seconds. Accuracy, 100. Upgrade requirements. 10 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 1,000 dark energy points, 1 Terra stone. Mana detection. Highlights all life forms or objects with special energy reactions within the detection range on the display. Star map collector. Automatically generates a detailed star map of 20 times the detection range within half an hour upon entering an unfamiliar star region. After reading the attribute description, Song-Chi was ecstatic. This Silver Generation 3 ultrawave mana detection radar far surpassed the current Sky Eye surveillance radar on the skyship. Given that radar was the skyship's weak point, he resolved to acquire this orange radar no matter what. As Song-Chi reveled in his joy, the goblin swiftly retrieved the radar. Song-Chi, unfazed, asked, "How do we trade this orange artifact?" At his words, the goblin's demeanor changed completely. The previous wariness vanished, replaced by an eager smile. He began to speak enthusiastically. "This mana detector was left by my ancestor, the first Viscount Thor, and has been passed down to my generation." Song-Chi instinctively filtered out the irrelevant boasts and went straight to the point again. "What's the price?" 500 strands of 4th level floating land essence, the goblin blurted out. Song-Chi's face darkened instantly. 500 strands of 4th level floating land essence was not just an exorbitant price, it was outright extortion. He recalled that when his grandfather, Song Ming-Song, had acquired the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, it had only cost 10 strands of 4th level floating land essence plus some 3rd level essence. While 3rd and 4th level essences were not easily exchangeable, the gap shouldn't be this vast. Song-Chi decided not to haggle. With the goblin's nature, such an approach would only lead to frustration. Their way of thinking was vastly different from normal beings, making reasoning or bargaining futile. Song-Chi's plan was simple. First, see if the upcoming market guest token auction could pique the goblin's interest. If that failed, he would resort to using the enslavement medal as a last resort. Reflecting deeply, Song-Chi knew that if given a choice, he would never resort to using the enslavement medallion. This wasn't due to any saintly compassion or aversion to harming the innocent, but rather a careful consideration of the potential consequences. Narrowing his eyes, his thoughts raced. Different species, different hearts. He understood this principle well, and would not hesitate to be ruthless when necessary. However, there's no such thing as a secret that stays hidden forever. As the master of the marketplace of the heavens and possessing a Tier 3 enslavement medallion, enslaving a Tier 1 goblin would be effortless, but the ensuing complications would be the real challenge. Song-Chi subtly furrowed his brow. Currently, he was only at Tier 1, as was the secret realm of the marketplace. If this goblin had backing from a Tier 4, or even Tier 5 entity, things could get tricky. He didn't believe that beings of such levels would fail to detect an enslavement mark. Once discovered, the marketplace of the heavens would inevitably get embroiled. He wasn't worried about these high-tier beings attacking him directly from afar. The marketplace of the heavens, nestled in a spatial rift, was beyond the reach of most entities, even those at Tier 4 or Tier 5. What he truly feared was the collapse of the marketplace's reputation. Recalling the introduction of the Silver Generation 3 Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar, Song-Chi realized that the Silver Goblin Empire was no small fry and likely had significant influence in its star region. If they spread negative information about the marketplace, its reputation could crumble in no time. At that point, profiting from the marketplace would be as difficult as climbing the sky. Song-Chi exhaled softly. Although this scenario was unlikely and wouldn't cause major damage to the marketplace in the short term, the vastness of the shattered star sea, measured in light years, was no exaggeration. He neither dared nor wished to take the risk. At this moment, he was merely at Tier 1, with a long way to go before reaching Tier 4 or Tier 5, let alone Tier 6 or Tier 7. He firmly believed that, over the long course of time, slow and steady progress would far surpass any short-term gains. Suppressing the urge to enslave, Song-Chi turned his attention to the other items on the stall. An array of mechanical devices and weapons caught his eye. Magic energy missile launchers, goblin high-explosive grenades, deep space magic energy bombing drones, goblin magic energy armor, and detailed construction diagrams of goblin battle mechs. Each one piqued his interest. His thoughts raced. If the magic energy missile launchers were equipped to the Shadow Assassin clan soldiers, their elusive skills would maximize the launcher's effectiveness. Hit and run tactics would surely frustrate their enemies. The deep space magic energy bombing drones paired with the long-range brainwave control system would be a perfect match. Just as Song-Chi was imagining the future, his gaze was drawn to a small black stone on the stall. Upon closer inspection, he was almost certain it was just an ordinary Terra stone. Looking up at the high-level goblin who was busy introducing products to other alien species, Song-Chi asked, "Boss, what's this stone?" Without even glancing up, the high-level goblin responded casually, "It's a magic stone. You have one?" Hearing the mention of magic stone from the high-level goblin, Song-Chi felt a surge of excitement. Terra stone had limited uses within the Ember human civilization, being one of the lowest-grade common minerals, primarily used for reinforcing a few special components. If it held significant value in the Silver Goblin Empire, it would undoubtedly be great news. After all, interstellar trade is all about profit margins. Suddenly, Song-Chi remembered the orange-quality Terra Raw stone his grandfather had left him. Terra stones and Terra Raw stones share the same origin, with the latter forming over millennia in massive Terra stone veins, making it the highest-grade Terra stone. Perhaps he wouldn't need the market guest token to acquire that orange radar. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Song-Chi's eyes, concealed by the power of the laws, invisible to others. He asked softly, "Is this thing very important to you?" The goblin was exceptionally shrewd and did not reveal the exact price of Terra stones in their realm. Instead, it continued introducing the item to other alien creatures while occasionally glancing at Song-Chi. Changing his approach, Song-Chi continued, "I know the whereabouts of an orange-quality magic stone of this kind." As soon as he said this, the goblin couldn't sit still. It quickly left the other aliens and approached Song-Chi, asking eagerly, "Brother Wolf, are you serious?" Using the power of the laws, Song-Chi subtly altered the perception of the surrounding aliens, making them hear a conversation unrelated to Terra stones. After all, that Terra Raw stone was displayed in the oddities exchange shop, and many aliens knew about it. If they heard the term Terra stone now, it would be difficult for Song-Chi to continue his inquiries. "Of course it's true," Song-Chi said. "If you want it, I can provide you with the relevant information, ensuring you have a chance to get it. However, you need to tell me the specific uses and value of this Terra stone." Song-Chi already had some guesses about its uses. Magic stone, goblin magitech creations, magic armor. These terms easily link the magic stone to related items. He mainly wanted to know its specific value to set a price for future collection within the Ember human civilization. However, the goblin remained evasive, not giving a precise answer. "This magic stone has a wide range of uses on our side, but its production is also high, so its value is just so-so." Song-Chi was about to press further when some aliens noticed the Terra stone and pointed towards the oddities exchange shop. Seeing this, Song-Chi had to give up for now. Before long, the high-level goblin rushed to the oddities exchange shop, where the stall in the free trading area had already been packed into a suitcase. Song-Chi grew increasingly interested in this suitcase, which seemed like a treasure chest. If it was as he suspected, such a spatial box would undoubtedly have a good market in the Ember human civilization. At the oddities exchange shop, the goblin's triangular eyes flashed with excitement upon seeing the Terra Raw stone prominently displayed. Clearly, this item was very important to it, indicating its extensive use in the Silver Empire. The goblin whispered, "Great market master, how is this Terra Raw stone sold?" This sudden respectful tone made Song-Chi feel uneasy. When the green-skinned goblin had entered, it had been cautious and arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. Now, its sudden humility, even lowering its sharp voice, was puzzling. Upon reflection, Song-Chi understood. The goblin likely associated him, the market owner, with the supreme powers of the shattered star sea. Cowardice and opportunism were in their nature, hence the sudden deference. Understanding this, Song-Chi immediately used the power of the laws to respond. "Barter trade." Song-Chi shouted these 4 words, intending to use 500 strands of 4th-tier, floating land essence to intimidate the sly goblin. However, considering the market's rules, he opted for the conventional approach. Instantly, his expression turned grim. The stingy goblin didn't play by the rules. It pulled out a heap of assorted trinkets, placing them one by one on the shop's central counter, asking if they could be traded. Song-Chi could no longer tolerate it. He summoned a trace of law power around the goblin, making its hair stand on end. This finally made the high-level goblin behave. It stopped presenting irrelevant items and solemnly took out 3 objects from its suitcase. A goblin magic energy detector that could transform into an orange radar, a cluster of 1,000 strands of 30-year floating land essence, and a goblin war god mech blueprint. Song-Chi's gaze wandered among the 3 items, not responding immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he willed a line of new text to appear on the projection screen above the shop's central counter. "Tell me about the Goblin War God Mech blueprint." The Goblin War God Mech was the hallmark of the ancient goblin civilization millions of years ago. Song-Chi recalled the official records of the human civilization. The Goblin War God Mech was the final product of the goblins' god-making plan, divided into ancient generations 1, 2, and 3. Even the first generation possessed standard 4th-tier combat power, serving as the goblin civilization's absolute military force. However, this power led to their downfall. Mass-producing units of 4th-tier and above combat power, coupled with a lack of supreme combat forces within their civilization, eventually provoked attacks from other civilizations, leading to their annihilation in the River of Time. Song-Chi was well aware of the fame of the Goblin War God Mech. However, it was said that after the goblin civilization's demise, the method to construct such mechs was lost. Thus, he initially didn't pay much attention, as fake blueprints were countless throughout the Broken Star Sea. But seeing the goblin place this blueprint alongside an orange quality artifact piqued his interest slightly, making him want to hear what the goblin had to say. The goblin started boasting right away. Speaking of this goblin war god mech blueprint, it all began with my Tor family's first generation. Song Chi immediately interrupted, displaying new text on the projection screen. No need for other details. Is there a finished product? The high-level goblin's words halted abruptly. It stammered. Although it hasn't been built yet, that's only because my Tor family has fallen into decline. If only. Before it could finish, the projection screen already displayed a reply. The orange artifact plus 200 strands of 30-year floating land essence. Song Chi initially planned to trade Terra Origin Stone for that orange radar, but considering the goblin's stingy nature, he added 200 strands of 30-year floating land essence to leave room for potential haggling. As expected, the previously respectful goblin immediately jumped. When it came to money, they didn't care about who was important or not. Their love for wealth was ingrained in their bones. Great market master, fair trade is your rule? The goblin began to ramble. After a round of bargaining, the final trade price was set. The goblin magic energy detector plus 500 strands of second-tier floating land essence. With the deal done, Song Chi obtained the orange quality silver generation 3 ultrawave magic energy detection radar and 500 strands of second-tier floating land essence. The 500 strands of second-tier floating land essence were an unexpected bonus, which pleased Song Chi greatly. In total, he only used 20 strands of fourth-tier floating land essence to acquire a rare orange radar and an additional 500 strands of second-tier floating land essence, making it a huge profit. Before the goblin left, Song Chi casually inquired about its spatial box. The goblin explained that it was called a raw-mass spatial box, indeed utilizing space-folding technology, but even in the Silver Goblin Empire, it was rare. The one it had was acquired during its family's prosperous times and was not for sale. Song Chi nodded to himself. As expected, spatial technology was not something easily achieved, regardless of the civilization's level. As the high-level goblin returned to its stall with a beaming face, Song Chi, in his null form, began his own grand shopping spree. Song Chi purchased 20 units of the mana missile launcher. This weapon doesn't require specific ammunition, only consuming mana energy, which is essentially powered by mana stones Terra stones. It's quite powerful, reaching around tier 2 in strength, but it came at a steep price, costing Song Chi 2,000 strands of tier 1 floating land essence. He glanced at the goblin high-explosive grenades, but decided to pass. These grenades were similar to the energy grenades used by the Morning Star Principality's military, but they were more expensive. The deep space mana bombing drone caught Song Chi's attention. This weapon, paired with a remote neural control system, was highly effective and incredibly powerful. The explosion's epicenter could reach tier 3 energy levels, making it truly terrifying. However, it was a one-time use suicide drone, rendered completely unusable after deployment, with no possibility of recovery. Even more shocking was its exorbitant price. Each drone cost 100 strands of tier 2 floating land essence, equivalent to 0.5 points of gold merit. The price of 10 drones could buy a purple component. After much hesitation, Song Chi gritted his teeth and bought 5 drones, just enough to spend the extra 500 strands of tier 2 floating land essence. Despite the high cost, the performance of these drones was outstanding. Once activated, a mana stealth shield would form on the drone's surface, temporarily blocking the perception of creatures at tier 3 and below. Song Chi decided to store these 5 drones as an emergency measure, to be used only at critical moments. As for the goblin mana armor, Song Chi initially intended to buy a few sets, but discovered that this equipment was designed specifically for goblins and couldn't be worn by ordinary humanoid creatures, so he had to abandon the idea. With only an hour left before the end of the current market transaction, Song Chi, as usual, used a market guess token as leverage to initiate a special auction. Learning from past experiences, this time he brought out only one market guess token. This strategy would both ignite the desire of the alien creatures and reserve tokens for the next market transaction, achieving a perfect balance. As the attributes of the market guess token were displayed in the sky, the alien crowd below erupted in excitement. As expected, a high-ranking goblin named Luke Tor showed particular eagerness. Song Chi calculated privately that this market guess token would likely end up in Luke Tor's hands. After all, for his upcoming Terra Stone acquisition plan, Song Chi needed a reliable buyer. Anticipation rose in Song Chi's heart as he wondered what treasures this sly goblin would offer in exchange. At this moment, the market's level had been upgraded to LV19, and it wouldn't be possible to create a new market guess token in the short term, adding to the token's value. The author expresses concern for the readers, worrying that they might be dissatisfied with the content. He also mentions that the book is currently on the rise, and to maintain this momentum, he has decided to write an extra chapter. The author's tone comes across as somewhat self-deprecating and humble, hoping to gain the reader's understanding and support. The bidding in the marketplace was in full swing. Exotic creatures were offering their terms, 2 blue quality rare items, one purple quality star sea artifact. Song-Chi was secretly astonished that these seemingly ordinary beings could produce purple quality items. However, the outcome of this auction had been predetermined. The goblin Luke finally couldn't hold back. From his spatial folding box, he took out 2 clusters of floating land essence, 500 strands of second tier, and 100 strands of third tier. This offer exceeded many purple quality items. A gleam flashed in Song-Chi's eyes as he decided to extract even more value from his opponent. Disguised as a gnoll, Song-Chi took out a rare item from a corner of the free trading area. He deliberately manipulated the laws of nature, causing a bronze-colored marketplace guest token to slowly descend. The other exotic creatures became anxious, and Luke was hopping mad. Luke once again took out floating land essence from his spatial folding box, raising the bid to 700 strands of second tier and 100 strands of third tier. Song-Chi noticed the change and pretended to evaluate the offer, then continued guiding the guest token downward. Luke finally lost his patience. He screeched, "By the great Silver Emperor, there must be something fishy. That gnoll's item can't possibly be better than mine, Luke's." The marketplace erupted into an uproar, with other exotic creatures echoing his sentiments. Due to the laws of nature concealing the items, no one could see what others had offered. This rule, meant to protect privacy, now became the basis for suspicion. Song-Chi, playing the gnoll, was secretly pleased his plan was unfolding perfectly. The laws of nature in the sky coalesced into words. "Are you willing to reveal the item you have offered?" All the exotic creatures held their breath, especially Luke, whose beady eyes were fixed without blinking. Song-Chi feigned contemplation before nodding in agreement. The laws of nature dissipated, revealing the item in the gnoll's hand, a star sea artifact emitting a rich orange glow. It was not a fake, but a component of a Void Shadow Assassin clan soldier statue that Song-Chi had specifically detached. The exotic creatures were enlightened, and even Luke no longer had any doubts. Song-Chi had sacrificed some zero-tier and first-tier floating land essences, but the cost was within acceptable limits. Seeing the marketplace guest token about to fall into the gnoll's hands, Luke was in intense inner turmoil. Finally, just before the token was transferred, he increased his bid once more. Song-Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had only intended to extract more value, and never actually wanted to lose this valuable client. The high-ranking goblin Luke's potential value was no less than Zhou Ping, who was backed by the Great Wilderness Continent. Without the support of the Luofu sword sect, Zhou Ping was even less valuable than Luke. Song-Chi used the power of the rules to scan the area, and his heart was immediately filled with joy. What Luke brought out was not ordinary goods, but the precious fourth-tier floating land essence. Counting carefully, the goblin had presented 700 strands of second tier, 100 strands of third tier, and 40 strands of fourth-tier floating land essence. This generous gift made Song-Chi change his mind instantly. The market guest token, which was about to fall into the hands of the gnoll, was now raised in favor of Luke. To avoid revealing any flaws, Song-Chi continued his impromptu performance. The gnoll he had transformed into suddenly had bloodshot eyes and glared angrily at the goblin, Luke. The lifelike expression made Luke shrink his neck involuntarily, but he quickly remembered the market's rules and straightened his back. Placing his hands on his hips, his triangular eyes filled with smugness. Luke's self-satisfied demeanor seemed to silently declare, "How dare a mere gnoll compete with the great Luke in wealth?" However, he failed to notice the fleeting smile in the gnoll's eyes. The 40 strands of fourth-tier floating land essence were worth at least 80 points of golden merit within the Song clan. How could this unexpected windfall not make Song-Chi secretly delighted? As the market guest token fell into Luke's hands, the power of the market's rules swept away the 3 clusters of floating land essence, making them disappear before the eyes of the various other races. Next came the evaluation of the token's usage times. Considering that Luke's floating land essence was comparable to an orange-tier rare item, and with Zhou Ping and the peak first-tier centaur present, Song-Chi granted the standard 10 usage opportunities to ensure fairness. After the auction ended, several more minutes passed, and the market's trading time was nearing its end. Under the reluctant gazes of many other races, a powerful repelling force enveloped all beings. In an instant, the entire market's interior fell silent, leaving only Song-Chi. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. He noticed that a foreign creature had quietly left a subtle mark upon departure. This mark was extremely concealed, and if not for his status as the market's master, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Song-Chi deduced that this was not the work of an ordinary first-tier creature. It was highly likely that a fourth-tier starsea creature was waiting outside the spatial gate. Though slightly startled, Song-Chi soon revealed a cold smile. He quickly erased the tracking mark and then, with a flash of fierce light in his eyes, the power of the rules around him gathered frantically, eventually manifesting as a 20 turtle rule-based phantom. He extended his hand outward, reaching for one of the 47 collapsing void gates outside the market. The rule-based phantom in the sky followed suit, slamming towards the void gate. Meanwhile, Outside the Black Moon tribe's stronghold on the Black Moon floating land, atop a towering mountain, the tribe's elder, Black Moon II, was staring at a gradually dimming void portal in front of him. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation flashed within the portal, and the figure of a first-tier Black Moon tribesman was about to step out. At that critical moment, Black Moon II's eyes widened, sensing the intense spatial turbulence coming from the portal. Such terrifying spatial turbulence would be unbearable not just for a first-tier tribesman, but even for a third-tier Black Moon tribe member. Black Moon II's heart skipped a beat, thinking, have we been discovered? It seems the entity behind the market is indeed formidable. With this in mind, Black Moon II's body was enveloped in black energy, and his originally three-material form rapidly expanded, revealing the mythic form unique to fourth-tier beings. His size grew from 10 meters to 100 meters, finally stopping at over 2,000 meters. Black Moon II reached out his hand, gathering the fourth-tier energy across the sky towards the spatial gate, attempting to stabilize the spatial turbulence within. He needed just 1 second to ensure his tribesman's safe exit. However, he underestimated his opponent's strength. With Song Qi, the market master, driving the market's rule power, the turbulence within the gate spread far faster than normal. Before the fourth-tier power could stabilize the spatial passage, the first-tier Black Moon tribesman was already reduced to a pulp by the turbulence. Outside the gate, Black Moon II's face turned grim. He didn't care about the life or death of a first-tier tribesman, but was furious at the damage to his reputation. The black light on the surface of his body became increasingly terrifying as it frantically surged towards the space gate. However, in the next moment, the gate suddenly dimmed and vanished, blocking the black light's path. In the celestial market, Song Qi's expression changed dramatically. A massive wave of energy surged in from the market's entrance, heading straight for him, the master of the market. Under the reinforcement of the market's laws, Song Qi struggled to dissipate the overwhelming energy while enveloping himself tightly within the shadow of the laws. In a moment of crisis, Song Qi hurriedly summoned the skyship and quickly took refuge inside. Just as he entered, the entire vessel trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful force. Fortunately, the terrifying energy influx was not substantial. With the help of the laws, it soon dissipated completely. Song Qi's face flushed unnaturally, and his blood surged within him. Though uninjured, he profoundly felt the terror of those powerful beings from the starry sea. Even through the endless void, even with the protection of the laws, and even if it was just a trace of fourth-tier energy, it still threw him into chaos. He couldn't imagine the consequences if he had to face such a terrifying existence directly. Reflecting on his past experience at the Blood Blade Pirate's lair, Song Qi realized he had never personally felt the pressure of fourth or fifth-tier energy. That time, he had entered the Moro secret realm in advance, and only witnessed part of the battle through the Fire Kuei soldier. Thinking it over, Song Qi calmed down. The gap was vast, but not insurmountable. Currently, his psionic guidance technique was only at level 15, making him a first-tier creature in the Starry Sea, 3 major tiers below a fourth-tier existence. Even with the market's laws, it was hard to contend. However, once he advanced to the second tier, the situation should improve significantly. In the midst of his relief, Song Qi made a silent vow. In future market transactions, he must remain vigilant. He should keep a distance from traders entering the market and conceal his identity. Who knows if he might encounter another seemingly harmless alien with hidden fourth-tier means. Without rushing to recall the skyship, Song Qi began to tally his gains inside the vessel. Soon, the inventory was complete. Orange Silver Generation 3 Ultrawave Psionic Detection Radar. 40 strands of fourth-tier floating land essence. 100 strands of third-tier floating land essence. 1,120 strands of second-tier floating land essence. 50 titanium crystals. 2,400 strands of first-tier floating land essence. 100 units of body tempering paste. 125,000 strands of Zeroth-tier floating land essence. 5 deep space psionic bombardment drones. After completing the inventory, Song Qi couldn't hide his smile. Thanks to the goblin Luke, his gains this time far exceeded usual, comparable to when Zhou Ping first arrived. His gaze wandered over the more than 1,000 strands of second-tier floating land essence and the 80-plus titanium crystals in his hand, then settled on the orange radar and the skyship's components. Song Qi already had a plan to initiate a new round of upgrades for the skyship. As for the celestial market, although the significant transaction volume brought by the goblin Luke had greatly increased the revenue, it still fell short of the promotion requirements. He would need to wait for 1 or 2 more transactions to meet the criteria. In the ship's equipment bay, Song Qi's gaze swept across the various devices before finally settling on a special blue-quality component, the status purifier. This device, long upgraded to level 20, had been overlooked for some time. However, the upcoming Spirit Realm mission had brought it back into focus for Song Qi. Facing the soul spirits, who held a significant advantage in spiritual matters, this purifier could prove invaluable. Song-Chi made a decisive move and began an intensive round of upgrades. After 10 enhancements, the status purifier's level soared to 30, consuming 265 strands of Tier 2 Spirit Realm Essence. The primary improvement was in the purification aura, which reached Tier 3, while other aspects saw minimal changes. Song-Chi didn't stop there. He continued to invest resources, using an additional 117 strands of Tier 3 Spirit Realm Essence to elevate the purifier to level 39. This not only reached the ship's enhancement limit, but also the upper limit for blue components. Given that this was a matter of survival, Song-Chi spared no expense. With the upgrades complete, Song-Chi turned his attention to another crucial component on the azure sky, the Void Shadow Assassin Soldier Tree. This was one of the 3 orange components and would play a key role in the upcoming Spirit Realm mission, especially for tasks involving combat, assassination, and surveillance. Song-Chi planned to upgrade it to Tier 3 to meet various demands. However, a shortage of resources became a pressing issue. Enhancing the soldier tree from level 20 to 29 required 540 strands of Tier 2 Spirit Realm Essence and 90 titanium crystals. Upgrading from level 29 to 30 would need an additional 30 titanium crystals. Unfortunately, Song-Chi only had 86 titanium crystals on hand. To make matters worse, the Suntobe-installed Silver 3 Ultrawave Arcane Detection Radar also needed enhancements, meaning both titanium crystals and Tier 2 Spirit Realm Essence were in short supply. Facing this dilemma, Song-Chi frowned and decided to seek help from his family. He headed to Qingyue Manor, where his uncle and aunt resided. "Shao-Chi, what brings you here?" his aunt asked gently, while his uncle waited quietly. Song-Chi lowered his voice and said, "Uncle, haven't many family members been seeking that Zijing skin from the insect mother recently?" As he spoke, he summoned the azure sky and took out a 400-meter-long segment of Zijing skin. He had cut this from a 900-meter-long piece, with the remaining 500 meters stored in the market storage for future use. Initially, Song-Chi had wanted his parents to handle this, but his father had vetoed the idea. The Zijing skin was highly valuable, and those seeking it were mostly Tier 3 family members. It was more appropriate for his uncle to negotiate, otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage from the start. Seeing the Zijing skin, Song Shan was slightly surprised but quickly understood. "Running low on resources?" he asked. Song-Chi nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Song Shan chuckled, finding it unusual for his usually well-off nephew to be in such a situation. He took the Zijing skin and, with a swipe on his quantum communication bracelet, transferred 2 points of golden merit to Song-Chi's personal account. Before Song-Chi could refuse, Song Shan explained, "This is a collective thank you from the family for that Zijing bionic skin armor. Don't turn it down. After all, we elders are benefiting from you. As for this piece of insect mother skin, write down the resources you need, and it'll help you trade with other family members accordingly." After hearing this, Song-Chi didn't decline further. He retrieved a cloth bag from the azure sky and handed it to his uncle. The bag contained a remaining zircon, a low-grade energy crystal, and a sea spirit stone he had recently acquired from market trades. Although these resources were only effective for Tier 1 flame warships, they were still necessary, considering his older brother Song-Chi was about to attempt an advancement. Song-Chi then detailed the situation regarding the Terra Stone to his uncle. He slightly altered the story, stating that the master of the celestial market had also given a guest token to the high-level goblin, allowing for ongoing transactions. The exact purchase price would be determined during the next market trade session. "Rest assured, I'll have your second uncle handle the acquisition of the Terra Stones. As for the profit distribution..." Before the eldest uncle could finish his sentence, Song-Chi interjected eagerly, "Uncle, for the subsequent profits from the Terra Stones, I'm content with just 10% of the net profit." A glint of shrewdness flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. He was well aware that the family would expend considerable resources and effort to acquire the Terra Stones, all while being cautious not to attract attention. In contrast, his role was merely that of an intermediary, so it was only natural for the family to take the larger share. More importantly, Song-Chi understood that his branch of the family held a relatively low status. They didn't have any 4th-rank experts to speak of, and even 3rd-rank experts were limited to just 2, making their position rather insignificant. In the face of any upheaval, they would likely have no choice but to passively accept their fate, something Song-Chi found utterly unacceptable. "We need a substantial infusion of funds to quickly enhance the strength of our branch," Song-Chi calculated internally. Of course, these words were just for his uncle's ears. In reality, he planned to take a 20-30 cut of the profits. After all, only he would know the exact selling price and the actual profit margin. After the discussion concluded, Song-Chi took out a pen and paper to meticulously list the items he urgently needed and might lack in the future. Crew pass for the flame warship, ground survey equipment, gold merit points, titanium crystals, 2nd rank and above floating island essence, external launch device components. Having completed the list, Song-Chi bid farewell to his uncle and aunt. The Sangqiong took off, piercing through the clouds of Dragon Spine Continent, and Song-Chi immediately activated the warp drive. Shortly after, Song-Chi appeared at the base of the Merit Tower at Dragon Spine, Sacred Mountain. He headed straight to the 30th floor, where he exchanged 1 gold merit point for 100 titanium crystals and 2 gold merit points for 400 strands of second-rank floating island essence. This left him with 0 gold merit points and just over 10,000 regular merit points. Gritting his teeth, Song-Chi descended to the lower floors and used his remaining 10,000 regular merit points to exchange for 20 bottles of advanced body strengthening potion. By this point, he had nearly exhausted all his merit points. A few hours later, Song-Chi returned to his personal courtyard at Qingyue Manor and immediately began to enhance the components of his Void Shadow Assassin Troop figurine tree. First, he used 540 strands of second-rank floating island essence and 90 titanium crystals to upgrade it to level 29. Then, he invested another 150 strands of second-rank floating island essence and 30 titanium crystals, finally elevating it to third rank. Song-Chi carefully examined the new attributes of the Void Shadow Assassin Troop figurine tree. Level 30 quality. Orange. Special feature. Summon an additional 15 units. Special feature 2. Spirit fragmentation cost, 2,000 units energy point. Effect. Summon 10 level 30 Void Shadow Assassin troops. Upgrade requirements. 20 strands of third-rank floating island essence, 45,000 energy points, 23rd rank life cores, 32 titanium crystals. Song-Chi took stock of his remaining resources, 66 titanium crystals and 595 strands of second-rank floating island essence. He decided to replace his old Sky Eye surveillance radar with the Silver Generation 3 Ultrawave Mana Detection Radar. He continued to enhance it until level 27, at which point he ran out of titanium crystals and had to stop. Now, he had only 10 titanium crystals and 245 strands of second-rank floating island essence left. Although he couldn't upgrade the Silver Generation 3 Ultrawave Mana Detection Radar to third rank, its performance had already far surpassed that of his previous level 30 Sky Eye surveillance radar. Level 27 quality. Orange. Detection range, 790 light hours. Precision, 570. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of third-rank floating island essence, 45,000 energy points, 1,000 Terra stones, 16 titanium crystals. Mana detection. Star map collector. Automatically generates a detailed star map with a radius of 30 light-years after half an hour in an unfamiliar star region. The new radar star map collector could generate a star map with a diameter of 30 light-years, significantly surpassing the 12 light-years of his previous third-rank Sky Eye surveillance radar. This would greatly enhance the Xi warp drive's efficiency in exploring unknown star regions. Song-Chi thought that if he could upgrade it to level 30, the effects would be even more astonishing. With this round of enhancements complete, Song-Chi didn't hesitate to store the Songqiong and head straight to the all-attribute training room in the Void Market. The intervention of that unknown fourth-rank entity had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis and made him realize that even the Void Market was not omnipotent. Even though the spatial gate could only allow creatures of the same level to pass through, the instant higher-level beings and energy tried to enter, it would cause the gate to collapse. However, this collapse wasn't instantaneous. It involved a brief process. During this brief collapse, while it couldn't support the safe passage of higher-level beings, their high-level energy could still penetrate through. This posed a significant threat to the market itself. Song-Chi recalled the recent perilous encounter with lingering fear. Fortunately, the adversary chose to strike just as the market was concluding, leaving no other alien creatures to witness the event. Otherwise, the mysterious and powerful image of the celestial market would have crumbled instantly. The aliens would realize that the celestial market wasn't as invincible as they had imagined. Song-Chi couldn't help but imagine the dire consequences if this incident spread throughout the shattered star sea. More creatures would covet the celestial market, leading to an uncontrollable situation. This thought filled Song-Chi with a strong sense of crisis and an urgent desire to enhance his own strength. He pondered silently, even if he couldn't achieve the 4th or 5th tier in one leap. As long as he could advance to the 2nd tier and harness the market's regulatory power, he wouldn't be as embarrassed when facing 4th-tier creatures in the future. He might even be able to handle 5th-tier creatures with only minor blood energy fluctuations. With this determination, Song-Chi re-entered the all-attribute training room. Using body-tempering liquid, advanced body-forging potions, and 2nd-tier insectoid flesh, he immersed himself in rigorous training. Over 20 days later, when Song-Chi exited the market, his guiding technique had reached level 16. Although his progress was remarkable, Song-Chi remained unsatisfied. He yearned to quickly elevate his guiding technique to level 20. He wanted to continue his seclusion training, but knowing that the success rate of the ascension for the celestial ship was still stuck at 50, he had to temporarily set aside his training and embark on a new round of interstellar exploration. After a wave of spatial fluctuation, the celestial ship quietly disappeared from the sky over the Dragon Spine continent. In the dark star sea, the celestial ship sped away. Despite covering a significant distance at light speed, it still hadn't found any resource points. Half an hour later, the stellar map collector feature of the silver third-generation superwave magic energy detection radar finally took effect. On this 30 diameter map, Song Chi found his target, or rather, a secondary target. Song Chi's primary goal was to increase the celestial ship's ascension success rate, which required hunting a large number of alien creatures. He recalled a level 2 life-type floating land of the Starshine civilization, with a population of tens of millions, making it an ideal target for the electromagnetic thunder cannon. Unfortunately, the map currently showed only an asteroid belt, not a life-type floating land. This asteroid belt was quite large, with a diameter exceeding 5 light-years, and its edge connected to other asteroids. Although he hadn't found a life-type floating land, the asteroid belt was still a decent resource point, better than returning empty-handed. Without hesitation, Song Chi immediately activated the celestial ship's warp drive. With the Purple River warp device fully charged, the celestial ship vanished into the vast star sea. 9 light-years away, the celestial ship suddenly appeared before a massive asteroid belt. The scale of this asteroid belt was astonishing. Even unranked and level 1 star sea floating lands would seem like mere large fragments if thrown into it. Song Chi didn't rush to enter the asteroid belt. Instead, he turned his attention to the silver third-generation superwave magic energy detection radar. This radar had a magic energy detection feature, allowing it to accurately assess the energy fluctuations of surrounding objects. He planned to use this feature for preliminary searching. Although not all objects' energy reactions corresponded directly to their value, such cases were rare. For the vast majority of objects and resources, their energy reactions were closely related to their intrinsic value and generally proportional. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.